Chapter 471 Reason. As soon as Anima finished speaking, Sheen had already raised his steps and walked towards the door. This was done unconsciously. At first, Sheen felt strange that the door stood alone in the middle of this vast square. But, for some reason, now, the more he looked at the door, the closer he felt. It was as if the door was calling him to come over, making Sheen want to go forward. Therefore, when Anima finished speaking, Sheen almost subconsciously took a step and walked towards the direction of the door. Seeing this scene, Anima couldn't help but be startled. But then, Anima remembered something, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Sheen became much deeper. At this moment, Anima remembered a shocking thing that Najula mentioned to her last night when she came here and coaxed leaders away. The brave man named Sheen is likely to have the blessing of the Mother Goddess. This is what Najula told Anima. Sheen has the blessing of the Supreme God. If this news appeared in the gods, or even in the humans and demons, it would be enough to cause earth-shaking waves, regardless of the symbolic meaning behind this. Just holding this blessing will make Sheen's status in the three tribes of gods, humans, and demons different. Moreover, it is far more different than it is now, especially in the gods. Once this news spreads, Sheen will definitely be worshipped by the entire gods. This is not a joke, but it will really be worshipped. The gods are a group that attaches great importance to class, from the three goddesses to the upper gods, and then from the upper gods to the lower gods. The status and level are clear and cannot be disobeyed. Even the lower gods, who are in charge of powerful domains and have powerful strength, have to salute respectfully and accept the dispatch of the upper gods in front of the upper gods, who have no fighting power. And this kind of class obedience will be even more strong once it comes to the Supreme God. After all, the entire gods are derived from the Supreme God Omnis, who is the creator of the gods, the mother of the gods, and the king of the gods. It is impossible not to be worshipped by the gods. In this case, it is conceivable that once the fact that Sheen has the blessing of the Supreme God is exposed, what will the gods do to him? The blesser is said to be the other half of the goddess, and this statement is more powerful the higher the god is. Therefore, if the goddesses of the gods knew that Sheen had the blessing of the Supreme God, they would definitely regard Sheen as the source of faith and excitement and enthusiasm and submit to him, because this means that the Supreme God has not abandoned the gods. Although the Supreme God has fallen into a deep sleep, his blessing has appeared. The gods will definitely try every means to win him over. In view of this, when Anima first learned the news, she was inevitably shocked. Coupled with the symbolic meaning behind this incident, Anima became more and more aware that the appearance of this hero must hide a big secret. Now, this hero appeared here and came into contact with the treasures that the Supreme God personally created and left for the human race. It is impossible not to produce some wonderful reactions. You know, the world was created by the Supreme God, and the principle of this world is also the law established by the Supreme God. Those who have the blessing of the Supreme God must be equivalent to being protected by the world. In this case, after this hero comes into contact with principle, he may get far greater gains than others. Anima thought of this. This is a human being who can be favored and favored by the world. Anima stared at Sheen's back and felt something in her heart. Perhaps he will become the inner temple comprehender with the greatest gains in history. Anima couldn't help but have some expectations for this. Unfortunately, Sheen didn't know all this. He just followed the mysterious throbbing and guidance in his heart and came to the door. Then, Sheen stretched out his hand thoughtfully and let his hand touch the word reason on the door. The next second, boom boom, as if a relic that had been sealed for thousands or tens of thousands of years was opened. The stone door suddenly trembled and slowly opened with a heavy roar. What appeared inside the door was not the scenery on the other side of the door, but a vortex that exuded an ancient vicissitudes and mysterious atmosphere. Looking at the vortex, Sheen could feel that the throbbing in his heart became more intense. So, Sheen took a step without hesitation and entered the door. This is an extremely quiet world. This is an extremely dark world. When he came to his senses, Sheen found that he had come to such an inexplicable world, and he was floating gently as if sinking into the sea, without feeling any gravity, not even the weight of his body. This feeling was very similar to the feeling when Sheen was just summoned by Nian, and had not yet been awakened, reincarnated, and resurrected as a hero. That feeling of only soul and consciousness. However, the incredible thing was that for some reason, Sheen did not have any uneasiness or anxiety in his heart, but instead felt a sense of peace of mind like returning to the mother's womb. Suddenly, a strange wave came. It seemed to be a sound. It also seemed to be magic. Sean looked up and looked at the dark sky as if he had been guided. And his movements seemed so natural. At this moment, the world changed drastically. Clang. First, the light appeared. That was the light from a figure. The figure appeared suddenly, as if it had always been there, and entered Sheen's eyes. Sheen opened his eyes wide. Supreme God? Omnis. That's right. That figure was the Supreme God Omnis that Sheen had seen in the Holy Land. Unlike the sleeping appearance at that time, Omnis was completely awake at this moment. She was glowing all over and looked so sacred. She was dignified and beautiful, and looked so charming. She was like a high god, looking down with disdain, and there was no ripple in her eyes. That was the sight of a real god. Suddenly, the goddess raised her hand. With this hand raised, the whole dark world seemed to be illuminated and began to glow. The sky appeared. The earth appeared. The ocean appeared. The sun also appeared. The entire extremely dark world suddenly turned into a vibrant world. Sean understood immediately. All I saw was the scene when the Supreme God Omnis created the world. This is the beginning of everything, and it is the origin of the world. From this moment on, the omnipotent goddess created the world, and made this world called omnipotence appear. Sean saw with his own eyes that the goddess created the sun with a wave of her hand. He also saw with his own eyes that the goddess created the moon with a wave of her hand. Stars, forests, mountains, flowing water. All kinds of things appeared one by one under the creation of this omnipotent goddess. Sean was fascinated by it. There was no way. In this process, the goddess was not only creating various things, but also formulating various laws. Once the apple is ripe, it will fall down according to gravity. Fire will burn, but it will be extinguished by water. Trees need sunlight and soil. Life needs to breathe and eat. Then, there are various rules of birth, aging, illness, death, etc., all of which are perfected by this goddess with unrivaled power. That is the law of this world. The rules of this world, which is the so-called reason. The goddess is compiling the law of reason and even adding various concepts to it. For example, level. For example, skills. These are all part of reason. As a person who witnessed this scene, Sheen seemed to have transformed into the Supreme God himself. Although he compiled various laws of reason uncontrollably, and did not understand the principles at all, he seemed to be integrated into it, and had various insights. So it can be like this? Is this the level? Is this the skill? Is this how it works? Wonderful! Sheen seemed to be completely immersed in this work. Sometimes he suddenly realized something. Sometimes he was puzzled. Sometimes he was beaming with joy. And sometimes he was frowning. He showed all kinds of emotions vividly. When Sheen came back to his senses and realized everything, he was almost scared. I don't know when it started, but the world has been completely formed, and the Supreme God Omnis was suspended in front of Sheen, looking at him steadily as if she was alive. Gurgle. Sheen couldn't help swallowing. The goddess turned a blind eye, her eyes mysterious and deep. That sight didn't seem to be looking at Sheen in front of him, but at the distant future. Immediately, all causes and conditions depend on fate. Leaving behind such a heavenly word, the Supreme God Omnis disappeared. Wait! Sheen subconsciously spoke, trying to keep him. But suddenly, he was greeted by a dizzy feeling. The world is collapsing. The world is disintegrating. The law is dissipating. The sun and the moon are no longer bright. Sheen only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and the whole person was thrown out of this world as if thrown away. Finally, along with everything around him, he disappeared without a trace. Buzz! In the square, in the vortex inside the door, a tremor suddenly appeared, making the light shine like a veil. Back? Anima saw this scene and her expression moved. The vortex inside the door began to rotate. And soon, a figure was spit out. Swish! Sheen rushed out of the vortex. His feet landed on the ground. And after a while of retreating, he stabilized his body. Chapter 472 Nature. Boom boom. The door with the word reason engraved on it made a heavy sound again, and slowly closed. The ancient vicissitudes and mysterious atmosphere also disappeared, leaving the vast square in silence. Sheen finally reacted, and shook his head to drive away the dizziness from his brain. Are you okay? Anima came to Sheen's side, put her arm around his shoulder, turned to Sheen's eyes without opening them. But people could clearly feel the concern in them. It's okay. Sheen seemed to feel a little better. While exhaling, he murmured, What does that sentence mean? Hearing this, Anima, who was observing Xian, asked aloud. What did you say? Anima looked a little concerned. Xian subconsciously wanted to explain to Anima, but he braked in time and did not say what the Supreme God Omnis said to him. Intuition told Xian that it was best not to tell anyone about this. Xian always felt that the last words of the Supreme God Omnis were not something that everyone could hear. So, Xian thought about it for a while and asked Anima, how long have I been in there? In the inner hall. Xian felt as if he had been there for a long time. But Anima said, 1 minute. Anima whispered, the time flow in the inner hall is different from the time flow in the outside world. No matter how long the comprehender stays in the inner hall, only 1 minute will pass in the outside world. Really? Xian laughed and said, that is really a spiritual time house. Spiritual time house? Anima asked in confusion, what is that? Nothing. Xian perfunctorily passed it over and changed the subject. I think I should have finished my understanding. This topic successfully attracted Anima's attention. What did you gain? Anima asked quickly. She was a little curious about how much enlightenment and gain Xian could gain in the inner hall in his condition. If I guess correctly, this gain should be amazing. But it didn't seem to be an improvement in level. Anima was able to see with her power that Xian's level was still 59. And she didn't get an improvement because of entering the inner hall. This proves that Xian's gains should be somewhere else. Did he understand some skills? Or did he get insights that no one had ever encountered before? Anima was looking forward to and curious about this. However, for some reason, Xian's expression was a little subtle. Did he gain a lot? It should be considered very big. Right? It's just that. Let me ask you first. Anima. Xian hesitated and said, entering the inner hall. It is also possible to awaken unique skills. Right? Xian asked such a question. Yes. Anima nodded and said, in the past, many outstanding human races had gained insights into unique skills in the inner hall and awakened their own unique skills. This is not a secret. That's right. Luoshi also said this. And Xian naturally didn't forget it. But after confirming this, Xian asked a question that surprised Anima. What if I say yes? Xian's expression was still a little subtle, which made him ask this way, if a person has awakened a unique skill, then after he enters the inner hall, is it possible to awaken another unique skill? As soon as this was said, Anima was stunned there. Awaken another unique skill? Could it be that? Xian, you? Anima seemed to change her face. Xian pursed his lips and continued to ask helplessly, is it possible? Anima was silent. After a while, Anima spoke faintly. Theoretically, this is something that cannot happen. Anima said, no matter whether it is the gods, the humans or the demons, they can only awaken one unique skill in their lifetime, and they cannot have a second one. Is it the same for the gods? Xian pondered for a moment, and then said, I remember that the power of the gods is equivalent to the unique skills of the humans and the demons. Right? In the gods, many goddesses have multiple duties. Does that mean they have multiple powers and multiple unique skills? If there is a goddess who controls water and fire, does that mean she has the power to control fire and water at the same time, and has two unique skills? This is what Xian meant. But Anima shook her head. Indeed, many goddesses of the gods have multiple duties, but there is still only one power that allows them to perform their duties. Anima explained, for example, the goddess Lilith is a demon who controls both evil and chaos. Her power is to make people crazy and degenerate into evil. There is no second power. The implication is that even if there are different effects, there is only one unique skill. Take Xian for example. His unique skill Tian has multiple effects. When upgrading, all ability types are increased to the maximum value. When upgrading, the amount of skill points obtained is the maximum value. All skill acquisition conditions are reduced to the minimum. All skill upgrade conditions are reduced to the minimum. Tianan has 4 such effects, proving that the effect of unique skills is not single. The power of the gods is like this. Each goddess has only one. If there are multiple duties, it proves that the power of the goddess also has multiple effects and power, allowing her to complete the duties of 2 fields at the same time. Therefore, all life in this world may awaken unique skills, but there is only one. Anima looked at Xian and spoke word by word. According to this theory, I can only tell you that if a person has awakened a unique skill, then when he enters the inner hall, it is impossible to awaken another unique skill. At least, in the countless years of omnipotence, no one has ever awakened 2 unique skills, including the 3 goddesses, the 6 demons, and the heroes of all generations. These words made Xian speechless. In fact, Sheen wanted to ask. What about the Demon King and the Supreme God? But think about it carefully. Those two are simply out of specification existences. And I am afraid they have no unique skills at all. The existence of the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons is beyond the limit of life. Breaking through the level of 100 extraordinary individuals. There is no concept of level, nor the concept of skills. But even the existences at the level of the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons still have the concept of unique skills. And fight with the power of unique skills. Then, the existences above the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, that is, the Demon King and the Supreme God, may not have the concept of unique skills. Or they may transcend this concept. For them, one is the ultimate power, and the other is the embodiment of omnipotence. And there is no such thing as having unique skills. Sheen always felt that this was the case. In view of this, Sheen did not ask this question. That realm is too far away from herself. Even from the existence of anima. It is possible that she herself does not know how to answer. In this case, Sheen gave up asking. Let's go! Sheen said to Anima. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. I am going back to find Luoshi. Anima stared at Sheen steadily, as if she was trying to see through something. But Sheen said no more, looking thoughtful. Anima looked at Sheen for a long time before nodding. Then let's go out. A gentle smile reappeared on Anima's face. Yeah. Sheen smiled back, calm and composed. At that moment, the two left the square together. Following Anima, Sheen took a last look at the door standing in the center of the square, and then peeked into his mind. There, a message appeared. Numerology. Unique skills. When used, the current skills can be compiled. When used, the corresponding skill points must be consumed as a cost. When used, it can only play a certain role on conventional skills. When used, it increases or decreases depending on the content of the compilation. Permanently valid. Cannot be cancelled in any way. Looking at this message, Sheen was speechless. There was only one sentence left in his heart. It seems that my cheat is getting bigger and bigger. Temple. Waiting room. In this hall specially used for people to wait. There were no other idle people at this time. Only the Holy Sword Knights, who came with Rosie, and a group of clergy led by Yule. They waited respectfully on the side, listening to the conversation between Rosie and Lita sitting in front, and seemed to be ashamed. Sheen came back with Anima, and then heard such a conversation. Little Rosie, don't marry that bad guy. Okay? Goddess Litas. Promise me. He is really a very bad guy. No. Sheen just. You don't have to say good things for him. He doesn't deserve you to do so. But? Just promise me. I am your main god. And I am also the goddess of fate. You can't go wrong if you listen to me. Alas. Litas kept persuading Rosie, making Rosie look embarrassed and helpless, as if she didn't know what to do. Sean raised his eyebrows, looking at Litas, who kept saying bad things about him, and persuading Rosie to divorce him. The thoughtfulness in his heart had disappeared, leaving only a burst of angry laughter. So, Sean rushed over on the spot, used an iron claw skill, and hit Litas's head directly. I just left for a while. How dare you steal my girlfriend behind my back? Sean began to exert supreme power for his iron claw skill. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Let me go! You rude guy. Litas screamed. Lady Litas. Goddess Litas. The people around all cried out in surprise. The waiting room suddenly became lively. Really? Looking at this scene, Anima smiled bitterly for the nth time. Chapter 473 Accidentally Stabbed to Death? After a period of chaos, Litas finally got out of Sheen's hands, ran to Anima's side and hid. I said you were a bad guy. You are indeed a bad guy. Bullying me all day long. Rude. Disrespectful. Litas hid behind Anima and shouted at Sheen. You still say? Sheen clenched his fist and gestured twice, making Litas shrink behind Anima in fear and never dared to come out again. Speak less. Litas. Anima said to Litas behind her in a bad mood. Roxy also came to Sheen's side, held his hand, and pressed down his gesturing fist. How is it? Is it over? Roxy seemed to be trying to change the subject. Sean could see that the girl seemed relieved. She was obviously annoyed by Litas, but she didn't dare to say it or show it. She was saved until now. Sean wanted to say, who made you have such a main god? However, he also knew that as a blesser, Rosie definitely didn't want to be too embarrassed in front of Litas, nor to embarrass Litas, so he let Rosie go. I'm done here. At the moment, Sean told Rosie the truth. As a result, before Rosie asked anything, Lita stuck her head out from behind Anima. Judging from your appearance, there must be nothing good to gain. Lita's tried her best to discredit Sean. But in fact, Lita's had a feeling that Sean seemed to have gained some extraordinary insights. Maybe others didn't notice it, but Lita's found that Sean's aura and temperament had become different from before. The natural posture that seemed to be integrated with the world, or integrated with the principle of the world, made Lita's feel like she had seen her own mother goddess. I was really confused. How could a human being be the same as the mother goddess? Lita smiled bitterly in her heart. And at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little lonely. There was another person who had the same feeling as Lita's. That was Nadura, who was integrated with nature. This feeling. Nadura looked at Sheen in doubt. As a goddess of nature, Nadura felt the changes in Sheen the most clearly. Apart from anything else, the breath that emanated from Sheen, which made people want to get close to him, became much stronger than before at this moment. This made Nadura feel incredible and surprised. In fact, isn't Anima the same? Her senses were not as obvious as those of Lita's and Najula, but she could still sense some changes in Sheen's life breath. Thinking of the question that Sheen had just asked her, Anima couldn't help but have a bold guess in her heart. Therefore, Anima was the one who was most surprised by Sheen's change. On the other hand, Sheen didn't notice the change in himself at all. He just hesitated for a moment, and then responded to Lita's insult in an ambiguous way. Well, you can say that. Sheen didn't intend to refute it. Or it seemed that he didn't want to discuss it further. Unfortunately. Is he lying? Is he lying? He is lying. Lita's, Najula, and Anima all had this idea in their hearts at the same time. Even Rosie couldn't help rolling her eyes. Others don't understand Sheen. Doesn't Rosie understand it? Although she didn't know Sheen in depth, she knew herself in depth. And since she was deeply understood, Rosie naturally knew what Sheen's strengths and weaknesses were. Therefore, Luo she can say with certainty that since this guy is so modest, it proves that he must have gained something earth-shattering. This makes Luo she curious and happy at the same time. For Luo she, her fiancé can get a big gain. Is it not worth being happy? However, Luo she also saw that Xian didn't seem to want to expose this matter. It seems that his gain is so big that he is a little scared. So he dare not let others know. Of course, other people don't know what the goddess and the princess think. Yule smiled at Xian. I believe that Lord Bastuda should have gained a good gain. Yule bowed to Xian and said, I congratulate you on behalf of the temple. Thank you, His Holiness. Xian raised the corner of his mouth and returned Yule's salute. Although the gains from this trip to the inner temple were indeed beyond his expectations, in general, the result must be good. It was this cheat that was getting bigger and bigger, which made Xian feel a little scared, afraid that he would be wiped out by the world's will at any time. Fortunately, Omnipotensen did not have any world will or anything like that. If there was, it would be the supreme god Omnis, who had been sleeping for 1,000 years and should not come out to mess with him. Thinking of this, she remembered seeing Omnis in the inner hall. Is all cause and effect all up to fate? She muttered a few words. Well, I still don't understand. Forget it. Since I don't understand, then don't try to understand it. I am just a rough man, not a protagonist who is smarter than the devil. It is not suitable for me to think too much, which is easy to waste brain cells. Anyway, I just need to continue to improve my strength. Only by improving your strength can you get in touch with everything and handle everything. This is the benefit of having too strong acceptance ability. Right? Afterwards, Xian and Rosie went home together and left the temple. Lita's wanted to do something and continue to separate Xian and Rosie, but was stopped by Anima. This goddess is still treacherous, which makes Rosie a little headache. I said, why don't you just drive her away and let her go back to the god realm? Xian rolled his eyes and advised Rosie like this. Rosie was even more angry about this. That's my main god. The pinnacle of the gods. The strongest in the 3 realms. Do you think I am you, and can really speak flawlessly? In front of Lita's, Rosie was still very reserved and cautious. Presumably, this is not only because of Lita's high position and power, but also because Roxy holds a respectful attitude towards Lita's herself. Right? Although it seems unreliable to you, Lady Lita's has been guiding humans on the right path with her own power, and has cultivated many talents. Heroes and heroes for humans. As the pinnacle of the gods, the 3 goddesses are responsible for guiding the human race. The goddess of life Anima is responsible for guiding the orcs, and is the highest belief of the orcs. The goddess of nature Nadura is responsible for guiding the elves and dwarves, and is the highest belief of the elves and dwarves. And the goddess of fate Letas is responsible for guiding humans. In other words, for humans, the goddess of fate is the highest belief. No one else. Moreover, even if she sometimes loses control and runs away, Lady Letas has the greatest sense of mission and responsibility in the entire gods, and has continuously protected humans for nearly 10,000 years, including successive heroes. Successive heroes are all humans from another world. Since they are human, then Letas will take the responsibility of guiding them. Why does Roxy respect and honor Letas so much? Not only because Lady Letas is my main god, but also because the ancestor of our Mitra royal family, the strongest hero who defeated the devil, actually accepted Lady Letas' blessing and even became a disciple of Lady Letas. Roxy revealed this secret to Sheen. In other words, Letas is a very special person to humans, the kingdom, and even the descendants of the royal heroes. So, whether it is me, Sister Leah, or my father, we can't raise our heads in front of the goddess Letas. Roxy smiled bitterly, leaving Sheen at a loss for words. That useless goddess. It turns out that her background is so scary. And the brave man's mentor? What did the brave Mitra learn from her? Could it be that he fell flat on the ground? Did the devil get scared because the hero Mitra rushed towards him fiercely? But the hero fell down by himself, and was accidentally stabbed to death by the holy sword thrown by the hero who fell down? It feels like a picture. While complaining in his heart, Sheen sent Roxy back to the palace. As for himself, he could only ignore Roxy's dissatisfaction and go home alone. There is no way. Numerology, this sudden second unique skill. Sheen must study it carefully. Therefore, Sheen returned to Bostut's house without stopping. And after saying hello to everyone in the family, he went into his room. Numerology. Unique skills. When using, you can compile the current skills. When using, you need to consume the corresponding skill points as a cost. When used, it can only play a certain role on conventional skills. When used, it can be increased or reduced depending on the content of the compilation. Permanently effective and cannot be cancelled in any way. In the room, Sheen sat on his bed and began to study his newly acquired unique skills. Looking at the effect of this unique skill, Sheen thought for a while, and then checked all his skills. After some exploration, Sheen understood a little. This unique skill is obviously the power used on other skills. Sheen made some discoveries. First of all, this unique skill called numerology is different from Tion and is an active skill. The effects of Tion are all passive, mainly used for upgrading, learning and growth. When Sheen upgrades or needs to learn and improve skills, its effects will be shown. Numerology is different, and Sheen needs to use it according to his own will. When Sheen used numerology, he found that he could actually edit his skills to a certain extent. What kind of editing? In all aspects. For example, Sheen can tamper with his skills to make them more powerful, or add some effects that were not originally there. For example, the skill Teleport originally had the effect of teleporting when attacked. When Sheen used numerology to tamper with it, he could actually change its effect to a state that it could be activated anytime and anywhere. What does this mean? It means that once the modification is successful, Sheen will immediately have the ability to teleport at will, and have the same mobility as Leisha's space transfer. This made Sheen a little excited. However, there is no free lunch in the world. Use numerology to compile teleport. The purpose of the compilation is to tamper with the effect. The compilation content can be implemented, and the skill points consumed are 100. The appearance of such a message told Sheen that using numerology to compile skills is not without cost. It needs to consume corresponding skill points according to the content of the compilation. And the more excessive the compilation, the greater the consumption. Just changing the effect of teleport from being activated when attacked to being activated anytime and anywhere requires 100 skill points. If it is changed to being able to reach any corner of the world at will, the skill points consumed are high enough to scare people to death. Therefore, people who do not have enough skill points cannot afford such a unique skill. I can't afford it either. Sheen was speechless. What are skill points? That is something that can only be obtained when upgrading. And the number obtained is completely random, with only 1 point at the lowest and only 100 points at the highest. How can others afford to use such a thing to upgrade their skills? If it were someone else, I'm afraid that even if they got this unique skill, they wouldn't be able to bring out its true foulness. Right? Sheen was lucky. Thanks to the unique skill Tion, he could get up to 100 skill points every time he upgraded. When upgrading skills, No matter what skill he upgraded. It only took one skill point to upgrade one level. Now he has trained dozens of skills, but only consumed hundreds of skill points. At present, there are thousands of skill points, which is amazing. So he can also play with the unique skill numerology. However, in addition to the cost of skill points, there are other restrictions on using the unique skill numerology. For example, it can only work on regular skills, and cannot be compiled for unique skills and special skills. For example, it is only useful for skills that Xian has, and cannot create skills out of thin air. For another example, it also has its limits on the compilation of a skill. If it is changed too much, it will become invalid on the spot. In addition, it will also increase or decrease the content of the compiled skill. If the effect of a skill is changed too exaggeratedly, such as increasing the damage reduction of the resistance skill to 100% complete resistance, it cannot do it. It will only increase the damage it can reduce to the theoretical limit based on the potential of the skill, which may be 80% or 90%, but definitely not 100%. In this way, this unique skill is still difficult to play. Xian is somewhat regretful. Chapter 474. What happened? As the saying goes, cheating is fun for a while, but cheating all the time is fun forever. Although Xian was not very satisfied with the fact that his cheats were getting bigger and bigger, when it really came to this point, he could only say that it was really good. If numerology could be more powerful and let him directly change an invincible skill, the kind that could kill even the supreme god like a chicken and a dog, then he would definitely do it without hesitation while trembling. Now numerology has a lot of restrictions. Xian seems to be calm on the surface, but in fact he is very regretful. That being said, this unique skill is still quite foul. Apart from other things, just being able to change the effect of teleport to be able to be activated anytime and anywhere is worth the price. 100 skill points can be exchanged for a teleportation skill. Xian will only feel that it is worth the money. But numerology seems to be able to do more than just change existing skills. Xian made another attempt. Use numerology to compile teleport and close range evasion, the purpose of which is to merge skills, the content of which can be implemented, and the cost of skill points, 10. Yes, numerology can not only tamper with existing skills, but also merge different skills. Once the skills are merged, the new skills born from them will combine the effects of the original two skills, either becoming stronger or merging new effects, which is worth looking forward to. Moreover, there is another great benefit to merging existing skills. This benefit is that the level of the new skills born after fusion will be reduced to the initial level 1. In other words, as long as the skills are merged, the new skills born will not only retain the strength of the original two skills, but also continue to upgrade and become more powerful. The premise is that the compatibility of the two merged skills cannot be too bad. Otherwise, not only will the strength of the original skills not be retained, but the effect may also be reduced, or even not be merged at all. The skill points required for fusion will change according to the number of skills to be fused, their compatibility, difficulty, etc. For skills with good compatibility, fewer skill points will be required for fusion. For skills with poor compatibility, more skill points will be required for fusion. Xian figured out the various ways to use numerology, understood its limitations, conditions, costs, etc., and finally made a summary. This unique skill is very useful to me. That's it. Firstly, Xian has a lot of skill points. As long as he doesn't mess around, it is enough to support the consumption of numerology. Secondly, Xian, who has the unique skill Tian, is very easy to learn various skills. So far, he has learned a lot of skills, and they are quite messy. If he can use numerology to organize and improve them, it will be very scary for his strength. So, what should I do next? Xian has already made some plans. There is no doubt that my two unique skills are the core. Use Tian to continuously learn new skills, and then use numerology to continuously organize, integrate, and tamper with the skills obtained to make the skills more powerful or more perfect. In this case, I have to find a way to learn various skills. Xian has already figured out what to do. I have to ask Luoxi to help me, and let her use her connections and relationships to help me find a bunch of masters. This is what Xian has always wanted to do. Xian has always felt that he has the ability of Tian to quickly learn various skills. If he just goes with the flow and doesn't know when he can learn skills based on his own actions, it will be too time-consuming. Like now, Xian basically has no new skills to learn. because he has already done some actions to the end. And in the absence of a clue, he doesn't know what kind of action to take to learn new skills. Therefore, Sheen has been looking for an opportunity to consult some masters and let them teach him useful skills. With the guidance of a master, he will know what actions to take to acquire skills, rather than just going with the flow. Now, with the unique skill of numerology, Sheen's idea has become even stronger. Learn all the skills that can be learned, and then organize and plan them in a unified way. At that time, will you still be afraid that you can't learn a set of magical skills? Thinking of this, Sheen can't help but be a little excited. Although Sheen had never thought of awakening the second unique skill before, and even didn't expect it at all, so that he was even caught off guard. Its arrival is undoubtedly a good thing for Sheen. Although the second unique skill is still a growth type, not a combat type, and can't improve Sheen's strength in battle. But if this unique skill is used well, it can create a batch of magical skills that are not inferior to any unique skills. Sheen could imagine how amazing the improvement in strength would be when his skill bar was formed. The only thing he had to worry about was whether he had enough skill points. If he had enough skill points, he could create any magical skills. If he didn't have enough skill points, he would just be dreaming. It seemed that he had to plan carefully. Sheen couldn't sit still. So, Sheen jumped up and ran out of his room. You want me to help you find a group of masters who can teach you skills? Luoshi looked at Sheen, who suddenly ran to her in a hurry, and was stunned by what he suddenly proposed. That's right. Sheen nodded repeatedly and said, this will help me improve my strength. In one sentence, Luoshi knew that she couldn't refuse this request, even though she didn't know what was going on, since Sheen had said so. For him, Roxy had to do her best. What kind of master do you need? Roxy asked Sheen. Sheen answered without any hesitation. Any. Sheen said, as long as it is someone who has skills that I haven't learned. It's fine. Sheen decided to learn all the skills that he could possibly learn. In this way, the benefit to himself would be the greatest. For this reason, Sheen not only found Roxy, but also AI and Anima. Let me help you find a group of people who can teach you the skills that are exclusive to the demons. AI received this request from Sheen and frowned. You need a group of people who can teach you the skills that are exclusive to the gods? Anima was also surprised by this. Neither of them knew why Sheen suddenly came to them and made such a request. Sheen didn't say much. Just help me. I'm useful. Sheen just said this to the two of them with a serious face. Ai and Anima were puzzled by this, but because of Sheen's serious expression, they finally agreed. Although they didn't know why Sheen, a human, wanted to learn the special skills that only the demons and gods could learn, and how to learn them. Sheen seemed to have his own ideas, and this matter was not difficult for the two of them. As the top of the demons and gods, they only needed to say a word and there would be countless responses. For them, this matter was just a piece of cake. In addition to the friendship between them and Sheen, the two had no reason to refuse. So, with the order of Ai and Anima, both the demons and the gods began to act. Because of the son-in-law selection conference, many dignitaries gathered in the capital. These dignitaries came from various countries in the human world, and they could be called the pillars of various countries and races of the human race. After the engagement party of Sheen and Luoshi, these dignitaries returned home in defeat and were ready to leave the capital. Under such circumstances, the capital has recently seen luxurious carriages and knights appearing from the city gates in all directions, and then leaving in a mighty manner, making the capital, which has been noisy and bustling recently, gradually return to its original calm. However, under this calm, many people keenly noticed that a new undercurrent had emerged. It was because, among the dignitaries who left the capital one after another, for some reason, a group of people appeared again in the recent period of time. Some of them are famous masters and respected masters in the kingdom. Some of them are the vanguards of the demon clan, all of whom are brave and good at fighting. They also have goddesses that were rarely seen in the past. Like the collective arrival of gods, they all appeared in the temple and in the capital. Finally, all these people have a common destination. That is the Bastuta family. The nobles of the capital and many people with intentions have noticed this phenomenon. What is this time? The masters and famous figures of the three tribes of gods, humans and demons, gathered at the Bastuta family. Those guys who used to look down on us nobles, who only know how to make friends and socialize. Did they also come to build a good relationship with Count Bastutu? I always feel that something is happening that we don't know. All the nobles and people with intentions are puzzled and uneasy about this. Puzzle comes from confusion and doubt. Uneasy is that they don't know what kind of trick Xian is going to make this time. They don't want to become the second Lizica family. So, send someone to inquire about the news. It would be best to bribe the maids and servants of the Bostad family and get information from them. Set up spies around the Bostad family and monitor them at any time. Once there is any intelligence, come back and inform the family immediately. All of a sudden, all the nobles in the capital issued such orders. The Bostad family once again became the focus of the capital, in exchange for a lot of peeping and secret movements. Not only these nobles, but also the royal family are paying attention to all this. What is this Xian going to do? Anqi came to ask Luoshi more than once. Isn't your fiancé too restless? Luoshi? Leah also complained to Luoshi again and again. Even Vivian, Melika, and Lumia were very puzzled by what Xian did, and looked at each other more than once. What on earth does he want to do? I don't know. I always feel a little scared. Vivian, Melika, and Lumia were surprised, puzzled, and timid. As for Roxy, AI, and Anima, they were even more confused. They knew what Sean was going to do. But he found so many people to learn skills at once. Could he learn them? And there are skills that only demons can learn and use. How is he going to learn them? This hero always seems to like to do something unexpected. Roxy, AI, and Anima were all thinking in their hearts. There must be some conspiracy. Lita's hummed like this, as if she couldn't stand Sean doing some mysterious things. Only Najula, who had been following Sean, was completely shocked. At the beginning, Najula didn't know what Sean's actions were for. But when she witnessed the miracles that Sean created time and time again, she was stunned and dumbfounded. Najura was stunned and murmured, "Is this still a person?" The goddess who was praised as the most perfect, the most flawless, and the most popular was frightened like this. As a result, not long after, this undercurrent was completely detonated. The reason was very simple. Originally, these experts from various tribes who were ordered to come came with pride and honor to carry out the instructions of Luoshi, Aie and Anima. But not long after, these people ran out of Bostad's house in tears. "I can't do anything. Your Highness Luoshi, your fiancé is really terrible. I have nothing to teach him. Please ask someone else." A group of masters from all over the kingdom rushed to the palace and said to Luoshi in tears. "Huh?" Luoshi looked confused. It was similar on Aie's side. What's wrong with that human? Too scary. He's not a human. It's obviously a skill that only demons can learn and use. Why did he learn it so quickly? Compared with him, we are just trash. Woohoo. It's too depressing. I want to go back to the demon world. The human world is too scary. A group of demon masters, who were originally very arrogant, collapsed one after another, kneeling down to Aie and begging her to let them go back. Huh? Aie was stunned and motionless. The only one left was Anima. Her style was completely different from the other two sides. I saw that all the goddesses gathered around Anima, and even gathered around Lita's, chattering. This is definitely a great discovery. Oh my god! It turns out that there are such evil geniuses among humans? Lady Lita's, please bless that human quickly. That human is definitely a genius who can rival Her Highness Roxy, and even surpass Her Highness Roxy and all the heroes of the past. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. The incredible cries of a group of mandarin ducks and swallows resounded throughout the temple, leaving Anima and Lita stunned. On this day, many people couldn't help but shout to the sky. What happened? Chapter 475 Destiny. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. In this half month, the capital has been very lively again, although the dignitaries of various countries have left. Under the call of Luoshi, Aie and Anima, famous figures from all over the world came one by one and left one by one, gradually causing some disturbances in the capital. Slowly, many people knew that the purpose of these people coming to the capital was to teach the popular Count Bastuta the skills they knew. However, they came and left in a hurry, which puzzled many people. However, Xian ignored the various noises from the outside world and stayed at home all the time, accepting the teachings of various masters from all over the world, and learned a variety of skills at a speed that continued to scare others away. Of course, Xian did not accept all who came. There were some skills that he did not need, so he naturally would not learn them. For example, even if he learned magic skills, without spells, Xian couldn't use magic. He didn't want to study hard in a sea of books like before, so he rejected all magic skills. There are also some skills that overlap. Or there are more advanced upper-level skills. Xian will not learn them either, because it is just a waste of skill points. Therefore, every time Xian learns a skill, he will pick and choose it, and only learn it when he is sure that it is useful to him. Unfortunately, there are also some skills that Xian cannot meet the learning conditions. Even if Xian is interested in the skill, he can't do anything. For example, skills like Heroic Guardian can only be learned by the children of a family who have sacrificed their lives for the family. Xian can't learn this skill no matter what. Even if Tian's grace reduces the difficulty of learning, the difficulty is the difficulty, and the conditions are the conditions. If even the learning conditions cannot be met, how can it be easy to learn? For skills like this, Xian can only regretfully give up learning. However, even so, the skills that Xian learned every day were huge, causing his skill bar to accumulate at an astonishing speed. These skills were eventually merged by Xian. Although Xian's numerology can also tamper with the effects of skills, Xian found that after merging some skills, they can also achieve the same results as tampering, and only require a few skill points. Take the previous teleport as an example. It takes 100 skill points to tamper with it so that it can be teleported anytime and anywhere. But when Xian merged teleport and avoidance, the effect of the fusion was exactly the same as the former. The skill points required for fusion are only 10, and after the two skills are merged, the original strength will be retained, but the skill level will be reduced to 1 level. When Xian upgrades the newly born skill to level 10 again, the effect of this skill will undoubtedly become more powerful. In this way, Xian naturally prefers to use numerology to fuse different skills, making the skill stronger and more potential. This can also save skill points. So why not do it? In addition, it is unknown what kind of effect will be produced by combining different skills. Xian gradually found a lot of fun in constant attempts. Whenever a powerful skill is born, he will dance with joy. Whenever the skill fusion fails, or the effect decreases instead of increasing due to the relationship between the fusion and the affinity, he will feel frustrated. Fortunately, using numerology to compile skills can not only tamper with skill effects and fuse different skills, but also resplit the already fused skills and retrieve the consumed skill points. Otherwise, some failed attempts will only cause Xian to suffer heavy losses. On the other hand, skill tampering cannot be cancelled after tampering with the skill effect, and the consumed skill points can be retrieved. In view of this, Xian prefers to fuse skills rather than tampering with skills, which is a normal thing. During this half-month, Xian spent his time constantly learning skills and trying to integrate skills. Sometimes, he would forget some of the skills he had learned for the sake of skill points and constantly adjust his skill bar. Then, half a month later, no one finally entered Boztut's house to teach Xian skills. This only means one thing. That is, Xian learned all the skills he should learn and the skills he could learn. Is it finally over? In the palace, Luo Shi breathed a sigh of relief and murmured as she set away the last master who was shaky because of the blow. It's finally over. And I also set away a tearful demon, rubbing her temple, looking exhausted. Now, how is the hero? Anima watched a group of goddesses return to the divine world in amazement, talking to herself. Litas was silent for the first time, looking in the direction of the Boztut family, as if she could sense something. Lady Lilith? In a room in the Boztut family's mansion, Laxia called Lilith softly. Lilith was also silent, leaning on the window, looking at the figure outside, her eyes flickering slightly. Vivian, Melika and Lumia were doing the same thing as Lilith. Mr. Xian? He? Melika and Lumia were both looking at the figure outside from the window of their room, and seemed to hold their breath. He seemed to be different. Vivian also cast her eyes on the garden, and her face gradually changed. Roar! Above the Bastuta family's house, Yulin roared as if he was celebrating or excited about something. Huh? In the dark place where no one could see, Nadira also slowly exhaled, looked at the man at the closest distance, and finally muttered, "Perhaps I witnessed the birth of a brave man who was superior to Mitra." No one could hear this sentence, including Xian standing in the garden. The same is true. At this time, Xian was closing his eyes, and a burst of light on his body gradually dimmed. In his mind, a series of messages kept emerging. Trial skill number 1 has successfully integrated various weapon skills, combat skills, and some auxiliary skills. Please name the new skill. Trial skill number 2 has successfully integrated various resistance skills, defense skills, and some auxiliary skills. Please name the new skill. Trial skill number 3 has successfully integrated various speed skills, dodge skills, and some auxiliary skills. Please name the new skill. Prototype skill number 4 has successfully integrated various magic amplification skills, and some auxiliary skills. Please name the new skill. Prototype skill number 5 has successfully integrated various perception skills, and some auxiliary skills. Please name the new skill. Prototype skill number 6 has successfully integrated various concealment, assassination, and some auxiliary skills. Please name the new skill. Prototype skill number 7 has successfully integrated all strength amplification skills. Please name the new skill. Messages like this kept appearing in Sheen's mind. Sheen finally gathered the strengths of all skills and successfully integrated 7 skills after half a month of learning and trying. So, Sheen named these 7 skills without any hesitation. Named prototype skill number 1 Y Tua Tianming. Named prototype skill number 2 Li Tua Tianming. Named prototype skill number 3 Y Jian Tianming. Named prototype skill number 4 Li Jian Tianming. Name the prototype skill number 5 Outer Awareness Destiny. Name the prototype skill number 6 Inner Awareness Destiny. Name the prototype skill number 7 Reincarnation Destiny. Following Sheen's decision, the skill bar in Sheen's mind, which was originally filled, suddenly expanded, showing all the skills Sheen had at the moment. Outer Awareness Destiny. Active skill. When holding a weapon, depending on the power and rarity of the weapon, the performance of the weapon held will be increased by 3 to 10 times, and perfect skills will be obtained. When in the unarmed state, depending on the current physical condition, the body will gain a 3 to 10 times increase in strength, and perfect skills will be obtained. When fighting, you can put aside all distractions and instantly adjust your spirit, energy, and spirit to a perfect state. In any case, apply defense breaking, magic breaking, and destruction effects. Special fusion. Unique. Cannot be copied. Cannot be taught. And cannot be learned. Li Tua Tianming. Permanent skills. When attacked, when the damage is within the skill tolerance range, it can be completely offset. The higher the skill level, the stronger the tolerance. When attacked, when the damage is outside the skill tolerance range, the tolerance can be gradually increased with the number of attacks. When attacked by a fatal attack, by consuming magic power, you can forcibly maintain your life. When you fall into an injured state, you can quickly recover from your injuries by consuming magic power. Special fusion. Unique. Cannot be copied. Cannot be taught. And cannot be learned. Y Jian Tianming. Active skills. Ignore space restrictions within a certain range and move instantly freely. Ignore terrain restrictions within a certain range and increase speed freely. Ignore environmental restrictions within a certain range and change positions freely. The higher the level, the wider the range. Special fusion. Unique. Cannot be copied. Cannot be taught. And cannot be learned. Satomi Destiny. Permanent skills. Greatly improve the magic power. Greatly improve the magic power. Greatly improve the magic control. Greatly improve the magic recovery speed. Special fusion. Unique. Cannot be copied. Cannot be taught. And cannot be learned. External destiny. Active skills. Perceive danger. Hostility. Magic. Traps. Curses. Evil and negative forces. Identify life. Weapons. Props and magic items. Improve vision. Smell. Hearing. Taste. Touch and intuition. See through obstacles. Obstructions. Shielding. Concealment and targeted concealment. Special fusion. Unique. Cannot be copied. Cannot be taught. And cannot be learned. Li Ju Tianming. Permanent skill. When hiding, lurking, ambushing, etc. The smell, breathing sound, footsteps and even the sense of existence are eliminated to a certain extent, which can be effective for the surrounding environment and other individuals around. When hiding, lurking, ambushing, etc. The attack power is greatly improved. When hiding, lurking, ambushing, etc. The attack accuracy is greatly improved. When hiding, lurking, ambushing, etc. Automatically avoid magic property detection. Special fusion. Unique. Cannot be copied. Cannot be taught. And cannot be learned. Reincarnation Destiny. Special skill. When this skill is used, it will increase the user's power depending on the conditions. The degree of power increase depends on the magic power consumed. The maximum increase is 10 times. When in danger, this skill will be automatically activated. special fusion, unique, cannot be copied, cannot be taught, and cannot be learned. The 7 major skills fully present their effects in Sheen's mind. The 3 active skills are named external skills. The 3 permanent skills are named internal skills. Heaven is taken from heaven's grace. Life is taken from numerology. As for the rest of the words, they are only taken for distinction. In addition, the special skill Reincarnation Destiny, which is headed by Extreme Transformation and integrates many amplification and enhancement skills, was accidentally born. The 7 major destiny skills are the result of Sheen's half a month. Shein merged all the skills he had learned in the past half month into these 7 skills, and squandered all his skill points. The only skills left that were not merged were the 2 magic skills Magic Give and Magic Celestial. In other words, Shein now only has 7 destiny skills and 2 magic skills in addition to the 3 major skills Heavenly Grace, Nature, and Blessing of the Supreme God. A total of 12 skills make up Shein's current strength. Shein didn't know what his current strength was. He only knew that after half a month of hard work, he could easily beat himself half a month ago. Shein glanced at his level. LV.77. Seeing this level, Shein smiled. Perhaps, in the eyes of those legendary powerhouses above level 90, his current level is still very low. However, she knew very well that in this world, anyone above level 70 could become a powerful person, enough to become the leader of any night group. In other words, Sheen's level had finally reached the point where he could be called a powerful person. This was the final result of the improvement in the past half month. In this case, I have to find someone to practice with me. Sheen made such a statement. Around him, an astonishing magical aura flashed by. In the capital, countless people were startled at this moment. Chapter 476. My opponent has appeared. What is this magic power? At this moment, in the capital, the strongmen raised their heads one after another and looked in the direction of the Basta family. These people were either above level 80, or possessed extremely powerful unique skills or sharp combat intuition. So they all noticed this amazing magic power. However, although this magic power was amazing, it was too restrained and obscure. If it were not for the existence of considerable strength, it would not be detected at all. In this case, the strongmen understood it on the spot. This is a provocation. Yes, this is a provocation. The owner of the magic power was provoking the strong men in the capital, as if to express his own recklessness and magnificent fighting spirit. Especially Sheen's acquaintances. They easily identified who the owner of this magic power was. What does he want to do? Luo, she stood up, with a headache on her face. Really? Anima also smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. Arrogant! Lita snorted coldly, as if she was very disdainful of this. But there were also many people who narrowed their eyes, suddenly set off, and went to the direction of Bastat's house without hesitation. In the bustling capital, an unknown storm is gradually unfolding. Noble District. After half a month, the western district of the capital, which was originally razed to the ground by the Aurora meteor shower, has now rebuilt a magnificent building. Because this world has magic and magic props to assist, it takes a short time to build a luxurious mansion. There are even some palace builders in the palace. Some of them have mastered land magic. Some have related construction skills. And some even have unique skills in this area. They can carry out construction work very efficiently, which provides great help for the construction of the kingdom. If they take action, a noble district can be completely rebuilt in less than 10 days. This may also be because the kingdom did not blame Heen for razing the noble district to the ground. Not only because Heen has a strong background, but also because if there are no casualties, it is not a big crime to destroy some buildings. After the noble district was razed to the ground, the palace took on the reconstruction work and sent out all the palace builders. Therefore, half a month later, the noble district has been rebuilt. Not only is there no previous mess and desolation, but it is also more luxurious than the noble district in the past. However, whether it is intentional or unintentional, the area around Bastuta's house, which is located in the center of the noble district, seems to have become much more spacious. As if to show their fear of the Bastat family, the nobles who originally lived around the Bastat family all chose to rebuild their mansions farther away, resulting in a large square around the Bastat family. This square was eventually divided into the Bastat family, and was regarded as part of the Bastat family's territory. In other words, the area occupied by the Sheen family became larger than before. At this time, Sheen came out of the gate of his house, and came to this square. There are really a lot of people here. Looking around, Sheen easily found a very obscure breath. Under the effect of external awareness, Sheen not only has the perception of danger, hostility, magic, traps, curses, evil and negative forces, but also the 5 senses of vision, smell, hearing, taste, touch and intuition, and even the 6th sense have become unprecedentedly powerful. In addition, he can see through obstacles, obstructions, shielding, concealment and targeted cover-ups, unless there is a breakthrough in the power of the limit level to hinder himself. Otherwise, all illusions cannot affect Xian's perception. Now Xian can clearly see that many strong people have come around this square, but they did not choose to show up, as if they didn't know what Xian was thinking. So they planned to observe in secret. Really timid, Xian silently complained. Little did they know that in the hearts of those strong people around them, they were extremely shocked, because, at this moment, Xian seemed to be the same as before. But the amazing and obscure magic power was climbing higher and higher, growing stronger and stronger, with a sense of oppression before a volcanic eruption. They couldn't imagine how terrifying the scene would be once Xian released this magic power and let it erupt. Originally, Xian's magic power was very strong, not inferior to Luo Shi, who shocked the god realm at birth. Now, Xian's magic power has undoubtedly become more terrifying and more powerful. And it is incomparable with the past. What's going on? Why did he suddenly become so terrifying? Was he that strong before? Did he hold back last time? Or has he made great progress in the past half-month? One by one, famous strongmen were moved by this. There is no way. To put it bluntly, Xian's magic power has at least skyrocketed by more than 100 times. By combining all the magic amplification skills into one, and obtaining the highest level amplification skill like Satomi Destiny, Xian's magic power has not only been greatly improved, but also because the level has been raised to 77. The magic power has made great progress, and it seems natural that it will become as terrifying as it is now. The birth of the 7 destiny skills has pushed Xian's power to another peak. In view of this, Xian urgently wanted an opponent to verify his strength at this moment. Thinking of this, Xian's fighting spirit and will to fight continued to rise, causing the magic power on his body to become more and more terrifying, but also more and more obscure. This made many strong men feel suffocated, and many strong men suddenly felt nothing, and trembled for this. It is possible to make such a high magic power become more and more obscure? How strong is his magic control? Many strong men were shocked. Not feeling it does not mean that the opponent has become weaker, but that the opponent's level has risen to a height that they cannot reach. This hit the self-esteem of many strong men, and also made many strong men have the urge to escape. And such people are naturally not qualified to be Xian's opponents. Thanks to this, more and more strong men appeared here, but none of them dared to show up. They only held their breath and stared at Xian with a tingling scalp. Gradually, even the tops of the buildings around the square appeared one after another, looking at Xian, wondering what they were thinking. What is he going to do? Havis appeared on the top of a building at some point, whispering in fear. Beside him, Rocket stared at Xian's figure, and was actually a little eager to move, with fighting spirit in his eyes. The same scene also happened on the tops of other buildings. Good guy. Is the strength improving so fast? Jacinta narrowed his eyes, and a hint of hostility and a hint of war flashed in his eyes. Behind Jacinta, Jace and Liz looked at Xian, as if they could feel the terrifying magic power. Their expressions kept changing, and they were still a little afraid and unwilling. This Count Boztut, who came out to scare people every now and then. What exactly was he planning to do? Anchi actually came too, standing on the top of a building, with a sad face. Aridia stood by Anchi's side, expressionless as always, but her eyes were fixed on Xian from beginning to end, without a moment of relaxation. Of course, Leah and Sanai also came. Is there really a terrifying magic power appearing on Xian? Leah seemed to have found nothing, and turned to Sanai beside her with a puzzled and confused look. Yes, Your Highness Leah. Sanai nodded heavily, looking at Xian with fear that she had never seen before, and said tremblingly, that magic power is really terrible. I am afraid that even Her Highness Luo Shi is no match for it. Sanai's level is not high, but her talent is not weak, so she can barely feel the increasingly obscure and amazing magic power on Xian, which makes her very frightened. Finally, even Pope Yule showed up with some powerful people from the temple. Could this be what he gained in the inner hall? A gleam of light appeared in Yule's amiable eyes, making this person who used to be like a kind old grandfather faintly show the aura comparable to that of Aridia, Rocket, Jacinta and others. Obviously, the Pope of this temple is also a terrible strongman. At least a legendary level above level 90. Like this, many strong men from the capitals came one after another, but none of them chose to show up. Even though the fighting spirit in many people's eyes has been aroused, they have suppressed their desire to move before they figured out Sheen's intentions. Roar! Yulin appeared in the air, circling and roaring constantly, as if arguing about something. Do you still want to fight with me? Sheen raised his head and looked at Yulin in the air, and laughed and scolded unhappily, saying, forget it. You violent mother dragon. I'm afraid you will burn the entire capital. After all, it was obvious that this dragon would not hold back its power. Roar! Yulin seemed very unwilling and unconvinced, and kept roaring. Be honest, girl. Sheen had no choice but to wave his hand and let Yulin come down, put one hand on its head, and inject his own magic power into it. Roar! Yulin made an extremely excited and comfortable cry. The magic power injected into its body was not only much more powerful and rich than before, but also transformed by Sheen into a nature more suitable for Yulin to absorb, which made Yulin's efficiency in absorbing magic power increase by many times compared with before. Sheen was also very satisfied with this. The original taming skill had been integrated into Satoshi Tensei by him, and together with skills such as magic operation, it formed an effect of Satoshi Tensei, which greatly improved the control of magic power. This so-called magic control is not only able to perfectly manipulate magic, but also to freely change the nature of magic, achieving the same effect as the taming skill. In the past, the taming skill allowed Sheen to use magic in a specific way to achieve the effect and purpose of taming monsters. The higher the level of the monsters that can be tamed, and the more rare and powerful monsters can be tamed. It is able to automatically adjust the magic according to the type of monster, so that the magic changes and becomes a way that monsters can easily absorb. After integrating taming into Satoshi Tenmengu, Sheen can complete this process by himself. With amazing magic control, he can change the nature of his own magic, not only adjusting the magic according to the type of monster, but also adjusting the nature of the magic according to the differences of each individual monster. If the previous taming is erased with a change in the nature of magic, then the current Satoshi Tenmengu is the degree to which an individual has a change in the nature of magic. The former does not consider individual differences, but only considers race, while the latter is more targeted, like the difference between mass products and special products, and is undoubtedly more powerful. Sheen has been thinking about this ability for half a month, and finally found a property that is most suitable for Yulin to absorb, making it easier for Yulin to absorb her own magic power than before. This gave Sheen a feeling. That is, if it continues like this, it won't take long for Yulin to take the last step, from level 99 to level 100, reaching the real limit level, and becoming a truly invincible monster king. By then, Yulin will transform into a human again, from a monster to a demon clan, and I'm afraid he will become the strongest person below the transcendent level, like the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons? Awesome. My dragon. Sheen couldn't help but praise. Roar! Yulin roared with high morale, and the aura on his body actually rose, with a faint sign of a breakthrough. Seeing this scene, regardless of the others, Jacinta's eyes lit up and became a little happy, and his gaze at Yulin was also a little hot. Is this bad-tempered girl going to break through to the limit level? Even Ayi, who was looking at this side through the window of the room in Boztat's house, was vaguely surprised and a little happy. Yulin didn't care about them, and the dragon head was slightly lowered, looking at Sheen, who was smiling at him, with excitement and emotion in his eyes. It knew that it could come to this point and have today, all because of Sheen. This unexpected master showed the ability to completely conquer it. Perhaps he is not as strong as the Dragon King's sister, nor as terrible as the evil god's sister. However, in Yulin's heart, this master of hers is almost invincible. Roar! Yulin roared again. The magic power in his body started to work in a strange way, which made the aura of the monster on Yulin gradually fade away, and gradually became a little bit human. Sheen did not notice the scene, because he had turned his eyes and looked in one direction, with the corners of his mouth curled up. It seems that my opponent has appeared. Chapter 477. Count it carefully. Duh. When such a clear and audible sound of landing sounded, all the people hiding in the dark were startled, just because the person who appeared in front of Sheen was beyond everyone's expectations. Aradia. Anchi turned his head suddenly and looked behind him, but he could not see the figure of the knight who had always been guarding him. Yes. The opponent who appeared in front of Sheen was Aradia. It was him. How did he go out? Could it be? Everyone was caught in an unknown commotion because of this. It turned out to be him? Rocket's face also changed. And then his eyes burned with a more intense fighting spirit. Now there is a good show to watch. Havis, Jacinta, Yule and others had such thoughts. Lord Aradia? Leah covered her mouth. And even Sinai beside her seemed to be startled. On the contrary, Sheen showed an interested expression to Aradia, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Unexpectedly, the first person to show up was you. Sheen comforted Yulin, who wanted to intimidate, and cast his eyes to the opposite side. There, Aradia stood with a sword in his arms, expressionless. Immediately, the strongest knight of the human race spoke. I said before that I am very interested in your strength. Not to mention that you seem to be different now. Aradia stared at Sheen closely, and some waves appeared in his eyes, which made him say in a deep voice, although I am a little embarrassed to his majesty, this seems to be a good opportunity. Is this also your purpose? Obviously, Aradia saw Sheen's thoughts. He knew that Sheen wanted to find an opponent to test his current strength. Aradia understood this impulse. At the beginning, when I entered the inner hall, I made a breakthrough and became a legendary. Like you, I couldn't wait to find someone to prove my strength. Aradia said, no. It should be said that all those who have entered the inner hall and gained something are like this after they come out. But they are not as unscrupulous as you, who actually release magic power directly and provoke the strong men in the entire capital. Is that so? Sheen raised his eyebrows and said leisurely, so you already know that I have entered the inner hall? This is not a secret. Aradia said lightly, isn't it? Indeed. Sheen and Luoshi visited the temple and prepared to enter the inner hall. Not only did the Holy Sword Knights know, but all the clergy of the temple knew it. In addition, Sheen's strength has suddenly improved. Anyone who knows the existence of the inner hall will think about whether he has entered the inner hall. In this case, many people will be curious about your current strength. Aradia looked straight at Sheen and said word by word, including me. Hearing this, Sheen narrowed his eyes. In fact, he was still a little surprised, although he knew that Aradia was paying some attention to him. Sheen did not expect that the first person who appeared in front of him at the moment when he urgently needed someone to verify his current strength would be Aradia. This shield of the kingdom, who has always been iron-blooded and indifferent, has abandoned his duty to protect the king and appeared on his own initiative in order to test his current strength. How could Sheen not be surprised? However, it's okay. Sheen couldn't help laughing. And he laughed very happily. The reason is nothing else. As an opponent, you are indeed qualified. As the leader of the kingdom's guard knights, a descendant of a brave man like the royal family, and a legendary warrior with a level of 98. Aradia is known as the first knight of the human race, and no one can surpass him. Even Rosie has mentioned more than once that in the kingdom, the only person she has no confidence in defeating is the leader of the guard knights. The leader of the guard knights can even overpower the demonized Tyr, and has always carried Tyr nearby, even when Sheen and Rosie were fighting with all their strength. The leader of the guard knights was able to cut off their magic swords with one sword. Such strength can be seen how amazing it is. Now Sheen can use external awareness of destiny to peek into the hot and terrifying magic power in Aradia's body, which is like magma, telling him how powerful this opponent is. To put it bluntly, in this era, except for the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons who are beyond the level, the strongest in the entire Omnipotensen is the leader of the guard knights with a level of 98. His strength was evaluated as being no less than any of the 13 heroes of the human race who had fought against the beast demons 1,000 years ago. He was the strongest of the human race today and the pillar of the kingdom. Even a legendary strongman like Rocket wanted to challenge him, which showed his strength. If such an opponent is not qualified, then what is qualified? Let me see first. Aradia drew his sword first. Let me see if you have the ability to force me to use my unique skills. The moment the voice fell, the air around him changed. It became extremely heavy. The hot and terrifying magic power in Aradia's body, like magma, was suddenly released by him. That magic power, as if it had ignited the entire world at once, caused the temperature in the air to rise rapidly. Seeing this, Sheen drew out the holy sword without any hesitation. Ding! At this moment, a huge broadsword came heavily from in front of Sheen and landed heavily on the holy sword that Sheen had drawn out, causing a deafening sound like ringing a bell. A strong wind exploded instantly. The terrible force shattered the ground under Sheen's feet. Dust exploded around Sheen. Spreading like sand, Aridia's figure appeared in front of Sheen, maintaining the posture of slashing the big sword, confronting Sheen. That scene was exactly the same as the scene when Sheen and Rosie were stopped in the fight in the palace arena. And Aridia suddenly launched a surprise attack on her. The difference is, you have become much stronger than you did at that time. Aridia stared at Sheen, who raised the holy sword to block her attack, his face unchanged, even with a hint of ease, and said such words without feeling any effort. At the beginning, Sheen took Aridia's sword, but was almost injured by Aridia and endured great pressure. This time, she'd only used one hand to take Aridia's tentative attack with ease. Sheen grinned. Speaking of which, I haven't settled the account with you yet. When such a sentence reached Aridia's ears, Aridia's pupils suddenly shrank, because a hand suddenly stretched out from behind him and pressed on his shoulder. Sheen's figure suddenly appeared behind Aridia like a ghost. It's just right. Let's settle the account at that time this time. When such words were heard by Aridia again, Aridia was already shocked, and a sense of crisis rose in her heart. Choke! Sheen's holy sword suddenly slashed down, from top to bottom, and fell on Aridia's head mercilessly. Boom! In the square in front of Boztut's house, the sound of explosions resounded. An astonishing impact gust of wind erupted there, stirring up the wind in waves, stirring up the dust, as if an explosion had occurred. Fighting! Count Bastutu and Marquis Elbian fought. All the strongmen hiding in the dark couldn't help but exclaimed. Aridia? Anchi also held his breath. His attention was attracted by the sudden outbreak of the battle, and he could no longer care about anything else. Roar! Yulin also rose into the air, watching the sudden fierce battle in the field, and roared excitedly. In this situation, in the square, in the blast, two figures suddenly rushed out like meteors chasing each other. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by a fierce sound of metal clashing, the two meteor-like figures set off a burst of swords and shadows, causing the holy sword and the great sword to collide continuously at a terrifying speed. Every collision would cause sparks to burst out. Every collision would cause a blast of air. Sheen and Aridia instantly entered a fierce battle. Like thunder and lightning, needles and wheat spikes, or even Mars hitting the earth. And in an instant, a terrifying fighting power erupted. In this fierce battle, the first person to gain the upper hand was Sheen. Swish, swish, swish. Sheen's figure was not only as fast as a meteor, but also as erratic as a phantom. He appeared on the left side of Aridia, then on the right side of Aridia, then in front of her, then behind her, leaving countless afterimages, like a legion, attacking Aridia. Can teleport? Aridia's face changed when she saw this scene. Teleportation is a very advanced ability, which basically only appears in space magic users. It is almost impossible for a warrior who has not learned space magic to master this ability. Aridia had heard that some legendary warriors had acquired some skills in this area by chance, but those skills usually had some degree of limitation. They could only be triggered by being attacked, could only be used for dodging, or could only be used under certain conditions. He had never heard of any warrior who could move instantly at will like this. This was an ability that was directly connected to space, which was difficult for even the masters of the gods and demons to reach. And Sheen seemed to have mastered this ability that could be called a divine skill. No, it was not just this kind of divine skill. At this moment, the sword skills that Sheen displayed were also divine skills. Swish! Sheen suddenly appeared in front of Aridia, and the holy sword in his hand was like an arc of light under the moonlight, slashing out countless sword shadows in an instant. The slash was sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes heavy, sometimes light, sometimes ordinary, and sometimes hidden with murderous intent, as if the slash itself had spirituality, causing Aridia to misjudge the timing and strength of the response several times. Such a miraculous sword skill, coupled with the ability to teleport, made Aridia fall at a disadvantage in an instant. If it weren't for the high level, strong strength, and sufficient practical experience, Aridia was sure that she would have been chopped down by the terrible slash, and would not have had the strength to fight back. So you are so strong. Aridia knew that she couldn't hold back any longer, and chose to burst out her magic power without hesitation to gather the magic sword. However, at the same time, among the countless sword shadows, one suddenly cut through the air, like a deadly poisonous scorpion tail sting, and hit Aridia's great sword that was gathering the magic sword. Bang! Aridia's magic sword that was gathering dissipated instantly, and the magic power was defeated. What? Aridia couldn't believe her eyes. At this time, Sheen's voice came. There was nothing to be surprised about. Sheen said, if you want to use the magic sword, the most basic condition is to gather enough magic power on the weapon to form a magic blade. In this case, as long as you have enough vision, agility, high-level sword skills, and strong magic control, you can use your own magic to break up the opponent's magic sword before it forms, through the collision of weapons, so that it cannot be successfully condensed. This is the ability that Sheen has now. Wei Tua Tianming gives him unparalleled perfect combat skills, and all kinds of weapon skills have reached the realm of God. The perception ability and sensory enhancement brought by Wei Ju Tianming also satisfy Sheen's supreme vision in fierce battles. Wei Jian Tianming gives Sheen the ability to teleport instantly, with enough agility and speed, coupled with the unparalleled magic control brought by Sato Jian Tianming. Sheen finally completed this amazing move. I have indeed become different from before. Sheen's voice became half-smile. If you are careless, you will suffer. Right? Captain Aridia. While he was talking, Sheen had already flashed above Aridia's head, swooped down like a thunderbolt, raised the holy sword in his hand, and chopped down Aridia's head with a sonic boom. Clang! In a hurry, Aridia only had time to raise the broadsword in his hand to block above his head, and then with a loud knock, he was blown away by a terrifying force and smashed to the ground. Reciprocity. This is to return it to you before. Sheen's voice sounded again. Bang! Aridia's figure smashed into the ground, stirring up a burst of dust and impact, and was buried by the rubble raised by the shattered ground. Aridia. Anchi couldn't help but exclaimed. How could it be? Leah also exclaimed in surprise. Captain. This time, it was Sanai who covered her mouth. As for those strong men hiding in the dark, they all took a deep breath. That Aridia was actually solved like this? How could this be possible? Chapter 478 Volta. Everyone present knew that Sheen was very strong. If he wasn't strong, could he defeat the Slayer faction alone? If he wasn't strong, could he destroy nearly half of the kingdom's knights alone? If he wasn't strong, could he tame Atrus's black dragon? If he wasn't strong, could he make the Luzica family hit a wall and raise the entire noble district to the ground? Even the Imperial Prince Havis, a descendant of an Orthodox hero, lost to Sheen, which has long proved Sheen's strength. However, even so, no one could have thought that Sheen could fight against Aridia. That was the strongest of the human race, the first knight of the kingdom, known as the strongest leader of the guards knights below the transcendent level. He was a symbol of invincibility in the kingdom. Such a Aridia even made the legendary masters of all races and walks of life have to be wary. Who could have thought that he would lose to a young noble who was born as an adventurer? No one would have thought. Therefore, seeing Aridia being chopped off by Sheen's sword, crashing into the ground, and his body being buried by rubble and completely missing, everyone, including Anchi, Leah and Shanai, was shocked. Even legendary masters such as Jacinta, Rocket and Yule became solemn, and the look they gave Sheen was completely different from before, because they knew that this was a person who could threaten him, even if he was too young, let alone 30 years old, even just over 20 years old. No one was willing to believe that such a young person could threaten him, and the facts in front of them were more eloquent than words. How did he suddenly become so strong? Havis was also full of shock. Although Harvey had fought with Sheen before and knew how powerful Sheen was, Sheen's strength at that time did not shock him too much. Harvey had not even used his unique skills, but he admitted defeat in front of Sheen, rather than admitting that he was not as skilled as him. It was better to say that he was deliberately selling Sheen's favor and face for his own purpose. Of course, Harvey did not think that he could definitely win Sheen if he used all his strength. After all, Sheen was still very strong. He was able to destroy nearly half of the kingdom's knights alone. And he also conquered the old demon faction like the Slayer faction, which had already proved his strength. But Harvey had also heard that Sheen's unique skill was the ability to adjust his own level and skills under certain conditions, not a combat skill like his. Therefore, if he really used all his strength, even if he could not win, Harvey did not think that he would easily lose to Sheen. Therefore, before this, although Harvey's valued and respected Sheen, he only lowered his posture and did not humble himself too much. But now, the strength shown by Sheen really shocked Harvey's. That terrifying teleportation ability and dazzling divine sword skills. Even Aridia was completely at a disadvantage, and was finally chopped away by a sword. If it were Havis himself, he would not have the confidence to take it. No, let alone take it. He couldn't even hold on for a while. I'm afraid that with the strength that Sheen showed now, it is still unknown whether he can hold on for 10 seconds. Havis was dumbfounded and shocked. The girls who had been in Bostut's house were also dumbfounded and shocked. Mr. Zixian actually beat Captain Aradia away? Lumia couldn't believe her eyes. So powerful. Melika's eyes also lit up. He became so strong. Even Vivian felt a little dazed. Originally, these girls were very overwhelmed by the fact that Sheen suddenly fought with Aradia. But now, seeing that Sheen actually had the upper hand, the girls were both incredulous and surprised. Only I looked at Sheen steadily and murmured. The performance was good, but it was not so easy to defeat the knight. Only I could find out. Right? No. Sheen also found out. With the perception of external awareness of destiny, Sheen clearly saw that Aridia's magic power not only did not weaken, but became more powerful. Come out. Sheen looked directly at the broken pit in front of him and spoke calmly. If this level can do anything to you, there must be a ghost. So don't pretend. Captain. Sheen's words made the pit in front of him, which was still falling with rubble, tremble suddenly. Bang! The next second, in the pit, a burst of amazing magic power burst out, blasting away countless rubble, and a figure slowly walked out of it. Seeing this, everyone present was shocked. It was because, except for a little dust on his body, Aradia walked out of the pit without any injuries. A strong blow. Aradia held a broadsword with one hand. His muscles bulged and veins emerged. But his face was still expressionless, making him feel a suffocating pressure. That pressure told everyone present one thing. That is, Aradia was serious. It seems that I can't do anything to you today without showing some strength. Aradia spoke very calmly. I haven't used this move for a long time, and I may not be able to stop it. You should be careful. Saying this, Aradia suddenly crushed the ground under his feet and rushed towards Sheen. The speed was so fast that the sound of sonic boom sounded and brought gusts of wind. However, facing this scene, Sheen frowned. He actually chose to attack head-on? Is this Knight Commander looking down on me? He knew that he could teleport and had excellent eyesight. But he chose to attack head-on. And he attacked so directly and so plainly. If this is not looking down on me, what is it? However, just when Sheen had such thoughts, for some reason, a warning sign came from his heart. Sheen's outer awareness not only gave him a variety of perception abilities, but also improved his intuition beyond the five senses. So Sheen believed in his feelings very much. Thinking of Aridia's previous speech, Sheen had reason to believe that the other party's move was suspicious. In this case, then I won't take it hard. Sheen decisively used the teleportation ability of outer awareness, suddenly disappeared from the spot, and appeared in another direction. Boom! Aridia's sword suddenly landed on the position where Sheen was a second ago, causing a loud explosion. This attack was powerful, but it did not hit Sheen. However, Sheen, who had teleported to another direction, not only did the warning signs in his heart not decrease, but suddenly increased. Sheen was shocked and prepared to teleport again on the spot. Unfortunately, it was too late to react at this time. Bang! An amazing force suddenly hit Sheen, and it exploded suddenly, making Sheen seem to be hit by a meteorite, and the whole person was blown away. Sheen only felt his head was confused. And after reacting, he adjusted his body shape and landed on the ground. His feet plowed the ground, causing a burst of flying gravel and dust, leaving two deep gullies on the ground. This shows how strong the force of that attack was. Fortunately, Sheen had Li Tua Tian Ming to protect him. The full-level Li Tua Tian Ming could almost block all attacks below the legendary level for Sheen. Attacks above the legendary level would not be able to harm him if they did not reach a certain strength. So Sheen was completely uninjured. But just when Sheen stabilized his body, Aradia had already rushed in front of him. Boom! The broadsword slashed down again, causing a sonic boom. Sheen raised the holy sword almost reflexively, and with a clang, blocked Aradia's heavy blow, causing the ground under his feet to explode again. But almost at the same time, an invisible force came from Sheen's side as before. Bang! With the sound of explosion, Sheen was blown away again. And this time, he failed to stabilize his body. Like Aradia before, he crashed into the ground and smashed the ground to pieces. The battle situation was reversed in an instant. Mr. Sheen! Mr. Sheen! Lumia and Melika couldn't help but shout. Sheen! Even Leah couldn't help leaning forward, revealing an anxious expression. On the contrary, Anchi seemed relieved. Sure enough, the one who can defeat Aradia has not yet been born. Anchi seemed to be relieved by the strength of his knight. The others saw this scene and suppressed their shock. Rocket even stared at Aradia and whispered, "That is Aradia Elbion's unique skill Volta." Volta. That is the unique skill that Aradia is famous for. Havis has also heard of this unique skill. Being able to manipulate the direction, position and even the state of the attack at will with one's own will, so that the attack made by oneself can avoid being blocked and dodged, and even overlap the number of attacks, raising the power of the attack to another level. This is the effect of Aradia Elbion's unique skill Volta. Right? Havis turned to Rocket. Rocket nodded. This unique skill is very simple and crude, without too many mysteries. When Aradia just became famous, this unique skill was still evaluated as a trick that could only play some tricks. But Aradia used it to break out of his reputation. When he uses this unique skill, his attack will no longer miss. Therefore, this ability is also called the Absolute Hit Spear by the gossipers. But its tricky part is not just this. Watch. The real strength of Aradia is only about to be revealed now. With Rocket's words, the situation in the field changed. Swish. Suddenly, Sheen appeared behind Aradia, with a sharp light in his eyes, and the holy sword in his hand was like a cold arc of light, slashing at Aradia mercilessly. Feeling the movement from behind, Aradia did not change his expression, but raised the sword in his hand without looking back, and slashed at the air in front of him fiercely. But this slash would not fall into the air, because, under the adjustment of Volta S ability, the power of this slash came from Sheen's side and hit Sheen on the spot. Bang! The invisible force exploded on Sheen's side, setting off a violent impact wind. Woo! Sheen endured it abruptly, as if he had expected this situation, and stabilized his body tightly to avoid being blown away. With the protection of Richuo's destiny, Sheen could resist the attack of a top legendary strongman in such a rough way. While taking the blow, Sheen seemed to not care and continued to chop down the holy sword in his hand, seemingly trying to exchange damage with Aradia. Unfortunately, clang! When the holy sword in Sheen's hand was about to chop Aradia, there was no sign. The holy sword was like colliding with an invisible weapon, and was bounced away in a burst of sparks. Aradia just continued to swing forward, and the slash changed direction due to the air conditioning, came to Aradia's back, and bounced off Sheen's slash. Then, Aradia punched the air in front of him again, hitting the air with a bang. Bang! Suddenly, Sheen felt that his abdomen was hit for no reason, and his body was finally inevitably blown away, like a cannonball, flying backwards. But Aradia still swung his fist expressionlessly, and kept swinging heavy punches at the air in front of him. Bang 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 bang. The next moment, Sheen, who was flying backwards, was hit by punches from all directions, flying back and forth in the air like ricochets. Aradia didn't even move, and let all her attacks fall on Sheen, and hit Sheen from different directions and positions like a sandbag, which looked extremely amazing. This, Havis was shocked. Rocket's face became more and more solemn. See? Rocket said in a deep voice, this is Aradia Elbion's unique skill. Even if he stands still, his attacks can continue to hit the opponent. All attacks against him cannot touch him, because he only needs to swing a blow casually, and that blow will knock the opponent flying, or block the opponent's attack, without any flaws. A spear that can hit the target, a shield that can defend absolutely, a sword that can kill absolutely. Aradia Elbion's Volta has various titles. This is the strongest person of the human race today, the first knight of the kingdom, and the strength of the first person below the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. Relying on such abilities, Aradia gradually became famous, and finally after breaking through to the legendary level, he quickly stood at the top of the human race, until he became the strongest of the human race. Chapter 479, The Sword of Absolute Killing. Bang 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 bang. The sound of muffled blows was still echoing in the air in front of the square of Boztat's house, causing gusts of strong wind to explode continuously from the air. Sheen was still being hit like a ball by the invisible attack, and he was completely reduced to a sandbag for Aradia. Aradia swung his fist with all his heart, allowing his fists to break through the limitations of space and hit Sheen from all directions and land on Sheen's body. Sheen was completely unable to avoid this invisible and elusive attack, and seemed to have completely lost the power to resist. That scene made many people think that Aradia's victory was already unshakable. The first-class girls such as Leah, Lumia, and Melika even showed their worries, and looked like they wanted to rush out to stop it. Even Anchi had the idea of stopping it. There was no way. He was her son-in-law. She couldn't let him be beaten to death by Ardea. Could she? Only Ai looked at the sky in front of the square, as if she saw something, and raised the corner of her mouth. It seems that he has gotten used to it. Ai suddenly said this. Najula, who was integrated with nature, was also watching the battle. At a certain moment, her eyebrows raised. At this moment, even Ardea, who was constantly punching, felt something strange, because, for some reason, Ardea felt that her attack seemed to have missed several times. Illusion? Ardea couldn't help thinking so. You know, the attack he made with Volta is called a spear that hits absolutely. Generally speaking, it is impossible to miss. So, at the first time, Ardea's subconscious mind regarded it as an illusion. However, Ardea was a legendary warrior of level 98 after all, and was very close to the extreme level of level 100. So it was impossible for him to be mistaken about his own touch. In view of this, as time went by, Ardea's face gradually changed. No, this is not an illusion. Ardea clearly felt that his attacks were missing more and more times. What does this mean? It means that his attack, which was praised as an absolute hit, was dodged. Ardea turned around suddenly, and finally looked in the direction of Sheen. At this look, Ardea found that Sheen, who was beaten by her like a sandbag, was not only unscathed, but also closed his eyes at some point. Yes! Sheen closed his eyes. At this moment, Sheen infinitely magnified the perception ability of external awareness and his own 6 senses, and expanded them to his surroundings. In this situation, Sheen took the surrounding environment into his perception, as if he could overlook this world and see everything clearly. The flow of the wind, the shaking of the ground, the commotion of people, and the movement of the atmosphere, all of which were included in Sheen's perception. Saw. At a certain moment, Sheen muttered, he saw the invisible attacks, and also saw the punches that kept appearing around him and bombarding him, and he clearly grasped their location, direction, and speed. Sheen even felt that he seemed to see a mysterious figure. The figure seemed to be integrated with nature, and became the same source as the world, so that Sheen could only vaguely feel her existence. What is that? For a moment, Sheen was stunned for a moment. But soon, he was attracted by the invisible punches that kept flying around. Dense invisible attacks bombarded from all directions. So, Sheen began to move. At first, it was just some very small movements. For example, twisting the waist. For example, stretching the legs. For example, spinning in circles. Another example is moving his head. Like this, Sheen moved his body in midair with tiny movements. But it was these tiny movements that allowed Sheen to gradually avoid the incoming attacks. At the beginning, it was only once. Soon, the attacks he avoided gradually increased. Later, Sheen's movements became larger, and his body also shifted to a greater extent, causing him to avoid more and more attacks. And the attacks he suffered became less and less. This situation was not only discovered by Ardea, but also by the strongmen hiding in the dark. He avoided Ardea's attack? Anshi discovered this, and was shocked. The others all changed their expressions, and were stunned. Ardea's expression began to become extremely solemn. He was able to avoid it. The Knight Commander was also moved. The spear that was sure to hit was cracked by a young up-and-coming player today. Ardea's face changed, and then a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Not only did he not stop attacking, but he accelerated the frequency of attack, making the speed and frequency of punches suddenly rise to a higher level. Bang, 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 bang. In a moment, the invisible attacks flying from all directions of Sheen became extremely dense and swift, and landed on Sheen's body with a bang, causing a series of muffled sounds. Sheen, who had just begun to avoid Ardea's Volta attack, once again became a sandbag and was knocked away by more dense punches. But Sheen ignored it, still closed his eyes, calm and composed, while spreading the perception of external awareness of destiny and the 6 senses, continued to spy on the invisible attacks from all directions, grasping their direction and position, and once again tried to dodge with tiny movements. Before long, Sheen got used to Ardea's attack speed. His movements became bigger, and he dodged more attacks. Ardea gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to increase the speed and frequency of his attacks again. But Sheen had already gotten used to his attacks. So, it's here. Sheen suddenly opened his eyes, and his figure suddenly turned into a shadow, moving at an astonishing speed. All the invisible attacks that came were avoided by Sheen one by one. What? Ardea's heartbeat suddenly stopped. But Sheen took advantage of this moment to use outside destiny to teleport, and appeared in front of Aradia. Aradia then reacted, subconsciously swung out a slash, and let Volta adjust the position of the slash to face Sheen. But Sheen's holy sword had already been slashed down. Puff! The sound of the slashing cloth was heard. The sealed holy sword slashed across Aradia's chest, and the tip of the sword brought a trace of blood. Aradia's chest was cut open by Sheen's holy sword, and blood spurted out on the spot. The wound was not big. Aradia successfully touched the holy sword that Sheen slashed with the slash of Volta, but Sheen could already see Aradia's slash. So before the attack was blocked, he suddenly turned the holy sword, so that the holy sword brushed the slash of Volta, and a small part of the tip of the sword touched Aradia. The pain from the chest stimulated Aradia's subconscious counterattack. While retreating violently, he slashed the broadsword in his hand almost reflexively. This slash, after the replacement of Volta, did not come from the front of Sheen, but appeared from behind Sheen and hit him fiercely. However, Sheen's external awareness of destiny successfully captured Aradia's slash again. Swish! Without any hesitation, Sheen decisively used outside destiny to teleport away and retreat violently to the back. Sheen and Aradia separated at the same time and retreated violently at the same time, pulling away a very long distance. When the 2 feet landed again, the distance between them had been pulled away by nearly 100 meters. The fierce battle came to an end. Silence permeated the world. Everyone looked at Sheen and Aradia, first stunned for a while, and then their pupils trembled. Tick! On Aradia's chest, a little blood began to seep out, dripping to the ground, dyeing the ground red. That scene touched the hearts of many people. Aradia is injured. Anchi opened his eyes wide. The leader is injured. Sanai also trembled. Injured. Injured. Aradia is injured. Everyone present was shocked one after another, including Rocket, including Jacinta, including Havis, including Yule, naturally, including Vivian, Lumia and Melika. There is no way. He actually heard Mitra's kingdom shield. Nadira was surprised. There are some tricks. And I also raised his eyebrows in appreciation. Lilith, who had been watching the battle, smiled. Laxa, who was standing next to Lilith, moved her eyes slightly. The strongest of the human race was injured by Sheen in this battle. This is a feat. Undoubtedly a feat. Because, since Aradia was promoted to the legendary level, he has never been injured again. Aradia, who is second only to the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons in terms of both level and strength, is difficult to hurt even if he is a legendary. With the unique skill of Volta, Aradia can block attacks from any direction with just a flick of his finger. With the title of the absolute defensive shield, he has not been injured for 10 years. Even Roxy, when she released the holy sword, never hurt Aradia. It can be said that in this world, there are almost no people who can hurt Aradia, except for the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. Until today, Sheen completed this feat, and he was unharmed. Huh? Sheen exhaled, looked at Aradia opposite, and finally smiled. On the other hand, Aradia felt the pain in her chest and fell silent as she watched the dripping blood. The atmosphere at the scene became more oppressive and heavy than any previous time. It seems that I have one. Captain Aradia. Sheen made such a declaration. In response, no, you haven't won yet. Aradia said lightly. That's right. Sheen hasn't won yet. You broke my absolutely fatal spear and my absolutely defensive shield, but you haven't experienced my last move, the absolutely fatal sword. Aradia spoke unusually calmly. If you can take this move, I will admit that you have one. As Aradia said this, the magic power on his body began to swell. Absolutely fatal sword? Sheen frowned, and then stretched it out again. Although Sheen had not heard of the 3 rumors about Aradia's unique skills, and knew about the absolutely fatal spear, the absolutely defensive shield, and the absolutely fatal sword, this did not hinder Sheen from doing what he wanted to do. That is, to defeat Aradia. Then please show it to me, Captain Aradia. Sheen accepted it with dignity. Aradia said nothing. Buzz. When the air began to vibrate, waves of magic power gushed out from Aradia's body and rushed to the broadsword in his hand. Aradia raised the broadsword high, causing magic power to continuously gather on it. The atmosphere became turbulent. The earth trembled. On Aradia's sword, the red magic blade quickly took shape and swelled up. Magic sword? Seeing this scene, Sheen immediately knew what kind of attack Aradia was going to use next. But soon, Sheen found something wrong again. Buzz! When the air vibrated even more, a second magic blade appeared on Aridia's sword. A second later, the third magic blade also appeared. Then the fourth, fifth, and sixth. It was not until the 10th magic blade appeared that all the magic swords on Aridia's broadsword overlapped and turned into an extremely solid and deep red magic sword. What is this? Xian was surprised. Aridia raised the extremely deep red magic sword blade high and spoke calmly. My Volta can not only change the direction and position of the attack, but also superimpose my attacks like this, so that the attacks are combined with each other and become more powerful. There is no limit to the number of superpositions, but each superposition will generate some load. Ordinary attacks are fine, but if you use a special skill like Magic Sword, even I can only superimpose 10 times at most. But the power of the Magic Sword superimposed 10 times makes the power of my Magic Sword more than 10 times stronger than before. Once upon a time, a brave warrior's Magic Sword split the sea in two. Although I haven't tried it, I think this attack should also have the same effect. This is the sword that can absolutely kill. After the Magic Sword attack is superimposed, it is Aridia's trump card. The real strongest attack. You will win only if you take this attack. How about it? Do you want to come? Aridia looked at Xian with burning eyes. Xian's eyes flashed, and he didn't say anything, but his eyes inspired infinite fighting spirit. Do you want to come? Of course. After all, my sword is not easy to take. Xian tightened the holy sword in his hand and injected magic power into it. Clang! The sealed holy sword began to emit an extremely bright light. Chapter 480: The Glory That Takes Away the Vision. The fierce battle with Aridia has made Xian somewhat aware of his current strength. Now, Xian can say with certainty that he is completely invincible to this contemporary human race's strongest person. Half a month ago, although Xian was confident that he could fight Aridia without unlocking the holy sword, that was an achievement that could only be achieved by using all his strength under normal circumstances. If it were me half a month ago, without using limit transformation and the two magics I possessed, I would definitely not be able to fight Aridia so fiercely with a level of less than 60. Now, half a month later, with the destiny skills obtained through fusion and a level of 77, Xian has been able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Aridia. This is when Xian did not use the trump card reincarnation destiny that can increase his own strength tenfold, did not use magic, and in order to prove his own strength, deliberately took on all of Aridia's means head-on. Otherwise, Xian only needs to use outward destiny to teleport continuously. Even if Aridia's Volta is very powerful, can he make all the attacks hit successfully when he can't even catch his trace? It's impossible. If it weren't for testing the defense of inward destiny and the perception of outward destiny, Xian wouldn't be beaten like a sandbag. He can use outward destiny to teleport and disappear, and then hide with inward destiny, and suddenly attack when Aridia can't detect his trace. Is he afraid that he can't solve Aridia? Not to mention that Xian hasn't used magic yet, and it's conceivable how the magic power will be after being amplified by inward destiny. However, by then, this newly rebuilt noble district will suffer again. The main purpose of this battle is to prove his current strength, not just to decide the winner. Therefore, Xian did not use all his means, but deliberately fought head-on in close combat to fight against Aridia. As a result, even though he was so restrained, Xian still injured Aridia after a fierce battle. This made Xian initially understand that his strength was no longer afraid of the existence below the super level, because Aridia, who was invincible below the super level, had already shown a losing trend in front of him when he still had a lot of means. So, if he used all his means, how strong would he be? Xian didn't know, but Xian could guarantee that if he were to fight against Lilith, who had not yet returned, he would no longer need to fight as hard as before, just to weaken the opponent's strength and fight for an opportunity, but would have the ability to compete with the opponent head-on and even win the battle. What does this prove? It proves that Xian has more or less reached the realm of transcendence. As for whether he can fight against the existence of transcendence, Xian is still unclear, but at least, facing the powerful enemy in front of him, he will never lose. Clang! The brilliant light turned into a dazzling stream of light, flowing on Xian's holy sword. At this moment, Xian used the ability of outer destiny to improve the performance of the weapon in his hand by more than several times. In this case, the sealed holy sword in Xian's hand actually had a hint of power after being unsealed, making the brilliant light shine. What is that? Seeing this scene, many people were stunned, especially Anqi and Leah. They actually had a feeling. This brilliance seems a little familiar. Anqi and Leah were surprised by this. Regardless, Xian continued to inject his own magic power into the holy sword in his hand, making the light on the holy sword more and more dazzling. Under the power of Wei Tuo Tianming, as Xian injected more and more magic power, the performance of the holy sword continued to rise, and finally reached 10 times the limit. In this state, the sealed ring on the hilt of the holy sword vibrated, and there was a sign of falling off. Xian knew that this was a phenomenon, that the potential power of the holy sword was stimulated by his own Wei Tuo Tianming. Before, Xian had unsealed the holy sword and intended to use the unfinished Wei Tuo Tianming to enhance the power of the holy sword. Xian's holy sword was already terribly powerful. If the power could be increased tenfold, it would be absolutely terrifying. Unfortunately, Xian failed at that time. The performance of the holy sword after being completely unsealed has reached its limit, and it is impossible to increase its power by external force. Xian also asked Ai for advice on this matter. At that time, Ai told Xian this. The holy sword is a power born from the concept of the hero. It can be said to be the half of the hero, the hands and feet of the hero. It is one with the hero. Before the hero transcends, breaks through the limits of life, and gets rid of the shackles of level and skills, the power of the holy sword will also have limits. If the hero can transcend and break through, and advance to our level, no longer restricted by the concepts of level and skills, then the holy sword will also break through its own limits, and will no longer be fixed to bless the level, nor will it be fixed to improve the level of your skills, but will become pure power to improve your own strength. This form of existence is actually the closest to the level of the Demon King and the Supreme God. At our level, we still have to rely on unique skills. Only the holy sword of the hero can be infinitely close to that level. Only power. At that time, the holy sword can be regarded as exerting its true power, and the strength of the hero will be maximized. It can also sweep away all the lives of the demons, and even the Demon King will have to be afraid of its edge. Now, you haven't transcended yet, and you haven't even reached the limit of your life. Naturally, the power of the holy sword can't transcend its own limit and be raised to a power above the limit by your skills. That's it. In view of this, Xian's Wei Tuo Tianming cannot improve the performance of the completely unsealed holy sword, because the power of the holy sword in that state has reached its limit. Xian can only rely on Wei Tuo Tianming to improve the attack power of the holy sword, making it sharper and more threatening. But there is no way to increase its power. However, in the unsealed state, the power of the holy sword has not reached its limit, but it can be improved by Wei Tuo Tianming to awaken its sealed power. In this way, the holy sword will not be exposed, but it can give Xian more power, allowing him to unscrupulously exercise more of the power of the holy sword in such a public place, with the effects of breaking magic, breaking defense, and destroying blessed by Wei Tuo Tianming. Once Xian uses the power of Wei Tuo Tianming, its power will definitely exceed the magic sword skill that has been integrated into Wei Tuo Tianming, and it will be more restrained. So, without the whistling wind and waves, and without the trembling energy, Xian just seemed to turn the sword in his hand into a ray of light, and raised it up. The power was not great at all, and it was even a bit pleasing to the eye. But for some reason, it made everyone present palpitate, especially Aradia, who felt a terrifying pressure shrouding her body, making her almost unable to breathe. He didn't know what method Xian used. He originally thought that Xian would use magic sword to fight him hard, so that he would have the confidence to directly cut off Xian's magic sword. At the beginning, Aradia relied on this move to cut off the magic swords of Xian and Luoxi. Even though Xian is stronger now, and his magic power has increased a lot, Aradia only superimposed the magic sword twice at that time. Unlike now, where he superimposed the limit 10 times. Such Aradia would naturally not be afraid of the power of Xian's magic sword. But now, Aradia found that she was too naive. The opponent has completely changed, and the power of the magic sword at that time is no longer his only powerful means. Oh! Aradia roared unconsciously, as if trying to drive away the pressure in her heart and the faint fear. Immediately, Aradia slashed the absolute killing sword in her hand, making the incomparably solid magic sword like a pouring light column, slashing towards Xian. Instantly, the wind and clouds surged. The huge red magic sword split the atmosphere all the way, as if splitting the entire world, and set off a strong wind and gas explosion. The entire square in front of the gate was filled with strong winds, as if a 12-level typhoon was whistling past. The strong men hiding in the dark all changed their expressions, and finally couldn't help but use various means. Some put up protective barriers, Some used skills to protect themselves, and some simply turned around and ran away, as if they had encountered a ferocious beast or a bird of prey, and were in a miserable state. Your Highness! Lian Shanai hugged Leah, and at Leah's scream, she jumped away from here. Master! Jace and Liz protected Jacinta with panic, but they didn't get Jacinta's attention. Jacinta still stared at the field. The same thing happened to Anchi, Yule, Rocket, and Havis. At Bostut's house, Vivian, Lumia, and Melika also held their breath. AI focused her eyes, and together with Lilith and Laxia, she stared at the light column pouring down. Roar! Yulin roared and flew high. Everyone was in a commotion because of the momentum of this sword. Only Xian, like a hero looking up at the world, looked up and looked at the crimson beam of light that was slashing towards him, facing the air wave. Not surprised but laughing. Moreover, he laughed very happily. Come on! While making such a declaration, Xian jumped out and turned into a stream of light. The stream of light rose straight up, as if it wanted to break through the world, break through the space, and go straight up to the sky. The crimson beam of light came. The dazzling stream of light met it. In the entire capital, everyone noticed this scene, fell into panic, and also fell into panic. Finally, the stream of light and the beam of light collided with each other. The dazzling light instantly filled the entire world and took away everyone's vision. Chapter 481 Victory. The sound seemed to disappear. The light was also replaced by the dazzling white. At this moment, everyone in the capital was blinded by the light from the sky. Except for the white. They could not see anything else. Some people screamed. Some people wailed. Some people cried out in shock. Some people panicked. No one knew what happened. Even the strong men who went to the noble district were panicked at this moment. They were blinded by the dazzling white. They either closed their eyes and lay down, or raised their hands to block in front of themselves. They had no intention of caring about anything else. There were probably less than 5 people in the capital who could clearly see what happened in this light. Some of them looked at it from the top of the temple. Some stared at it in Bostut's house. Some peeped at it naturally, and some observed it unknown to others. In their eyes, they saw it clearly. They saw the figure above the square where the fierce battle was taking place, turning into a stream of light and heading towards the falling light column. When they collided with each other, they slashed out the holy sword in their hand that also turned into a beam of light. It was an extremely fast slash. It was a flash that broke through space. It was such an amazing slash that no one could know. When it slashed at the falling crimson light column like a mayfly shaking a tree, it actually cut it off as if it cut through fragile paper. Yes, it was cut off. The crimson blade of magic power was cut off so cleanly and neatly, turning into a storm of magic power that swept away. The storm of magic power was also surging. If it was allowed to expand, I am afraid that it would instantly flatten the entire noble district again. However, facing this terrible storm of magic, the figure that turned into a stream of light swung out a slash again, cutting the storm of magic on the spot. Then, the magic dissipated. Then, the storm stopped. Everything was strangled in the cradle, without being able to produce the slightest aftermath. Perhaps, this is why the sound disappeared. At least, looking at that extreme slash, everyone who could see everything in the light had an idea. That is, even the sound was cut off by that person. Cut off by the young noble who was destined to make a sensation in the entire capital, the kingdom, and even the human world after today. Gradually, the light began to dim. I don't know how long it took, but everyone's vision that was taken away finally recovered. What was that just now? How do I know? It seems to be from the noble district. Right? The noble district again? What happened recently? Why are there such horrible movements in the capital? On the street, citizens were talking about it with lingering fear, obviously frightened by the sudden strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. Is it over? What happened? Oh my God! In the noble district, the strong men opened their eyes in doubt and looked back at the square. There, the earth-shaking collision ended. The result was unusually obvious. Ha. It seemed that Aradia had exhausted all his magic power. Kneeling on one knee on the ground, the great sword he raised high dropped, and the red magic flowing on it had disappeared, causing him to gasp for air. But Aradia did not lower his eyes, but stared at the front of him, his eyes trembling. In front of Aradia, a figure appeared at some point. In his hand, the sealed holy sword was lightly raised, pointing at Aradia's throat. As expected of you, Captain. A familiar voice slowly sounded. The power of that sword just now was very good. No wonder it was called the sword of absolute killing. And there was confidence that it could split the sea. I originally thought it was just an exaggeration. But now it seems that it is not impossible. As he said this, Sheen chuckled. Unfortunately, I took it. Okay? These words made the whole audience return to silence again. Moreover, this silence was more oppressive and heavy than any previous time. Everyone looked at all this with disbelief. Looking at Aridia, who was kneeling on one knee in front of Sheen, with Sheen pointing the sword at her throat. No one would not understand what this scene meant. In fact, it was also very simple. Aridia. Lost. That's all. This is impossible. I don't know who murmured such a sentence. However, this sentence is the thought in the hearts of almost everyone present. There is nothing to be done about it. Because Aridia would actually lose. This kind of thing no one would be willing to believe. If the person who defeated Aridia was a legendary powerhouse of the demon race, or a god of war of the gods, then they could still accept it. Even if this person was a long-established master of the human race, or a legendary knight from a foreign country like Rocket, it would not be so difficult for the people present to accept it. But the fact is that the person who defeated Aridia was neither a legendary powerhouse of any race, nor a world-famous master, but a young noble who was only 20 years old and had just entered the world's vision for less than half a year. How could people easily accept such a fact for a while? Even Anchi had a complicated expression. Leah, who was held by Sinai, stood there blankly, without any reaction for a long time. That kid. He actually defeated Aridia? Jacinta, Rocket, Yule, Havis and others were also shocked. And they didn't know how to describe their feelings at this moment. Aridia was silent, looking at Sheen, who was completely unscathed, not red in the face or out of breath, standing in front of her with a smile on his face, and pointing his sword at her throat. Aridia could only remain silent for a long time. Sheen was not in a hurry, just looking at Aridia with a smile. It was not until a long time later that a hoarse voice came out of Aridia's mouth. What did you realize in the inner hall? Aridia barely squeezed out such words. Obviously, Aridia herself did not expect that in the end. She actually lost. He didn't know how Sheen had the current level of strength. Is that really what he learned in the inner hall? In that case, have you broken through to that realm? Aridia asked in a deep voice. Sheen raised his eyebrows. Sheen still understood the meaning of Aridia's words. The so-called realm he mentioned was probably the great transcendence above the extreme level of level 100. The realm of the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. Sheen's performance actually made him doubt whether Sheen had broken through to the transcendence level of the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons through the understanding of the inner hall. To this, Sheen could only answer like this. I didn't. Sheen said very straightforwardly, let's not talk about the real strength. If we only talk about the level, then I am still far from that level. After all, Sheen is only level 77 now. And there is still a distance from the legendary level of level 90. Not to mention the extreme level of level 100. And the transcendence level that transcends the limit of life. If I want to reach that level, I need to work hard. Sheen said this for the time being. I understand. Aridia didn't know whether to believe it or not. After a moment of silence, he nodded expressionlessly. Then, I admit that I lost. Aridia's declaration echoed throughout the square, reaching everyone's ears and hearts. At this moment, even those who were reluctant to believe it had to admit one thing. Aridia, indeed lost. And this also means that from today on, the title of the first of the human race has to be replaced. The young man standing in front of Aridia, who was kneeling on one knee, without any injury, is the real first of the human race today. With such confidence and such news, many strong men quietly retreated in shock and silence. This is the blessing of the human race. After accepting all this, Yule left with a group of clergymen with relief. Aridia. Rocket looked at Aridia with a complicated look, and then left here with Havis, who seemed to be grateful for something. Master. Master. Jess and Liz came to Jacinta with a look of hesitation. I may understand a little. Jacinta sorted out his emotions, and finally looked at Sheen deeply, and said to himself, I understand why the master values this human so much. After that, Jacinta left with the twin demons. One by one, the strong men left the stage, leaving only Anchi and Leah, who came to Aridia with Shania. Shania helped Aridia up and cast her eyes on Sheen. Leah's expression was complicated. Anchi patted Aridia's shoulder, looked at Sheen again. wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say, and finally just smiled bitterly and shut up. The royal family also left together. Xian shrugged, but didn't say anything special. But in the end, he heard such a sentence. I'll leave my daughter to you. After leaving such a sentence, the other party left with the royal family. Only Xian was left. And he turned his head with some surprise, looking at the other party's somewhat depressed back, and finally had nothing to say. Not long after, the door of Boztat's house was opened. Led by Vivian, the girls finally rushed out and surrounded Xian. In the sky, Yulin roared excitedly, and on a remote building, Luoshi looked at this scene silently. And after a long time, she sighed faintly. He has become stronger than me. Luoshi said this with some emotion. This is a very rare thing. Anyway, the princess never thought that one day she would be surpassed by someone of the same age. Surpassing others and reaching a realm that others can't imagine has always been her patent. Today, she also experienced the feeling of being surpassed. It seems that I can't wait any longer. In Luoshi's heart, there was a reluctance and unwillingness to admit defeat that she had never had in the past. Her pair of eyes, as red as wine, turned into a dazzling gold in a short moment. Chapter 482. I must have made a mistake. This guy is not good enough. The news that Xian defeated Aradia was not widely spread. Although there were many people who saw the duel, they all chose to conceal it tacitly, because they knew that once this matter spread, it would inevitably cause an uproar around the world. The strongest knight of the human race actually lost to the fiancé of Her Royal Highness the Princess, the newly promoted Earl, who was in the limelight recently. This news is too scary. Such an abrupt appearance may cause some unpleasant unrest. Therefore, those strongmen tacitly chose to conceal this matter. Anchi also expressed his thoughts to them on behalf of the royal family, thinking that it would be better not to spread this matter casually. This is not to protect Aradia's reputation, but just to worry that it will really cause some unnecessary unrest. After all, there were many people who were originally intimidated by Aradia's reputation, and there were also many legendary strongmen who wanted to challenge Aradia and gain the title of the strongest human race. If they knew that Aradia was defeated by a young nobleman who was only 20 years old, whether they believed it or not, they would eventually take some actions against this matter. What's worse, even the old demon clan might focus on this matter and do something bad. In view of this, Anchi decided to conceal this matter. At least, don't spread this news at this time when Xian is in the limelight. So, Xian defeated Adelia and became the real number one of the human race. Except for a limited number of strongmen. The rest of the people didn't know. The light that appeared in the sky above the noble district, which affected the citizens of the entire capital and took away their vision, was explained by the palace as the newly developed magic used by the court architects to rebuild some remote areas of the noble district. In the end, there were some problems with the magic, which led to the occurrence of this strange phenomenon. The citizens suddenly realized it. It turned out to be just an accident during the reconstruction project. Fortunately, there was no unrest. I don't want to see that terrible meteor shower again. Who doesn't want to? The citizens were relieved and had the mind to chat and talk about it. Xian didn't care whether the victory over Aradia was spread or not. It didn't have much impact on him. Anyway, he had AI and Lilith to support him, and everyone knew that the gods and demons supported and protected him. Xian didn't believe that anyone would dare to do something to him, as long as they didn't come to cause trouble or unrest. It was not something he should consider. Now, Xian has initially tested his own strength and is quite satisfied with his current strength. Although I squandered all my skill points, the 7 destiny skills that combined so many skills did not disappoint me. Now Xian just wanted to know whether he could fight against the existence of super level with his current strength. For this reason, Xian went to consult AI again. He knew that AI must have been watching his fight with Aradia. So, Xian felt that AI should be able to give him an answer. However, how do I know? When Xian went to consult AI answered very straightforwardly, I don't know if that is your full strength, and how much the full power of your holy sword is. How can I know if you can reach our level with your full strength? Hearing this, Xian was also very straightforward and told AI all his abilities directly, except for the existence of 2 unique skills and blessings. He said everything else, including the 7 destiny skills, 2 magic skills, and the power of the holy sword after it was completely unlocked. All were revealed to AI. This may be the most generous time that Xian has revealed since he came to this world. In the past, he would never do this. But AI is already his own, and Xian has seen all her shelter and protection for him. Therefore, Xian has basically given this girl 100% trust. Under such circumstances, Xian is naturally willing to reveal his secrets to this girl. Who would have thought that after knowing the effects of her 7 destiny skills and the full power of the Holy Sword, especially knowing the 10-fold increase of reincarnation destiny and the various effects of the Holy Sword, AIE was silent for a long time. You pervert. After a long time, AIE gave Xian such an unacceptable evaluation. According to her, she has never seen any conventional skill that can directly increase the user's power by 10 times, like reincarnation destiny. This level of effect is comparable to a unique skill, reaching the level of breaking the gap between levels and skills, allowing the weak to defeat the strong. Perhaps, because of this skill will suddenly transform into a special skill. It can no longer be considered a regular skill, and it is completely acceptable to regard it as a unique skill of the combat type. In other words, Xian now has 3 unique skills, which is a foul. As for the power of the Holy Sword, it made AIE speechless for a long time. This is what I said. When you break through the limit level and reach the height of Mitra, that hero will probably be a scum in front of you. AIE looked at Xian and her eyes completely became like looking at a freak. Xian was naturally very unhappy, and directly threatened that if he provoked him again, he would use her pillow to cushion his buttocks. The girl finally became more honest. Then, after some thought, AIE gave some comments. Based on the methods you mentioned, I can only make a preliminary estimate that you should be able to reach our level now. But it is not clear whether you can reach the level of demons. There are strong and weak transcendent levels. According to the current situation, the current transcendent level is mainly divided into 3 levels. The lowest level is the level of the goddess of life and the goddess of nature. Although they have reached transcendence, they are still not as good as demons. Demons belong to the middle level. Among the 6 demons, except for Sarah at night, who has faintly exceeded this level, the other 5 are all at this level, which is stronger than the goddess of life and the goddess of nature. At the same time, Lilith, the strongest evil god, and the goddess of justice, who is as famous as her, are also at this level. The top level is naturally the goddess of fate. Litas, this unreliable goddess, is still ridiculously strong in terms of strength. 2 demons may not be able to beat her together. It is normal for her to stand at this level alone. Otherwise she cannot be called the closest to omnipotence. And what about Xian? In terms of realm, he is definitely not as good as her. But this beast was cheating, and he squeezed in with strength. At present, he must be above the limit level of level 100, and can reach the transcendent level. But how much this reaches, that is up for discussion. AIE believes that with Xian's current ability and means, he should not be too weak to defeat the goddess of life and the goddess of nature. If the opponent is a demon, it is not easy to say. After all, you have a holy sword. Even if the holy sword is the same as you, it has not yet transcended and has limited power. But the power of your holy sword is too foul, and it can still play a restraining role against the demon. AIE said that the power of the holy sword has a great advantage over the demons, even if Xian is not as strong as the demon. With the power of the holy sword, it is also possible to defeat the demon. At the beginning, didn't the brave Mitra successfully defeat the demon king with only the strength of the transcendent level? Even if there was the assistance of the supreme god, the holy sword was indeed the cause of the demon king's death. With the holy sword's restraint on the demons, Xian may not need to be too weak against the demons. However, you may not be able to fight against the goddess of justice and the goddess of evil of the gods. AIE's tone was quite venomous, but Xian's expression was very strange. In fact, I have the blessing of the supreme god Omnis, and I can ignore the power of the gods. I guess I don't need to be too weak against these 2. Xian wanted to say this, but the consequence of saying this would definitely be a look from AIE that looked at a super invincible pervert. Xian moved his lips, and finally chose to remain silent. After this conversation, Xian came to a conclusion. With all the means, I should have reached the level of transcendence, comparable to the level of the goddess of life and the goddess of nature. And with the power of the holy sword, even if I fight against the demons, I may not have no chance of winning. The same is true for the goddess of the gods. With the blessing protecting me, I also have a chance of winning. In this case, with Xian's current ability, there is only one existence that he can't really do anything to. What do you want to do? Suddenly come here to find me? Do you want to bully me like before? When Xian came to the temple unknowingly and found his target, the hot goddess not only did not show the slightest welcome, but was alert and even posed for a fight. Xian looked at this alert and nervous goddess, and was silent for a long time. Finally, he turned around silently and chose to leave. Stop right there. This time, Lita's exploded. What do you mean? What do you mean? That look of disappointment. As if saying, I must have made a mistake. This guy is not good enough. What does that expression and eyes mean? With tears in her eyes, Lita's chased after Sheen, punching Sheen's back with her fists. As if she had been slandered, Sheen ignored the goddess's fists, turned around, glanced at her, and finally couldn't help it. Alas! Sheen sighed loudly. You bastard! You bastard! Lita was immediately hit hard, and the tears in her eyes became thicker, causing her to cry and shout, and punch Sheen's back with her fists even harder. On the side, Anima looked confused. What on earth is going on? Anima was completely confused, and had no idea what was going on. Today's capital is still lively. Chapter 483. It's all the same. All the same. After attacking a goddess of fate, Xian came to the palace again. The purpose, of course, was to find Luo Shi. Do you still remember the existence of my fiancé? In the bedroom, Luo Shi looked at Xian, who came in, and said these words faintly. That tone was just like a woman who had been neglected for a long time. Xian laughed awkwardly. He really neglected Luo Shi during this period. Well, I also want to improve my strength. Xian scratched his cheek and shrugged his shoulders and said, It's rare to get such a powerful harvest in the inner hall. If you don't work hard, won't it all be in vain? Hearing this, Luo Shi still had some resentment in her heart. But she could understand Xian's approach. Even if she didn't know what Xian had gained in the inner hall, she could tell from the fact that he was able to defeat his teacher that it was definitely something extraordinary. With such a gain, it is understandable that you would want to improve your strength quickly. But, for half a month, a whole half a month, you have not stepped into my room again, except asking me to help you find someone to teach you skills. Luo Shi's tone is still full of resentment. There is no way. After getting engaged to Xian, Luo Shi finally got freed from the extremely busy official duties in the past, and finally was able to live a good life. Such Luo Shi is naturally looking forward to it. Looking forward to Xian to accompany her every day, pampering her, and let her live a happy life. Who would have thought that Xian seemed to have completely forgotten her for a whole half a month? So how could Luo Shi not be resentful? Xian also felt a little guilty. This girl, will she really become a resentful woman in the boudoir? It's only been half a month, and she is so resentful. What should I do if I leave for a year or two? Okay. Xian could only make up his mind and said, It seems that I need to work hard tonight. As soon as these words came out, Luo Shi couldn't stand it. I didn't ask you to accompany me like this. Luo Shi couldn't help blushing and glared at Xian fiercely. It's all the same. All the same. Xian laughed and said, What? Don't you want to? Luo Shi opened her mouth and finally closed it with a blushing face. In fact, she really wanted to. But can't you express this kind of thing in a more tactful way? I am a princess after all, or the treasure of the kingdom. The most beautiful woman in the human race. Can you give me some face, and don't say it so openly? Besides, isn't it all your fault? If it weren't for you, would I become like this? Scumbag. What are you doing here? Luo Shi said faintly, You shouldn't come to accompany me. Right? This tone is really full of resentment. However, Xian also knew that he had been a little crazy for the past half month and really didn't pay much attention to this princess. In this case, don't you always want to go out to play? Xian suddenly said to Luo Shi, How about I take you out to play? Xian's words made Luo Shi startled at first, and then a pair of eyes suddenly lit up. God has mercy on her. Because of the busy official duties and the daily appearance ceremony, Luo Shi really hasn't left the capital. If it weren't for this, the princess wouldn't be yelling about wanting to go out to play all day long. Now, Xian actually said that he wanted to take her out to play. Luo Shi was excited all of a sudden. Where to go to play? At that moment, Luo Shi couldn't help but lean forward and asked Xian in an anxious tone. Xian seemed very sincere, holding his chin and thinking seriously. He really wanted to go somewhere. For example, the Empire. Xian remembered an incident half a month ago when he was preparing to learn skills and improve his strength with masters from all over the world. On this day, Havis came to the door with Rocket, and he brought Xian a message. You said that the man named Valiant escaped? Hearing the news brought by Havis, Xian frowned. That's right. Havis's face seemed a little ugly, and he said helplessly, My people have been keeping an eye on Valiant and the elite assassination team of the Leffolet family. Originally, they planned to launch a surprise attack immediately after Valiant and the other party joined forces to annihilate them all. This is also Havis's promise to help him deal with the people of the Leffelet family before cooperating with Sheen. Originally, this matter went smoothly. Last night, after the engagement party of Sheen and Rosie, Havis received a message from his people, claiming that they had caught the trail of the elite assassination team of Wallian and the Leffelet family. So, Havis immediately took his own people, caught up with Wallian, and successfully raided them. But just when Havis was about to annihilate the people of the Leffelet family, an accident happened. After everyone around him fell, Wallian Leffelet seemed to realize that he was powerless to save the situation. I don't know why, but he suddenly summoned a monster. Havis' words made Sheen's frowning brows raise again. Monster? Sheen was puzzled. But then, Havis' words made Sheen's pupils shrink. It's really a monster. Harvest thought of what happened at that time, his expression still looking a little grim as he said in a deep voice, that monster had half human body and half centipede body. It also had dragon wings, and could breathe dragon breath. It was terribly powerful, and even Lord Rocket couldn't deal with it, and he almost suffered at its hands. Hearing this, Sheen's face completely sank, just because he was not unfamiliar with monsters of this appearance. Demon larvae, Sheen murmured in a low voice. What? Havis was stunned. Nothing. Sheen shook his head and did not answer Havis's question. Instead, he turned to Rokt, who had been behind Havis, silent and with a bad face, and said, Did Sir Bygusler suffer a loss at the hands of that monster? Rokt frowned, but still nodded in acknowledgement. The monster was very strong and seemed to have no entity. Even if I cut it in half, it immediately returned to its original state, leaving me helpless against it. In the end, I could only retreat with His Highness Havis before there were huge casualties. Rock's statement made Sheen completely certain that the monster he was talking about was a demon larvae. Wallian Leffelet could actually summon a demon larvae? Could it be that the Leffelet family is related to the original demon? No. It is very likely that the man named Moro is related to the original demon. After all, Moro is the mastermind behind the Cosmos incident and has been in collusion with the Mirage. In this case, it does not seem so difficult to accept that he would suddenly be related to the original demon, who is also from the old demon clan. It's just that the original demon actually lent the demon larva to Moro, and Moro also gave it to the Leffelet family, allowing Wallian to summon it at a critical moment. It can be imagined that Moro has a very close relationship with the old demon clan. Perhaps there are some plans and cooperation between them that others don't know about. Havis, who didn't know all this, could only bow his head and apologize to Sheen with a look of shame. Sorry, I boasted in front of you. But in the end, I didn't even do such a small thing. Harz did not act like a prince at all. He said directly and straightforwardly, This accident is my problem. I will find a way to make up for it. His Royal Highness said so much. Obviously, he did not want to disappoint Sheen and lose Sheen as a partner. If Harz wanted to overthrow his father, overthrow Moro, and ascend the throne of the Empire, Sheen's help was indispensable. If Sheen was willing to stand on his side, then he would have the support of the demons and gods. And perhaps he could even get the dragon demon and the strongest evil god, who was said to be comparable to the demons, to take action. In this way, the throne would be basically infallible. Therefore, Harz could only try his best to stabilize Sheen and find a way to make up for it. Sheen knew that since this matter was related to the demon larvae, it would be difficult for Harz to do anything. Let's do this. Sheen thought about it and said, Don't act rashly. Let's wait a month. Wait for a month. Havis was surprised. Yeah. She nodded and said, I have something to do here first. When I'm done, I'll go to the Empire with you. Really? Havis' eyes lit up and he asked, Are you willing to help me? I'll decide whether to help you or not later. Sheen smiled and didn't make a promise. He said, It's just that our enemies are the same. If there is no conflict, I will definitely take action. Okay. Havis thought about it, and finally nodded, saying, Then I will find an excuse to stay in the capital for the time being and wait for this month, in order to win Sheen's help. Havis doesn't mind delaying a little time. Moreover, he has already blatantly attacked the Leffelet family. If he returns to the Empire without winning Sheen's help, he will probably be targeted by Moro immediately. Under such circumstances, Havis really doesn't want to go back. Staying in the capital for the time being may be a good choice. Sheen also has his own plans. This trip to the Empire should be a must, but it is not clear what is going on with Theor, and he also needs some time to study the ability of numerology. So it is better not to rush this matter. Wait until I finish my own things, and then deal with this matter properly. Xian decided so. Thinking of this incident half a month ago, Xian felt that he could consider a trip to the Empire. But before that, in the past half month, has anything happened in the imperial capital of the Empire? Xian asked Luo Shi this question. Chapter 484. Let's get married first. Okay. During this period, in addition to asking Luo Shi to find masters with various skills for him, Xian also asked Luo Shi to use her own energy to pay attention to the imperial capital of the Empire. This is naturally because Xian wants to know whether Tyr encountered anything when he went to the Empire. Although Xian has fooled Lai Xia and asked her to take care of Tyr. Once Tyr has any situation, she will immediately take Tyr away. Logically speaking, there should not be any big problems. But Xian still cares about the situation in the imperial capital. Luo Shi did not refuse Xian's commission. Due to the past origin, Luo Shi has always been paying attention to Tyr. For this reason, Luo Shi once asked Xian to take care of Tyr. It is conceivable how much Luo Shi cares about Tyr. Unfortunately, because of Aridia's relationship as a teacher, Tyr and Rosie became estranged. And Rosie could only pay attention to Tyr in secret. Rosie already knew that Tyr had left the capital and went to the Empire. However, Rosie was not clear about Tyr's purpose. Not to mention Rosie. Even Xian and others were not clear. Therefore, after learning about Tyr's situation from Xian, Rosie had been sending people to pay attention to the news from the imperial capital. Not to mention, there was indeed some commotion in the imperial capital in the past half month. Although Rosie was a little dissatisfied with Xian's behavior of changing the subject, she still answered his question. Commotion? Xian was immediately refreshed and asked, what commotion? Rosie narrowed her eyes. You seem to care about Tyr's affairs. Rosie stared at Xian closely, as if trying to see something. Ah. Xian laughed dryly, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer this question. There was no way. Should he tell the princess that he had eaten Tyr in one bite on the day of the engagement banquet half a month ago? Then the princess would definitely go crazy. Right? Even though this girl said that as a member of the royal family, she understood that a capable and powerful man would marry one or two concubines. But that didn't mean that this girl wouldn't be jealous. Not to mention, firstly, Tyr was a friend that Rosie made when she was a child, and the two of them were half-childhood friends. Secondly, when Xian and Tyr were in love, it was the day when he and Rosie got engaged. On the day he got engaged to his wife, he rolled the sheets with her childhood friend. If she didn't go crazy, Rosie wouldn't be called the most beautiful woman in the human race. She should just be called the most holy woman in the human race. So, Sean could only stammer, she is my teammate, and it was you who asked me to take care of her. Wasn't it? Xian's words did not make Luo Shi feel relieved. Who is Luo Shi? A person with the blessing of the goddess of fate and an intuition that is off the charts. Luo Shi's intuition tells her that this matter is definitely not that simple. Otherwise, why has she been urging herself to buy a green hat to wear in the past half month? Is this a revelation? Is it true? In other words, her own revelation is telling her that she needs to wear a green hat? Me? Forget it. Luo Shi sighed, silently claimed the hat, and spoke. It is said that in the past half month, a strange thief suddenly appeared in the imperial capital of the empire. When this was said, Xian was stunned on the spot. A strange thief? Xian was surprised. That's right. It's a strange thief. Luo Shi seemed to be very interested in this matter, and explained in detail. The thief appeared very suddenly, and seemed to specifically target some nobles in the imperial capital, and never attack civilians. According to the information Luo Shi received, when the thief first appeared, no one had discovered him. At the beginning, it was just some nobles in the imperial capital who claimed that someone seemed to have sneaked into their homes in the middle of the night and stole some not-so-expensive things. Until one time, a night patrol team of a marquis family accidentally discovered the intruder and saw a thief in a black robe sneaking into the treasure house. And the matter began to make a lot of noise. Gradually, the thief kept going in and out of the homes of the nobles in the imperial capital, and it began to happen frequently. Since then, this thief has become famous. Now, the imperial family has issued a wanted order for this thief, and has also issued a commission in the Adventurers Guild. As long as the thief can be caught, the reward will be a total of 1 million gold coins. Luo Shi talked freely. This has caused many adventurers and bounty hunters to keep an eye on this thief. Recently, they have been acting as guards and patrols in the homes of various nobles, waiting for this thief to appear and arrest him. Unfortunately, this thief seems to be quite skilled. He has been in and out of the nobles' homes for several times. Either he was found to have stolen something after the fact, or he was caught even if he was found in advance and let him escape. Thanks to this matter has become more and more serious in the Empire, making the people more and more curious about the thief's affairs, resulting in many exaggerated rumors recently. Because the thief always stole some not very valuable things, many people speculated that his purpose was not money and treasures, but some secret treasures that no one knew. Some people also said that the other party was a chivalrous thief who deliberately stole from their homes in order to punish the nobles with bad behavior. Some people even said that the thief's purpose was not money, but people. Because of this incident, some bards have even appeared recently to write about this thief's story into a romantic story. In view of this incident has caused quite a stir in the imperial capital. Luo Shi's explanation made Xian think about it. At this time, he was only interested in one thing. Could this thief be Tyr? Xian murmured. Not sure, Luo Shi said, but it is possible. So, here comes the question. That girl suddenly turned into a thief and stole things from the homes of the nobles in the imperial capital. What did she want to do? Xian was puzzled. How should I know? Luo Shi said unhappily. You told me about this after Tyr left. How could I know what Tyr was going to do? Speaking of this, Luo Shi was angry. Knowing that someone in the imperial capital was threatening Tyr's safety, Xian actually let her go alone, which was really not right. If possible, she would like to have a good talk with Xian about this matter. But she also knew that this was something that Tyr decided. Since it was something that Tyr decided, it would be difficult to stop it. Rosie knew how strong and stubborn the girl was. Fortunately, she knew to send someone to look after Tyr. Otherwise Rosie would have wanted to intervene. So, Rosie still said in a somewhat unpleasant tone, didn't you say that she went to the Empire just to find something? Maybe the thing is in the homes of those nobles? This is not impossible. At least, Xian didn't believe that Tyr would make a meaningless move. Then she should be fine now. Right? Xian only cared about this matter. Rosie answered quickly. At present, this thief has not been caught by anyone, and no one can find any clues related to him. Luo Shi spread her hands and said, so, if this thief is Tyr, then she is fine. The premise is that this thief is Tyr. Xian put his mind at ease for the time being. If this girl is the thief, then she must be praised. Xian said, in a place like the imperial capital, she can ignore the guards of the nobles and enter freely without being caught. I didn't expect her to have such a skill. With Tyr's strength, it is still difficult to come and go freely in a capital like the imperial capital. But she did it. This made Xian want to admire. You feel satisfied. But if the teacher knows about this, it will be difficult to deal with it. Luo Shi sighed. The only daughter of the Elbian family actually ran to the capital of the rival country to become a thief. If Ariga knew this, it would be hard to imagine how he would react. But the Elbian family's reaction is very certain. They will definitely be angry to death. This is simply to destroy the noble family style of the night. Moreover, once this matter is exposed, the Empire will definitely ask the kingdom for an explanation for this matter. And then the Elbian family will have a lot of fun. Of course, this has nothing to do with Xian. Xian only cares about Tyr's safety. And since Tyr is more carefree than imagined, then other things have nothing to do with Xian. At the moment, Xian nodded. It's good that the girl is fine. I will wait for her for another half a month. Only half of the 1 month agreed by Xian and Tyr is left. If Tyr hasn't come back by then, Xian will fulfill his previous promise and go to the Empire. At that time, Havis will also go with him. Roxy seemed to guess what Xian was thinking. You said you were going to take me out to play. Wouldn't that mean you were going to the capital of the Empire? Luo Shi had serious doubts. Are you sure you're going to play? Not to cause trouble? Anyway, Luo Shi felt that it would be impossible to play like this. And if it was possible, it would definitely be a very exciting way to play. Especially her. As the treasurer of the kingdom, she actually went to the capital of the Empire in person, which would cause trouble at any minute. Xian also knew that taking Luo Shi to the capital of the Empire was definitely not to play, but to destroy the house. Let me think about it, Xian said. Anyway, there is still half a month. Brother will take you to have fun for a while, and then go to the Empire. Luo Shi smiled. This is what you said. Luo Shi hurriedly said, don't lie to me. If you dare to lie to me, I will. What will you do? Xian looked at Luo Shi and said with a fake smile, cancel the engagement? Do you dare? Luo Shi suddenly became depressed. Does she dare? Of course she didn't dare. It would be better to let her die than to cancel the engagement. Luo Shi suddenly felt indignant. Is it fun to keep threatening me with canceling the engagement? If you have the guts, get married first. Okay? Chapter 485, A Desert in the Heart. After discussing the business, Xian did not rush to leave, and stayed in Luo Shi's palace to accompany the princess, who had been neglected by him for half a month. This made Luo Shi's mood finally recover a lot, and she became a lot more relaxed, and a happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. In fact, this princess did not have too many requirements, just hoping that her sweetheart could accompany her more. After all, in essence, this is still a little girl who is very afraid of loneliness. Now that Xian has time to accompany her, Luo Shi is naturally happy about it, and her mood has become much better, making the whole palace full of laughter and play all day long. That sound made the female knights of the Holy Sword Knights guarding outside the door feel a lot more relieved, who made their master look bored and lonely for half a month. Now that he has finally recovered his vitality, these loyal female knights are naturally very happy. They also joined the Holy Sword Knights formed by Luo Shi and became her direct guards because they admired Luo Shi. In view of this, Luo Shi was happy, and they were naturally happy. In this way, Xian stayed in Luo Shi's bedroom for a whole day, even staying here at night, and did not go back. Many people noticed this matter, and their mood became very bad. They didn't even go back at night. Isn't it obvious what the two men and women would do in the same room? In other words, the treasure of the kingdom, the most beautiful woman of the human race, is being eaten in the present moment. This makes many people feel complicated and even angry. They just got engaged. How dare that Count Boztut? It's over. My Highness Luo Shi. I can't bear it anymore. I want to duel with that bastard. Many people were shouting like this, and even lost their minds. If no one stopped them, they would have surrounded Luo Shi's bedroom. Even and she almost couldn't help but run over to stop them when he heard the news. Although Xian has become Luo Shi's legitimate fiancé, isn't it true that they haven't married yet? How dare he be so blatant to hit his own daughter before they are married? This situation made Shi furious and planned to go to Luo Shi's bedroom, completely forgetting the fact that even his knight Arida lost to Xian. Until, even if you go over to stop it now, it's useless. Father, it's too late. Justin and Shi, Leah, who has gradually become familiar with the king's work, said this faintly, causing Anshi's steps to freeze there. Too late? Anshi didn't really want to know what this sentence meant, because he didn't want to admit the reality. Unfortunately, his beloved eldest daughter didn't let him go. As early as the son-in-law selection meeting. I saw it by chance. Father, Leah said with pity, seeing them in the You know? No. I don't understand. No. I don't understand. Are you kidding me? Leah? Anshi's face turned pale, and he said with a forced smile, Luo Shi is so good, so obedient, so cold, and so excellent. Even if he looks at that boy differently, how could he be so unrestrained and give himself up before getting married or even before getting engaged? Obviously, Anshi didn't want to believe such a thing. However, this was exchanged for Leah's increasingly pitying expression. At first, I didn't want to believe it either. Father, Leah said faintly, but admit it. Luo Shi is no longer a child. It's not a child anymore. It's not a child anymore. It's a child. It's a child. Bang! Father! In the palace at night. In the king's bedroom. A sound of banging against the wall and a cry of surprise rang out. Similar situations kept appearing in the palace, making many people's hearts bleed. Although these people were not like Anshi, who knew that their kingdom's treasure had been eaten up before the engagement. But as the night deepened, Xian never came out of Luo Shi's bedroom. Even if they were stupid, they knew that everything that should happen was happening. Uncomfortable. Want to cry. This is the mood of most people at this moment. At the same time, the hostility and even murderous intent of these people toward Xian continued to surge. Xian Boztut. Hateful beast. Let's wait and see. In the end, these people could only speak harshly like this. Woo! At the same time, in Luo Shi's bedroom, Xian suddenly shuddered. What happened? Luo Shi opened her eyes and looked at Xian, who was lying in the same bed with her. A faint look of doubt appeared on her beautiful and rosy face. No. Nothing. Xian hugged Luo Shi and murmured with the same puzzled look, why do I feel like there are a lot of hostility and murderous intentions against me? The perception of external awareness of destiny is indeed strong enough to make Xian aware of all this. Hostility and murderous intentions against you? Luo Shi blinked her eyes and said almost subconsciously, "Have you done something that angered the heavens and the people? Why is your first reaction that I have done something that angered the heavens and the people?" Xian was speechless and retorted, "Am I that kind of person?" Luoshi did not speak, but just stared at Xian. That look can only be summed up in one sentence. "It seems that you have a desert in your heart." "Why?" "Because there are no trees in the desert. In short, you don't know what's going on." After understanding this, Xian could only say that he was very sad. And once he was sad, he couldn't help but shoot a set of gun skills. Xian turned over and pressed Luoshi, saying viciously, "I think you are the one who doesn't know what's going on." So, in Luoshi's exclamation, Xian did whatever he wanted again. Outside the door, the female knights guarding the door listened to all this, blushing. "There is no way, Your Highness. You are too bold." The next day, early morning, when Xian came out of Luoshi's room with a refreshed face, all the female knights couldn't help but glared at him along the way. This made Xian feel puzzled. "I seem to see murderous intent in your eyes." "Two? Girls?" Sean wanted to say that, but seeing that the female knights were looking at him as if he were an animal, Sean touched his nose awkwardly and left quickly. However, walking in the palace, Sean's condition not only did not get better, but worsened. Originally, with Sean's current status, when walking in the palace like this, people around him should have bowed to him respectfully. However, for some reason, overnight, these people seemed to have turned their faces and not recognized him. Not only did they not bow to Sean, but they wanted to kill him with a knife. And they were murderous. No! Sean was confused. Why are they looking at him like this? Could it be that Roxy was right? What did he do that angered the heavens and the people? That's not right. I am an engaged man now. I have restrained myself a lot recently, and am no longer as extravagant as before. How could I do something that would anger the heavens and the people? This must be a trap set by some goddess of fate. Lita's, haha. Feeling that he had discovered the truth, Xian decided, I will carry chewing gum with me from now on. That way, when the goddess falls flat on the ground, I can directly spit on the ground and smear her face. Of course, the premise is that there is chewing gum in this world. Thinking about it, Xian came to the beast riding square in the palace, and woke up Yulin, who was taking a nap there. Roar! Yulin woke up and let out a dragon roar, which frightened the other monsters in the square. Okay, stop yelling. Xian patted the girl, then climbed on her back and said, Let's go back. Yulin. Yulin quickly closed her mouth and nodded at the dragon's head, with a little doubt in her eyes. Why do I feel that the master has a strange smell? With such doubts, the innocent little dragon girl flapped her dragon wings and flew up. The next second, the dark dragon broke through the air, flew out of the palace, and swept towards the noble district. Noble district. Bostut's house. When Xian came back, Laxia appeared beside him like a ghost. Can you please notify me next time you don't come home overnight, Mr. Xian? When Laxia's somewhat cold words sounded, Xian almost had a heart attack. Miss Lalaxia? Xian quickly distanced himself, looked at Lalaxia with a cold face, and asked timidly, Are you angry? Lalaxia did not answer this question at the first time, but looked at Xian steadily. This look made Xian feel guilty. Then, Laxia returned to her expressionless look. I am just a maid, and I have no right to be angry. Laxia said lightly, It's just that you didn't come home for no reason. And Miss Lilith couldn't find you. And she almost turned the house upside down. Xian had nothing to say. I almost forgot that Lilith, that little girl, was so attached to me. If I didn't come home at night and couldn't see anyone, I could tell what she would do. So where is she now? Xian asked for the time being. I coaxed her to sleep. Laxia still said expressionlessly, Miss AI stopped her from making a fuss, and she was willing to follow me to sleep. Fortunately, my house was saved. Presumably, Ai told Lilith about her situation in the palace. Right. That dragon demon put a magic power on me, and where I was not a secret to that girl at all. Alright, I know I was wrong. Xian raised his hands in surrender and said, I'll tell you next time. Thank you. Laxia turned and left without a trace of nostalgia. Well, my elder sister is as cool and indifferent as ever today, making people want to lick her shoes. Licking a ghost. Xian complained about himself, and then prepared to go back to the room. At this time, a sound came from the direction of the restaurant, attracting Xian's attention. Chapter 486 Peace Festival. What is this? Hearing the sound from the restaurant, Xian was slightly startled, and then approached. As he approached, Xian found that there were some familiar people in the restaurant. At this time, Vivian, Lumia and Melika were eating breakfast. However, I don't know if they talked about something, and their expressions were a little wrong. Specifically, Vivian and Lumia both looked apologetic, while Melika seemed a little disappointed and looked dejected. What happened? Xian was a little confused, but he still entered the restaurant and attracted the attention of a group of girls. Mr. Xian? Mr. Xian. Seeing Xian suddenly appear, Lumia and Melika both stood up subconsciously. Looking closely, Lumia and Melika looked at Xian with eyes that were somewhat different from the past. That was a look that, in addition to the usual nervousness and timidity, also carried a trace of admiration and respect that others could hardly detect. This look, since Xian defeated Erdia, has appeared on Lumia and Melika. Obviously, because of Xian's performance, both of them have a tendency to become Xian's little fans. Vivian, on the other hand, was still as gentle as before. However, in addition to being gentle, Vivian also looked at Xian with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Are you willing to come back? Our Lord Count Bastutu. Vivian didn't know whether she was teasing or teasing. I thought you were reluctant to leave Her Highness Rosie's bedroom. It seems that Vivian also knew that Xian did not return home at night, and stayed in Rosie's bedroom all night. Sorry. I forgot to tell you, and made you worry. Xian was still a little embarrassed, although he was always thick-skinned. Lumia and Melika were ignorant, and seemed to not understand what was going on. Xian felt as if the car door was welded shut, and the steering wheel was unsteady. Only Vivian looked calm. Don't worry. I understand. Vivian nodded gently and said with a smile, after all, she squeezed out all the men in the world, married the most beautiful woman in the human race, and became an engaged couple with the treasure of the kingdom. It is normal to want to get in touch with the princess. We can understand. This sounds normal. But why do I always feel something is wrong? Could it be that the captain is accusing me of being tempted by beauty? Ahem. Xian coughed and smiled bitterly. Don't make fun of me. I haven't married her yet, and I have ignored her for a whole half a month. So I have to accompany her. Right? That's true. Only then did Vivian put away her teasing thoughts, and said with deep approval, even Her Highness Rosie is just an ordinary girl in this respect. Since she has chosen you, you have to take responsibility, and accompany her well. Vivian, on the other hand, spoke to Xian in a gentle voice, and seemed to be quite concerned about the future happiness of Xian and Rosie. Lumia nodded repeatedly, seemingly agreeing with Vivian's remarks. Only Melika, when she saw Xian and Vivian talking about Rosie, her little mouth unconsciously pouted, and she looked not very happy. Xian did not see the scene, and after a few words about it, he returned to the topic. By the way, are you talking about something important? Xian glanced around at the three people and asked, from the way you looked just now, it seems that it is not a pleasant topic. Right? At least, Xian thought so. Otherwise, why did Vivian and Lumia look apologetic? And Melika also looked depressed? They must have talked about something unhappy. However, when Xian thought so, the girl spoke up to reject it. No, it's not like that. Lumia spoke timidly. That's not a bad thing. Vivian also said so. Not a bad thing? Xian couldn't help but be stunned. And then his curiosity was aroused. In this case, Melika raised her hand. That, let me tell you. Melika was a little nervous and a little embarrassed. In fact, I am inviting Sister Vivian and Lumia to go back to the Elfland with me. Elfland. Hearing this name, Xian's curiosity suddenly rose, because this is a place that Xian is very interested in. The so-called Elfland refers to the forest area where the elves of the elves live. Right? Xian said so. Yes. The Elfland, as the name suggests, is the hometown of the elves. On the edge of the kingdom, there is a very vast forest. It is the largest forest in the human world, called Tagore Forest. There are countless monsters living in the Tagore Forest. However, in the deepest part of this forest, there is the habitat of the elves. It is said that all the elves in the world were born there and live there. Many people have gone there, but the elves are a relatively exclusive race. They value their purity and bloodline very much. They also know that many people in the outside world covet them as elves. So they have set up many barriers around their habitat, which not only hides the location of the elf country, but also hinders the arrival of those with bad intentions. In addition, the Tagore Forest where the elf country is located is full of various monsters, including some legendary monsters. All those who attempt to enter the elf country have basically returned empty-handed. Throughout the ages, There are only a handful of people who have entered the elf country. And these few people were brought in after they met the elves and got the elves' recognition, and were fortunate enough to become guests in the land of elves. In other words, there are almost no people who can find the land of elves and enter it by their own ability. The reason why I say almost is that someone achieved this achievement thousands of years ago. This person is the brave Mitra. In other words, except for the brave Mitra, no one has ever been able to enter the land of elves without first meeting the elves and getting their introduction. In view of this, in the human world, the land of elves is yearned for by countless people and regarded as a holy place. Xian knew about this. Don't ask why. Just ask because you are simply interested, whether you believe it or not. Now, Melika, a member of the elves, claims that she wants to invite Vivian and Lumia to go to the land of elves together. How can Xian not feel curious? Why do you suddenly want to invite Vivian and Lumia to go to the elf country together? Xian asked Melika curiously. Do your family members want to meet your teammates? Hearing this, Melika looked at Xian, who was staring at her curiously, and her pretty face slowly turned red. This was because of shyness and nervousness. There was no way. Melika rarely had a face-to-face conversation with Xian like this. No. It should be said that Xian rarely stared at Melika and talked like this, because Melika was very shy and easily nervous. Even if she lived under the same roof, she rarely talked to Xian like this. You know, in the past, Melika would only hide aside and be a little transparent, or together with Lumia, call Xian and other 666. Now, being stared at by Xian with a curious face, Melika naturally couldn't hide her shyness and nervousness. At the moment, no, it's not my family who wants to see my teammates, Melika said in a mosquito voice. Besides, I don't have anyone I can call my family. After Melika said this, Xian remembered this matter. By the way, you elves are all born from nature. Although you are a natural magic race, and are known as the closest life to the gods among the human race. Because you are all born from nature, you have no parents or relatives. In other words, the entire elf race is actually each other's relatives and family. But there are no parents who are truly related by blood. Right? Xian turned to Vivian. That's right. Vivian nodded, agreed with Xian's statement, and said, the elves of the elves live alone. Except for the royal family, who have people serving them. Even underage children live alone. What about the baby? Xian couldn't help asking, what should I do with the newborn baby? This question made Vivian burst into laughter. Melika also said quickly, that, Mr. Xian, elves don't have babies. Melika explained, when we elves are born, we are in a very special state. We don't need to be taken care of like human babies. A very special state? What state? Xian had to admit that this touched on his blind spot in knowledge. But before Xian could find out, Vivian spoke. In short, Melika invited us to the elf country not because someone in her family wanted to see us teammates. Vivian said, Melika invited us to participate in the Peace Festival in the elf country. Peace Festival? Xian blinked and asked, what is that? Everyone seemed to have anticipated Xian's question. So, after everyone explained one sentence after another, Xian gradually understood. It turns out that this so-called Peace Festival was a festival spontaneously held by the elves after the gods and humans won the battle thousands of years ago. The demons surrendered, and the three realms ushered in peace. This festival is held once every 100 years, and is the most important festival among the elves. Second only to the Birth Festival and the Queen Festival, because it is a festival held to celebrate the coming of peace. Every time the Peace Festival comes, the elves who are away from home will generally invite their trusted friends to return to the elves' hometown to participate in this festival. It is also thanks to the existence of such a festival that the elves are only xenophobic and have not completely cut off contact with the outside world. Otherwise, the elves may be completely disconnected from other races. So, Melika wanted to invite her friends to the elves' hometown when the Peace Festival was about to come. But Sister Vivian and Lumia couldn't go. Melika felt a little wronged. Vivian and Lumia immediately apologized again. I'm sorry, Melika. Vivian touched Melika's head and said softly, Riley is on her way back to the capital, and she will arrive soon. When she returns to the capital, the Razhead family will definitely make some big moves to let her inherit the family affairs. At that time, the Adventurers Guild should become very chaotic. So I have already made an appointment with Riley to help her when she comes back. I really can't leave. Me too. Lumia lowered her head and said, my sisters are on their way to the capital with President Riley. I have to stay in the capital to pick them up and settle them down. It is precisely because of this reason that Melika's rare invitation. In the end, Vivian and Lumia could not accept it. Woo! Melika said very frustratedly. Sister Vivian and Lumia can't go. And Tyr is not here. Thanks to this, Melika can't take any friends back. So that's why she became so frustrated. Thinking about this, Sheen smiled unconsciously. Moreover, it was a very bright smile. Is this a godsend? Here, Melika. Sheen pointed at himself and said expectantly, Can I go? You? Melika was stunned. Mr. Sheen? Lumia was also surprised. You want to go to the land of elves? Vivian was also surprised. Why? Is it not possible? Sheen asked back. Am I not a trustworthy friend? Everyone couldn't help it. They were silent. Wait. Sheen's mouth twitched. And he couldn't help but say loudly, You don't really think I am someone who can't be trusted, right? Sheen felt his heart become cold. No wonder Melika didn't want to invite him. Is it so untrustworthy in their hearts? Just when Sheen was about to flip the table, Melika hurriedly explained. No, that's not the case, Mr. Sheen. Melika hurriedly said, The main reason is that the elves are very wary of the men of other tribes. In the past, the elves basically only made friends with the same sex and invited friends of the same sex to participate in the peace festival. The matter of men entering the elves' land has never happened except for the brave Mitra 1,000 years ago. So I didn't think of inviting you. That's what happened. If Sheen could be invited, Melika would definitely be willing to do it. After all, Sheen is her own. After thinking about it, Melika blushed again. On the contrary, Sheen didn't feel relieved at all. What's this? Is there anything wrong with men? This is not racial discrimination at all, but gender discrimination. Chapter 487, I need to take better care of her. That. Just when Sean was somewhat frustrated, Melika spoke weakly. Mr. Sean, do you really want to go to the land of elves? Melika asked with a blushing face. Her voice was smaller than a mosquito. If it weren't for the external awareness that enhanced her six senses, Sean would definitely not have heard it. Looking at Melika's shy and nervous look, Sean sighed. I do want to go, Sean said to Melika. On the one hand, I am still very curious about the legendary land of elves. And on the other hand, I am planning to take Luo Shi out for a walk recently. I didn't know where to go, but now it's okay. Yes, Sean just wants to take Luo Shi to the land of elves to participate in this so-called peace festival. After all, Sean promised Luo Shi to take her out to play. And what is more fun than the festival? That's why Sean asked Melika this. However, after hearing Sean's words, Melika's rosy face turned pale. With Her Highness Roxy, Melika pouted again, almost hanging a bottle of oil. Obviously, Melika was a little reluctant to take Roxy with her. No, it should be said that Melika was unhappy that Sean acted for Roxy. Vivian and Lumia, on the other hand, showed a bit of astonishment at what Sean said. Take Her Highness the Princess out? Lumia hesitated. Are you sure? Vivian said directly. Her Highness Roxy can't leave the capital casually. Is that so? Sean couldn't help but ask Vivian. Why? Why? Vivian was stunned. And then reacted. Yes. Why? Why can't Rosie leave the capital at will? She has already made an engagement with Xian. And she no longer has to attend the customary appearance ceremony. In addition to Xian's current status. If he wants to take Rosie out, I'm afraid the royal family has no reason to stop him. Right? Although they haven't married yet. As an unmarried wife, is there any problem with going out with her future husband? No. All right. Vivian's expression eased. And she couldn't help but smile. This may be a good thing for Her Highness Rosie. It seems that Vivian also understands that Rosie has rarely left the capital. And now she can leave the capital openly and go out for a trip. How significant this matter is. However, those young masters in the capital are probably unbalanced. Her Highness, who has always stayed in the capital and stayed in a place where they can see her, is finally being abducted by a man and leaving the city. I guess many people will feel complicated. Right? Vivian knew very well how much influence Rosie had. But Vivian had no reason to object. With Xian and His Highness accompanying you back to the land of elves, we can rest assured. Vivian said this to Melika. Yes. Lumia nodded repeatedly. If Melika was allowed to go back alone, Vivian and Lumia would be a little worried. Especially in the situation where Tyr had already left. Melika had to leave alone. And Vivian and Lumia were even more worried. Now it's good. With Xian and Rosie as company, at least they can take care of each other. Is it okay, Melika? Vivian confirmed. Melika nodded in response. Although it was not good to bring a foreign male back. Melika glanced at Sheen. And then murmured uncertainly, but Mr. Sheen's words should be okay. Right? This murmur was even quieter than the mosquito sound just now. So Sheen couldn't hear it clearly. What did you say? Melika? Sheen asked again. Nothing. Melika shook her head quickly. And after hesitating for a while, she said with a decisive tone, Then please ask Mr. Sheen and Her Highness Rosie to go back to the elf country with me. Sheen's eyes lit up and smiled expectantly. At the same time, Najula, who was integrated with nature, also took in the whole scene. Peace Festival? Najula was thoughtful. As the highest belief of the elves, Najula naturally knew about the Peace Festival. She also knew that the elves were indeed somewhat xenophobic, especially their vigilance against men of other races, which could be called prejudice. As the goddess of nature and the highest belief of the elves, Najura was actually not very willing to see men with bad intentions enter the land of elves. Of course, the brave Mitra 1,000 years ago was an exception. That man was the only man who had entered the land of elves. But even he was frustrated after entering the land of elves. In the end, if Najura had not appeared in the land of elves and introduced Mitra, it would have been difficult for even the brave to stay in the land of elves. Under such circumstances, Shien's entry into the land of elves was not something worth promoting. But, if it was him, he would probably be the only man ever welcomed by the elves. Right? Feeling the sense of intimacy that continued to emanate from Shien, Najura had a strange expression. I always feel that things will develop in an unexpected direction. Najula felt a little uneasy. So, I have to take better care of her this time. At this time, Shien had no idea that the highest faith of the elves was secretly taking care of him. This treatment was probably the first time. Even the brave Mitra didn't have it. Right? After deciding to go to the elves' homeland, Shien also informed the people around him about this matter. For example, Ai, Lilith, and Laxia. Shien told these girls and asked them if they wanted to go with him. The result was obvious. The elves' homeland? Ai pondered for a while, and then said meaningfully, Well, it's not bad to go and see acquaintances. It means that we have to go together, since the person I am serving temporarily is leaving. As a maid, I naturally have no reason to stay. Laxia also said this very straightforwardly, and it was obvious that she was going to go with him, which made the maids and servants in the mansion cry again. As for Lilith, after discovering that Sheen had returned, this little goddess, who almost tore down the Bostat family last night because she couldn't find Sheen, hugged his thighs and refused to let go. This behavior told Sheen that if he didn't bring this girl with him when he came back, not to mention the Bostat family and the noble district, even the entire capital might be gone. Okay, then add 3 more people. Sheen could already see the scene of himself bringing his family with him. And of course, Sheen went to the palace after this and told Rosie, who was lying in bed, go to the elves' land to participate in the Peace Festival. When she learned about this from Sheen, the sleepy princess jumped up from the bed with a start on the spot. For a moment, the whole room was filled with pink, just because this beautiful princess had been tossed around by Sheen all night and hadn't put on her clothes until now. As a result, the sheet slipped off with this jump, which naturally blinded Shien's titanium alloy dog eyes. However, Luo she was completely unaware and danced with joy. I had heard that the Elves Peace Festival would invite some recognized foreign friends to participate. I had imagined that I could go there before, but I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to realize it. Luo she was excited for a long time, and even threw herself on Shien and kissed him hard. You can imagine how happy this girl is. Poor kid. She was really bored. Shien looked at this silly girl with sympathy in his eyes. However, seeing Luo she so happy, Shien also felt that he was lucky to have done this. However, when this matter was heard by the royal family and the high-level officials of the kingdom, many people showed a more extreme reaction. They believed that Luo she was of noble status and had a special status. If she left the capital casually and went outside, she would be likely to be harmed by unscrupulous people. In addition, Luo she had never left the capital like this before, and many people were overly worried. Some were not used to it, or did not allow it, which led to a lot of arguments. Anchi also looked a little worried. Fortunately, in the end, Leah persuaded everyone. Rox's fiancé is a newly promoted human who can defeat even Lord Arya. And he is also accompanied by His Royal Highness Dragon Demon and the evil god Lilith, who can harm Roxy. Leah's words made everyone speechless. In the end, the royal family and the kingdom could only acquiesce to this matter. This is also a milestone. This time, Roxy can finally leave the capital and go somewhere else. Many people finally felt that the kingdom's treasure had been married off, and they were very sad about it. In addition, leaders also knew about this and made a fuss. No! I don't allow it! This extremely daughter-loving goddess ran to Sheen in person to object. I don't allow you. Sheen suppressed this goddess without any hesitation. This made Lita's almost fight with Sheen. Anyway, I won't let you. A bad guy. Take my Roxy away. Lita's declared loudly, and ran directly to Rox's side, sticking to her and not letting her go. Seeing this, Sheen found Anima without hesitation. I think the goddess may be too idle and have no work. Goddess Anima? What do you think? Sheen said this to Anima meaningfully. In fact, Anima is almost at her limit. How can the goddess be too idle? Just like Sarah, the top of the demon clan, is so busy that she is almost invisible. The three goddesses also have their own work. They need to use their own power to maintain the operation of the world. They need to arrange the gods under their command and let them be responsible for blessing the children of the human race. They also have to communicate with the demon clan on government affairs, and contact and hand over with the temples of various countries in the human world. All these require the three goddesses, who are at the top of the gods, to do it personally. Now, the three goddesses are all staying in the human world, and have been late for half a month. If this continues, I am afraid that something will happen. At this moment, Anima no longer tolerates Lita's willfulness. I said, we should go back. Lita's, I don't want it. I don't want it. Don't be willful. You are the real top of the gods. How can you put aside the obligations and work of the goddess? Isn't there Najula? The problem is that she is not here either. What? Najula is not here either. Where did she go? Don't worry about it. She has important work to complete, so her work has to be solved by us. So cunning. Okay. Stop making trouble. Be good. Be obedient. I know you are a very responsible person. You will definitely not leave your work alone. Right? Woohoo. Just like that. Lita's was taken away by Anima while sobbing. This unreliable goddess, who stayed in the human world for half a month and did nothing except picking on Sheen, finally returned to the divine world. I will come back. Remember that? Lita's left such a shout, and then was dragged into the gate deep in the temple by Anima. Well, it's a touching story. Seeing Lita's leave, Luo, she was greatly relieved. After this, Sheen learned something. In the half-month you were away, the goddess Lita's has been by my side, persuading me not to go astray, and even trying to persuade the kingdom to cancel my engagement with you, which made the palace a mess. What Luo, she said with a sigh, made Sheen speechless. Feeling, has that goddess been doing this kind of thing in the past half-month? It's amazing. Fortunately, this idiot has returned to the god realm, and people can finally have some peace and quiet. The matter of going to the elves' land was also quickly decided. There are still 10 days before the peace festival begins. If we don't set off now, we may be delayed. Melika told Sheen this. The elves' land is located in the Tagore forest on the edge of the kingdom, outside the border. In terms of distance, it is much farther than going to Cosmos. Sheen estimated and found that even if he rode Yulin at full speed, considering the time wasted on resting and sleeping at night, it would take about 2 days to reach the elves' land. If he used a carriage to travel, he would probably miss it. This matter is also Melika's fault. She had completely forgotten it before, and only remembered it when she received a letter from her fellow countryman recently, which made her a little rushed. After knowing this, Sheen decided on the spot. Let's prepare well, and we will set off tomorrow to the elves' land. This spontaneous trip was confirmed. Sheen first found Havis and told him about his situation, asking him to go to the Empire in half a month and wait for him in Cosmos. After participating in the Peace Festival, Sheen will go there directly and meet up with Havis. Then, it will be the day to set off for the Imperial capital. Chapter 488, The Love of the Elf Girl. Just like that, the time to go to the land of elves came quietly. On this day, Melika woke up at dawn, washed, changed clothes, and began to pack her luggage. It's called luggage, but it's actually some clothes to change. Magic potions, magic props, etc., and a magic wand. Should I bring some gifts to everyone in the tribe? Melika was thinking about this while packing her luggage. Because of the special nature of the elves themselves, the elves have no blood relatives, but the tribesmen are each other's closest companions. and the relationship is no worse than that of real blood relatives. Melika was also taken care of by many elders in the elves. And there was also a childhood friend who grew up together and got along for more than 100 years, which made Melika want to bring gifts to them. But now it's almost time to leave. And it's too late even if I want to prepare gifts. It's all my fault. I accidentally forgot about the peace sacrifice. Melika sighed. Actually, it's not Melika's fault. The Peace Festival of the Elf tribe is a grand ceremony held once every 100 years. And Melika is only over 100 years old this year. She has only participated in the Peace Festival once. How could she remember it so clearly after going out for training? If it weren't for the elf's childhood friend, who wrote to contact her and mentioned this matter, Melika would have missed it. In this case, it's already very good to be able to rush back. So how can you force so much? Fortunately, everyone in the elf tribe is somewhat detached from the world, and is not very interested in worldly luxury goods. Even if you don't bring gifts back, no one should care. I'll help everyone pick out gifts next time I have the chance. Melika secretly made a note of this matter, and then counted the things she was going to bring. Magic potions for restoring mana. Magic scrolls with intermediate lightning magic. Magic books with magic crystals for repairing staffs. Fire magic. And frost magic. And Melika checked them carefully. This was a habit Melika had developed since the last crisis in the Atla Canyon. Since that time, not only Vivian and Tare felt that the team was not well prepared, but Melika also often thought that if her magic power had not been exhausted so quickly at that time, she would definitely be able to do more to protect everyone in the team. At least, if the preparations were sufficient, Tare would not have to risk everything and enter the ghost state. Therefore, since then, Vivian has paid great attention to equipping the team with necessary recovery items and various auxiliary magic props. And Melika has also used her savings to quietly purchase some props that she might use from the magic props store in the royal capital. In that way, when encountering a crisis, I can ensure that the storage and recovery of magic power is sufficient and fast enough, and I can better deal with some emergencies. But my magic power seems to be increasing faster and faster. Thinking of this, Melika felt somewhat uneasy. Since leaving Lemidgen, my magic power has suddenly started to grow continuously for some reason. And as time goes by, it grows faster and faster. At the beginning, Melika was very happy. After all, it is undoubtedly a good thing that magic power can grow. And grow so much. But seeing that the growth rate is getting more and more exaggerated, and the reason is still unclear, Melika's joy can't help but turn into a slight uneasiness. Just because she doesn't know whether this abnormal situation is really a good thing. You know, the abnormality of magic power is a problem that cannot be underestimated. Magic power is transformed from vitality. And the abnormality of magic power is usually reflected in life and body. In the past, there were many magicians who died suddenly for no reason due to excessive abnormal transformation of vitality caused by excessive magic power. As an orthodox magician, Melika is also regarded as an elf-born magician. Naturally, she would not be unaware of the importance of this. Therefore, recently, Melika has been worried whether the crazy growth of magic power in her body will cause problems with her vitality. For this reason, Melika also wrote letters to consult several great magicians of the elves. But they seemed to have no clue. Vivian told Melika that if necessary, she could arrange for an expert in magic to help Melika. But Melika refused. There was no way. Although she was shy and easily nervous, she was also an elf who attached great importance to her own purity. Asking her to take the initiative to check the body of a group of so-called experts, who she didn't know at all, and didn't know whether they were men or women, made Melika instinctively feel resistance. Vivian seemed to know Melika's situation. She didn't force it, but she advised Melika more than once to find a time to ask the elders in the elves to help her. As a natural magic race, the elves have many great magicians with high magical attainments, including legendary ones, who are much better than other magicians. With their understanding of the elves themselves, they may be able to see Melika's problem at once. In view of this time, Melika's return to the elves' homeland is also a good thing in Vivian's eyes. In this way, Melika can ask someone to help her see why her magic power is growing so wildly, and whether this situation will cause any problems. Melika is very clear about this matter. This time when she returns to the elves' homeland, she also has this plan. Unfortunately, Sister Vivian and Lumia can't go back with me. Thinking of this, Melika felt a little regretful. It was a pity that she had gone out to gain experience and made friends that she could trust. But she failed to invite them back home and introduce them to her people. But Melika could understand that Vivian and Lumia could not leave now. Fortunately, Mr. Sheen would accompany me back. Somehow, Melika felt better. It was undoubtedly a happy thing for Melika to invite Sheen to her hometown. Even though Sheen was already engaged, and the object was the perfect and beautiful princess who made her yearn for him, Melika could not help but feel happy. This faint feeling may never be known, but Melika was willing to savor it carefully and taste all the ups and downs it brought. The reason was that this was her first love. The love of elves was a very pure thing, because elves are born from nature, not through reproduction, and due to their nature, their love lacks many desire factors and becomes very pure. For elves, it is very difficult to fall in love with someone. All the elves are women. The only gods they believe in are goddesses. The emphasis on their own purity makes them instinctively resist men of different races. Under such circumstances, 99% of elf girls are single until the end of their lives. Only a very small number of elves will be attracted by men of different races with noble character. But elves are originally a long-lived race. For them, 100 years is just a blink of an eye. But this 100 years is often the life of a man of different races. Under such circumstances, among the few elves who are attracted to men of different races, more than 99% of them will choose to silently guard their loved ones for their entire lives, and will not choose to be with each other, let alone combine. Thanks to this, for the elves, love is pure and sacred. All elves respect love and yearn for love. In the end, they often choose to devote themselves to and fulfill this love. Such elves will either never fall in love with someone for thousands of years, or they will only fall in love with this one person in their lifetime. After witnessing the happiness of their loved ones, or the death of their loved ones, they will return to the land of elves and never leave again, living a long life in peace, tranquility and bitterness until they die. This may be a very pitiful thing in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of the elves, this is a very normal thing. Such a relationship, which is mostly destined to have no results, will become something that they will constantly recall, cherish and taste in their long lives. Therefore, no matter whether it is sour, sweet, bitter or spicy, it is worth experiencing carefully for them. Melika is the same. Sometimes she feels jealous. Sometimes she feels envious. Sometimes she feels envious. And sometimes she feels a little sad. But she will never regret it. Like before, when Sean became the first priority candidate for Luo Shi's engagement, she would worry about this relationship. Now that it is done, she silently blesses and envies him. And at the same time, she will feel happy because she can return home with Sean. Yes, Melika has thought it through. Since Sean is already engaged to Luo Shi, and she is not the one who can stand by his side, she can just silently protect him for the rest of his life like the ancestors in the tribe. Wait until I see him get married, have children, and have a happy life. Then I will quietly leave, return to the tribe, and live out my life. That's enough. As for now, as long as we can be together and see him more, I will be satisfied. Melika murmured like this. Even though it was a bit uncomfortable and sad, there was nothing I could do. This was the fate of an elf who fell in love with someone else. By the way, don't forget to bring this. Melika seemed to suddenly remember something and found something from her bed. Upon closer inspection, it was a wreath that was not finely made at all, and even looked like it was woven casually. However, this wreath was well maintained. Not only was it as brightly colored as if it had just been woven, but there was also no trace of damage on it. This was also natural. In order to keep it as it was, Melika spent a lot of effort. Not only did she infuse magic power every day and use the characteristics of the elves to maintain its vitality, she also sprinkled expensive state preservation magic potions on it so that it could always maintain its original appearance. It is conceivable how much Melika values this wreath. Melika would carry this wreath with her wherever she went, and even hug it when she went to sleep, so that she could sleep peacefully. Hee. Looking at the wreath, Melika seemed to remember the scene when its weaver gave it to her. Thinking about it, her pretty face blushed and she smiled happily. When Melika came to her senses, she found that it was already dawn. Roar! Outside, the dragon roared clearly, as if notifying someone to gather over. Not good. Melika quickly put away the wreath, put it into the underwear of her robe, carried it close to her body, then grabbed the staff, took her luggage, and hurried to the garden. In her arms, in her clothes, the wreath that was carefully maintained exuded a faint glow. This scene happens every day, but no one knows it. Bostut's house. Garden. When Melika hurried out of the house, she found that not only Yulin was roaring to the sky, but everyone had basically gathered. You came so late. That's not like you. Melika. Vivian noticed the movement, turned around, looked at Melika, and chuckled softly. Have you packed your things? Melika? Lumia also asked with concern. If there are still things that are not packed, please tell me. Miss Melika. Laxia stood at the very edge of the crowd and said expressionlessly. Then, good morning. Under the simple and cold words, the princess also stood there, looked at Melika, and gently greeted Melika. Who else could it be except Luoshi? Her Highness Luoshi? Melika's heart jumped, and she hurried forward and bowed to Luoshi to apologize. Sorry, Your Highness. I kept you waiting. Melika became a little nervous. Melika had mixed feelings towards Rosie, but in general, Melika still admired Rosie and respected her very much. In addition to the difference in status, Melika did not look down on Rosie because of Sheen, and was still very well behaved and polite. On the other hand, Rosie did not seem to want to put on airs. No need to say that. Miss Melika. Rosie shook her head and looked at Melika with a smile on her face. She seemed to be in a good mood and said to Melika, I have to thank Miss Melika for the invitation this time, which gave me the opportunity to visit the legendary elf country. Nothing. Melika waved her hand and shook her head and said, As Your Highness. If you want to go to the elf country, the elves will definitely welcome you. This is not a compliment. Luoshi is not only the beloved son of the gods, but also the blessing of the goddess of fate, one of the 3 goddesses. In addition, she is also the legitimate descendant of the former brave man, and even inherited the brave man's holy sword. Her uniqueness will also be viewed differently by the elves. If such Luoshi wants to go to the land of elves, the elves will indeed welcome her. Chapter 489. It's also difficult for us, as the race closest to the gods. The elves have a deeper faith in the goddess than the humans. Thousands of years ago, the brave Mithras also entered the land of the elves. He met the elven royal family under the introduction of the goddess of nature Nadira, and was recognized by the royal family and helped by the elves, allowing the elves to fight against the army of the demons in the final battle thousands of years ago. In this case, Rosie is both the heir of the brave Mithras and the beloved blessing of the gods. It is impossible for the elves not to welcome her arrival. Therefore, what Melika said to Rosie was all from the heart. I don't know if Rosie heard it, but this princess just smiled, showing her temperament in the princess mode to the fullest. Anyway, Melika looked at Rosie, who was smiling and seemed to have taken away the glory of the world, and her admiration for her was unconsciously generated in her heart. Only such a princess is worthy of standing beside Mr. Sheen. Right? Melika thought so, but she no longer felt jealous, only a little lonely. However, such a Melika did not know that. In fact, Roxy had been observing her. Roxy was not familiar with Melika, but because of Sheen, she knew something about this elf girl. Frankly speaking, Melika was very beautiful. After all, she was an elf famous for her outstanding appearance. Even when Sheen first met everyone in Vivian's team, he thought that in terms of appearance alone, Melika was the best in Vivian's team. The gentle and generous Vivian and the timid Lumia were both overshadowed by her, which shows how this elf girl looks. Vivian is also very beautiful, and Lumia is also very cute. If the full score is 100, these two must score at least 95 points. However, both Mager and Edel fell in love with Melika at the first time and were fascinated by Melika. Melika's appearance must be scored at least 98 points. In this way, she can suppress Vivian and Lumia and has been targeted by unscrupulous people. Unfortunately, Tyr has emerged as a new force. Not only has her relationship with Sheen improved by leaps and bounds, but she has also exposed her true appearance to Sheen, allowing Sheen to discover that there is such a terrible dark horse hidden in Vivian's team. It can be said that Tyr's appearance must be scored at least 99 points, and she has not fully grown up. When she loses that childishness, it will be a perfect 100 points, on par with Roxy and Nian. If it were not for this, Melika might be the one standing next to Sheen. It is also possible Luoshi knew about Melika's affairs and could more or less guess some of Melika's thoughts. Because of this, Luoshi paid special attention to Melika. The reason was simple. Just because this elf girl was very likely the first person who had special feelings for Xian after he came to this world, and the person who was most likely to capture Xian. The reason why this elf girl failed was, on the one hand, because of her shyness and the purity and reserve of being an elf that prevented her from taking the crucial step, and on the other hand, because of bad luck. A beautiful woman with 98 points. Even with the bonus of being an elf. Plus the truth that it is easy for a girl to pursue a boy. It is impossible for her to fail to win over Xian, who is ruthless on the surface but coquettish and dandy on the inside. But in the end, look at the opponents this girl met. A base score of 99 points, with the potential to grow to a full score of 100. And she is very proactive. A full score of 100 points. Perfect in all aspects. No one can match her in the human race. Looks like a flower on the mountain that no one can pick. But in fact, she is afraid of loneliness, and can be easily tricked into bed by Xian. Meet these two terrifying opponents. Melika is still shy and reserved to play pure secret love, which is definitely the rhythm of becoming a passerby heroine. Not every female protagonist can steal the tower successfully in the end. So, this girl is in tragedy. Luoshi guessed the reason for this. How could she not pay special attention to Melika? After all, this girl was the one who should have been the main wife of Xian. But she was overtaken by Luoshi and squeezed out by the sudden rise of Tyr. I have to say, it's really a bit pitiful. Of course, Luoshi will not sympathize with Melika. First of all, this is a matter of mutual consent. And there is no such thing as you fighting for me. There is no reason to let sympathy intervene. Second, the love field is like a battlefield. As a princess who just wants to spend the rest of her life just groping for fish, Luoshi is really under great pressure. I can only say that it's not that I, the princess, eat too badly. But Miss Melika, your teammates are too delicious. Besides, we have given everything we should give. We can't just be eaten up and not admit it. Right? Luoshi just wanted to say that it was difficult for me too. In order to marry that dog, I also tried my best to make trouble. While these wild ideas flashed through her mind, Luoshi's eyes looked at Melika and softened a little. And then she started chatting with Melika. It can be seen that Luoshi wanted to build a good relationship with Melika. This made Melika a little flattered. And her voice became much smaller than usual. She looked nervous, which made Luoshi laugh. Melika didn't think much about it. Looking at Luoshi, who was completely unpretentious and chatting with her with a smile. Her admiration for the princess became stronger. Sure enough, the princess was very good. Just when Melika was thinking about this, the door of the mansion was opened. Xian appeared in front of everyone, holding the sleepy Lilith in one hand and the sleepy AI in the other. He was also yawning loudly. The lazy and sloppy look made Melika's heartbeat speed up slightly, and her pretty face blushed shyly. This was Melika's reaction every time she saw Xian. Xian didn't notice all this, but just glanced around at everyone. Are they all here? Xian looked like he hadn't gotten enough sleep. Mr. Xian? Lumia hurriedly greeted Xian. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Vivian slightly criticized him, as if asking Xian not to be too rude in front of Rosie. Although the two were already engaged, even married couples would treat each other with respect. With the princess of a country as the object, even the fiancé had to dress up a little. However, Rosie didn't care at all. Vivian had no idea how crazy and noisy she and Xian played privately. It was just a little lazy. So what? But? I thought you would come to the palace to pick me up. Rosie stared at Xian and said this. This sounded like an accusation, but it was just a complaint. Only Xian could hear this complaint. He knew that this princess, who was dressed like a lady, must be like a child going on a spring outing. And she might have been too excited to sleep last night. So, this girl couldn't wait to run over by herself at dawn. Xian didn't expose her, while handing Lilith, who was still drowsy in his arms, to Laxia beside him. He continued to lead AI and came to Luoshi. Your Highness AI? Luoshi bowed to AI for the time being. AI seemed to have not slept enough. She looked sleepy and didn't care about Luoshi at all. She responded vaguely. Xian said so. You came alone? Xian curled his lips and said, I thought you would at least bring the Holy Sword Knights. Otherwise your father and the high-ranking officials of the kingdom would not let you out easily. How can people feel at ease without a mighty guard team protecting you as a princess? Xian was ready to send these people back. But? How can you ride a dragon with so many people? Luoshi made a straightforward rebuttal with one sentence, and said, besides, if you really bring so many people, you don't know if you will be rejected by the elves? Originally, Xian had enough people on this trip. Xian, Luoshi, AIE, Lilith and Laxia. There are already 5 people. If you bring a guard team, even if Melika invites you, the elves may not welcome it. The elves recognize the friends of the tribe members who are invited to participate in the peace festival. not the personal guards. Therefore, if you dare to bring a large group of people, they will dare to refuse you entry or even drive you out. Luoshi didn't want to conflict with the elves because of such a small matter. Besides, she was going to have fun this time. Play, not to negotiate. In this case, why bring so many people? Luoshi strongly rejected the arrangement of bringing the guards and the knights with this reason. That's good. So I don't have to waste my energy. Xian didn't want to bring too many people either. The reason is what Luoshi mentioned. Yulin can't carry so many people. Even if Yulin is not small, it can't carry hundreds of people. Right? The dragon of our family is not something that anyone can ride. If so many people are sent together, the hot-tempered dragon girl will probably make a fuss. Vivian mentioned it for the time being. There seem to be quite a few people now. Vivian asked Melika kindly, inviting 5 people to the elf land at once won't cause any trouble. Melika? Hearing this, Melika shook her head quickly. It's true that there are too many people. Melika glanced at the crowd and whispered, but if it's everyone here, it should be fine. To this, Lumia nodded in agreement. Just kidding. Look! Who are these people? Xian, who has been in the limelight recently. The kingdom's treasure. Luoshi. Dragon demon AI. Evil god Lilith. Even Laxia has a special identity. Would the elves dare not entertain such a group of people? Putting aside Xian and Laxia, the elves would never refuse to receive AI and Lilith. Melika was not worried about whether the people she brought were qualified. Instead, she was worried about whether these people, with such special identities, could smoothly participate in the peace festival after arriving in the land of elves, and whether the elves could treat them well. This is a real all-star lineup, and there can be no mistakes. Melika felt a little bit like crying, but without tears. At first, she thought that only Sheen and Rosie would go to the land of elves with her. Who would have thought that AI and Lilith would also participate? The participation of these 2 people really made Melika very worried. A demon. A strongest evil god comparable to a demon. If they offended them, the elves might face the crisis of extinction. This pressure is too great. Mr. Sheen? Melika could only look at Sheen with tears in her eyes, as if asking for help. She could only ask Sheen to take care of it, and not let the elves be destroyed in her hands. Don't worry. It's not as serious as you think. Xian was happy, stretched out his hand, and touched Melika's head. Woo! Melika's delicate body trembled slightly, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. At this time, a small cold snort came into Xian's ears, which made Xian's hand stiffen. After laughing dryly twice, he retracted his hand that was touching Melika's head. Now that everyone is here, let's go! Luoshi spoke expressionlessly. Okay. Xian shrugged and waved to Yulin. Roar! Yulin seemed to have been waiting impatiently. When she saw Xian waving, she immediately lowered her body and put the dragon head in front of her master. Xian touched Yulin's head and infused it with magic power. Go up. When Yulin squinted her eyes in comfort, Xian spoke to the girls. Okay. The girls nodded in response and climbed onto Yulin's back one by one, especially Roxy, who climbed onto the dragon's back faster than anyone else. Laxa, holding Lilith, appeared on the dragon's back at some point, as elusive as ever. Please, Miss Yulin. Melika bowed to Yulin in a proper manner, and then climbed onto the dragon's back with a nervous look on her face. Xian was the last one to go up, and he hugged AI, who was sleepy and seemed to be about to fall asleep at any time, and jumped onto Yulin's head. In the end, only Vivian and Lumia were left there, and a group of servants and maids gathered behind them without them noticing. They watched the people who climbed onto the dragon's back. Be careful along the way. Lumia couldn't help but shout softly. Sorry, Melika. We can't do it this time. Please treat us to your visit next time. Vivian showed a gentle smile. Have a good trip, big sister. A group of servants and maids also came in, shouting like this, making Xian want to grab them one by one and spank them. Finally, Melika poked her head out from the dragon's back and looked at Vivian and Lumia below, her eyes a little wet. Since leaving the elf country and training in Limijan, Melika has been protected by Vivian and accompanied by Lumia. The people in Vivian's team have been together for almost 2 years, and they have been through life and death together countless times. Now that Tyr is left, she has to separate from Vivian and Lumia again, which is inevitable. I will be a little touched. I will be back soon, Melika shouted with red eyes. I will wait for you to come back. Melika. Lumia's eyes were wet. Vivian said nothing, still smiling gently. Melika wiped her eyes And then she found that someone was hugging her. Turning her head, she saw Rox's beautiful smile. Xian looked at this scene and smiled suddenly. His face no longer lazy and sloppy. Roar! Yulin roared loudly. Not long after, the black dragon flapped its wings and flew away from the capital under the gaze of Vivian, Lumia, and everyone in the Boztut family. Target: the eastern border of the kingdom. Tagore Forest. Chapter 490. Tagore Forest. 2 days passed in a flash. During these 2 days, Yulin had been flying at the fastest speed. Xian and his group stayed on Yulin's dragon's back almost all the time. But they were not bored at all. After all, there were 6 people traveling together, and Yulin used magic to isolate the strong winds in the sky, so that Xian and others were not uncomfortable at all on the dragon's back, and the interaction between them never stopped. Needless to say, Xian and Luoxi had no estrangement at all. In fact, because the purpose of this trip was to travel around, Luoxi's hidden personality was slightly released. She seemed to be very energetic along the way. From time to time, she would pull Xian and point to the scenery below and chatter about something, which made the other girls, who were traveling together, feel that they had seen the more lively side of the princess. After taking a nap, Lilith finally became more energetic. When Xian and Luoxi kept chatting, she would blink her eyes, suddenly get in between the two, squeeze into Xian's arms, and stay there comfortably, as if to show her existence. It must be said that she was very cute, and Luoxi couldn't help but hug her for a long time regardless of her identity as an evil god. Izzy hugged the pillow, always looking drowsy, as if she couldn't sleep enough anyway, and finally got into Xian's arms, using it as a mattress, and napped there with her eyes closed. Xian deliberately teased her several times, and in the end, she just wrinkled her nose as if she was quite unhappy, and there was no reaction at all, which made Luoxi, who was watching all this, feel unsure. Xian heard Luoxi mutter this sentence. You are probably the only one who can be so close to the demon. Luoxi was obviously surprised by the way Xian and Ai got along. After all, this was the dragon demon among the 6 great demons, a famous existence in history, who had killed 2 heroes and was praised as a vicious existence second only to the demon king together with the poison demon. Now he was so close and intimate with a human man, which was really unbelievable. Although Lilith was closer to Xian than Ai, Lilith was the goddess who entrusted the true seal to Xian. In this case, it was normal for even the strongest evil god to become extremely close to Xian. Ai was different. So, Luoxi didn't know what to say. On the one hand, she was surprised and unexpected, but she felt relieved that Xian had such connections. On the other hand, she always felt that she seemed to have discovered some hidden super powerful opponent, and her position as the main wife seemed a little shaky. This made Luoxi feel entangled and complicated. And finally she just pretended that she saw nothing. There was no other way. It was really because of Xian's connections that somewhat destroyed the 3 views of people in this world. One of the most vicious demons was taking a nap in his arms, and the strongest evil god seemed to be clinging to him all day long. But he himself didn't care about it at all, and teased and played with 2 little girls every day. These behaviors were undoubtedly very rude and reckless in the eyes of people in this world. Others treated these vicious beings as if they were accompanying a tiger, but Xian seemed to have always treated them as 2 clingy little brats. Fortunately, Ai's subordinates were not here, and Lilith was special. She didn't have a subordinate god under her direct jurisdiction and management. Otherwise, those people would definitely be scared. This is not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is that this guy even dared to knock on the head of Lidas, who was hailed as the strongest person in the 3 realms today, and dared to say one sentence after another when they met. If he didn't have some ability, he would probably be regarded as an ignorant fool. Right? Compared with these great deeds, Luoxi suddenly felt that when Xian first met her, after seeing her true nature, the disgust she had always shown seemed not to be surprising at all. I can only say, fortunately, you are a brave man. Otherwise you would definitely be beaten to death. Luoxi sincerely believed so. At least, as far as Luoxi knew. Jacinta, the demon cadre, seemed to have the tendency to deal with Xian. If Ai had not been by Xian's side, the Tyrannosaurus would have definitely come to the door. How could he watch Ai dote on Xian so much? Of course, Xian was not weak at all. It just so happened that I still felt that I had a strong opponent to test my current strength. Xian smiled fearlessly, which reminded Luoxi that this guy had defeated his teacher. So, Luoxi was speechless. In this way, along the way, Xian kept chatting with Luoxi as if they were traveling around the mountains and playing in the water, while teasing Ai and Lilith from time to time. And Laxia quietly accompanied them. The whole way was harmonious and friendly. And it was not boring or dull at all. In addition, Luoshi also paid attention to Melika, who was a little transparent, and could not fit in because of nervousness and shyness. She always talked to Melika, which made Melika flattered every time, and became more nervous and shy. When she answered, she was not clear and hesitant, which made people anxious. However, Melika often secretly cast her eyes on Xian. Once Xian found her, she would lower her head in a panic, with a blushing look. That scene became a very pleasing scenery along the way. Xian was used to it. He had already figured out the mind of this elf girl, so he was not panicked at all. Not only was he not panicking, Xian was secretly looking forward to whether this elf girl would rush up to him and give him a free meal like Tear one day. As I said before, Xian was quite envious of Melika's beauty. But he was not in a hurry at all. No. It should be said that there was no point in being anxious. This girl was much purer than he thought. He could scare her away by talking to her. He could only wait like this. He couldn't force her. Could he? Wouldn't that be a hooligan? I'm not that kind of person. Thinking this way, Xian acted calmly. Well, if it wasn't for the fact that his Li Tua Tian Ming seemed to be the same as his previous resistance skill, and for some reason, it had no effect on a certain princess, causing the piece of meat on his waist to be destroyed hundreds of times while Melika was blushing, and he was almost unconscious, he would definitely be calmer. The 2-day journey was spent in this situation. Xian and his group hardly got off the dragon's back except for eating and sleeping. When eating, Xian and his party would just find a hilltop or a place with nice scenery to land. And then the elder sister would prepare hot dishes without anyone noticing, so that everyone could enjoy the joy of a picnic. When sleeping, they would find a town and rest in a hotel, without any embarrassment of sleeping in the open air. This made Luoshi feel that it would be a good idea not to go to the land of elves and continue such a purposeless journey. But in the end, on the second day, Xian and his party still arrived at their destination smoothly. Is that the Tagore forest? Standing on the dragon's back, Xian led Lilith and looked down, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Not only Xian, but Luoshi beside him also murmured in amazement. What a huge sea of trees. Yes, sea of trees. Below everyone's sight, an endless sea of trees sat on the ground, completely dyeing the ground into a vibrant emerald green. In the sea of trees, huge trees rose from the ground, each of which was at least 100 meters high, like an ancient forest, vast in vicissitudes. This is the largest forest in the human world, the Tagore forest. Melika was also looking at the forest below, and she spoke with some fear of home, but also with some joy and pride. According to legend, this is the forest that first appeared on the earth when the world was born. Melika explained in a pleasant voice. After the supreme god Omnis created the world, the three goddesses also used their own powers to perfect the world and make the world truly work. The goddess of fate, Lidas, guides all things in the world. The goddess of life, Anima, created one race after another. The goddess of nature, Nadura, created continents, oceans and forests for this world. This Tagore forest is the first work of the goddess Nadura. However, the goddess Najula at that time did not expect that in the depths of this forest, full of vitality, we, the elves born from nature, would unexpectedly appear. Melika said so. If the creators of all the major races in the human world are the goddess of life, Anima, then we elves are the only exception. Although our birth is also somewhat related to the goddess of life, Anima, it is her power that makes the earth and the forest full of vitality, which ultimately led to our birth. But we are separated from nature and condensed by the essence of the forest. Therefore, our creator is the goddess of nature, Nadura, who is also our highest belief. The power of the goddess Anima is just a catalyst for our appearance. Even if the goddess of nature, Nadura, did not intentionally create our race, we still regard the goddess as our mother. Melika's words made everyone hear a sense of faith and worship. The goddess of nature, Nadura? Xian pondered for a while, and then asked curiously, then, Melika, have you seen the goddess of nature? Of course not. Melika shook her head quickly and said humbly, Goddess Nadura loves elves like us very much. But even elves are only a very small part of the vast living beings. Unless you are blessed by the goddess of nature, only the elven royal family will have the opportunity to see the goddess Nadura. Ordinary elves like me will definitely not see it. Is that so? Xian immediately asked in confusion. Then when the scum nobles wanted to harm you last time, Why did the goddess notify me and let me help you? Melika suddenly became not very calm, and even said extremely unconfidently and uncertainly, is it really a mistake? This girl still thinks that it is a very unreal thing that she is being noticed by the goddess of nature. Luo, she did say it. I think it must be something about you that attracted the attention of the goddess. Luo, she said thoughtfully. It is said that the goddess Nadura can control nature and can also become nature itself. She has always been paying attention to this world and the elves. The goddess may have discovered something special about you and paid special attention to you. Is that so? Melika still looked very unconfident. On the contrary, Xian suddenly remembered something because of Luo Shi's words. That is, during the duel between him and Aradia, with the perception of external awareness destiny, he seemed to feel the existence of a person, the goddess who can control nature and can also become nature itself, and has always been paying attention to this world. Could it be that that person is? Xian raised his eyebrows and concentrated his mind. Just like the duel with Aradia, trying to improve the perception of external awareness destiny. Unfortunately, this time, no matter how hard he concentrated, Xian could not enter that state. That is also very normal. Last time, the reason why Xian was able to enter that state was not only because of Wai Ju Tianming, but also because of one of the effects of Wai Tua Tianming. When fighting, he could put aside all distractions and instantly adjust his essence, energy, and spirit to a perfect state. Thanks to this effect, Xian was able to get rid of all distractions and concentrate his essence, energy, and spirit to the peak of perfection. With the perception of outer awareness of destiny, he could even see the flow of the atmosphere and the pulse of the earth. Under normal circumstances, it would not be so easy for Xian to enter that state. What a pity. Xian sighed with regret. However, Xian still turned to the other side with some reluctance. What kind of person is the goddess of nature? Xian asked AI, who had been dealing with the gods since ancient times. She? AI yawned, frowned after hearing Xian's question, and said lightly, she should be the kind of person that all women yearn for. Right? The kind of person that all women yearn for? Xian said in amazement. Why? Because that goddess has all the factors that a perfect woman should have. AI said expressionlessly. Sister Sarah has said more than once that the goddess is at the top of the concept of women. She has all the beauty, dignity, elegance and politeness that a woman should have. She is completely different from my second sister, who is not reserved at all. AI said the latter sentence very quietly. Xian fell into deep thought. Chapter 491. I'll scatter my ashes for you. A perfect woman? Xian couldn't help but recall the time when he received Najula's revelation. Xian still remembers Najula's voice at that time. As clear as a spring in the water. As comfortable as the breeze blowing through the forest. That is a voice that makes people feel relaxed and happy. Just by relying on this voice, Xian can imagine the image of a dignified, polite, beautiful and moving goddess. From this, it can be seen that AI's words should not be exaggerated at all. Even Luo Shi said so. Goddess Najula is indeed an existence that women admire. Not only is she always elegant and polite, but she also has a noble temperament. Ordinary women will only feel ashamed in front of her. Her Royal Highness, who is regarded as a perfect existence, also said such words. It can be imagined how impressive this goddess of nature is. Roxy even leaned close to Sean's ear and spoke in a voice that she would only hear in private in the past. Unlike me, Goddess Najula is really perfect. Sean could tell what this meant. Although Roxy was considered the most perfect being by the world, she actually hid her true nature and was not as perfect and aloof as people thought. But the goddess of nature seemed different. Her perfection was genuine. That is, it was not deliberately displayed. Nor was there a hidden nature. Her every move was natural and real. And she was truly perfect. This was what Roxy wanted to express. In this way, Sean was looking forward to it. After hearing what you said, I really want to meet this goddess. Sean shrugged his shoulders. Everyone nodded in succession. Except for AI, who didn't agree, Lilith, who didn't understand, and Laxia, who had no expression on her face. Both Luo Shi and Melika wanted to see the goddess. Especially Melika. It would be great if there was such an opportunity. Melika couldn't help but yearn for it. At this moment, there will be a chance. My child. A chuckle suddenly echoed in Melika's ears. Alas? Melika was stunned. What's wrong? Melika? Luo Shi noticed Melika's abnormality and asked subconsciously. Nothing. Melika shook her head quickly and said to herself hesitantly, it should be an illusion. Right? Melika said so to herself. And that voice did not appear again. making Melika more convinced of this. Well, let's stop here for the introduction of the scenic spots. Xian said to Melika, which direction is the elf land? Let's go there. Xian planned to continue riding Yulin to the land of elves. Who would have thought? We have to enter the forest first. Mr. Xian? Melika actually said so. Why? Xian showed a surprised expression. Melika explained immediately. Tagore Forest is an ancient forest that has existed since the birth of the world. There are many monsters that have lived for a long time. They have survived in the Tagore Forest, which is rich in natural resources, magic and vitality. They are very powerful. There are even many legendary ancient monsters. If we fly over their territory, they will definitely attack us immediately. As soon as these words came out, Yulin roared in disdain. As if to say that those old immortals dared to block my way? The same. Even Yi frowned and spoke indifferently. I want to see if those idiots who only grow old dare to attack me. There is no doubt that His Majesty Dragon Demon is fearless. Legendary ancient monster? So what? If you dare to attack, I will skin it. And Yi showed such intention. Even Lilith blinked, as if she understood something, and suddenly turned her head, looked at one of the locations in Tagore Forest, and stretched out her hand. Boom! The next second, a violent evil spirit burst out from that location without warning, like a huge storm vortex, instantly swallowing everything in that area, and shredded it into pieces, making everything there disappear without a trace. Ah! The sudden huge movement scared Melika, and she screamed. Ah! Woo! In the forest, many monsters seemed to be alarmed, and were desperately fleeing. Xian and Roxy looked at this scene and were stunned. What happened? Luoshi asked Xian with a stiff face. Xian's mouth twitched, and he didn't know whether he was speechless or shocked, if I didn't perceive it wrongly. Just now, there should be a so-called legendary ancient magic beast in that position that has been staring at this side. But because it sensed the difficulty of Yulin and us, it instinctively felt the danger and didn't dare to take action. Luoshi was silent. That's what I mean. Right? Just now, a legendary ancient magic beast hiding in the dark and not daring to take action was killed by Lilith in one blow. Well done. And I couldn't help but reach out and touch Lilith's head as if to praise. Roar! Yulin roared angrily, as if shouting that she was not allowed to take away my prey. Seeing this scene, Melika realized how stupid what she had just said was. With these few warlike and brutal bosses around, how could there be any foolish legendary monsters coming to cause trouble? I'm afraid they would just want to hide far away. In fact, Xian was also a little scared. After all, the move that Lilith had just shown was much more advanced than when she was out of control before she returned. At least, Xian didn't notice any signs that Lilith was going to take action. And the evil storm appeared without any sign, destroying everything in an instant, like an unpredictable natural disaster. Terrifying and terrible. Xian was glad that the out-of-control Lilith didn't have such ability when she was in Cosmos. And he lowered his head and looked at the little girl. At this time, Lilith, who was praised by AI, was hugging Xian's thigh with a smile, looking up at him, with a pair of big eyes blinking, as if she was going to take credit. Well, it's cute, but it's also really scary. Is there anything scarier than being cute while destroying the world? Definitely not. Well, that's what happened. Xian pretended to be calm and said to Melika, tell me the location of the elves' homeland, and we will fly there directly. So arrogant. Over there. Melika raised her hand tremblingly and pointed in a direction. Roar! Yulin roared immediately, and flew away without waiting for Xian's instructions, as if she was expecting a legendary ancient monster to come and fight with her. So unscrupulous. So, on this day, in the Tagore Forest, all the legendary monsters that had existed for countless years became trembling, treading on thin ice, trembling and hiding in their habitats, and dared not come out at all. What's worse, some legendary monsters ran away simply, obviously scared. Of course, there were also some idiots among the legendary monsters. When they saw Yulin flying over their territory, they rushed over fiercely. Their fate was generally miserable. Anyway, Xian had seen the rumor. Dare to mess with me? My ashes will be scattered for you. In the end, these idiots among the monsters ended up with no body left. This made Luoshi feel distressed for a long time. Many legendary ancient monsters have become extinct outside. Every material on them is priceless. Why don't you keep the bodies and evaporate them? Okay. Hearing this, Xian also felt a little distressed. Thanks to this, All the monsters that came to the door later kept their bodies well. Some of their precious parts were taken by Xian and others without hesitation. Therefore, Xian and his party began to carry a lot of things in large and small bags, which really looked like a house raid. Not to mention, this feeling was quite exciting. After almost half a day of flying, Xian discovered something unusual at a certain moment. "Stop, Yulin," Xian shouted, causing Yulin to flap her wings and stop in midair, flapping her dragon wings and not moving forward. "Is there another legendary monster coming?" Hearing the noise, Luo blurted out such words without thinking. Looking at her skillful and calm appearance, she was obviously led astray by Xian and others. But this time, Xian shook his head. "I think we should be close to our destination." Xian looked at the depths of the forest ahead and said, "I feel the existence of the barrier." One sentence made everyone excited on the spot. Melika quickly climbed onto Yulin's head, looked ahead, and looked happy. "That's right. That's the barrier of the elf land." Melika looked happy. As mentioned before, in order to prevent the unscrupulous people from entering the Elfland and harming their fellow elves, the elves have set up various barriers around the Elfland. Now, those barriers have appeared, proving that the Elfland is just around the corner. In this case, it seems that we can't fly any further. Xian judged, if we fly any further, we won't see the shadow of the Elfland. The barriers set up around the Elfland have various effects. There are confusion, concealment, obstruction, and isolation. If you fly over like this, you will either fall into the barrier and be trapped by the barrier, or simply get lost and can't reach the Elfland at all. Unless, break the barrier. "Do you want me to do it?" Ai said something shocking. "Please don't do this." Melika was frightened the most so far, and she was about to cry and said, "The Elfland will be destroyed." Poor child. She has seen all kinds of brutal behaviors along the way and has been completely frightened. "Stop it." She had also patted Ai's head and said unhappily, "We are here to visit, not to cause trouble. Why are you so murderous?" Xian would never say such a thing. At the beginning, he almost blurted out whether he should fly over directly, destroy the barrier, and then enter the land of elves calmly. It can only be said that the fighting and killing along the way almost made him think that he was here to cause trouble. Then let's land in front of the barrier. Luo seemed to feel that her thinking was led astray, and quickly corrected her 3 views and proposed righteously. "Then let's go." Xian also nodded and said to Yulin under him, "Let's go. Yulin, land in front of the barrier." "Roar!" Yulin responded and flew forward again. After flying for a distance like this, Yulin landed in front of the barrier under Xian's instructions. It has to be said that landing in this sea of trees is a very troublesome thing. Yulin directly crushed a lot of trees. And just now with a roar, she fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The monsters around felt the breath emanating from Yulin, and they all fled in panic. Xian and others got off Yulin one by one and landed on the ground. "What should we do next?" Luo asked with expectation. "Melika." Xian did not answer, but looked directly at Melika. Melika had already trotted out from the crowd and came to the front of the barrier. The corridor of the forest, the maze of the fairies. Open it under the command of the Wanderer. Melika stretched out her hand, closed her eyes, and chanted a spell in the direction of the barrier. That was not the common language known in Omnipotenton, but a very ancient and difficult spell. Xian was stunned. Instead, Roxy, who was standing by, stared at the scene closely. That was the ancient elven language, which was said to be the language used by the ancestors of the elves 10,000 years ago. It was not until the elves came into contact with foreign races that it was gradually replaced by the common language of the continent. But it was still used in some very ancient magic. There are magic institutions in various countries that are studying this ancient elven language, including our kingdom. Roxy explained a few words to Xian. "I seem to have heard of it." Xian suddenly realized. He was also a person who had memorized a large number of magic spells, and he had some knowledge of magic, like this ancient elven language. Xian had indeed seen relevant descriptions in books, but he had never seen magic performed with this spell. The magic that used the ancient elven language was very ancient magic, either lost or regarded as a forbidden book treasure. All of them were in the forbidden library. Naturally, they did not exist in the books you saw outside the library. Luo seemed to see the doubts in Xian's heart and mentioned this. "Okay." Xian shrugged and stopped asking. He really didn't want to get involved in magic anymore. With the magic of giving and celestial magic, Xian was already satisfied and didn't want to study other aspects of magic. If there is a chance to learn other magic in the future, Xian should not choose any ancient lost magic, but the magic of biological creation. Xian has not given up on his dream of creating a two-dimensional magical life with his hands. Chapter 492 Welcome to the Land of Elves. Clang. Just as Melika's ancient spell gradually echoed and resounded throughout the forest, a burst of light suddenly shone in front. An inexplicable wave appeared from the barrier in front, spreading like ripples on water while causing the magic power to rise. With the perception of external awareness of destiny, Xian could clearly feel the magic power. The magic power was extremely vital and quite natural and docile, giving people a very comfortable feeling. This made Xian realize the barrier set up here was probably not set up by the elves themselves. That's right. Although such a natural and docile magic power did not pose a threat to Xian, it also made him aware of its cleverness. If I am not mistaken, this barrier may be set up by the gods for the elves. What's more, this barrier may be something set up by the goddess of nature to manipulate nature with power. If I had been in the past, I might not have been able to deal with such a barrier without releasing the holy sword. So, if it weren't for my group of people coming this time, it would have been arrogant to think that I could easily destroy this barrier as I thought before. Buzz. When Xian thought about this, the light on the barrier rose to a dazzling level and then disappeared. No, it didn't disappear, but it was like a door opened, and an entrance appeared for everyone to enter. Huh? Melika exhaled and then showed a bright smile to everyone. You can enter. Everyone. It seems that Melika has opened the barrier set around the elves' land. Everyone couldn't hide their expectations. Let's go! Xian waved his hand directly and led everyone into the interior of the barrier. At the same time, in the deepest part of a conspicuous palace, a woman opened her closed eyes. The woman raised her head and looked in one direction, and spoke in surprise and astonishment. Such a strong magic. At this moment, the woman felt several terrible magics appearing in the land of elves. Those magics were almost above her, making her feel heavy-hearted. In particular, there were 3 magics that gave her the feeling that they could threaten her completely. Such terrible magic made the woman frown deeply. Could it be that one of the 6 great demons came together? Only such an existence could make her feel so threatened. But it seemed a little wrong. Among the 3 magics, one was full of dragon power, which should be His Majesty the Dragon Demon among the 6 great demons. Another one was evil and chaotic, but it carried a hidden divinity. The last one had a sacred fluctuation, which was not like the demon clan, nor the god clan, but seemed to be the human clan. But why did it give me a sense of familiarity? In addition, there are 2 more magical powers, which are not enough to threaten her, but enough to make her alert. Uninvited guest? The woman's mind turned rapidly. Then, the woman found that among these several terrible magical powers, there was also the magic power of her own people. Could it be the guests invited by this child to participate in the peace festival? The woman was a little surprised and doubtful. There was no way, because these magical powers were too strong. So strong that she was a little nervous. If someone with such magical powers caused trouble in the land of elves, even she could not stop it. Especially among them, there was a magical power that resembled the dragon demon, which made the woman's heart lift. You know, she has experienced the notoriety of the dragon demon for thousands of years, and she has seen the other side spitting dragon breath and burning everything in the world on the battlefield more than once. Among them, even the army of the camp she once belonged to, and even her own people. Now, the other party actually appeared in the elf land, and there were so many powerful people around him, which really made the woman worried. No, I have to go over and take a look. The woman stood up. Behind her, a head of emerald green thick hair that almost touched her heels hung down, exuding an amazing beauty. Leia! Ni! With the woman's call, 2 figures appeared outside the palace. They were 2 elves wearing robes, holding magic wands, and also had long hair and pointed ears. They looked extremely beautiful. One of them appeared with the fluttering leaves, and the other appeared with the falling petals. Queen. The elf magician named Leia knelt on one knee. What do you want me to do? The elf magician named Nia followed and knelt down. Both of them exuded amazing magical fluctuations, and their eyes looking at the existence called the queen were full of respect, worship and admiration, which made people see their loyalty and love. In fact, these 2 have been accompanying the queen for a long time, and have guarded the elves for thousands of years with the queen. They are not just her subjects. Therefore, seeing these 2 people appear, the queen's worried heart was somewhat relieved. The elf country seemed to have welcomed terrible guests. The queen said without hiding anything, one of them is suspected to be the dragon demon. This sentence made Leia and Nia react. Dragon demon? Leia seemed to be startled. How could she come to the elf country? Nia couldn't help but stand up. It is conceivable that the two were a little panicked at this time. The queen immediately comforted the two. Don't be nervous. With that person's style, if he really wants to do something to us, he will definitely not come here in an orderly manner like this. He will just transform into a dragon body and descend directly to the land of elves as he did in the past, and evaporate us completely with his dragon breath. Seeing the two confidants who have been with each other for thousands of years so panicked, the queen calmed down and sorted out her thoughts. Moreover, there have been rumors recently that the dragon demon seems to be more restrained than before, and is entangled with a human youth. Such a woman, appearing at the moment of the peace festival, may not have any hostility. Hearing this, Leia and Nia looked at each other. Entangled with humans? Leia murmured. That dragon demon? Nia was also particularly surprised. Obviously, the two did not know about this. The queen can understand. After all, when she received this news at the beginning, she was also very surprised and even doubted it. She had witnessed how vicious and bad-tempered the dragon demon was. Not just hearsay like others. As far as the queen knew, he had never shown a submissive attitude to anyone. Even to his sisters. He was cold and ruthless. And particularly cruel. Even if he evaporated hundreds of thousands of human warriors' lives in an instant, his face would not change at all. And he killed two heroes in history with his dragon breath. In the battle 1,000 years ago, the queen also witnessed the other party beating the two goddesses of the gods in a very arrogant and unreasonable manner. Among them, one was the highest belief of the elves, the goddess of nature, Nadura. In view of this, in the eyes of the elves, the dragon demon is undoubtedly a very scary figure. Even their own main god almost fell in his hands. Just based on this point, the dragon demon is enough to become a nightmare in the hearts of the entire elves. Such a vicious demon is now rumored to be entangled with a human youth. No wonder the queen is suspicious. Now, could it be that among the two human magic powers, there is the one who is entangled with the dragon demon? The queen can feel that among the people who came with the dragon demon, two of the magic powers belong to humans. Of these two magic powers, one is the magic power that carries the sacred fluctuations and gives her a familiar feeling, and the other is not as good as the former, but it seems to have a sense of holiness and familiarity. In terms of magic power alone, even if it is not as terrible as the former, it is still better than hers. Obviously, she is the queen of the elves, and the elves are a natural magic race. Their magic power is the best among humans, and is not inferior to the magic masters of the demons and gods. As a result, her magic power is not as good as the two humans. It is really surprising. What makes the queen even more confused is that, for some reason, she gradually has a sense of inexplicable closeness to the larger, more sacred, and more familiar magic power. What on earth is going on? Could it be? The queen first had an idea, then shook her head. No, it's impossible. The goddess blessing is a power that only elves like us can get. The human side should be under the jurisdiction of the goddess of fate. Thinking of this, the queen shook off the idea in her mind. And then she found something quite bad. What's wrong? Queen? Seeing the elf queen's expression suddenly change, Leia and Nia asked out loud. Seeing this, the elf queen hurriedly spoke. Let's go over there. There has been a conflict over there. On the other side, after entering the barrier, Xian and his party found themselves in a paradise. Oh! Luo Shi and Li Lizi couldn't help but exclaimed. Is this the land of elves? La Xia also murmured. Not bad. And I also rarely exclaimed. Xian looked into the distance, his eyes slowly widening. I saw that inside the barrier, the environment was completely different from the outside. It was still a forest. However, in this forest, there were no longer the same old trees, but a dreamy forest garden. There were lilies of the valley that flickered like fireflies. There were butterflies that emitted light green light. There were trees that were as transparent as glass. There were also countless fairies, dancing around like dancing. A paradise? No. Xian would rather call it the magic forest. Melika stepped forward, stretched out her slender little hand, and let the butterflies and fairies fly around her. Immediately, the elf girl, who was like the mistress of the forest, turned around and faced everyone. Welcome to the land of elves. The elf girl said this with the most beautiful smile ever. Chapter 493 Elf Division. In the magical forest, countless creatures that only exist in fantasy seem to be flying to welcome the guests. Butterflies and petals are arranged neatly, Fairies and fluorescent lights are wandering and spinning. Even the trees around seem to come alive, swaying there constantly, as if happy, and as if jumping for joy. Melika stood in the middle of this scene, with the most natural smile on her face so far, beautiful beyond words. Anyway, Sheen felt that Melika's charm suddenly increased after returning here. In other words, this 99-point elf beauty evolved here into a full-score 100-point existence. If a noble young master like Mager or Edel was still here, seeing such a Melika, they would definitely be ecstatic. Right? Unfortunately, the only person who can enjoy such a visual feast is Sheen. No, that's not right. Yi, Luo Shi and others are also here. At this time, Lilith was completely attracted by the butterflies and fairies flying around. She stretched out her little hands curiously, trying to catch them, but she couldn't catch them. Finally, she broke free from Sheen's arms and ran to chase them. Yi seemed to be a little eager to move, and her eyes kept chasing those butterflies and fairies. But she finally held back and pretended to be calm. Laxia was expressionless and completely unmoved. Roar! Finally, Yulin, who stood behind everyone like a guardian, couldn't help but roared, but completely disturbed the place. Wow! All the fairies and butterflies seemed to be startled and scattered instantly. Swish! The trees around them, which seemed to be cheering and jumping for joy, also trembled suddenly and began to tremble. The magical scenery was broken in an instant, and all the fluorescent light hid in the surrounding bushes and disappeared. Ah! Lilith screamed and stopped chasing, her eyes full of reluctance. Oh! Melika screamed as if her family was frightened. Yulin. Sheen turned his head and stared at Yulin. The girls also turned their eyes in unison, glaring at Yulin with a look of grievance. Woo! Yulin immediately closed her mouth and lowered her head as if she was wronged. But everyone did not let it go. What are you screaming suddenly? Look! You scared them all away. What a good thing you did. Sheen, Luo Shi and Ai all scolded this black dragon of Adlu, which made Yulin's big dragon eyes full of grievance. Can't we help it? It's not that we want to scare them, but we are also very excited. What? Can't dragons be happy? Isn't a dragon a girl? Why can you cheer and exclaim? But I can't. I feel uncomfortable and want to cry. However, the crowd didn't keep nagging the dragon girl. After scolding her for a while, they didn't say anything more. Sheen scratched his head and came to Melika. Are those all monsters? Sheen deliberately changed the subject, and was also really curious. Some are not. Melika smiled at Sheen, not knowing whether she was too happy after returning home, causing her previous shyness and nervousness to be suppressed, or she was used to it, and said naturally, there are many harmless monsters in the elf country, such as fluorescent butterflies and unicorns. They usually don't actively hurt others. They are herbivorous monsters, so the elf country will accommodate them and let them live in the barrier to avoid being persecuted by the fierce monsters outside. There are also some fantasy creatures, which are not monsters, but created by magic, similar to magical life. They are created by the predecessors of the elves to guard the elves' hometown. They will expel those intruders who do not enter the barrier through legitimate means. The light trees around belong to this category. As for the fairies, they are not monsters, nor fantasy creatures, but our fellow tribesmen. Melika's words made Sheen stunned. Fellow tribesmen? Sheen stood up in surprise. Yes. Melika nodded and said patiently, as I said before, the elves have no babies. When we elves are just born, we are in a very special state. Hearing this, Sheen reacted a little. Could it be that those fairies are the special state you mentioned? Sheen understood. That's it. Melika smiled joyfully, nodded and explained. We elves were like this at the beginning. Just little fairies. Nature gave birth to us, allowing us to be born from forests, rivers, lakes and even the earth, flying in the form of fairies between the world. In this state, fairies have no wisdom, let alone intelligence, but only instincts like newborn animals, playing in the world while absorbing the magic of nature. After decades, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years of growth like this, if the fairies can successfully give birth to wisdom and intelligence, they will rely on the magic they have been absorbing to transform into human form and become elves. Melika's words became more and more as she returned home, and she actually felt like she was talking freely. Such Melika is really rare, and Sheen couldn't help but look at her twice more. Melika didn't seem to notice, and she became more and more excited as she talked. After becoming elves, we will be taken away by the predecessors in the elf village. officially become a member of the elf tribe, and live with everyone in the elf tribe. We are like this. Although we are not blood relatives, we all have a common mother. That is, the nature that gave birth to us. And nature is the creation of the goddess of nature, Nadura. It is the incarnation of the goddess Nadura and another manifestation of the goddess Nadura. Therefore, the goddess Nadura is not only the highest belief of the elves, but also the existence equivalent to our mother, especially the royal family of the elves. They are very special. All of them are. Melika, who was very excited, suddenly found that Xian was looking at her with a smile, with a caring look. Not only Xian, but also Roxy was like this. She retracted her sparkling eyes that were staring at the surroundings and looked at Melika, as if she was looking at a sister who was finally willing to open her heart. It was so gentle. Finally, even Ayi and Laxia looked at Melika, and Lilith Yiba blinked and looked over, with curiosity in her eyes. Bang! Melika's face instantly exploded. Steam rising. Let's go in quickly. The blushing elf girl said this in a mosquito voice, seeming to be very ashamed, which made everyone laugh kindly. However, this undoubtedly made Melika even more ashamed. Let's go in quickly. At that moment, Melika rarely raised her voice, pushed Xian's back, lowered her head, and went to the interior of the elf town with a pair of pointed ears red. Okay. Let's go now. Don't push me. Xian immediately smiled bitterly. The girls laughed kindly again. Until, Xian was suddenly startled, raised his head, and looked forward. Oh! Ayi and Luoshi also seemed to have discovered something, and all raised their eyes. Roar! Yulin roared as if she had finally caught the chance. Immediately, figures flashed out from the depths of the forest in front, and rushed over here as if riding the wind. Those figures fell on the surrounding light trees, surrounding Xian and his party. The light trees seemed to have sensed something, and they kept shaking one after another, as if they were waiting for the bullied children whose mothers were seeking justice for them. Xian and his party looked around. On the surrounding glowing trees, elves wearing robes and holding staffs appeared one by one. Who are you? The one who said this in a vigilant tone was an elf magician in the lead. Her robe was emerald green, and the sleeves were engraved with mysterious runes and spells. The staff in her hand was also inlaid with an eye-catching magic crystal. She was exquisite, cute and lovely, which made people cast their eyes on her. This elf magician seemed to be the leader. The elves around them stared at Xian and his party with great caution and seriousness, especially on Yulin. Almost all the elves' attention was cast over, looking at the black dragon with a ferocious aura, and their hands holding the staff were exerting force. In these elves, extremely powerful magic power was fluctuating. This scene told everyone that all the elves present were extremely powerful magicians. This was indeed the case. Good guy. There was not a single one with a level lower than 80. Xian was surprised and surprised. That's right. None of the elves who appeared here had a level lower than 80. Moreover, the number of these elves was nearly 100. What does this show? It shows that the hard power of this elf team completely surpassed the Knights of the Mitra Kingdom. However, the Knights of the Guard had Aridia, a legendary knight with a level of 98. But this elf team did not have it. The elven magician who spoke was at level 89. One step away from the legendary level. But even so, the appearance of nearly 100 elven magicians above level 80 still made Xian's eyes flash. Not to mention Xian. Even Rosie was moved. So that's it. Is this the elven division that the elves are proud of? Rosie looked solemn. Elven division? Xian turned to Rosie, as if asking. Rosie did not turn her gaze to Xian, but looked around at the elven magicians around her, and spoke like this. The Elven Division, a magician group that brings together all the high-level magicians in the elves, is also the strongest magician group in the world, and no one can defeat it. Chapter 494. You can't. Luoshi's explanation made Xian look surprised. An invincible magician group? Is that a bit exaggerated? Can't even beat the Royal Guard Knights? Xian expressed his doubts to Luoshi. In response, Luoshi rolled her eyes. You have to know that although the Royal Guard Knights are strong, they are only the strongest in the kingdom. Luoshi said, the Mitra Kingdom is just one of the human countries. It may be stronger than many countries, but in terms of military strength, the Empire is actually better than the kingdom. And the Royal Guard Knights may not necessarily beat the strongest knights in the Empire. And this is the case for humans alone. Not to mention that other races of the human race have elite legions. For example, the priest group of the orcs and the iron cavalry of the dwarves are legions that are no less than the royal guard knights of the kingdom, and may even be superior to them. After Luoshi said this, Xian finally understood. No wonder there are so many high-level orc priests in the group of orc priests. Oz and Mafe are even legendary, and close to legendary. With such a group of strong people, the orc priest group will not lose to the kingdom's guard knights. The guard knights are only the pride of the Mitrok kingdom, not the pride of the human race. Even the Mitrok kingdom is just one of the many human kingdoms. It is not surprising that the rest of the human race besides humans will have elites that are no less than the guard knights, or even superior to the guard knights. The elves are like this. As a natural magic race, and a long-lived species, the long years and extraordinary talents combined have given birth to many powerful magicians among them. These elven magicians form the most powerful magician group in the elves, and also the most powerful magician group in the human race. They gathered nearly 100 great magicians with a level of more than 80, and finally created the greatest pride of the elves, the elf division. Like the kingdom's guard knights, the elf division is a guard directly under the royal family, and only obeys the royal family's dispatch. Luoshi introduced to Xian in a low voice. It is said that the elf division has 2 division commanders with equal status. They are the confidants who directly serve the elf queen. They are also 2 of the only 3 legendary powerhouses in the elves, and their levels are above 95. Together with the elf queen, the most powerful legendary magician of the elves. These 3 even form the famous 13 heroes, with the partners of the brave Mitra and the legendary powerhouses of other races in the war 1,000 years ago, and jointly fought against the beast demons among the 6 great demons. In other words, the 2 division commanders of the elf division and the elf queen they serve are the living history of the human race. They participated in the war thousands of years ago, fought side by side with the brave, and were one of the famous 13 heroes. They were powerful human beings respected by everyone, especially the elf queen, as the king and the strongest of the elves, a race born with magic. No one in the human race can match her strength as a magician. The teacher told me that about 3 years ago, he had challenged the queen of the elves, but he almost couldn't win even when he used his unique skills. In the end, he took advantage of her and exhausted her magic power. And then he won and became the strongest of the human race. Luoshi revealed such a secret to Xian. Even now, the teacher often told me that if he fought again, he might not be able to beat the elf queen. This is a person who may even be stronger than Eridia. Xian has some interest in this elf division. After all, the battle between him and Eridia finally proved his ability as a warrior, and his ability in magic has not been proved yet. Now, the world's strongest magic division is right in front of him. How can Xian not be interested? But Xian is interested in him. But he may not be. Let me ask again. Who are you? The leading elven magician spoke again. Are you enemies? Or intruders? Don't tell me that you are travelers who strayed into this place. Ordinary travelers absolutely cannot open the barrier of our elves, let alone bring a dragon like that. The other party raised his staff and pointed it at Yulin. Roar! Yulin immediately roared in dissatisfaction, raising a heavy wave of air that blew in all directions, blowing the surrounding light trees to the east and west. Be alert. Seeing Yulin start to lose her temper, all the people in the elf division were not afraid at all. Following the order of the leader, they all raised their staffs and gathered magic power. Xian had reason to believe that in the next second, they would release the prepared magic. And it was a powerful superior magic, burying himself and others in the sea of fire and burning them to ashes. At this time, wait a minute. Sister Jailur? In the crowd, Melika hurriedly squeezed out and appeared in front of the people of the elf division. Seeing Melika, the leader called Jailur was surprised. Melika? Why are you here? Jailur subconsciously restrained her magic power. Not only Jailur, but also the members of the elf division around her hurriedly stopped gathering magic power. Is that Melika? Melika is back? Could these people be the guests invited back by Melika? The people of the elf division seemed to know Melika. Their awe-inspiring and heroic posture disappeared without a trace, and they became like a group of ordinary girls, making noises in surprise and surprise. That look made people unbelievable. They were the elite of the elves, the magic division that was the best in the human world. In this regard, everyone looked at each other, as if they were a little confused by the contrast before and after. Only Luoshi murmured a little. It seems that the relationship within the elves is indeed very good. If it is not good, this magician group that is the best in the human world would not be able to call out the name of an ordinary elf girl, and look quite familiar. Of course, There is also the reason that the population of the elves is originally small, and the people within the elves can naturally recognize every member of the tribe and remember their names. The atmosphere on the scene was slightly eased by the appearance of Melika. Jia Lure, who was in the lead, also carefully observed everyone except Yulin until now. There is no way. Yulin's presence is too strong, and the dragon's might is like a prison. You can tell at a glance that she is an extremely powerful dragon. Seeing the existence called the King of Monsters, the attention of the elf division naturally focused on Yulin, and most of their vigilance was also on her, thus reducing the observation of others. At this time, Jiaoyuer and the rest of the elf division turned their eyes to Xian and his group. At this sight, Jiaoyuer and the others in the elf division all changed their expressions, because they found that those who were suppressed by Yulin's presence were actually very extraordinary. Look at that human girl. Oh my god. She looks so beautiful. This is the first time I have seen a human whose appearance can rival that of the elf queen. So beautiful. The elf girls of the elf division were amazed. The person they were referring to was naturally Luoshi. Of course, some people were also looking at AI and Lilith. So cute. How can they be so cute? I really want to hug them. That's right. The eyes of the elf girls were full of love, and they screamed there, which made Lilith tilt her head in confusion, and AI frowned, as if she was unhappy with the cute comment. If someone who knew her saw the scene, they would definitely worry that these elf girls would be evaporated by a breath of dragon in the next second. On the contrary, Laxia stayed quietly aside, as if she had completely erased her sense of existence, motionless, and did not even react at all, watching everything with extreme indifference. As for Xian, someone was also watching. Or rather, the people of the elf division looked at Xian first. They stared at Xian tightly, but did not say a word, nor did they give a reaction, as if they were confused about why. In the end, one by one, they chose to look away from him. It looked as if they did not want to look at Xian anymore. Xian was speechless and choked. Only Jiaoyuer, the leader, looked at Xian and his group with a serious expression, and her hand holding the staff tightened instead of loosening. This reaction told others that Jiaoyuer was not calm, because she had noticed that the people who were traveling with Melika, except for the maid, all possessed extremely powerful magic. At the moment, Melika, are they all the guests you invited back to participate in the peace festival? Jiaoyuer seemed to confirm something, with a serious tone. Yes. Yes. Sister Jiaoyuer, Melika hurriedly said, everyone is my companion, and there is no malice towards this place. Melika hurriedly explained. Otherwise, once a conflict occurs, it will be over. Of course, Melika is not worried about Xian and others, but the sisters of the elves present. Each of them had taken care of Melika, especially Jiaoyuer, who was one of the only 4 deputy division commanders of the elf division. Not only was her strength ranked among the top 5 of the elf clan, but she also taught Melika the introductory knowledge of magic. For Melika, this deputy division commander was both a teacher and a sister. Of course, Melika was not the only one who had been taught by Jiaoyuer. Basically, everyone in the elf clan was as close as a family. Jiaoyuer not only taught Melika magic, but also taught magic to many elf clan children, so that they could learn magic and take the first step to become an elf magician. In view of this, Melika did not want to see Jiaoyuer get hurt. It was not that she was too worried, but she knew very well that all the people around her were big guys who could not afford to offend. However, as the saying goes, what you worry about is what will come. Okay. Jiaoyuer was silent for a while, and then said, so, since they are the guests you invited, they are our elves friends, I can allow them to enter the land of elves with you. After saying this, before Melika could rest assured, Jiaoyuer suddenly changed her tone. But Jiaoyuer raised the staff in her hand and pointed in a direction. Others can go in, but you can't. The air froze instantly. Hee hee. Xian smiled. But this time, his smile was not very bright. The person Jiaoyuer raised the staff to point at was not someone else. It was himself. Chapter 495. Still not enough? Sister Jiaoyuer? Seeing Jiaoyuer raising her staff and pointing it at Xian, Melika couldn't help but panic. On the other hand, Roxy, AI, Lilith, Laxia and others couldn't help but look gloomy, making the air around them suddenly become extremely heavy. In the heavy air, a deadly pressure also spread. Feeling the terrible pressure, the elf girls of the elf division suddenly changed their expressions one by one, and the playful atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Jiaoyuer's eyes flickered, because this scene told Jiaoyuer that the human youth who was blocked by her seemed to be the central figure in the group of people in front of her. Otherwise, if she tripped the other party, wouldn't all the other party's faces be gloomy and exude amazing pressure? Especially the little girl who looked confused and didn't know anything. She had been watching this place with curious eyes since the beginning. Now she didn't show any of her previous innocence and cuteness. Instead, she exuded a kind of suffocating evil spirit. That performance was just like the person he cared about the most was bullied. And then he was going to kill. Even the hot-tempered black dragon stopped roaring and looked at this place coldly with a pair of dragon eyes, which brought more terrifying pressure than the roar just now. So, this world was shrouded in amazing pressure, making everyone in the elf division realize that they seemed to have poked a hornet's nest. Melika wanted to say something in a hurry, but was stopped by Sheen. Sheen finally stood up and looked at Jialuer. "Why can't I go in?" Sheen said this innocently, as if he didn't realize anything. Jialuer looked at Sheen coldly. In fact, the reason why she stopped Sheen was very simple. "There is something strange about you," Jialuer said very straightforwardly. "You are obviously a man of a foreign race. But for some reason, your magic and breath are closer to nature than our elves. If you are allowed to enter the land of elves, I don't know what impact it will have on us elves." As she said this, Jialuer pointed to the surroundings. "Look, the children's reactions are very intense." Jialuo was referring to the fairies, who were just scared away by Yulin. Those fairies all poked their heads out from behind the light trees and looked at Xian. And they actually looked a little excited. "The children seem to like your magic very much. And even we elves with spiritual intelligence felt that you were very special and close." Jialuo didn't even hide or say polite words, and spoke directly and decisively. "If you want to do something in the land of elves, it will inevitably have a great impact on the elves. And I want to prevent that kind of influence, because I don't know whether it is a good thing or not. So, I won't let you in." Jialuo looked serious and spoke in a serious tone, which gave people a glimpse of her straightforwardness, decisiveness and responsible attitude. This made Xian a little stunned and speechless. "That's it?" Xian rolled his eyes and said, "Just because I give you a good feeling, you want to drive me out?" "Yes." Jialuo didn't hesitate at all and answered very firmly. At this moment, Xian really wanted those who have halos and can easily attract beautiful and lovely elves with some natural intimacy or gentle temperament to come here and see what reality is. Do you think that if the tiger body shakes and the kingly aura dissipates, those cold and pure little beauties will be soft at the knees and kneel down to beg for favor? Aren't you dreaming? The fact is, you are clearly someone that people must be wary of. But you exude some kind of magic and aura that is full of intimacy, which will only attract people's attention and make them think that you have done something and whether you have been tricked by others. This was the case with Melika at the beginning, and it is the same with Carol now. Compared with Melika, Carol is still the deputy commander of an elf division, and her duty is to protect the elves and their hometown. Even if she has no hostility towards Sheen, she will be loyal to her duties and be impartial for the sake of her race and her hometown, and exclude all factors that may threaten her race and her hometown. But, Sister Carol, after understanding this, Melika wanted to tell Carol that Sheen would never harm the elf hometown. But Carol's performance was much more decisive than everyone imagined. "I know what you want to say, Melika. Since you invited him here, it proves that he is recognized by you. Although our elves are xenophobic and have no good feelings towards men of other races, at the moment of the peace festival, anyone recognized by our tribe is still worthy of our hospitality." Jialuo said this without moving her eyes away from Xian. "But let's not talk about other things. The natural magic that naturally emanates from him is a natural temptation for those fairies who are not mature and do not have enough will and consciousness. I don't want to see so many children who didn't have time to become our tribesmen eventually follow him to leave the elf country because they can't resist this temptation, and finally get killed outside. Do you understand?" This sentence made Melika completely speechless. Luo Shi, Ai and La Xia and their group also frowned immediately. "There is no way." Carol said these words from her own standpoint, although some of them were unreasonable, inflexible, too conservative and old-fashioned. They felt that they would make the same choice when they were living together in a different place. Therefore, the three of them turned their eyes to Sheen, as if to let Sheen make his own decision. Only Lilith didn't care about these things. Her idea was very simple. Just to kill all the guys who planned to bully Sheen, no matter what other people's ideas and positions were, or whether they had any difficulties. It had nothing to do with her. She only cared about one thing. That is, no one can bully Sheen. That's all. At this moment, Lilith stretched out a small hand, and the terrifying evil spirit began to swell. Upon noticing this scene, all the people in the elf division changed their faces. That evil and chaotic power is undoubtedly the most hateful and terrifying thing for the elves who are close to nature. Just now, Lilith was still restrained, and they did not perceive the threat. But now that Lilith's power has been activated, they can no longer feel the fatal threat. Then they have lived in vain for so many years. Protect. Jiao Luo gave the order loudly without any hesitation. Buzz. One by one, the elf magicians raised their staffs, chanted spells, and turned the magic power into a gust of wind. The next second, thick layers of barriers appeared from the space, protecting all the elves and the surrounding light trees and fairies. Those magic barriers all shone with extremely dazzling light, looking like huge petals, and the magic power flowing in them was even more amazingly rich. It is conceivable how high the defensive power of the defensive magic collectively cast by the world's strongest magician group is. However, boom! When the terrifying evil spirit swept out like a storm and hit the light barrier, the barrier only flashed a few times and then made a crackling sound. What? Impossible. Is this a lie? The magicians of the elf division opened their eyes wide. Jiao was also shocked. The strongest defense magic unique to the elves, the pure flower curtain, which can only be cast by 99 elf magicians above level 80. Actually, Jiao couldn't believe what she saw. Jiao didn't know that. In fact, Xian and others were also surprised. It was actually blocked? Xian raised his eyebrows. Interesting. Yi seemed to be a little interested. Is this the legendary pure flower curtain? Luo Shi stared at the flower-like curtains that resisted Lilith's evil spirit. Her eyes flickered. On the other hand, Lilith was stunned to see that her attack was actually blocked. But she moved her little nose and stretched out her hand suddenly, as if giving orders to something, making the evil spirit that swept out even more terrifying. Rumble. The storm of evil spirits completely turned into a dark torrent, constantly impacting the flower curtain of light. Crack, crack, crack. A series of cracking sounds that made people feel teeth aching suddenly appeared from the flower curtain of light, and cracks finally appeared on the flower curtain. Deputy Captain, I can't stand it anymore. Damn. Ah. The magicians of the elf division cried out one by one, and their faces showed sweaty expressions, while the fluctuations of magic power on their bodies suddenly dimmed. With this dimming, the evil spirits on the cracked flower curtain leaked out from the cracks like dark smoke. Bang! Finally, with a loud shattering sound, the flower curtain of light disappeared. Boom! The evil spirit that broke through the magic barrier was like a dark avalanche, a terrifying mudslide, and it was about to devour all the cute and lovely elf magicians under their pale and terrified faces. Just at this time. Okay. Stop. Lilith. Sean's voice finally sounded. Almost at the same time, the surging terrifying evil spirit stagnated in the air and never moved again. Immediately, the evil spirit slowly disappeared without a trace. Just like the snow melted by the sun, the magicians of the elf division still had expressions of fear on their faces, and subconsciously looked forward. There, Sean touched Lilith's head, making Lilith smile, and looked at Jiao. As you can see, if I really want to do something in the elf land, there is no need to beat around the bush. Just do it directly. And you can't do anything. Right? Sean declared. Will this make you let me in? Still not. Then I can only prove myself in my own way. Okay. Chapter 496 My Fiancé. You? At this moment, Jiao finally reacted, and her eyes changed when she looked at Xian. It was not until this time that Jiao had a natural question. Who are you? Jiao had asked this question at the beginning. However, at that time, Jiao was not asking about Xian's identity, but asking why Xian and his group were here. Now, seeing the terrible power displayed by Lilith, and knowing that Xian was the central figure among these people, Jiao faced this question and had to ask this question. Me? However, Xian did not answer this question, but blinked at Luo Shi beside him. Luo Shi rolled her eyes immediately, because she knew that Xian must want her to stand out. After all, among the people on their side, Ai and Lilith's backgrounds were too scary, and Laxia was just a maid. Only her status was suitable for this occasion. It was not too high to be scary, but definitely not too low, and could solve the problem just right. So, Roxy stood up. I am the second princess of the Mitra kingdom, Roxy Lusti Mitra. when Roxy spoke to the people of the elf division, led by Jialu. The entire elf division stood up in astonishment. Roxy Lusti Mitra? The second princess of the Mitra kingdom? She is the treasure of the kingdom. The one who inherited the holy sword and received the blessing of the goddess of fate. The people of the elf division shouted. You are Her Highness Roxy Lusti? Jialu was also a little surprised, and then seemed to remember something. She turned her head and looked at Xian, and couldn't help but say, is he? It seems that Jialu, the deputy commander of the elf division, has heard about Xian. Luoshi also glanced at Xian and smiled. He is Xian Boztut, my fiancé. Luoshi made such an introduction generously, and this introduction was more emotional than when she introduced herself just now. Obviously, Luoshi wanted to do this a long time ago. However, after hearing her words, Yi and Melika's expressions on the side were not very good. Yi was quite unhappy, snorted coldly, and turned his head away. Melika was a little envious and a little sour. Jialu and the people of the elf division turned their eyes to Xian again, and their eyes changed. Xian Boztutu. This name has become so famous in recent times. He is the person that the dragon demon, one of the 6 great demons of the demon race, threatened to protect. He is also the companion of the strongest evil god Lilith, who was recently unsealed and entered the world's vision. In addition, he became the fiancé of Luoshi, who is known as a modern hero. He stepped on all the heroes of the human race and successfully picked this flower that is the best in the human world. In less than a month, his name spread throughout the streets and alleys of the human world. Although the elves are relatively xenophobic and a bit isolated from the world, they are not closed off from the outside world. They still pay attention to the news and intelligence of the human race from all aspects. Under such circumstances, Xian's name naturally entered the vision of the elves. Ordinary elves may not know these things, but as the guardian of the elves, directly under the command of the elf queen's personal guard, the elf division cannot be unaware of these news that shock the human world. In this case, then these two are. Jialu looked at Ai and Lilith, and her expression became extremely stiff. Not only Jialu, but the rest of the elf division also trembled all over, since Xian's identity has been revealed, and the elf division also knows about his rumors. It is not difficult to guess the identities of Ai and Lilith. Moreover, the terrible power that Lilith showed just now was also explained after knowing her identity. Now, Jialu finally understood why the strongest defense magic pure flower curtain unique to the elves was broken violently. It's not that pure flower curtain is not strong enough. This magic passed down from generation to generation by the elves can block the attacks of extreme level strongmen without any damage. However, facing the power of the existence that is broken through the extreme level, it is normal that this magic can't block it. Isn't it? It's better to say that after Lilith showed her power, the pure flower curtain of the elves can still block 1 or 2, which has proved that its defense is strong and is definitely the best in the human world. Unfortunately, this time, the opponent is too terrible. Anyway, Jialu feels that the situation has exceeded the scope of what he can handle. Facing these people, the deputy division commander of level 89 obviously can't handle the situation. Fortunately, back off, Jialu. Along with such a sudden voice, a burst of emerald green light descended from the sky like a vortex of light, and landed in front of Xian and his party. Around the radiance, leaves and petals were flying, rendering it extremely beautiful. Everyone's eyes were attracted by this scene, and they couldn't help but look over. There, 3 figures slowly appeared and entered everyone's eyes. Seeing the 3 figures, the people of the elf division showed an expression of surprise. Xian and his party were slightly startled, and then they showed amazing looks one after another. The reason is nothing else. Just because the 3 figures that appeared from the vortex of light are all breathtakingly beautiful. The leader has thick emerald green hair that reaches his heels, and he is only wearing a Greek-style white dress, which shows his plump and proud figure to the fullest. Her feet were bare. Her skin was smooth and delicate. She wore a crown made of flowers and vines on her head, and held a wooden scepter in her hand. At first glance, she had the elegance and temperament of someone in a high position. As for her appearance, it was even more stunning. White skin, red lips, blue eyes, and a perky nose, as if the most exquisite facial features in the world were put together, presenting a beauty like a work of art. This is another peerless beauty, who is not inferior to Roxy and Nian, and even surpasses the amateur tier, and is already very close to a perfect score of 100. Behind such a peerless beauty, a pair of elven magician girls followed respectfully, wearing robes and holding staffs. one with leaves lingering all over her body, and the other with flying petals all over her body. Their appearance is no less than Melika. If it weren't for the pearls and jade in front of them, they would definitely be the most dazzling existence here. Such 3 elven women came quietly and stunned the audience in an instant. Queen! Jiao Luo immediately knelt on one knee. Queen! All the people in the elf division knelt down and surrounded the elven queen, who was in the lead. Is she the queen of the elves? Xian raised his eyebrows. But the amazement in his eyes had not completely disappeared. Luo, she stared at her closely, as if she felt some threat from the elf queen. Lilith and Laxia were still the same, one watching curiously, and the other standing expressionlessly. Only Yi glanced at the elf queen after she appeared, and then retracted her gaze. Similarly, the elf queen's eyes swept through everyone one after another, and a look of amazement gradually emerged in her eyes. Others were sighing at the beauty and nobility of the elf queen, and the elf queen was also sighing at the extraordinariness of Xian and his party. Apart from anything else, Luo Shi alone had a beauty and magic power that was completely not inferior to hers, which made the elf queen have to pay attention to her. Not to mention Yi and Lilith. The elf queen's eyes paused on Yi and Lilith for several seconds. Then, when the elf queen turned her gaze to Laxia, the noble elf royal family was stunned for a moment. And then for some reason, her face suddenly changed. You? What? Not only the elf queen, but also Leia and Nia changed their expressions after seeing Laxia. This performance made Xian stunned. What happened? Xian, who was stunned, did not notice that after seeing the elf queen's performance, Yi and Luoshi's expressions also changed slightly for a moment. Yi even stood up and looked at the elf queen coldly. You have become more capable, Sophie, and you dared to shut me out. It seems that 1,000 years is indeed a long time, and you have forgotten the fear of the past. Yi showed a completely different aggressiveness from the lack of interest just now. The aggressiveness caused some of the ferocious dragon power to leak out from Yi's body, causing everyone present to shudder and reveal expressions of fear, including Xian. They also didn't expect Ai to suddenly become so strong and were surprised. His Highness Dragon Demon. Elf Queen Sophie reacted and took a deep breath to calm herself down. However, her eyes would turn to Laxia from time to time, and she didn't even focus on Ai, which was really puzzling. Leia and Nia were even more pale, and behaved very abnormally. Facing this inexplicable scene, Laxia was still expressionless and completely unmoved, as if everything had nothing to do with her. And she seemed so unique. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little weird. In the end, even Xian frowned and vaguely sensed something was wrong. But when Xian was about to do something, he found that his hand was actually held. Xian turned his head and immediately saw Luoshi's face. Luoshi said nothing, but just shook her head at Xian, as if asking Xian not to pursue the matter. Xian's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and his eyes swept over the elf queen, Yi and Laxia one after another, and then he fell silent. The strange atmosphere continued to spread, causing the people in the elf division to look at each other in bewilderment. The air suddenly became full of heaviness. Chapter 497, Digging Up Your Ancestral Grave? Meet the Elf Queen. Suddenly, Laxia saluted the Elf Queen Sophie, as if to break the heavy atmosphere at the scene. This salute directly caused Sophie to react. No. You're welcome. Sophie waved her hand and shook her head. She looked more frightened than humble. Xian had actually seen the same scene before, when Laxia saluted Ai and Sarah. The two demons also reacted greatly, as if they were flattered, or as if they couldn't bear it. She noticed something was wrong, but both Ai and Sarah were evasive and didn't explain to Xian at all. Now, even the elf queen who has lived for thousands of years behaved like this, which really puzzled Xian. But seeing that Luoshi looked more serious than ever before, the inside story of this matter seemed not so simple. Otherwise, this girl would not stop him from investigating. At the moment, Xian could only turn his head and look at Laxia. But Laxia still had that expressionless look. Not because she was too calm, but because she was resisting something, which was why she was so indifferent. And this seemed to make Ai very unhappy. And the look she gave the elf queen also became unfriendly. Seeing this, Sophie couldn't help but feel bitter. She knew that she had accidentally touched upon the secret that all those standing at the top of omnipotence and tacitly chose to remain silent. She had not been born for too long. Although she had been paying attention to various news from the outside world, she was only paying attention. She was limited to knowing many things. She had not experienced them personally, and she was ultimately lacking some psychological preparation. So, When Sophie first saw Lasha, she reacted subconsciously, and so did Leia and Nia behind her. It was not until then that Sophie remembered the incident that happened in the capital of the Kingdom of Mitra 10 years ago, and then understood why Ayi was so unhappy. She wanted to apologize, but she couldn't do it, because this matter should not be mentioned in public. Ayi stood up, and this was probably the reason. So, if Sophie apologized for this matter now, she would undoubtedly have to bring it up again. And this was obviously not what Ayi and Roxy wanted to see. So, sorry, everyone. I was rude. Sophie calmed down, calmed her emotions, and restored her nature, and nodded slightly to Sheen and his party. I am the Queen of the Elves. Sophie, I failed to come to greet you in time. Please forgive my negligence and carelessness. As she spoke, Sophie bowed and apologized to Sheen and his group who were present. Thanks to this, the atmosphere at the scene finally eased a little. Hello, Queen. Roxy also bowed to Sophie and said in a dignified and pleasant voice, I am Roxy Lust Mitra. So that's it. You are the treasure of the kingdom? Sophie suddenly realized, with a slight smile, and said, This is the first time we meet? Yes. Roxy was not overwhelmed by the aura of the Elf Queen, but said calmly, The elves are far away from the world. Even my father has never seen you. It is my honor to meet you today. Thank you very much for your politeness. Your Highness Roxy, Sophie said gently and kindly, although the elves are far away from the world, and I haven't left the land of elves for a long time. The name of the kingdom's treasure is well known even among the elves. I have also had the honor of having a comradeship with the brave Mitra, who is your ancestor. Since you are the descendant of an old friend, there is no need to be too polite. Please treat this place as your home. As soon as this was said, before Luo she had time to respond, Aie on the side began to dismantle the stage. Old friend? Aie seemed to have finally caught the opportunity, snorted coldly, and said, Hasn't Mitra, that idiot, been pursuing you all the time? You just treat him as an old friend? The shocking secret was exposed from Aie's mouth. Cough. Luo she was frightened and choked. Pursued? Xian was also shocked, completely forgetting what happened just now, with a look of astonishment on his face. Even Melika and the elven magicians of the elf division opened their eyes wide and were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect to hear such an explosive topic suddenly. What? Don't you know? Ayi didn't seem to have any intention of letting Sophie go, as if she was still brooding over what happened just now. She said lightly, There's nothing to be surprised about. Right? The heroes of all generations are all passionate, and none of them are faithful to one person. When Mitra, the hypocritical boy, saw the elven queen who was famous for her outstanding appearance, he would want to pursue her. Isn't that a normal thing? When saying this, Ayi glanced at Xian for some reason. Xian immediately felt offended. Is this a veiled attack? Dare to say it more clearly? What's more, except for Ai, all the others glanced at him inconspicuously after hearing the words that the heroes of all generations are romantic. Xian almost flipped the table. Why are you suddenly targeting Bao Bao? Are you digging up your ancestral graves? Shit! On the other hand, Sophie didn't change her color at all because of the exposure of this matter. His Highness Ai really likes to joke, Sophie said lightly. The pursuit of beautiful things is an instinct deep in the heart of every human. Although Mitra is a hero, he is also a human being. It is inevitable that he will do some impulsive things when he is young. In the end, didn't he also meet a good match, get married, and leave such excellent descendants? In a word, they just demoted the hero who once pursued him to a young man who was still wet behind the ears. This sounds like he is defending the reputation of the hero. But if the hero Mitra is still alive, he will be deeply shocked to hear that the goddess he once pursued actually treats him as an impulsive brat. Right? Come to think of it, you seemed to be like this at the beginning, and you rejected his pursuit mercilessly. Aie said with a smile, I heard that it was because he was defeated and hit by you, and was seriously injured by the power of the devil, and his injuries could not be recovered, leaving hidden dangers in his body. That guy was so discouraged that he ran to establish a country, and finally married the maid next to him, and no longer seemed to be a spendthrift. As he said, Aie glanced at Sheen again, causing Sheen's mouth to twitch. Sophie still had that expression. I personally think this is a good thing. Sophie said this. It seems that she really has no feelings for the hero Mitra. Sheen could only silently mourn for this senior in his heart. Humph! Aye stopped bothering Sophie, snorted again, and turned away, Luo, she also stopped talking. It wasn't that she had nothing to say, but she suddenly ate such a big melon. And the object was the ancestor that her family was proud of. Her feelings were so complicated that outsiders could not imagine it at all. Especially after hearing the secret that the ancestor Mitra was rejected by the elf queen and ran away to establish a kingdom. And married the maid next to him. And no longer lived a life of debauchery. Luo, she felt that she was not in a good mood. Well, I always feel that the great image of the ancestor is collapsing. On the other side, Sophie began to turn her attention to Xian. You are the Earl of Xianbastutu. Right? Sophie looked at Xian. Her eyes seemed to be flashing with some emotions. Hello, Your Majesty? Seeing that the other party's attention was on him, Xian couldn't help but touch his nose. Looking neither hot nor cold. It's not that he puts on airs, but the situation just now told Xian that at this time, it's better to pay attention to his image. Otherwise he might be like that senior and be humiliated for 1,000 years. That's too miserable. Welcome to the land of elves. Sophie didn't think there was anything wrong with Xian's attitude, but just said, you are the second foreign male to visit the land of elves after the brave Mitra. So, I'm sorry. We seem to have offended you a little. Please don't mind it. The implication is that the elves rarely entertain the opposite sex. And there is nothing to be done about it if there is anything inconsiderate. This made Xian realize that this elf queen had some tricks. And she actually changed the nature of the matter in 2 or 3 sentences. With a sense of planning to silently turn big things into small things, and small things into nothing. Then can I go in now? Xian's tone was somewhat emotional. Of course. Sophie said calmly. Since you are recognized by our people during the peace festival and have received a legitimate invitation, you can enter the elf country and participate in the elves' peace festival. Sophie's words made Jiaoyuer on the side speak out. But Queen, his body. Jiaoyuer wanted to explain the situation of Xian. But Sophie naturally did not fail to notice the abnormality. Lord Bastutu is a human hero protected by the demons and gods. And he has strong magic power and outstanding strength. It is not surprising that there are some special places. Sophie shook her head at Jiaoyuer and said, he is not an intruder, let alone a person with ill intentions. Instead, he is a guest invited by our people. We drove him back for our own reasons. This is not only not in line with etiquette, but also an offense. At the moment of the peace festival, we need to promote peace and unity to the outside world, rather than exclude others for some unfounded worries. Not to mention, this person is recognized by our people. If you drive him back like this, it will be a very painful thing for the children who recognized him. Jiaoyuer. Hearing this, Jiaoyuer was slightly startled and looked in the direction of Melika. Chapter 498. What will happen next? Sister Jiaoyuer. A gentle call that is easily ignored sounded. And Jiaoyuer was speechless in an instant. Just because this voice was full of imperceptible embarrassment and grievance. Jiaoyuer could see that Melika, who was with Xian and his party, had a delicate face full of confusion and tears. It is conceivable how complicated emotions Melika's heart was at this moment. That was natural. Originally, Xian and his party were the people invited by Melika. But they were ruthlessly rejected by the elder sister-like figure who had taught them the introductory magic, and even prepared to drive them out of here. It is completely conceivable how Melika felt. On one side were the guests she had invited, including her beloved, and on the other side were her blood relatives. How could Melika not feel overwhelmed and embarrassed? However, Melika tried to stop them and tried to explain. But she was interrupted several times before she could finish her words. As a result, Melika was naturally extremely anxious and almost shed tears, so that even the appearance of the elf queen could not make her react in the first time and salute the queen. This made Jiaoyuer speechless and silent. In fact, from her point of view, everything she did was not wrong. For the sake of the elves and the land of the elves, she wanted to eliminate all accidents and anomalies, which was understandable. But was Xian wrong? He was just a guest, a tourist, not asking for anything. But he was refused entry for no reason. With his violent temper, he naturally said nothing and just had a slap in the face before talking. Of course, this was someone else's territory. If they didn't let him in, it was their freedom. He had no grudges against them, so it wouldn't be too ugly. So, Xian's idea was just to dampen the other party's spirit, and after letting out a sigh of relief, he would simply turn around and leave, and find another place to have fun. But, in that case, Melika would definitely feel sad. For this reason, Xian planned to have a good talk with this so-called deputy division commander, and by the way, prove that his progress in magic was not bad. Who would have thought that the elf queen Sophie suddenly appeared and stopped this? And since both sides were not wrong, it was particularly important for the elf queen Sophie to come forward. Otherwise, today, there would not be a massacre, but there would definitely be a slight fight. Jia Luo was not a fool, and she saw what Xian was planning at this moment. Otherwise, if Xian really wanted to do it, he would not have stopped Lilith just now, and the result would definitely not be as simple as breaking a pure flower curtain. I understand. Jia Luo was silent for a long time, then nodded and admitted it, and stepped aside. The attitude she showed was that she approved the way of handling this matter, but she did not think she was wrong. As she showed, this is a person who is a little old-fashioned, a little inflexible, and can be ruthless for the elves and the elf land. Therefore, even if she saw Melika's sad look, Jia Luo said nothing. Sophie naturally knew Jia Luo's personality. At the moment, Sophie did not say anything extra, just turned her eyes to Melika. The guests you invited back are very excellent. Melika, Sophie said, as if comforting, you must have gained a lot in these years of training outside. And you must tell me about it later? Sophie had no royal airs, and spoke to Melika gently and kindly as if she was treating a child. But this is also Sophie's true words. Melika's gains were indeed huge, so much that even Sophie was surprised. At least, when she just felt Melika's magic power. Sophie was unwilling to believe that Melika's magic power had increased so much in less than 2 years of training. Why did the magic power suddenly increase so much when the level did not increase much? Moreover, why could she feel a trace of someone else's breath in this magic power? Sophie looked at Melika thoughtfully, and then at Xian, not knowing what she was thinking. On the other hand, Melika knelt down on one knee in front of Sophie in a panic until this time, performing the etiquette of a minister. Queen, Melika even said to Sophie, Mr. Xian really won't do anything to the elves' land. Please believe me. Melika was still trying her best to plead for Xian. That desperate look, I have to say, moved Xian. Sophie also looked very surprised. After all, the elves are naturally wary of men of other races, even if they are kind and innocent by nature. It is something that has never happened in the elves to desperately plead for men of other races like this. Melika was able to do this for that Xian. Obviously she valued him very much. And it is even possible. Sophie smiled bitterly, as a certain guess flashed through her mind. This does not seem to be a good thing. There is no way. Most of the elves' love affairs are unrealizable. And even if the final outcome is not tragic, it will not have a good result. As the queen of the elves, Sophie has seen elves in love. But in thousands of years, there are almost no elves who can get a good ending. Is this child also following the footsteps of those poor people? Sophie felt very distressed. But this is the fate of elves in love. Sophie can't say anything about it, and can only remain silent. However, Melika's desperate look still brought back some memories for Sophie. Memories of the hero who had pursued her. As a hero, and the strongest hero of all time, Mitra was not as bad as AI said. He had a strong sense of justice, and was very active. He always acted decisively. He kept running on the battlefield, and every corner of the continent for this world that had nothing to do with him. He never stopped for his whole life. Coupled with his strong strength, handsome appearance, and special status, the hero was undoubtedly the Prince Charming in the hearts of many girls. But facing the pursuit of such a Prince Charming, Sophie rejected him without hesitation. Not for anything else, but because she knew very well that the love of elves would not have a good result. Especially herself. As a royal family among elves, she had more responsibilities and obligations than other elves. And she did not allow herself to fall in love at all. The love of elves was pure and sacred. For this fruitless love, they are willing to sacrifice everything, including their lives. When Sophie thought of the consequences, she felt that she could not bear it. It's not that she would not do it. On the contrary, she was worried that she would do it, which would endanger the survival of the elves. She didn't want to abandon the elves, or even sacrifice the elves, for the so-called love one day, and devote herself wholeheartedly to the other party. In view of this, Sophie closed her heart from the beginning, and did not allow herself the opportunity to fall in love with others. When facing the brave Mitra, Sophie was the same. From the beginning, she restrained her behavior, and did not allow herself to have too much contact with the other party, so as not to be tempted. In a word, Sophie's vigilance against heterosexual men is actually stronger than that of any elf. But Sophie hid it well, and never showed it. When interacting with heterosexual men, she basically greeted them with a smile, but always kept a distance and estrangement from them. This is also true when facing a hero. Perhaps, Even Ai didn't know that Mitra was not the first hero to pursue Sophie. Having lived in the world for thousands of years, Sophie had met several heroes and been pursued by them. Even the founding hero who founded the Ragnar Empire had pursued Sophie. In the elves, who are famous for their outstanding looks, the appearance of the elf royal family can surpass all the tribesmen, and can even be compared with the goddess. It is normal for such an elf queen to be pursued by men. But Sophie has never accepted anyone. No matter how excellent and outstanding the other party is, it is still the same. The reason is simply because she dares not. She dares not let herself fall into love. Like those tribesmen who have encountered tragic love, giving everything and getting nothing in the end. Huh? Sophie exhaled lightly, sorted out her thoughts, and shook her head at Melika. Okay, Melika, I already know. Sophie said softly, you get up first. Melika did not do it at the first time, but looked at Sophie nervously. Seeing this, Sophie couldn't help but smile. I said that Lord Bastutu is also a guest we should welcome. Sophie smiled at Melika and said, I won't drive him away. Just rest assured. Hearing this, Melika was relieved. Shion has been looking at such Melika, and his mood is very complicated. He suddenly found that he seemed to underestimate the feelings of this girl for him. This is no longer a simple word that can be described as free, but it has reached a very stupid level. People who have such thoughts are not only Shion. So stupid. Luo, she muttered to herself, and her eyes towards Melika were much gentler than before. Ai also did the same, and glanced at Melika without leaving any trace. However, in contrast, the two girls glared at Shion. Shion only felt two sharp gazes piercing his back, which made him very nervous. Fortunately, Sophie saved him. Then, everyone, please enter the land of elves. Sophie smiled at Shion and others, and spoke to Jia Luo on the side. Give these people the highest level of treatment. Treat them well, and don't be rude again. Understand? Hearing Sophie's words, Jia Luo bowed her head and accepted the order. We will leave first. Sophie bowed her head and said, please forgive me for my negligence. After speaking, the emerald green light reappeared around Sophie. Behind him, Leia and Nia, who had been silent all the time, also raised their staffs, letting the leaves and petals roll up and wrap around the emerald green light. The next second, under the background of the leaves and petals, the light soared into the sky and flew to the depths of the elf land. Jia led the elf division to the front of Shion and others. Please follow me. Distinguished guests. Jia said this in a serious manner. Luo Shi, Ai, Li Lizi, La Xia and Melika all cast their eyes on Shion. Shion pursed his lips and felt a little bored. With things going like this, he really didn't want to enter the elf land. But everyone had persuaded him kindly, and Melika had also done this. It would be unreasonable for Shion to just leave. So, Shion could only speak without interest. Let's go! After hearing his words, everyone nodded one after another. Jia Luo also looked at him deeply, and then without saying a word, she led all the people of the elf division in, as if she was really escorting distinguished guests. Around, the fairies and butterflies came out from behind the light trees. However, the fairies were looking at the people leaving, or rather, at Shion in the crowd. After a commotion, they finally couldn't help but flap their small wings and quietly chased after him. From this scene, it can be seen that some of Jiaoyuer's concerns are not completely unreasonable. These fairies who have not yet become elves with intelligence are indeed attracted by the breath and magic of Shion. At this time, they have gathered in the direction of Shion like moths to a flame. In this situation, no one noticed that a faint voice sounded in the depths of nature that no one could peek into. What will happen next? The goddess, who has been watching all this, seems to have anticipated it. Anticipated what will happen next. Boom, 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 boom. In the magical forest, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed, and it was endless. That was Yulin's footsteps. Yulin was walking with heavy steps, following behind Shion and his group and all the people in the elf division, scaring away countless fairies and fantasy creatures along the way. She looked out of place here, like a dragon that accidentally broke into heaven, and was very unwelcome. Jiaoyuer frowned and couldn't help but say something. Are you going to bring this dragon in too? It seems that Jiaoyuer doesn't want to see a vicious monster like Yulin enter the land of elves. Yulin felt very unhappy about this, but she didn't dare to yell again. If she yelled again, she would probably be scolded again. Shion glanced at Jiaoyuer. What? Can monsters not enter the land of elves? Shion said leisurely. You don't want to drive people away again, do you? Gialur didn't say anything else. After all, Xian's attitude was very clear, and he didn't intend to do it according to her wishes. Chapter 499. My wife is prettier than them all. At this moment, a rather sinister atmosphere permeated between Xian and Carol. Needless to say, after the confrontation just now, the relationship between the two obviously became mutually unpleasant. Seeing this scene, Melika looked a little worried, and the others looked at each other in silence. As for the people of the elf division, they turned their eyes to Xian from time to time, as if they were observing something, as if they were confirming something, and they looked like whispering. Such a group of people walked in the magical forest, followed by a huge black dragon, and the fairies hanging around far away formed a very wonderful scene. But gradually, regardless of the people of the elf division, Xian and his party were attracted by the surrounding environment, because, as everyone went deeper and deeper, the hometown of the elves finally came into everyone's eyes. It was a very beautiful village. In the village, there are no buildings that rise and fall, nor luxurious mansions, but only tree houses. The tall trees that rise from the ground are made into tree houses, located in all directions. The treetops are transparent like light trees, emitting gentle light, which looks particularly pleasing to the eye. Elves with pointed ears and wearing ethnic minority robes walk on mountain roads. The roads are surrounded by birdsong and flowers, and there are a variety of flowers and trees, which feels like a dreamland. Here, there are also little fairies flying, elf children riding unicorns and playing, and even elves using water magic to wash clothes, or using earth magic to grow food in trees. It is just like a scene in a fairy tale, which is obviously different from the living environment and lifestyle of the outside world. The arrival of Xian and his party undoubtedly attracted the attention of the people here. Look over there. Humans? Is this a guest invited by a tribe member to attend the peace festival? That human girl over there is so pretty. And there are two cute little girls. Even the maids are pretty. How come there is a dragon? Is that an adult dragon? A dragon actually came to visit the elf country? There is actually a man. No way. In an instant, all the elves in the elf country were noisy, and it became extremely lively. Some of them were curious, some were nervous, some were surprised, and some were afraid, showing all kinds of reactions. Xian and his group looked at each other again, not knowing how to react. This was helpless. Before, because the atmosphere was somewhat tense, Xian and others did not care much about it. But now, after truly entering the land of elves, they discovered that not only is the environment here beautiful, like a dreamland or a magical forest, the elves living here are also beautiful and charming, with 100 flowers blooming and each with its own characteristics. How can this be called the elf country? It's clearly the land of women. Xian couldn't help but mutter such words. The elves that appeared in front of them were fairer and more beautiful than each other, and more cute and lovely than each other. At a glance, there was no one whose appearance was below 90 points. Originally, Xian thought that the maids and servants in his family were beautiful enough. After all, those maids and servants were carefully selected and hired by Laxia. They were outstanding in appearance, with a minimum of 85 points. They might not be called stunning beauties, but they were definitely touching. But people will die if you compare them with people, and goods will be thrown away if you compare them with goods. Facing the elves who are famous for their outstanding appearance, even the maids and servants, who are proud of their own family, are more than one level behind. These dazzling beauties appeared one after another, and there was no man among them at all, which naturally made Xian's heart tremble. Luoshi and the others were also amazed to see so many beautiful elves gathered in a group. Only Melika stepped forward with great excitement. Everyone! I'm back! Melika said excitedly. In the elf village, the elves who were originally talking were stunned at first, and then showed joy. It's Melika! Melika is back! Melika! The elves came over one after another and surrounded Melika in the middle. Melika had a happy smile on her face that could never be seen outside. With tears in her eyes, she hugged the people around her excitedly. The warm and harmonious scene made Xian and others smile. Gialur also relaxed her expression, and the corners of her mouth rose for a moment. The people of the elf division laughed. It's really exaggerated. Melika has only been gone for less than 2 years. Not 200 years. Why are you so excited? That's right. I left the village to train outside. But I trained for 80 years. When I came back, I didn't see them so excited and happy. I was even worse. I left for 120 years. And when I came back, several people had forgotten me. I left for 188 years. When I came back, I almost couldn't recognize the way home. In the end, the queen sensed my magic and sent someone to take me back. I didn't dare to go out again. Ah, you are more miserable. The elf divisions joked with each other, making silver bell-like laughter ring constantly. Obviously, their current mood has become better. Listening to the bursts of pleasant laughter and fighting like larks, she had admitted that he was really a little soft this time. The elf ladies here are more beautiful than each other, and their voices are more beautiful than each other, all gathered together, making Xian feel like he is dreaming. No wonder those stinky men outside want to come in more than one. Xian patted his chest. Originally, he wanted to pat his waist, because he always felt that staying here, 2 kidneys were not enough. This place is not very friendly to men. Well, it mainly affects the body. At this moment, Xian was really afraid that he would be reluctant to leave if he stayed here for a long time. So, Xian quickly hugged Luoxi and kissed her hard on the face. What are you doing? Luoxi was stunned, and her face turned red after she reacted. But looking at this delicate princess, Xian calmed down his inner emotions. Your man almost couldn't come back just now, Xian said with lingering fear. Fortunately, my wife is more beautiful than him. You just talk nonsense. Luoxi was very satisfied with Xian's speech, but she was still shy and quickly pushed the animal away. On the side, Aie was dissatisfied with this, while La Xia seemed to be used to it. Only Lilith, Bob blinked her big eyes, and then ran to Xian, raised her little face, and looked expectant. Xian understood, and was also touched by cuteness. He picked up the little girl and bit her delicate cheek directly. My Lilith is also beautiful, not inferior to those elf women. Xian praised her as much as he could, and his high-spirited look made him feel like he had a loli in his hand, and the world was his. Lilith smiled happily. Her eyes became crescent-shaped, and she seemed to be happy with Xian's intimate behavior. Aie finally couldn't help but snorted coldly, and the dissatisfaction in her heart seemed to have accumulated to the limit. What? Xian raised his eyebrows and said, You want me to kiss you too? As soon as he said this, Xian was stared at by Aie. Okay, I'll just say it casually. As if he felt the murderous aura, Xian's head shrank, and he said nothing. Xian didn't notice that Aie's eyes were a little bit wrong. It was just because Xian's words just reminded her of a dream she had before, which she didn't know whether it was too beautiful or too shameful. This made Aie feel ashamed and angry, and she couldn't help but glared at Xian with murderous intent. At this time, let Melika stay here and have a good gathering with the tribesmen. Jiaoyu turned to Xian and said so. Everyone, follow me. I will arrange accommodation for you. As she said, Jiaoyu walked forward. Xian and the others subconsciously glanced in the direction of Melika, and saw that she was still happily gathering with her elves. There was even an elf girl in her arms, and she was hugging her tightly with great excitement. Everyone immediately decided not to disturb this girl. So, everyone followed Jiaoyu and left quietly, leaving Melika, surrounded by all the elves. And for a moment, there was laughter. Jiaoyu arranged the best residence in the elf country for Xian and his party. The good here does not refer to how luxurious the residence is. All the residences in the elf country are tree houses. There is no difference between luxurious and not luxurious. Only big and small, and good and bad environments. In the elf country, the only luxurious place is the palace located in the center. It is a palace located on a huge tree, like a palace in heaven. That palace is the residence of the elf queen. Aie mentioned the palace to Xian. That is not an ordinary palace. It is a very precious magic prop. It is also a magic prop made by the god of forging at the request of the goddess of nature. It can not only change its size freely and fly in the air, but also connect with the magic power in nature, allowing the holder to perceive the magic power of nature and spy on all the magic power and breath within a radius of thousands of miles. I am afraid that the sore center of the barrier around the elf town is that palace. In the final battle 1,000 years ago, the elf queen once rode in that palace and led the elf division to traverse the entire battlefield. That scene, just imagining it a little bit, is a nightmare. Luoxi sighed. I have also heard that in that battle, the elf division first collectively used clean flower curtain, the strongest defensive magic unique to the elves, to cover the entire queen's palace and block all malicious attacks. Then, relying on the queen's palace, they flew freely on the battlefield, wantonly squandering high-powered large-scale magic of at least the upper level, and killed countless demons. In this way, it is no wonder that Aie would specifically mention this palace. Queen's Palace and clean flower curtain. These two things are treasures of the elves. And they are also well known in omnipotence. And the residence of Sheen, and others in the elf country, is next to the towering tree where the Queen's Palace is located. There are also many towering trees there, with many huge tree houses built on them. These tree houses are considered mansions in the elf country. The place where Sheen and his party live is the tallest and largest tree house, located on the tree canopy. When they came here, the vines on the trees hung down, intertwined with each other, and turned into vine bridges. People only need to sit on these vine bridges, and the vine bridges will automatically rise up and take everyone to the tree house. In the tree house, there are also some tree people packing things and tidying up the room, which is so magical. Through the wooden windows, everyone can clearly see the scenery outside, and even reach out to touch the white clouds passing by. Living here is simply a kind of enjoyment. It's so great to be here. For a moment, Roxy couldn't hold back, revealing her true nature and cheering loudly, which made AI, Lilith and even Laxia stunned. Vivian and Lumia will definitely regret not coming. She had also felt a sense of physical and mental pleasure, and nodded to a tree man passing by who was serving tea and water, which scared the other party. These tree men don't seem to be monsters, but fantasy creatures created by magic, as Melika mentioned before. During the Peace Festival, please stay here temporarily. Among the people of the Elf Division, only Jailur came up with him, and spoke in a serious manner. There are still 7 days before the Peace Festival officially begins. During these 7 days, you can move around in the elf town as you like. I believe you will not be disappointed. As she said, Jailur looked at Sheen. However, please do not do anything suspicious. Every blade of grass and every tree here is actually our sentinel. Once you do something suspicious, they will react instinctively and send back to the Queen's Palace through magic. Then, we will know. This is a warning. She had wanted to say something. Then will every blade of grass and every tree here spy on others going to the toilet or changing clothes? Unfortunately, before she could say this, Jailur said goodbye. I still have official business, so I will not accompany you. I hope you can have fun in the land of elves. After leaving these words, Jailur turned and left. Sheen did not mean to keep them. He smiled at the people who were touching and looking around and said, Okay, the people who are in the way have left. Let's go choose a room. Everyone immediately raised their hands in approval. Sheen and his party's fun in the land of elves began from here. Chapter 500 Unlikely to be favored? At the same time, rumors about Sheen and his party began to appear in the elf village. After 1,000 years, the elf village actually welcomed the second alien male visitor, which undoubtedly caused an uproar. Since the population of the elves is small, this news spread quickly, causing many people to react to it. Why would they suddenly invite alien males in? Moreover, the queen went to greet them in person. Who is the other party? Even the brave Mitra did not receive this treatment. It is said that the alien male was invited by Melika? Is it true? He won't do anything to us, right? Who knows? Anyway, I have heard many times from my predecessors that alien males basically have no good intentions towards us elves. I hope everyone in the elf division can control him. That's right. Many elves were having such conversations, making the elfland, which seemed very peaceful in the past, unusually lively. Obviously, the elves were very concerned about this matter. Thanks to this, Melika, who had just returned to the elfland and reunited with her elf companions, was surrounded by her tribe. Some of these elves asked Melika about Sheen out of curiosity, some out of worry, some out of vigilance, and some out of disgust. For various reasons, they asked Melika about Sheen. For this reason, the fact that Sheen was traveling with a descendant of a brave man who was called the treasure of the kingdom, the second princess of the kingdom, and even a dragon were all ignored by all the elves. It is conceivable that for the elves, the existence of males of different races is definitely more concerned than anything else. Those elves who had gone out for training were fine, but the elves who had never left the elfland were almost too worried. Why invite men in? It's like inviting dangerous people to your home as guests. The queen is really stupid. Why does she allow men to come in? I think we should ask the elf division to drive him out. Yes. Yes. These elves who have never left the elfland surrounded Melika and chattered like this. Melika was also very distressed. She could understand the thoughts of these people, because, in the past, before she left the elfland, she was also like this, always afraid of the existence of foreign men. There is no way around it. Whether it is an elf who has left the elfland or an elf who has not left the elfland, The thing they hear most from childhood to adulthood is how foreign men will treat people of their own race. Because of their outstanding looks and the fact that they are a natural magic race. There are too many people who covet the beauty and talents of the elves. So many that they are countless. The tribesmen who have returned from training outside have said more than once that the most common thing they encounter outside is harassment by foreign men. What's worse, some tribesmen are not careful for a while and really fall into the deception and trap of foreign men. The end is often very miserable. They are either illegally sold as high-end goods, or they choose to commit suicide to protect their purity before being defiled. And a small number of tribesmen who have feelings for foreign men have no good results in the end. With a heart full of longing and love, they cry every day in the elf land and live alone for the rest of their lives. In this case, how can the elves have a good impression of foreign men? Even Melika, in the short 2 years since leaving the elves' homeland, has been harassed by nobles such as Maegr and Edil. It is conceivable what the elves will encounter in the outside world. If it were not for Vivian's protection, Melika would have encountered more harassment, and she might not be able to stand here and reunite with her people. It can be seen that in the hearts of the elves, the existence of foreign men is really not a good thing. This may be prejudice, but it is very realistic. The appearance and talents of the elves are destined for them to survive in this world, and it is inevitable to encounter these things. Therefore, Melika can understand the thoughts of her people. But, even so, Melika still wants to say, "Everyone, please listen to me. Mr. Sheen is not a bad person. Most foreign men are indeed not very friendly to us. But not everyone is like this. There are good people and bad people in this world. And the same is true for foreign men. Some are good and some are bad. Mr. Sheen is very good to me. You will know when you see it. That man will not have bad intentions towards us just because of our looks and magic talents. Because he has a fiancée who is prettier and more talented than us. Please believe me. Melika's persuasion has had some effect. Indeed, there is a very beautiful person next to that man. Yes. 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 I saw it too. That child is really beautiful. No worse than Her Majesty the Queen. Is it true? In addition to the goddess, is there anyone who looks as good as Her Majesty the Queen? Don't believe it? You will know when you go and see it. Is that girl the fiancée of that alien man? What a surprise. However, with such a beautiful fiancée, it is unlikely that that alien man will be interested in us. Right? Don't be careless. I have heard that the alien man is a noble, and a high-ranking noble, and it is normal for him to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. I think so too. We still can't let down our guard. You know the faces of those foreign men. They just want to eat us. Even if they have 3 wives and 4 concubines, they may not marry you. I'm afraid they just want to take away your purity. Woo! It's so scary. A group of elf girls couldn't help but chatter and discuss this matter endlessly. It won't be like this. Melika could only continue to try to persuade. However, Melika was always accompanied by an elf girl of the same age. Looking at Melika, who was trying hard to persuade, she looked very upset. Like this, countless people in the streets and alleys of the elf country were discussing this topic. And all this was seen by Sophie in the Queen's palace. That's what happened. Queen Leia told Sophie about what happened in the Elfland. And Sophie, who was sitting on the throne made of fig tree roots, began to think. Sure enough, the arrival of foreign men still made the tribesmen start to worry. Sophie seemed to have expected such a thing to happen. Now, the tribesmen have begun to question you, thinking that you should not allow foreign men to enter the Elfland. Naya said indignantly, those guys should really be punished by the elf division. Hearing this, Sophie laughed and shook her head. This is a deep-rooted problem that has always existed for the elves like us. And we can't blame them. Sophie said, after all, the Elfland is too remote and too far away from the outside world. Our tribe is so special that it is normal to form such prejudice and exclusion. Then what should we do? Your Majesty? Leia said with some concern for the tribesmen. The existence of foreign men is really a big problem. Yes. Nia also agreed. Thousands of years ago, the brave Mitra came because of the goddess Nadira's introduction and the demon king's threat. The tribe realized that this was something they had to do. So they reluctantly accepted the arrival of the brave man. This time, there is no such reason. Should we just tell the truth to the tribe? Leia suggested, spread the news of the arrival of His Highness Dragon Demon and Goddess Lilith. And tell the tribe that the alien male is protected by those two. Then the tribe will not react too much. And the matter of His Highness Roxy. Nia also spoke, spread the news that the alien male is the fiancé of the kingdom's treasure. Then for the sake of the goddess of fate and the gods, the tribe should be able to tolerate it for a few days. Leia and Mia's constant suggestions clearly show that they attach great importance to this matter. This made Sophie sigh silently in her heart. It was just a man who came to visit. But even Leia and Mia treated it so carefully. The elves' vigilance against alien men is really too deep-rooted. That being said, Sophie would not correct this. There is no need to correct it. Because, for the elves, this is still a good thing. The special nature of the elves destined them to be on guard against men at all times, and not to trust them easily. Otherwise, they might not even know when they were really sold. Therefore, this deep-rooted thought is also a way of life for the elves. But the tribe members' reaction to that alien male is indeed not appropriate to be too radical. Otherwise, if they accidentally do something extreme and cause a conflict with the other party, it will be a big trouble. At least, Sophie absolutely does not want to see the elves offend the dragon demon. Offend the legendary strongest evil god. What should I do? Sophie pondered. At this moment. Tomorrow. Bring that person to the temple. A clear, beautiful and gentle voice came into Sophie's ears, which made Sophie tremble all over and stand up suddenly. Queen? Queen? Leia and Mia were both startled by Sophie's action. Sophie ignored the two and looked up at the sky excitedly. Was that the revelation of the goddess Nadura just now? Sophie was excited. Could it be that the goddess Nadura is going to appear again? After the brave Matra 1,000 years ago. This time, the main god of our family is going to introduce men of different races again? When Sophie was thinking about this, she didn't realize that Nadura was watching her closest to her. I'll give him a push. Nadura chuckled. I hope you can have a good relationship with that brave man. Children. Chapter 501. Don't come over here. Amidst the noise, the Elfland finally welcomed the night. Compared with the daytime, the Elfland at night is undoubtedly more beautiful, although it is in the deep mountains and old forests. And there are ferocious monsters everywhere outside. The Elfland is protected by a barrier and is not affected at all. It is like a country village welcoming a magical night. With a faint tranquility and peace, the light tree blooms with a faint glow. Fairies and butterflies are also flying, dragging their long tails of light, drawing beautiful patterns in the air. Unicorns and other fantasy creatures seem to have fallen asleep. The elves seem to be doing after-meal activities. Some are taking a walk, and some are doing some handicrafts, as if they are preparing for tomorrow's morning life in advance. Sheen and his party also settled down in their own tree house and had dinner. Dinner was prepared by Laxia. The elder sister of this bunker didn't know when and where she went to find a bunch of ingredients that everyone had never seen before. And then she calmly cooked successfully and made a luxurious dinner. The dishes for dinner are said to be the type that Laxia has never cooked before. However, although they are obviously dishes that have never been cooked before, these dishes are still so delicious that people want to swallow the plates and tongues into their stomachs. It is even more magical than the land of elves. Fortunately, Sheehan has long given up on the details. Otherwise he would definitely care about it and stay up all night. In short, a sentence of elder sister is invincible is enough. After the meal, everyone just gathered together to chat for a while, and then dispersed on the spot. I'm sleepy. Don't call me if you have nothing to do. Ayi simply threw this sentence, and then hid back in the room and fell asleep. I'll go find Melika. For some reason, Luoshi had such an idea, as if she was very concerned about what Melika was doing now, and left quickly. She had wanted to follow her, but found that the girl had already run away. Why run so fast? Sheehan was very dissatisfied. He seriously suspected that the princess could no longer hold back and wanted to go out to have fun. This girl has been eager to go out to play since she came to the elf country. Now she must be very curious about the scenery of the elf country at night. Right? There is nothing wrong with this. However, leaving her husband behind and going out to play alone is not a good style. I will deal with you in the evening. She had remembered this grudge, and then turned back to hug the little girl Lilith. Tease her, and kill time. Who would have thought that Lilith was also asleep? Let me take care of Miss Lilith. Laxia hugged Lilith, who was already asleep, and went straight back to the room. Sheehan looked at all this in a daze, and suddenly reacted. Am I abandoned? Yes. He was abandoned. In this village that is not very friendly to men. He was abandoned by the girls around him, and became a lonely man. Sheehan wanted to curse, and then sighed and said, forget it. I'll go to bed early. So Sheehan returned to his room and lay on the bed. It is worth mentioning that here, the bed is not a soft and warm quilt, but a tree bed similar to a hammock. The vines will extend from the walls of the room, interweaving into a net, covered with leaves and unknown herbs, making the bed exude a refreshing fragrance, which is very good. Xian tried it, and found that this bed was not as wobbly as a hammock. It was very stable. Not only did it not make people feel uncomfortable sleeping, but it was also so comfortable that people did not want to get up, with a fragrance that kept lingering on the tip of his nose. Xian almost fell asleep in a second. No wonder the two little girls went to bed so early. Xian understood. When choosing a room during the day, Aie was very satisfied with this bed, and Lilith also jumped on it for a long time. At night, influenced by the quiet and peaceful atmosphere outside, it was understandable that she wanted to fall asleep early. Xian looked out the window and found that Yulin actually flew to the queen's palace and lay directly on the treetops, sleeping comfortably. That scene almost made Xian think that the village had been occupied by this dragon. Now this dragon is sleeping at the highest point of the elf country, with the posture of a lord. That guy. Is he taking revenge for the day? Xian almost laughed out loud. He knew that because of what happened during the day, Yulin's impression of the elves had been reduced to the lowest. Now she was sleeping in the highest place in the elf land, with the queen's palace below her. It was obvious that she wanted to discuss the elves. This little female dragon was becoming more and more human. Xian sighed. Although Yulin was very smart in the past, she could understand human language and respond to a certain extent, but she would not do such human actions. Until recently, this black dragon of Atrus seemed to be more and more human. Not only would she roar a few times when she saw beautiful scenery, but she would also fight back like this when she was upset by someone, deliberately disgusting people. Compared with the past, I don't know how much smarter she was. Could it be that she was really going to turn into a human? Xian used external awareness of destiny to peek, and found that there seemed to be some changes in the magic power in Yulin's body. It's not a matter of more or less, but it seems that the way it works has changed. In the past, Yulin had a lot of powerful magic power in her body, but it only existed in Yulin's body, like stored energy. But now, the magic power in Yulin's body is like that of a human life form. It is not only stored, but also flows and operates in a fixed pattern. Although it is still a little awkward, complicated and unclear, Xian always feels that if it continues like this, the magic power in this dragon's body will circulate like the human race. By then, will this girl transform into a human form and advance to the demon race? Don't say it. There is still some expectation. Xian smiled slightly and decided to give this female Tyrannosaurus a meal in the future. His magic power will definitely be of great use to the girl, whether it is absorbed to increase strength, or analyzed to learn how human magic works. Yulin will definitely need it. As long as he continues to provide magic power, Yulin may be able to shorten the time of transformation, and at the very least, it can improve its level and strength. Why not? Anyway, Xian now has too much magic power to use. Even if he uses it, he will recover in a very short time and provide more to Yulin. There is no pressure at all. The rest depends on the girl herself. After saying that, Xian left the window, glanced at the bed, thought about it, and decided not to lie down. Let's take a bath first. It has become a habit to take a bath every day and go to bed comfortably. Now, if Xian doesn't take a bath and goes to bed directly, he really can't do it. But, where is the bathroom? Xian scratched his head and walked around the tree house. But he didn't find a bathroom or bathing place. Go out and ask. Finally, Xian walked out of the tree house and came outside. The tree house where Xian and his group lived was very high. Very high. At least more than 100 meters. It was a bit cool at night, but there was no strong wind from high up. I don't know if it was the barrier of the Elfland that blocked the strong wind, or if there was some magic mechanism at work. After Xian came out of the tree house, he jumped directly and jumped down. Generally speaking, when you come out of the tree house, you are sent to the ground on a bridge made of vines. Unfortunately, this looks romantic and magical, but it is a bit of a waste of time. If he was with everyone, Xian wouldn't mind taking some time to go down slowly. Now that he was alone, he simply didn't bother and jumped down directly. At this height, if Xian dared to do this in his previous life, the end would definitely be breaking 2 legs, which was the lightest. Now, Xian doesn't have to do anything. He can easily resolve this little force of falling, just like riding the wind, landing on the ground. Both stable and elegant. Then, Xian wandered around the Elfland. His purpose was to catch an elf and ask him about the bathroom. However, this lady when Xian met an elf girl and wanted to talk to her. She ran away before he could finish his words. Xian was silent for a moment, turned to another direction, and found another passerby. This beautiful woman, Xian spoke, but scared the other party. Don't come over. The other party screamed, and fled in a panic, as if he met a gangster on the road at night. Xian was silent again, and then changed his target. This girl. Ah. This young lady. This kid? This male man. About 10 minutes later, Xian stood on a street with an expressionless face, watching the elves around him screaming and scattering as if they had encountered a plague god, and finally admitted a fact. That is, here, he was nakedly rejected. This village should be destroyed. Xian hummed. A voice immediately replied to him. What terrible things are you saying there? Hearing this, Xian turned his head and looked behind him. There, an elf girl stared at him closely, as if she was staring at a dangerous person. Who else could it be except Jiaoyuer? So you are here? Xian said lightly without any surprise. What do you think? Jiaoyuer also spoke calmly and said, with an unstable factor like you appearing in the village. How can I not monitor you? So? Xian said a little bit, saying, you just watch me suffer unfair treatment in your village? This is not unfair. Jiaoyuer frowned and retorted, all men in the elf country are treated like this. So that's it. This is quite fair. Do you think I would say that? Fair egg. Chapter 502, Go to bed quickly. Xian had already noticed that Jiaoyuer was monitoring him. The perception ability of external awareness is much stronger than that of Xian in the past. It is not limited to hostility and magic, but can also sense all kinds of malice and life breath. With the enhanced sixth senses, Xian can see through all illusions. If he can't detect that someone is watching him in the dark, then such a powerful skill would be wasted. However, Xian didn't intend to pay attention to this Jiaoyuer. He knew that Jiaoyuer was just worried about a man like him walking around in the land of elves. But she didn't want to do anything to him. So, Xian let her go. Now, the other party actually came out like this openly, and told him directly about this matter. Is he confident? Or is this person really so strict that he can't hide it? Xian didn't know. And he was not interested in knowing. He only knew that he and this old-fashioned girl didn't get along at all. So, Xian spoke to Jiaoyuer in a tone that was not embellished at all. Since you showed up, tell me where the bathroom is. Xian asked Jiaoyuer directly, not wanting to harass her anymore. Disturbing the elf girls around. But Jiaoyuer's answer was unusually straightforward. No. Jiaoyuer took 0.1 seconds to reply with such a sentence. What did you say? Xian was stunned. I said no? Jiaoyuer said expressionlessly. There is no such thing as a bathroom in the elf country. Otherwise, do you think we won't set it up in the tree house? It feels like it's not that I can't find the bathroom, but that there is no such thing as a bathroom at all. Right? Are you kidding me? Then how do you take a bath? Xian complained. Don't tell me that the elves don't need to take a bath or go to the toilet. Hearing the words going to the toilet, even Jiaoyuer couldn't help but glare at Xian. This man. Doesn't he know what to say and what not to say? We never use the bathroom to bathe. Jiaoyuer said stiffly, as the body of nature. We elves always go directly to the river or lake to clean our bodies. Xian understood. So that's what it means. Right? All the elves will bathe in the open river or lake. Xian suddenly had a lot of associations. Could it be that in the current elf country, there is a river or a lake full of naked elf girls? Xian seemed to be able to see those beautiful elves laughing and playing in the river and lake with a newborn posture. Should I use a Li Ju Tianming or something to sneak over and take a look? No. If I don't go to see, how can I be that kind of person? I just want to test the effect of Li Ju Tianming, so I don't have such dirty thoughts. As the destiny skill obtained by integrating countless skills, I have to confirm the power and effect of all these destiny skills. That's what I think. Very pure. That's right. It's a pity. You better not do something you shouldn't do. Jiaoyuer seemed to be able to guess what Xian was thinking, and said coldly, I will monitor you just to prevent you, a man, from doing dirty things. Even if I don't monitor you. With the Queen's palace, all the movements in the elf country can't be hidden from the Queen. I advise you to dispel the thoughts that are rising in your heart now. Ahem. Don't slander people casually. Xian coughed twice, and then said seriously, do you think you are a voyeuristic goddess who can read minds? Why do you say that I have dirty thoughts in my heart? As soon as these words came out, doubts immediately appeared. A goddess who loves to peep? Jiaoyuer was startled. Was she discovered? A natural goddess, who was following Xian, was also shocked. This goddess didn't know that Xian was not referring to her, but another guy named Nian. Jia Luo, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to Xian's words after being stunned. Maybe she thought Xian was talking about Lilith? Jia Luo said lightly. I can't read minds, but I know that when this matter is mentioned, you men will react like this. Just like the brave Mitra at the beginning. Jia Luo's words made Xian feel a sense of emotion. That is, whether they are brave or not, they are actually pathetic men. This is the case for himself. And the brave Mitra 1,000 years ago was also the same. But Xian still wanted to say, Senior, you have ruined the reputation of the brave. I always feel that after coming to the land of elves, the great image of the brave man who defeated the devil seems to have gradually begun to collapse. Of course, on the surface, Xian still has to be tough. Since you can't read minds, don't say anything casually. Does our reaction mean that we have dirty thoughts in our hearts? Can't we be worried that you little elves will freeze in the river or lake? Hearing this, Jiaoyue was speechless. Elves are the darlings of nature, and will not be affected by the natural temperature, as long as it is not man-made factors or magical power. Elves will not feel hot or cold. Jiaoyue looked at Xian with some contempt. That was clearly the look of a man who wanted to do something bad, but was caught in the act, and was clumsily making excuses. But, God, Xian really didn't know such cold knowledge. Elves will not be affected by natural temperature? Well, they are indeed a race born with magic. The darlings of nature, and are simply living proof of the unscientific statement. So, there really is no bathroom in the land of elves. Xian was still a little unwilling to give up. No, Jiaoyue still said so straightforwardly. We love nature and are close to nature. For us, entering rivers and lakes to clean and bathe is both a habit and an instinct. Let's not talk about going out for training. In the village, we all do this. Even the queen does this. There is no so-called bathroom in the land of elves. Now Xian understood a little. Understand why Luo she just ran to find Melika alone. Could it be that she already knew about this, and was unwilling to take me with her? And was afraid that I would do something bad, and go to peek at the elf girls taking a bath? So she was so sneaky? Xian's mouth twitched. This is completely possible. Otherwise, why didn't the slacking princess take me with her? If he just went to find Melika, or played in the elf country, that girl would definitely not let him go, and would definitely drag him around. That unlucky child. Sean made up his mind to deal with the princess at night. As for how the princess knew about this, Sean suspected that it was Laxia's doing. That maid was elusive, and would always inexplicably collect all kinds of tourist information about the places she arrived at the first time. Such as the location of the hotel, the location of the restaurant, the ingredients of the dishes, etc. She would find out before anyone else. In this way, the maid is likely to have arranged for the girls to take a bath in advance. Otherwise, Ai would be fine. But Lilith would not be coaxed to sleep without taking a bath. That paralyzed maid. Sean gritted his teeth. At this moment, Sean felt as if he was being targeted by the whole world. In this elf country, he really has no status. No, I have to find a way to get back at her. As Xian began to think about this, he asked Jiaoyue, what should I do then? Xian said, you can't ask me not to take a bath. Right? What if this elf dares to say that men are not all smelly? In this case, Xian doesn't mind punching her hard in the chest and saying, aren't women all soft? And fighting back. Fortunately, Jiaoyue didn't go to such lengths. The queen said that your treatment is the highest scale. So in this case, we will naturally prepare for you. Jiaoyue turned around. Come with me. Leaving this sentence behind, Jiaoyue walked forward. Prepare? Xian muttered a few words, and then followed reluctantly. Along the way, she met many elf girls. All these elf girls had the same reaction. They were startled at first, and then quickly retreated to the side, and then looked at Xian secretly, with a look of fear and curiosity. Xian just felt that he seemed to have come to the wrong place, and didn't want to complain anymore. Hurry up and take a shower. This is Xian's only thought now. Under the leadership of Jiaoyue, Xian came to an unknown place. This is the deep forest some distance away from the elf country. Not far ahead is the edge of the enchantment of the elf country. It is said that there is an endless mountain range after going out. You can take a bath here. The bathhouse prepared by Jiaoyue for Xian appeared under such circumstances. Seeing the scene in front of him, Xian opened his eyes wide and was stunned. It turned out to be a hot spring? Yes. What appeared in front of Xian was a hot spring. Moreover, It is a very large hot spring. Its diameter is about 20 to 30 meters. And its width is more than 10 meters. It is like a small lake. It is big enough for hundreds of people. Not to mention one person. Looking at this hot spring that is constantly emitting hot air, Xian was very surprised. Is this what you said to prepare? Ziemba blinked and said, just dug? Of course not. Jiaoyuer said lightly, this hot spring has existed for a long time. So long that it existed when Her Majesty the Queen was born. Her Majesty the Queen often used it when she was young, and occasionally used it later. Others rarely know the existence of this place. It is just right for you to use it now. Take back the preface. Your treatment is actually very good. Isn't it? Chapter 503 Don't Steal from the Company. Okay. Xian was very satisfied with the treatment of being able to monopolize a natural hot spring. It was a pity that there was no Teal around to enjoy the fun of bathing together. Thinking of that proactive and resolute girl, Xian missed her a little and missed her a little. Well, it's only been half a month anyway. Thinking of this, Xian put aside his longing, turned his head, and looked at Jiaoyuer beside him. What? Is there a problem? Jiaoyuer immediately asked after noticing Xian's gaze. In response, Xian only replied with one sentence. It's not me who has a problem, but you who has a problem. Xian looked smiling. Jiaoyuer was immediately at a loss. Frowning and asked, what can I have a problem with? Are you okay? Xian nodded as if he understood, and then changed the subject, saying, since you have no problem, why are you still here? Do you want to watch me take off my clothes? You? Jiaoyuer blushed, and she was angry. Finally, she couldn't keep her serious and old-fashioned look, and glared at Xian fiercely. But she didn't say anything, just turned around and left here. Seeing this, Xian looked like he had won something. But then, he remembered something and spoke quickly. Wait, there shouldn't be anyone here. Right? Xian had to figure this out first. Are you worried? Jiaoyuer said sarcastically, don't worry. No one will come to peek at you. This man. Do you really think that the elves will cherish this thing? Who are they? Elves who value purity. Elves will never want to peek at a man taking a bath. But? Am I worried that someone will peek? Xian retorted. I am worried that you unreasonable women will break in and take advantage of me. You will scream and attract everyone. Then you will throw dirty water on me and say I am a hooligan. Who can I go to for justice? Such a sentence really made Jiaoyuer angry. But Xian was not joking. Similar plots have appeared countless times in novels with various routines. Whether it is accidentally seeing some beautiful scenery or being seen by others, the male protagonist always suffers in the end. Xian did not want to fall into that kind of cliché routine and be slandered in turn. Otherwise, with the special status of alien men in the elves, he would definitely not be able to wash away the rhythm even if he jumped into the Yellow River. With his violent temper, if it really becomes like that, he will not be like those cowardly male protagonists who dare not fight back when being targeted, and act like a righteous person who does not want to bully or hit women. In fact, that is not only not righteous at all, but also stupid. If I were to encounter such a thing, I'm sorry, I'll catch them all and beat them up first. Only after you beat them up can you have the right to speak. Otherwise, do you expect a group of angry women to reason? Forget it. Anyway, I'm putting my words here. If someone breaks in and makes a fuss later, I won't be polite. Xian smiled and said, we haven't even had the fight today. Jiaoyuer stared at Xian closely, and her eyes were almost about to pounce on him and bite him. After a while, Jiaoyuer gritted her teeth and spoke. Only Her Majesty the Queen will come here, and Lady Leia and Lady Nia will sometimes accompany Her Majesty the Queen. But during the Peace Festival, those people will not come. After all, it was Sophie's instruction to bring Xian here and let Xian use this hot spring bath. Under such circumstances, Sophie would naturally not come here, and the two legendary division commanders would not come here either. I will wait for you outside, so you can rest assured. Right? Jiaoyuer threw down such words, and then turned around and left as if she didn't want to talk to Xian anymore. Until, you can wait outside, but don't steal from the inside. Okay? A light-hearted word made Jiaoyuer stumble and almost fall. Finally, Jiaoyuer left here with an angry step. Jiaoyuer didn't notice that at this time. Xian had only a triumphant smile on his face. Let you put on a face in front of me, and I will make you angry to death. Obviously, Xian deliberately said that it was so annoying. Comfortable. Accompanied by an extremely comfortable and sour sound. A figure soaked in the natural hot spring. This hot spring has some tricks. It's not simple. While taking a comfortable bath, Xian looked at the hot spring with a deep meaning. If there were people who had learned the magic perception skill here, they would find that, in fact, this natural hot spring not only emits heat and water vapor, but also emits rich magic. Xian discovered this situation the first time he came here, and understood it instantly. How can this be a hot spring? It is clearly a source of magic. That's right. This is not a hot spring at all, but a natural source of magic. The hot water in this magic source is all condensed by the magic of nature, not ordinary hot spring water. With the perception of external perception of destiny, Xian saw through many things. This magic source should be in the process of expansion, because it absorbed the special magic in the deepest part of Tagore Forest, which caused some changes, and became a form similar to a hot spring. Magic sources come in different sizes and levels. Some are small magic sources, some are medium-sized magic sources, and some are large magic sources. Depending on the size and level, the quality of the water in the magic source will also be different. This hot spring-type magic source was supposed to be a small magic source. It took countless years to expand into a medium-sized magic source. However, due to the special magic here, it did not grow into a medium-sized magic source in the end, but mutated and transformed into such a hot spring-type magic source. That special magic should be the reason why the elves were born from the natural world here. Right? Xian used external awareness of destiny to feel the surroundings. Generally speaking, magic is transformed from vitality, and the magic of nature is also the same. It is naturally transformed from the vitality flowing out of the world, the largest existence. Therefore, magic and vitality are closely related. Once there is a problem with vitality, there will be problems with magic. And once there is a problem with magic, there will be problems with vitality. This leads to the fact that all magic actually contains a strong breath of life, but it is no longer as pure as vitality. But Xian found that the natural magic in the elf land, the breath of life in it, is not only as pure as vitality, but also has a special pulsation. If ordinary magic flows, like air currents and rivers, then the magic here will beat very regularly like a heart during the flow. That feeling is no longer like the air currents and rivers of ordinary magic, but more like blood vessels with blood flowing in them, which is very special. It is because of this special magic that the elves are born from nature and become a natural life. This hot spring-type magic source is also the same. Under the condition of absorbing the magic here for many years, strange changes have occurred. If you soak in such a hot spring frequently, it will definitely activate the magic in your body, accelerate the growth of magic, and even feedback to vitality, making people live longer, and even recover from some serious injuries. Xian sighed. This is much more precious than ordinary magic source treasures. Xian was sure that if the magic source here appeared in the outside world, it would be fought over by countless forces and even countries. In order to occupy such a special magic source with infinite uses, many countries would not mind fighting a war to grab the land with such a magic source. Its value is infinite, and it is a truly priceless treasure. No wonder even the elf royal family would come here. Xian turned his head and looked to the side. There were several unicorns with their heads down, drinking the spring water in this hot spring. The levels of those unicorns were not low at all. The lowest one was level 84, and there was another level 88 and one level 89, which was only one step away from the legendary level. Being able to drink the spring water here all the time should be a great help to these unicorns. Right? The world only sees that there is a magic division in the elves that is known as the strongest. But they don't know that the monsters and fantasy creatures under their management drink the spring water here all year round. And their levels are also not low. Xian curled his lips. It is completely conceivable that in the land of elves, in addition to the elf division, there is also a high-level monster army that is definitely not inferior to the former. The elves may have a small population, but they are not only long-lived, but also live in peace with so many high-level monsters, and even manage them. Xian has reason to believe that when it is necessary, the elves will be able to drive this high-level monster army. At that time, the powerful monsters will charge in the front, and they will support them in the back with powerful magic that is unrivaled in the human race. The combat effectiveness displayed will never be inferior to any other race in the human race. Note that it is a race, not a country. If they rely on the power of one country alone, even if it is the Mitrak Kingdom and the Ragnar Empire, they will definitely not get any benefit when facing the elves. Of course, no matter how much combat power they have, in the eyes of the transcendent level who have broken through the limit of life, they are no different from ants. Now she knows very well how big the gap is between transcendent beings and non-transcendent beings. Without transcendent beings, even a powerful race like the elves still has to fear AI and Lilith. Sheen saw this clearly. At this time, AI? A very slight voice suddenly came into Sheen's ears. Chapter 504, Growing Something That Shouldn't Grow. Sheen stood up suddenly from the hot spring, turned around and looked in one direction. There, a little girl appeared at some point. You? Sheen was stunned on the spot. Obviously, he had never expected that the voice just now came from such a little girl. It was a little girl who looked like an orc, wearing a leather dress, and looked about 13 or 14 years old. The little girl was holding a furry, mysterious little beast, blinking a pair of big eyes, standing at the edge of the hot spring, staring at Sheen. Sheen was first stunned by the other party's appearance and age, and then he couldn't help but condense his eyes. Just because, from this little girl, he actually felt a very terrible magic power, and a murderous aura that seemed to be able to crush the world. That feeling was just like a world-destroying beast suddenly appeared in front of him. But the little girl with such a terrifying aura not only stood there with a confused look on her face, but also seemed to be very curious about Sheen's existence, staring at Sheen. To be honest, Sheen did not dare to turn his eyes away from the other party. After all, Sheen did not notice her existence before she spoke, which was enough to show that she was extraordinary. You know, Sheen is not the same as before. His outer awareness of destiny can even peek into the laws of the operation of the heaven and earth. But he was unable to react in time before the other party spoke. This alone is enough to make him alert. Of course, if he was fully focused, Sheen would not have no feeling at all. The main reason was that he was too comfortable and relaxed in the hot spring just now, and he was thinking about things, which made him a little dull. But even so, not everyone can get close to her by taking advantage of the outer awareness of destiny. The little girl in front of him did it. Who are you? Sheen asked in a deep voice. However, the little girl did not respond to this question. Are ye? The little girl tilted her head, as if thinking about something, and kept muttering, Are ye? Are ye? Are ye? The other party kept repeating this name, as if he cared about this name very much. Sheen frowned. What? Sheen asked. Do you know Are ye? Sheen decided to test the other party first. Are ye? The little girl still tilted her head, but seemed to understand Sheen's words, nodded in a daze, and said happily, Are ye? Are ye? Are ye? The little girl seemed to be dancing with joy, and she let go of the mysterious little beast in her hand with a cheer. The mysterious little beast fell to the ground, without even a hum, but rolled its eyes very humanly, and turned over again, keeping itself in a prone position. Such a mysterious little beast was staring at Sheen closely, and there was a hint of inquiry in its eyes, which was really incredible. Sheen naturally noticed this mysterious little beast. And then, he discovered something. That is, the terrifying breath of the world-destroying beast that he had felt before actually came from this mysterious little beast. As for the little girl, her breath was very obscure, but she had a very huge magic power, which was even higher than Luoshi, and stronger than anyone Sheen had seen so far, which surprised him. What is the origin of this combination of one person and one beast? Sheen unconsciously used the power of external awareness of destiny to try to see through the other party's level. As a result, he could not see anything. Sheen was silent. Then, a voice that seemed to be laughing sounded. Okay. Stop looking, human boy. You can't see our realm with your power, so don't waste your energy. This is a voice that sounds like it hasn't changed yet, but for some reason, it is full of mature charm. Hearing this voice, Sheen's heart tightened, and he looked at the little girl again. AIE. AIE. However, the little girl was still jumping there by herself, constantly calling AIE's name. The voice just now did not come from this little girl at all. Hey, where are you looking? The voice sounded again, saying, Here. Look at me here. I'm talking to you. As he said, the mysterious little beast lying on the ground raised one of its forelimbs, and waved it in a very human way. This time, Sheen understood. Was it you who just spoke? Sheen was surprised. It was me. But the little beast admitted it frankly. However, the little beast clearly did not open its mouth to speak, rather than saying that the sound just now came from its mouth. It was like telepathy, directly transmitted into Sheen's mind, and was heard by Sheen. This situation made Sheen confused. Alas, this reaction again. The mysterious little beast seemed to feel very bored, and said faintly, Every time I meet someone I have never seen before, I always react like this when I talk to them. I really get tired of seeing them for a long time. I'm really sorry. Xian resisted the urge to complain, glanced at the little girl who was still cheering, and then looked at the mysterious little beast lying on the ground. After hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but speak. What are you? A monster? Xian's eyes were full of doubts. Huh. The mysterious little beast seemed to be too lazy to explain, and said leisurely, just treat me as a monster. Anyway, for you humans, there is no difference between me and monsters. After saying this, the mysterious little beast turned around and looked at the little girl who was cheering and jumping for joy, and his tone suddenly became stern. Okay. Stop jumping around. Milu, pick me up quickly. Hearing this, the little girl called Mila stopped and took the mysterious little beast back into her arms very obediently. Lid, Mila said to the little beast in her arms, Ayi. Ayi. The word Lid mentioned in her mouth seemed to be the name of the little beast. I know. I know. Lid said impatiently, really? How much do you want to see Ayi? She is obviously a violent girl who is not obedient at all. But one or two of them spoil her and let her do whatever she wants. I think she will be spoiled by you sooner or later. Hee hee. Mila did not take Lid's complaint seriously, but laughed happily, looking very happy. Xian's brows were getting deeper and deeper. This strange combination of one man and one beast doesn't seem simple at all. Who are you? Xian also gradually lost his patience. This made Milu and Lid turn their eyes and look at Xian again. Young man, be patient and don't be so angry. Lid grinned, and her voice was still transmitted directly into Xian's mind, saying, don't worry. We are not suspicious people. At least not to you. Not suspicious people. Not suspicious people. Millet imitated happily, like an innocent child. Xian certainly wouldn't believe the words of this man and beast casually, not only because the other party was suspicious, but also because the performance of this man and beast seemed a little weird. Therefore, Xian didn't dare to let down his guard easily. However, considering that his external awareness of destiny could not see through the other party's level, and the familiar feeling of IE revealed in the other party's words and deeds, Xian had some guesses about the other party's identity. If the other person is really the person in his imagination, then he can try to communicate with him. Just when Sean had such an idea, the other person's voice sounded again. Not bad. This is the right way to do it. The mysterious little beast Lid praised and said something cunningly. Anyway, you should put on your clothes first, so that Milu won't look at your thing for too long and grow something that shouldn't grow. These words made Sean's mouth twitch. What do you mean by growing something that shouldn't grow? If you want to say sty, just say it directly. Don't say it so ambiguously. Okay? People who don't know will think it's something else. Damn. At the same time, in several other locations, many people discovered the situation on Sean's side. Why are they here? Najula was waiting outside for Sean to finish his bath. And then she noticed the magic power in breath, and fell into shock. This magic. In the Queen's palace, Sophie, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes and stood up from the throne. Her eyes full of astonishment and even panic. In the tree house where Sheen and his group lived, 2 little girls in 2 rooms opened their eyes at the same time. Miss Lilith? Laxa, who was watching Lilith by the bed, saw the scene and called out. But Lilith ignored Laxia, but turned her head and looked in one direction. And then with a swish, she turned into an evil spirit and rushed out. Seeing this, Laxia's eyes flashed slightly, but she said nothing, and did nothing. Just stayed quietly, as if waiting for everything to settle. Of course, in another room, Ayi also stood up. Those 2 guys. Ayi sighed and murmured, not knowing whether he was irritated or had a headache. He actually appeared here. It seems that his bad habits have come back. While saying this, Ayi got off the bed. The next second, a pair of dragon wings spread out on Ayi's back, turning him into a gust of wind, and flew out of the window like Lilith. An evil spirit and a dragon shadow swept in one direction. In a clear lake, Luoshi, who was soaking in the clear water, raised her head and saw the scene. Around her, there were all elf girls who were laughing. Luoshi did not move. She just stared at it, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 505. You will be in trouble. When Xian put on all his clothes, Milu, holding Lid, had come to him. Ayi, Ayi. The little girl with great magic power reached out her hand and pulled Xian's clothes, pulling them continuously, as if urging him to do something, and as if she was anxious about something. with a face full of anxiety. Xian didn't know what this girl was going to do, and was immediately at a loss. Okay. Don't worry. Yi won't run away. Lid comforted her in a lazy tone as if she was familiar with the way, so that although Milu was still anxious, she didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Xian had an idea. Could she want to see Yi? Xian asked the little beast that Mila put on his head, with a strange look on his face. What? Didn't you guess it? Lid yawned and looked at Xian with a strange face. The wisdom in her eyes made her smile again. She said, this girl likes Yi the most. As long as she sees Yi, she will keep pestering her. She will not stop even if Yi is annoying. If we hadn't heard you mention Yi's name when we passed by here, we might not have noticed your existence. In a nutshell, if it weren't for mentioning Yi, Xian might have been ignored by them. For this man and beast, Xian's value seems to be knowing Yi. Apart from that, there seems to be nothing else they like. Well, I always feel like I want to pick up the bear kid and eat roasted animal legs. You want to see Yi, right? Xian said with a fake smile. Okay. I'll take you to see her. I'll cure your arrogance when the time comes. However, when Xian was thinking about this, Lid said something. Before that, you help us do something. Lid actually said such a sentence. Do something? Xian raised his eyebrows. That's right. Lid pointed to the outside of the barrier and said, it's in that direction. Let's go. After that, without waiting for Xian to respond, Lid pulled Mila's hair under her. Let's go. Milu. Let's fight quickly, and then go to see Yi. Lid's words made Mila's pretty face, which was full of grievance, change instantly. See Yi. See Yi. The little girl smiled, and moved her legs to get out. Surprisingly, the barrier of the elf town seemed to have no effect on this little girl. The little girl with the mysterious little beast on her head went outside silently like passing through a wave of water, and was not affected by the barrier at all. Damn it! Xian was stunned. The barrier that the elf's hometown is proud of, and may have been set by the goddess of nature herself, was actually ignored by the other party. Which is really shocking. If the other party used force to break the barrier directly, then Xian would not be surprised. If he guessed the other party's identity correctly, then the other party's power could only be above the goddess of nature. And it was not surprising that he could break the barrier set by the goddess of nature. But she did not break the barrier, but ignored it directly, just like nothing in the world could stop her steps, and was not affected by the barrier at all. This is a bit tricky. Originally, Xian did not intend to follow. After all, if someone asked him to do something, what would he become? But now, Xian began to have some interest in this man and beast. What exactly do such an incredible combination want to do here? Let's go and see. Xian could not suppress his curiosity. So, Xian followed. Lid seemed to know that Xian would follow, and said to Milu leisurely, take him out of the barrier. Milu. Hearing this, Milu did not resist at all, and went straight through the barrier, holding Xian's hand, and pulled him out of the barrier, as if she was taking a walk. Yi. Yi. Milu, who was holding Xian's hand, kept calling this name, and finally simply pulled Xian and walked forward impatiently. Where are you going? Xian still couldn't help asking. But? You will know when you get there. Lid seemed so leisurely that Xian narrowed his eyes. This little guy really deserves to be dealt with. I decided to find a chance to trick it. I haven't been out for a long time, and I don't know if my skills have regressed. On the other side, Jialua was still waiting boredly at a distance from the hot spring. Why isn't it done yet? Jialua complained. A man takes longer to bathe than a woman. Jialua was getting a little impatient. If she wasn't afraid that if she broke in, she would be caught by the other party and accused of stealing from the inside. She had just agreed that no one would go in. But she broke in when he was bathing and didn't follow the previous words at all. Then Jialua would have wanted to go in and call for help. I am the deputy commander of the elf division, a great magician of level 89. And I am actually keeping watch for a foreign male here. It's crazy, Jialua muttered to herself, not knowing whether to laugh at herself or feel helpless. At this moment, Jialua noticed something strange and raised her head in surprise. In front of her vision, under the beautiful night sky, an evil spirit and a dragon shadow were approaching at an alarming speed. What is that? Jialua tensed up. She felt a suffocating threat from the evil spirit and the dragon shadow. The next second, the evil spirit and the dragon shadow came here, hovered in the air for a while, and did not leave again, as if they were looking for something, and kept circling. Not long after, the evil spirit and the dragon shadow descended. The target was exactly her side. What? Gialua's face changed. But before she could react, the evil spirit and the dragon shadow fell in front of her and revealed their figures. It was Lilith and Ayi. His Highness the dragon demon, and the goddess Lilith. Gialua held her breath. But Ayi and Lilith were obviously not in the mood to chat with Gialua. What about Xian? Ayi asked directly. Zixian? Gialua was startled at first, then reacted and said, Lord Babazitude is bathing inside now. Inside? I looked at Gialua deeply, which made Gialua feel uneasy, and then said lightly, he has left the elf country and went outside the barrier. What? Gialua opened her eyes wide in astonishment and said hurriedly, impossible. The barrier of the elf country is still working. Since it is still working, except for the elves like us who can open the entrance of the barrier and enter and exit freely. No one else can enter and exit freely. This is the barrier set by the goddess of nature, which uses the power and environment of nature. If you don't know how to enter and exit, even the extreme level strongmen can't enter and exit freely. And the super level strongmen can only break it by force. In this case, since the barrier is still working, it stands to reason that unless there are elves leading the way, Xian must still be in the barrier. Now, Ayi said that Xian had gone outside the barrier, so it was no wonder that Gialua was surprised. But this is a fact. It was because he left the barrier that the magic power I put on him was isolated from the sense. And even the connection between Lilith and his true seal was blurred, so that we couldn't find his location. Ayi murmured calmly, as if talking to herself. However, if it was them, they could easily enter and exit the barrier here and isolate our senses, so that we couldn't find Xian. Ayi guessed the reason for this. On the side, the evil spirit on Lilith's body kept fluctuating, telling others that her emotions were very unstable now, which made Gialua a little frightened. Gialua was really a little worried that Lilith would make a big fuss in the elf country. If it becomes like that, it will be a big trouble. Fortunately, the savior soon appeared. Your Highness Ayi, Lady Lilith. Along with such a call, emerald green light descended from the sky and turned into the graceful figure of the elf queen. Sophie? Ayi was not surprised by Sophie's arrival at all, and asked directly, did you feel it too? Yes. Sophie sighed, nodded very seriously, and said, such magic power. Is it really those two? It can only be them. Ayi said dissatisfiedly, besides them, who else would wander around in this ancient forest full of monsters? Then Sophie said with some worry, since those two appeared here, does it mean that something happened in Tagore Forest again? Who knows? Ayi said coldly, I just want to know what they are going to do by kidnapping my people. Lord Bastutu? Sophie said hesitantly, isn't it because of His Highness Ayi that one was taken away? Ayi immediately glared at Sophie, causing her to laugh awkwardly. She knew that she had revealed the truth, causing Ayi, who was trying to play dumb, to stop pretending. Do you want me to send someone to find him? Sophie could only suggest this. Forget it. Ayi still looked dissatisfied, but after thinking for a while, she said, if it were before, I would really be a little worried that Xian would be played by those two guys. Now, that guy's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he should be able to deal with those two guys by himself as long as those two guys don't go too far. At the end, Ayi finally showed a headache. Lilith immediately pulled Ayi's clothes, as if to oppose Ayi's approach. Don't worry. Ayi comforted Lilith and said, he is still very safe. Otherwise, even if he is separated by a lot, you can feel his location through the true seal. Once the host of the true seal encounters danger, the owner of the true seal will immediately notice it and reach the other party's location instantly through the connection of the true seal. Since Lilith can't sense Xian, it proves that Xian is not in danger. Thinking of this, Lilith calmed down. Only Ayi was left, looking at the deep forest ahead, with a fierce light flashing in her eyes. If you don't bring the person back to me intact, you will be in trouble. Milu. Lid. Ayi murmured like this. The night continues. Chapter 5062 Siscon. Unlike the land of elves, the night in Tagore Forest is very scary and very gloomy. There is no light here. There is no beautiful scenery here. There is only a forest shrouded in darkness. The moonlight and starlight are obscured by tall trees. There are no birds, beasts or insects around, but there are waves of magic and murderous aura that seem to be deliberately suppressed. At this time, the only nocturnal monsters that will move in such a Tagore forest, and nocturnal monsters are usually carnivorous, Very cruel and gloomy. In addition, this is the depths of Tagore Forest, and the level of monsters lurking around is extremely high. I believe that even a legendary strongman needs to be particularly vigilant and cautious when walking at such a time and place. However, in such a situation, a little girl, a mysterious little beast, and a human noble youth walked in the forest in a swagger. Hum hum hum. Milu, who was walking in the front, was like a primary school student on a spring outing, jumping and humming strange songs, which was so out of tune with the gloomy environment around her. Huh. Lid, who was lying on Milu's head, kept yawning. It looked like she was just bored rather than sleepy. Xian followed the two people with empty eyes, and kept telling himself in his heart, don't care. Don't care. Once you complain, you lose. But Xian did regret it a little. Regret following this man and beast out of the elf land. Am I stupid? Isn't it nice to soak in natural hot springs? Is it not pleasing to look at elf girls? At the very least, go home and play games with Luo Shi that are beneficial to your physical and mental health. Why run out for a night tour just because of a little curiosity and interest? Xian almost doubted his life. The main reason was that he had been following this man and beast for so long. But he didn't know what they were going to do. It really made Xian feel a little sad. Could they just want to go out for a walk? Xian seriously doubted this. Although, in the middle of the night, even a fool would not want to walk in such a place. But even if this man and beast in front of him were not fools, they were a bit crazy. Should I find a chance to run away? Xian thought about this seriously. But his thoughts seemed to be completely seen through. Young man, be patient. Lid glanced at Xian and said calmly, anyway, you have nothing to do in the elf country now. Why not come out with us to have fun? Right? Uh-huh. Xian threw a two-word mantra over and said, are you sure I can be happier this time than in the elf country? You probably don't know that my father has a fiancée, who is the most beautiful woman in the human race? When Xian was thinking about this, Lid spoke again. At least it's exciting enough. Lid said, as if patting her chest, I guarantee you will have a thorough exercise. The kind that can make you sweat a lot. Can we doubt that you are driving? You are not even a person. But you can drive? It's amazing. Forget it. Xian sighed slightly, changed the topic, and said, what should I call you? Before Lid responded to this sentence, Milu, who was jumping, turned around and raised her hand first. I am Milu. Milu was as excited as a primary school student who was called by the teacher. Well, just call us by our names. Lid said indifferently, since you know Yi and have such a good relationship with her. Just call us by our names. And others will not say anything. Really? Xian pouted and said, are you sure I don't need to add an honorific or something? Your Highness Milu? Your Highness Lid? Mila puffed up her cheeks and corrected, it's Milu. Me. Lu. Meaning, just call them by their names. No honorifics. Right? Lid also looked at Xian meaningfully. It seems that you have guessed our identities. Lid said lazily, not bad. Quite smart. Hee hee. Xian said another two-word truth. Speechlessly, it's not that I'm smart. But there are not many people in this world who can call Yi by her name directly and have such a scale of magic and aura. So, it's not difficult for Xian to guess the identities of these two people. I just don't know who these two people are. Xian has met two of the three goddesses. And although he hasn't seen the remaining one yet, it is obvious that she doesn't match the image and rumors of the two people in front of him. On the side of the 6 demons, excluding Sarah and AI, there are only 4 people left. Who are these two people? Xian can probably guess Lid's identity, leaving only Milu's identity, which he is still observing. I don't know if Lid knows this, but she propped up her body and stared at Xian, still with a meaningful look. When I say you are smart, I don't mean that you can guess our identity, but that you know what attitude to use to face us. Lid grinned, looking quite ferocious, and said, a man who can be favored by a Yi should at least not be afraid of us, let alone our identity and origin. You know who we are, but you can still face us with such a calm and casual tone and attitude. This alone is enough to hit points. Yeah. Mila nodded vigorously and said crisply, extra points. Extra points? Unfortunately, Xian didn't care much about this. Maybe it's just that I'm disrespectful, have no self-awareness, and am extremely arrogant? Xian just shrugged his shoulders. It's really a bit arrogant. Lid didn't refute Xian's words, and said in a scary way, you know our identities, and you dare to follow us casually. Aren't you afraid that we will do something to you? Oh, Xian said with some interest, Then will you do something to me? Hearing this, Lid didn't answer, but turned to Milu under her. Do you want to do something to him, Milu? Lid asked casually. As a result, Milu actually thought about it seriously. Looking at Milu like this, for some reason, Xian couldn't help feeling a little cold in his heart. He always felt that this little girl, who looked extremely innocent, romantic and simple, like an innocent toddler, had something chilling in her depths. That kind of thing seemed very dangerous. And it didn't refer to power, but something essential. This made Xian feel that once the other party came to the conclusion that they wanted to attack, they would immediately attack without hesitation and kill him on the spot. Fortunately, Milu didn't want to attack. Milu seemed to have come to a conclusion. While shaking her head, she showed an innocent smile and said, Big brother, it feels very fun. This sentence wiped away some of the chill in Xian's heart. Is that so? Lid still looked indifferent, but said to Xian, I don't want to attack you either, unless you are really a coward who can't even face us. It seems that Xian's score in the hearts of these two people is at least qualified. But Xian can be sure that if he does not meet their expectations, they will definitely not mind erasing him. Don't think we are cruel. Lid sneered and said, since you want to get involved with AIE, you will have to bear this risk after all. Yeah. Milu nodded again and said seriously, AIE, it's very important. Leaving these words, Milu took Lid and jumped forward again. Xian rolled his eyes, and seemed to not care about the words of the man and the beast. Of course, Xian could not completely ignore the threats of these two people. Xian did listen to their words, but he just didn't take them for granted. 2Si Mei Kong, Xian muttered secretly. Milu stopped and tilted her head, looking confused. What did you say? Lid narrowed her eyes, and looked a little unfriendly. Nothing. Xian would naturally not admit it, and gave the man and the beast a big smile and said, let's go. You too. Let's continue walking. Walking? Milu's head tilted even more. This is not a walk, Lid retorted. Yes. 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 Xian still looked unconvinced. If it were someone else, they would definitely be angry. But Milu and Lid didn't. One continued to be confused, and the other seemed too lazy to argue. What a wonderful and incredible combination. The group continued to move forward, until one moment, Xian's eyes fixed, and he suddenly stopped. At this moment, he sensed a familiar magic. That magic was a bit evil, a bit dark, a bit chaotic and fierce, making people feel very uncomfortable. Xian's face sank, and even became a little ugly. Not only Xian, but even Milu had a fierce look in her eyes, like a little lioness, grinning there. Did you feel it? Only Lid still looked lazy, looking at Xian, with the corners of her mouth raised. Xian said nothing, but suddenly quickened his pace, turned into a ghostly figure, and rushed forward. The sealed holy sword at his waist had been pulled out. At the same time that Xian drew his sword, a dark shadow suddenly jumped out from the deep forest in front of him, like a beast that had been lying in ambush for a long time. Roar! A violent roar resounded from the other party's mouth. A closer look revealed that it was a very hideous and terrifying monster. It had a wolf head, but a snake head grew out of its chest. Some of its 6 arms grew on its back. Some grew on its legs, and it had a tail on its face. It had no natural biological features at all, and it looked like a 4-legged beast that was pieced together. It was ugly and terrifying, and it made people feel physically uncomfortable. Such a species was no longer a monster, let alone any known life in this world. But she knew the name of this monster: Demon Refiner. This monster was used as a sacrifice, and as a nutrient for the young demons, in the magic ritual called the Demon Refining Ceremony. The monsters and demons that fought each other devoured each other, and absorbed each other's flesh and magic power. Roar! The hideous demon pounced on Xian, as if he was hunting. The speed was so fast that only a vague afterimage could be seen, proving that the opponent was of a high level and very powerful. But Xian just had a cold light in his eyes, and went straight to meet him without dodging. The hideous wolf mouth of the demon suddenly opened, biting down Xian's head fiercely. Choke! At this moment, a sword light flashed like a crescent moon blooming in the dark. Puff! The hideous and terrifying demon didn't even have time to react, and was beheaded by this extreme flash. And the whole wolf head flew into the sky. Give and burn. Xian uttered the magic spell in a cold tone. Astonishing magic power was released from his body. Bang! In the dark forest, a burst of fire suddenly shot up into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The sudden flames ignited the forest in that area, and the flames burned to the extreme. Xian stood in the middle of the sea of fire, watching the demon being burned to ashes before he was willing to stop. But his face was still not very good. At this time, Milu and Lid approached him. It seems that you hate this monster. Lid smiled as if she was very satisfied. Burned up. Burned up. Milu was also very happy and cheered repeatedly, running around in the sea of fire, ignoring the surrounding flames, and shuttled freely. But not even a spark was stuck on her body. Xian turned to Lid. What's going on? Xian asked in a somewhat stiff tone. Why are there demons here? This question not only did not get an answer, but was met with a counter question from Lid. I would like to ask you, why do you think there will be no demons here? Lid's counter question made Xian startled at first, and then fell silent. Seeing this, Lid nodded. You know it, right? The so-called demons are the product of the rituals carried out by the old demon clan. In essence, they are a kind of sacrifice and nourishment. They are monsters formed after the demons and monsters lose their minds after being affected by the rituals, and fight and devour each other. Lid said expressionlessly. For this reason, this ritual needs to be carried out in a place where there are many demons or monsters. And the more the number and the higher the level, the better. For this reason, the Galuoli family, which colluded with the old demon clan, targeted the Atla Canyon because there were many high-level monsters there. Then, Tagore Forest is the largest monster forest in the world, and there are even many legendary monsters that have existed since ancient times. Lid sneered. Such a good ritual site. Do you think those bastards of the old demon clan original demons will not set their sights on this place? This is the reason why the demon refiners appear here. Chapter 507. Thank you. As the first and oldest old demon clan, original demon spent a lot of energy on the demon refining ceremony in order to complete the 7th demon and evolve the demon into a new demon king. Only by continuously using the demon refining ceremony, giving birth to countless demons as sacrifices, as nutrients, allowing demon larvae to grow up, and then making these demon larvae play the role of becoming the refining material of the 7th demon, can the 7th demon be successfully born. To achieve this goal, the number and quality of demon clans and monsters used to give birth to demons must be guaranteed. Under such circumstances, it is natural that original demon would target Tagore Forest, the largest monster forest. Therefore, thousands of years ago, after the war ended and the old demon clan original demon was born, Tagore Forest has been used as a venue for demon refining rituals and has been frequently used by the other party. Lid explained the secret to Xian. At the beginning, no one noticed this, because the Tagore Forest was originally large and secretive. As long as you go inside, basically no one can find the abnormality here. There have been many successful cases of magic rituals here. Those successful cases finally turned into powerful demon larvae, and became part of the 7th demon created by the original demon. It can be said that the 7th demon in the original demon was born and started from here. Later, because of the power of the goddess of nature, and the insight of the elves living here, the magic ritual was finally discovered. Lid said calmly. At that time, we discovered the existence of the original demon, the existence of the old demon faction, and the stupid plan they were carrying out. In this way, no matter the gods, demons or humans can sit idly by. All 3 tribes sent many people to completely destroy the power of the original demon in the Tagore Forest and destroy their plans. Unfortunately, the old demon clan had already made sufficient preparations for this. They had already anticipated that the ritual would be discovered, so they had formulated a plan to escape unscathed. As a result, that time, we only stopped the demon refining ritual from proceeding, but failed to effectively strike the original demon. Lid snorted coldly and said, the most hateful thing is that those rats have become very cautious, and they have not revealed any flaws for a whole 1,000 years. Before, in the Atla Canyon, and I also said that this original demon would never easily expose itself, but would send the demon larvae to those old demon clans, or even human forces, who were trying to do something, and use those forces to hold rituals and collect sacrifices to achieve their own goals. Because of this oldest old demon clan has also become the most mysterious old demon clan, and has not revealed any flaws so far, making it extremely difficult to cause effective damage to them. When we leave Tagore Forest, those bastards will come back at the right time, and use Tagore Forest to hold demon refining rituals to complete the demon larvae and the 7th demon. Once we receive the news, they will immediately retreat without any nostalgia. For thousands of years, the 3 tribes have been played around by this original demon. Speaking of this, Lid's voice inevitably carried a hint of anger, and even Milu beside her looked angry. But there was an amazing murderous aura around her. Xian could imagine how aggrieved the three tribes were tossed around by the original demon. The goddess of nature, Nadura, has taken action several times, using her power to monitor the whole world. The goddess of fate, Lidas, has also used her power many times to try to catch them. But they seem to have anticipated it all. They keep moving back and forth between the human world and the demon world, frequently changing their bases, and using various means to evade the interference of the power of the gods. In the end, even the gods can't do anything about them. Lid sighed and said so. In desperation, we can only use some stupid methods. Set up some secret sentries, and guard in places where they often target. Especially this Tagore Forest, which is a ritual place that the other party can't give up. So, Tagore Forest looks like a very dangerous place. And no one will come here under normal circumstances. In fact, not only are there original demons active from time to time, but even secret sentries and spies from various tribes often come in and out here. Lid and Milu appear here. And this is the reason. Among the demons, Milu and I are the closest to the nature of the demons. And most of the territories under our jurisdiction have various demons. In addition, we are special, and it is difficult for us to act alone under normal circumstances. We often form a team and move together in the Tagore Forest. Lid finally told the reason why she was here. This time is the same. Because the subordinates reported that a new demon refining ritual appeared. Milu and I came to the human world and the Tagore Forest. The two also know the habitat of the elves, and know that the elf land is nearby. So, during the period of coming here, the two would go to the elf land from time to time. First to relax. Secondly, it was due to Milu's strong curiosity and playfulness. And thirdly, it was used as a supply station. Sometimes to find some food from the human world, and sometimes to find a place to take a bath. At least, in the past, once the demon refining ritual appeared in the Tagore Forest, and they needed to deal with it. They all did so. This time, the two did the same. Unexpectedly, I met you. Lid looked at Xian and said, "Is this an unexpected gain?" "Yes." Mila nodded repeatedly. Obviously, these two people already knew about Xian's existence, and knew the relationship between Xian and Ai. This time, Xian came to the elf country, and did not mention Ai's name unintentionally. The two people showed up and immediately guessed Xian's identity. Just like Xian guessed their identities. I thought that girl must be crazy. A dragon demon, one of the 6 great demons, actually went to hang out with a human kid. If I didn't know the girl's character clearly, I would have suspected that she had slept for too long and her mind was confused. Lid's words were very vicious. Yes. Milu was still nodding there, which made people complain. Of course, that was what they thought at the beginning. Now, although I still don't quite understand what's wrong with that girl. Since the eldest sister has recognized you, and doesn't intend to pursue the matter between you two, you look quite capable. You are so young. But you have at least legendary strength. The most important thing is that you are not afraid of us at all and dare to face us. Let's just say you passed this condition. Lid's evaluation was very harsh. But in general, Xian still caught their eyes. If not, perhaps, these two people would really attack Xian. In Lid's words, since he wants to be related to Ai, Xian has to take this risk. Otherwise, do you really think that you can easily cross the gap of identity and strength and get the attention and protection of the demon, who is the top of the demon clan? Maybe Ai herself doesn't care. But she is one of the top of the demon clan after all, standing above the entire demon clan. Every move is enough to affect the entire demon clan, and even the whole world. Even if she herself doesn't want to, others will still act for it. This is the influence of the superior and noble. Xian naturally knows this truth, but he never took it to heart. Anyway, with his special identity, sooner or later he will enter the vision of the top people who dominate this world. And he has already prepared himself mentally. Now, although his strength cannot be said to be reckless, at least there is a way to make him have some confidence. So he is not afraid, and dares to leave the elf country directly with Milu and Lid. Thanks to this, if it were any other time, facing Lid's self-righteous evaluation and rating, he would definitely have said a few words back. But now, he is more concerned about another thing. In other words, the demon refining ceremony is still being held in Tagore Forest? Xian asked, "Have you found the original demon?" Lid answered this question very straightforwardly. "No," Lid replied, "if it was so easy to find, this oldest old demon clan would not have survived for 1,000 years, and would have been eradicated long ago." "Well, Milu also nodded heavily, as if to express her agreement, and made a fisting gesture. With one punch, the small fist directly set off a shocking storm, blowing away the surrounding sea of fire. A terrifying hipster. Xian was silent and sighed. What? Lid asked, saying, do you have a grudge against the original demon? Seeing that Xian cared so much about the original demon and the demon-making ritual, Lid wanted to investigate. Revenge? Xian curled his lips and said, if you insist. You can't say there is no. Although the Galyoli family was the culprit of the incident in the Atla Canyon, Xian did keep a score with the original demon as the mastermind behind the scenes. In addition to the conflict with the old demon clan, Xian and this most mysterious and ancient old demon clan force are naturally enemies rather than friends. Of course, the reason why Xian really cares about the original demon is the seventh demon and the creation of a new demon king. He was summoned to this world as a hero. According to Nian, the reason is that she wants Xian to resolve a hidden crisis. And this hidden crisis is likely to be the original demon creating new demons and making new demon kings. In this case, how could Xian not fight against the original demon? In short, I don't get along with the people of the old demon clan. You just need to know this. Xian said to Lid, if I can, I will definitely wipe them all out of this world. That's how rude. However, Milu and Lid's eyes lit up because of Xian's words. Agree. Milu raised her hand very imposingly. Yes, those bastards should be completely wiped out from this world. Lid also nodded frequently. Obviously, the attitude of these two people towards the old demon clan is the same as Ai's. They all hated very much. It should be said that the demons and the demon clan hate the old demon clan. Right? Especially the original demon force, which wants to create new demons and new demon kings, is simply trampling on the existence of demons and the dignity of demon kings. In addition, for their own purposes, the other party not only uses demons as sacrifices, but also attacks the demons and harms their compatriots. All the demons want to wipe them out. Xian's words hit the mark of Milu and Lid. As a result, the two of them felt that Xian had become much more pleasing to the eye. It seems that AIE, that girl, still has some vision. Lid even said such words, which shows how much she hates the old demon faction. Xian would never have thought that he had been corrected by these two dead sisters before, and that they were being scrutinized by two big guys. But now, because of a speech that shared a common hatred of the enemy, the other party changed their minds. Xian only wanted to know one thing. Since the person was not caught, can the demon refining ritual be solved? Xian frowned and said, I didn't feel the evil and dark magic power when the magic ritual was launched. Is it because the ritual site is not here? No. The ritual site is in this area. Lid shook her head and said, it's just that the ritual has been destroyed by Milu and me. The ritual has been destroyed? Xian was startled. That's right. Lid waved her claws and said, Milu and I have both taken action. Do you think this ritual can still continue? Indeed. The identities of these two people are not simple at all. Since they have come here and launched the action, how could they go to the elf country to relax without any gains? Although the ritual was destroyed by us, the culprit who launched the ritual has not been found. And some of the refined demons formed in the ritual have also become fish that slipped through the net and wandered in the forest. Lid said, these refined demons may be recycled by the people of original demon and used to feed the rest of the demon larvae. So we need to eliminate the remaining refined demons as much as possible. Eliminate? Eliminate? Milu shouted such words like cheering. It seems that she is full of energy. And Xian also understood. You didn't arrest me as a strong man? Xian was stunned. Lid immediately showed a kind smile. I just want to see your strength. Lid said teasingly. How is it? Is it exciting? Is it a thorough exercise? Can you sweat a lot? Thank you very much. When Xian rolled his eyes, Najula, who was watching all this, had a twinkle in her eyes. Is it the original demon again? A cold light flashed in Najula's eyes. It seems that I have to monitor this forest for a while. Chapter 508 Blood Magic Feast. Afterwards, Xian followed Lid and Milu. There was no other way. Although Xian was a little unhappy about being drafted, he agreed to deal with the old demon clan and the demons. Even if the demon ritual has been destroyed, even if the remaining demons continue to attack others, they cannot devour the other party and obtain the other party's flesh and blood and magic to increase their strength. But they are still worth being recycled by the original demon. In this way, Xian and others have a reason to destroy these monsters. Of course, trying to find a group of remaining fish that have slipped through the net in such a large forest is undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. in this situation. Except for Najula, who can monitor the entire Tagore forest. It is estimated that no one can accurately find all the demons hiding here. Fortunately, there is a way. The demons are all products of magic rituals. They have long lost their reason and are only crazy. Lid said, they have only one instinct, which is to constantly attack others and devour their flesh and blood magic to gain stronger power. Even if the ritual itself has disappeared, this instinct will still exist in the body of the demon. Therefore, they will subconsciously attack individuals with huge magic and flesh. As long as you release the magic, the surrounding demons will definitely be attracted by you, regardless of the rest. Lid has been using this method to clear the demons in Tagore Forest, which is also the reason why Milu has always had a huge amount of magic released from her body. Knowing this, Xian released his own magic without hesitation. Boom! Accompanied by the movement like a volcanic eruption, the terrifying magic gushed out of Xian's body, turning into a terrible air column, rushing straight into the sky. Roar! Ah! Woo! At this moment, countless monsters in Tagore Forest were alarmed. Some of them fled in terror, while others looked at the rising column of air with fear, and finally chose to retreat, causing countless birds and beasts to stir in the dark night and leave the area in waves of movement. Roar! Roar! Only some hideous monsters scattered in the forest, when they sensed the amazing magic power, were stimulated one by one. Not only did they not flee, but they all rushed towards Xian. Lid and Milu watched this scene at the closest distance, watching the terrifying magic power burning continuously on his body, and a column of magic power rising from his whole body. Xian, who was soaring into the sky, was stunned for a moment. There is such an amazing magic power? Lid was very surprised. So powerful. Milu's eyes began to shine. Both of them were shocked by the terrible magic power that Xian released recklessly. Originally, Xian's strength comparable to that of a legendary strongman at such a young age was enough to surprise them. Now that he released such terrible magic, it was impossible for Lid and Milu not to be surprised. So powerful. Big brother is so powerful. Lid. Milu kept rubbing Lid on her head, looking very excited. Indeed, Lid frankly admitted this, looking at Xian's eyes flickering slightly, and murmured, "It seems that he has hidden a lot of things. The man who can be favored by IE is indeed extraordinary." Lid realized that Xian might have hidden something else. Here it comes. At this time, Xian, who wasted his magic power without hesitation, said such words as if the magic power on his body was not worth cherishing at all. Milu and Lid only then discovered that in the darkness around them, figures appeared silently. Roar! Roar! The irrational demons came into the sight of Xian and the others one by one, roaring fiercely and staring at Xian as if they were staring at a piece of fat meat. Little did they know that Xian looked at them as if he were staring at a pile of mincemeat. Come! Xian hooked his finger at the demons around him provocatively. His arrogant look angered the demons. Roar! Roar! At that moment, countless demons rushed out from the shadows like hunting wolves. At first glance, it seemed as if there were ghostly black shadows rushing towards Xian at an astonishing speed. In response to this, Flying Star! With a short spell, Xian awakened the magic that had not been used for a long time. Suddenly, countless tiny meteors appeared around Xian and turned into showers of stars, like a violent storm, bombarding the surroundings. Bang! 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 As the flying stars bombarded the ghostly figures, the attacking demons did not even have time to utter a wail, and all of them were blown away on the spot as if struck by lightning. Some of them hit the trunks of the big trees, smashing them to pieces. Some rolled into the grass, and some even smashed into the ground, shaking up the dust and making the surrounding area instantly chaotic. With such power, I believe that no one will admit that the magic used by Xian was just a magic to suppress the enemy, and its lethality was almost non-existent. But this magic, in Xian's hands, was already quite powerful before, and now with the amplification of Satomi's destiny, even if Xian deliberately reduced the output of magic power, it still showed a far more amazing power than before. Milu and Lid were surprised again. Stars? Milu blinked. It was celestial magic. Lid was even more surprised. Xian ignored the two people and watched the magicians being blown away by the flying stars and smashed around, becoming dying. He also had his own estimation. Although the output of magic power was reduced to less than half of the past, the power of magic did not decrease but increased. If the magic power consumed was the same as in the past, The power of this magic should be at least 3 times higher than in the past. Right? Xian made such a judgment based on the magic power he consumed and the power of the magic he used. Then, my progress in magic seems to be no worse than that in melee combat. Xian was satisfied with this. Roar! Roar! I don't know if it was angered by the smile that appeared unconsciously on Xian's face. But the originally dying magicians roared and struggled to get up. Obviously, even if the power of magic has increased, it is still a bit insufficient to use the chi-killing magic, which has little lethality and is still a primary magic, to kill these demons. In this case, I will give you a bloody magic feast. Xian suddenly disappeared from the spot and came to a demon. Instant teleportation? Lid was surprised again. Oh! Milu also opened her eyes wide. Xian didn't care, and stretched out a finger to the chest of the demon in front of him, who had no reaction at all. Give split. The magic power spit out from the fingertips, penetrated the demon's skin, and invaded its body. Puff! The next second, the demon was torn apart with a sound like a tearing cloth, and turned into pieces of debris, which fell all over the ground with the gushing blood. However, Xian had disappeared again and appeared in front of another demon, with his fingers pressed against it. Grant Crush. The magic power flowed out from his fingers, once again drilling through the demon's skin and invading its body. Crack, crack, crack. The demon's cry stopped abruptly, and his whole body trembled. Finally, cracks appeared on his body, making it look like crumbs, turning into a pile of meat residue, and scattered on the spot with the wind. Roar! A demon that was relatively close saw this scene, and instead of feeling fear, it roared angrily, pounced on Xian, who had his back to him, and swung a sharp claw at Xian. Xian seemed to have eyes on his back, and his body turned into a phantom. With a flash, he rushed under the demon's swung arm and rushed forward. Grand explosion. Xian turned his finger into a palm, stretched out his hand directly, and grabbed the demon's swung arm. The magic power in his hand surged like an ulcer on the tarsal bone, wrapping around the demon. Bang! The demon could not even resist the slightest. In an instant, his whole body exploded, turning into countless pieces of flesh, and exploded in all directions. Blood fell like rain, and was evaporated on the spot by the magic power on Xian's body, without a drop touching his body. However, Xian still held the arm of the demon in his hand. The strange and terrifying scene finally shocked the surrounding demons, making them all freeze in place, not daring to move. Wow! 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 Milla kept shouting, and stars flashed in her eyes. It's really bloody. Lid clicked her tongue, but a smile appeared on her little animal face unconsciously, causing her to mutter, "But I like it." Xian seemed to be testing his magic ability, using a variety of extremely lethal granted characteristics to slaughter demons one by one. The magic power he used was only the one that lingered on his fingertips, but it was terrifyingly powerful. Thanks to this, even some of the crazy demons felt instinctively afraid and ran away. Among them, one was desperate and rushed towards Milu and Lid. Roar! The demon roared, opened its fishy fangs, and bit Milu and Lid mercilessly. Milu, seeing this, Lid still lay on Milu's head, without moving, but just called out calmly, "Hey!" Milla finally reacted, looking at the demon rushing towards her. Not only did she not feel scared, but she was extremely excited. Swish! The demon's fangs bit Milu's body, but it incredibly passed through Milu's small body and rushed out from behind her. At this moment, Milla turned around, stretched out a finger, and pressed it against the demon like Xian did. No, it wasn't a push. It was a poke. Milla poked hard with one finger. Bang! When the slender and delicate finger touched the demon's back, a terrifying force burst out, and the demon exploded on the spot, turning into a burst of blood foam. Chapter 509. What does it look like to attack? Damn! On the side, Xian, who was slaughtering the demon with a highly lethal magic, saw Milu's situation and cursed. It seemed that she was doing the same thing as Xian, but anyone with a little bit of vision could see that the same result. Xian and Milu did very different things. Xian relied on highly lethal magic to explode the demon with one finger. And what about Milu? Good guy. This girl didn't use any magic at all, or even any skills. She just concentrated all her strength on that finger and poked the demon. But she poked the demon to death. The power that burst out at that moment, I'm afraid it can even explode a small mountain. Such a terrifying power. Even the current Xian is absolutely incapable of it. Not even Yulin can do it. I am afraid that only Yi and Lilith can challenge it. How could she not swear at this? Don't let those refiners escape. Milu. On the contrary. Lid has been lying on Milu's head, giving instructions very calmly. Yes. Mila nodded her little head very obediently. But the next second, she turned into a residual image and rushed out. The speed of the residual image was not very fast. However, during the process of running, the residual image suddenly split into 2, and then split into 4. In an instant, it split into several figures, like a ghost, rushing towards the fleeing refiners. Clone? Xian was slightly stunned. And then he gave up his idea. Because, in his perception, those figures were all entities, not illusory clones at all. At this moment, Mila turned into several people. Each of them rushed towards a demon. And like just now, she gathered amazing power at her fingertips and poked directly at the backs of the fleeing demons. Bang! 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 For a moment, in the whole forest, as ghostly figures floated by, demons exploded one after another, exploding into flesh and blood all over the sky, dyeing the earth red. The scene was bloody and unimaginable. TSK. Cruel and ruthless. Xian condemned indignantly, and his movements did not slow down at all. Like Milu, he pointed at the demons one by one with his fingertips, and exploded the demons one by one during the fluctuation of magic power. The Tagore forest, which was originally gloomy and terrifying, has turned into a real H.L. under the cruel and ruthless slaughter of Xian and Milu. None of the demons attracted by Xian's magic power had a good end, and in the end, all of them ended up with no remains left, leaving only broken flesh, blood, limbs, and corpses on the ground. The scene was extremely shocking. Under the ruthless slaughter of the two, naturally none of the attracted demons could survive. When the two stopped the slaughter, there were hundreds of demons that exploded and died, even if there were not thousands. Is it over? Xian looked around and found that there were no more demons. He couldn't help but say with some regret, standing on this bloody field that turned into H.L. He seemed so calm and composed. He was completely different from when he first came to this world, when he was covered in blood and vomited all day. No! Milu also stopped, with a slender and small finger still standing upright, and all the parts returned to one, as if she hadn't had enough fun and hadn't had enough fun. The demons in the vicinity should have been cleared. Lid glanced at the two and said unhappily, "What? You still don't think it's enough?" As soon as this was said, Xian and Milu replied in unison, "Not enough." At this moment, tacit understanding was created between the two. Lid was speechless. "You said there was a thorough exercise?" Xian seemed to finally have a chance to fight back, and smiled triumphantly, saying, "In the end, I only showed one finger, and everything was over. It was a waste of these guys who were so fierce. No one knew it would work." "Yeah." Mila nodded seriously and echoed, "Finger killing. Fun. Opponents? No." The two suddenly became a camp. "Good you. Milu. Don't be a traitor." Lid knocked on Milu's head, then looked at Xian and said, "I underestimated you a little. I thought these demons could cause you some trouble." It's no wonder that Lid thought so. Although Lid had heard of Xian, she didn't know much. She knew that Shan had the ability to defeat the declining old demon clan Slayer faction alone, and was also able to destroy nearly half of the kingdom's knights single-handedly, and even destroyed the noble district of the capital of the kingdom of Mitra. His strength must be good. But Shan was only in his early 20s, and he was a human. He was not a natural magic race like the elves, nor a natural close combat expert like the orcs. Even if Lid overestimated Shan, it was difficult to imagine how strong Shan was. Therefore, in Lid's view, Shan's ability to enter the legendary level at this age was already amazing. Looking at the entire human race, it is estimated that only the kingdom's treasure can match him. Who would have thought that Shan's strength was much better than she imagined? His level seemed not high, but his strength was far beyond his own level. Just in terms of the current performance, Shan's performance was no less than any of the 13 heroes. Lid could guarantee this. After all, no one in the demon clan knows the 13 heroes better than her. I am starting to get a little curious now. Lid narrowed her eyes and said, "How come I have never heard of a little monster like you before? Given the strength and talent that Shan has shown, it is logical that he should be famous. But what is the reality? About half a year ago, no one had ever heard of Shan. This guy seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, suddenly became famous, and suddenly showed his edge. becoming a household name that everyone in the world dared not ignore. Before, Lid didn't care much about these things. Until now. She felt a little strange and curious. Big sister and Ayi should know something. Right? Lid had such a hunch. Otherwise, with the cautious character of the big sister, it is impossible for her to let Ayi hang out with an unknown human boy all day long. Is it because of the secret that Ayi, that damn girl, took a fancy to this human kid? Lid figured it out, and finally became interested in Sean. On the other hand, Milla seemed to have fallen in love with Xian. She was hugging his thigh and smiling. Big brother. It's really fun. Milla smiled so hard that her eyes were curved. This made Xian feel uncomfortable. Thinking of the scene where this innocent and romantic little girl just used her fingers to blow up the demons. Xian couldn't help but worry that she might accidentally break her leg by hugging her thigh with some force. Thinking of the scene where this girl didn't feel scared at all when she saw the bloody scene, but laughed happily and thought it was fun. Xian felt that his previous premonition was right. There is a dangerous part in the nature of this little girl. Moreover, her power is also quite strange. She can ignore the barrier and the enemy's attack, as if she does not exist in this world. Just like a mirage. She can ignore the fire and the fangs of the demon. All attacks will penetrate her body and cannot touch her. She has extremely strong power, enough to explode a demon with one finger. In addition, she can split herself, which is weird and terrifying. Xian felt that this innocent and romantic little girl was not like a human at all. She is more like a ghost. Therefore, Xian always felt an indescribable chill in his heart for Milu. On the contrary, Lid, this rather mysterious plush beast, made him somewhat curious. By the way, why didn't you make a move just now? Xian asked Lid like this. I still want to see how you make a move. Hearing this, Lid glanced at Xian. If other people knew your idea, they would probably drown you in curses. Lid said something strange. What does that mean? Xian raised his eyebrows. It's very simple. Lid smiled and said, because they are different from you. They will never want to see me take action. Xian naturally didn't understand this sentence. Only Najula, who was incarnated as nature, shuddered as if she remembered some psychological shadow. Looking at Milu, who was hugging Xian's thigh and smiling, and Lid, who was lying on Milu's head with a lazy face. Najula smiled bitterly. Only she knew how terrible this wonderful combination of man and beast was. Let's put it this way. If, among the demons, the most ferocious ones recognized by the world are dragon demons and poison demons, then the most dangerous ones recognized by the world are the two people in front of them. The dragon demon and the poison demon are frightening because of their brutal temperament. But this man and beast are not. They have good personalities. One is innocent, romantic and pure. The other is lazy, mature and easy to talk to. But when they show their true power, except for the Demon King, the two people who will bring the greatest harm to the world are these two people. Therefore, these two people cannot act alone. One must be restrained by others, and the other must be restrained by himself. Once these constraints are lifted, they will instantly transform into the most terrifying existence and bring disaster to the world. To put it bluntly, the evil god Lilith, who once turned the earth into purgatory, is probably on par with these two people. If Lilith is the strongest evil god, then these two people are the strongest evil demons. Fortunately, these two people are not as fickle as the dragon demon and the poison demon, and they are still easier to deal with. Nadira can only be thankful that she met these two people. Chapter 510 Beast Demon. Tagore Forest, the home of elves. When Xian came back from outside and came to the hot spring-shaped magic source again, Milu and Lid were still beside him. Ayi! Ayi! Milu was still holding Xian's thighs and shaking them constantly. It was clear what she wanted to do. Yes. Yes. I'll take you to see Ayi now. Okay. Xian sighed and said, I wanted to take a bath again and wash my body first. Because of the interruption by Milu and Lid, Xian didn't take a bath much, so he was naturally a little dissatisfied. Bathing? Milu tilted her head, glanced at Xian, and then looked at the hot spring, thinking. Seeing this scene, Xian was startled at first, and then his heart moved. This situation, is it going to turn into a rhythm of taking a bath together? Xian's dissatisfied expression suddenly changed, and became full of expectation. In this situation, Milla let go of Xian's hand, stopped holding Xian's thigh, and ran towards the hot spring step by step. This made Xian faintly excited. However, reality is cruel. Hey! I saw that Milla put her little hands into the hot spring, and then splashed it fiercely. making a cute cry. Boom! A huge stream of water was suddenly splashed from the hot spring by Milu. Like a downpour. Instantly pouring on Xian. Alas! Xian made a silly sound. And then followed the excitement in his heart. And was completely drenched by the pouring water. When the water flow disappeared, Xian, who was standing there, had become a wet chicken. And the whole person seemed to be confused. And he couldn't react for a long time. Take a bath. Done! Mila ran back and hugged Xian's thighs again. Smiling, ah yi. Ah yi. It seems that this little girl didn't want to take a bath with Xian, but to see Ah yi as soon as possible and help Xian take a bath. In the simplest and crudest way. Xian's mentality was a little broken. Damn. It's better not to take a bath. Puff. Ha ha ha. Lid, who was lying on Mila's head, witnessed all this and couldn't help laughing out loud. The unbridled laughter made Xian angry. And he grabbed the furry little beast and ravaged it desperately. You did it on purpose. Didn't you? You did it on purpose. Didn't you? Xian was furious and rubbed Lid. Hey! Stop! You are not allowed to do this to me. Reed didn't seem to expect Xian to attack her. Or she didn't expect that someone would dare to treat her like this. She was frightened for a moment. And then she began to struggle. Her voice full of anger. Xian didn't care and vented his anger, which made him feel better. Let's go. I'll take you to see Ah yi. After throwing Lid back on Milu's head, Xian wiped the water off his face and walked in front of him with a look of despair. Ah yi. Ah yi. Milu, who was stunned by Xian's behavior of ravaging Lid, reacted and immediately put everything behind her and followed happily. This kid dared to do this to me. Lid lay on Milu's head, tidying up her messed up hair while gnashing her teeth and muttering. Xian ignored her and led the way in front of him. After leaving the area where the hot springs were, Xian saw it. He saw Jiaoyu walking back and forth in the open space in front, looking quite troubled and anxious. You're back. Jiaoyu seemed to have noticed some movement, turned her head, and looked over here. After finding Xian, she immediately rushed up excitedly. So excited? Xian didn't expect that this old-fashioned elf girl would be so worried about him, and was a little surprised for a moment. Who would have thought that Jiaoyu, who rushed up excitedly, raised the staff in her hand, and hit Xian's head without saying a word. Snap! With a crisp sound, Xian's hand caught Jiaoyu's staff, and let the staff stop above his head. I knew it. Xian had an expected expression. Let go! Jiaoyu suddenly pulled back the staff, glared at Xian, and said hatefully, I should have told you not to do anything suspicious. Right? Obviously. Xian's disappearance made Jiaoyu feel very bad. Suspicious things? Xian blinked his eyes, and said innocently, I was just taking a walk around. Is this considered suspicious? You? Jiaoyu was furious and said loudly, do you know that because of your disappearance, His Highness Ai and Goddess Lilith almost made a scene in the elf country? Xian really didn't know this. However, he could imagine the situation. It seems that they were anxious. Xian scratched his head and smiled bitterly. This is good. I will definitely be scolded when I go back. This sentence did not get a response from Jiaoyu, but attracted Lid's attention. According to you, that girl cares about you very much. Lid sighed with mixed feelings. You are so nervous after just leaving for a while. It's hard to imagine that this is what I would do. Yes. Milu also nodded repeatedly to show her agreement. Who are you? Only then did Carol notice the presence of Lid and Milu. Looking at this combination of man and beast, her anger was replaced by doubt. Xian ignored her. Let's go. Let's go back first. Xian called Milu and Lid and planned to take them back to the treehouse. But at this time, Lid spoke. You take Milu over. Lid said to Xian, I'm going to see the elf queen. The one who reacted to this sentence was none other than Jiaolu. Meet the queen? Jiaolu was not shocked by Lid speaking, but was alert first and said to Lid, Who are you? Why do you want to see the queen? Jiaolu stared at Lid with a vigilant face. Don't worry, little girl of the elves. Lid was not angry at Jiaolu's attitude, but said with a smile, I'm just going to talk to Sophie, the little girl, about what happened in Tagore Forest. And I won't do anything to her. Little girl? Jiaolu's expression froze immediately. It was not because Lid called her a little girl, but because Sophie, the elf queen, was called a little girl by Lid. You know, Sophie, as the queen of the elves, has lived for thousands of years. There are only a handful of people in the whole Omnipotency who can call Sophie a little girl. And it is obvious that these few people are all higher than Sophie. How can Jiaolu not freeze? But Lid no longer pays attention to her. I will go directly to your side later. Lid said to Xian, help me look after Milu. Don't let her run around. Understand? After that, Lid stood up from Milu's head for the first time. And then with a whoosh, she turned into a black shadow and quickly swept out. And instantly disappeared in the direction of the Queen's palace. Wait! Jialua wanted to stop it. But it was too late. This made Jialua subconsciously want to chase after it. Okay. Sister. Just save your mind and don't worry about so many things. Okay. Xian reached out and grabbed the back collar of the deputy commander of the elf division and pulled him back. What are you doing? Jialua struggled. Unfortunately, Jialua may be an excellent magician. But she is definitely not an excellent athlete. Her struggle was not enough in front of Xian. Xian calmly lifted the struggling elf girl. And with the other hand, he held the happy Milu. And walked towards the tree house while speaking. Why? Xian said, if she really wanted to do something to your queen would have died 1,000 years ago. As soon as these words came out, Jialua's movements froze. 1,000 years ago? How could Jialua not guess something when this sensitive year was mentioned? At that time, as the Queen of Elves, Sophie not only led the elves to participate in the final battle against the Demon King, but also, together with Leia and Nia, united the Braves' companions and other legendary powerhouses of the human race to form a total of 13 heroes to fight against the beast demon among the 6 great demons. Now, Xian mentioned 1,000 years ago, and said that if the mysterious little beast wanted to do something to the queen, then the queen would have been finished at that time. What can this remind people of? There is no need to say more. Could it be that the talking monster is? Jialua trembled. Xian smiled playfully. Of course, it is the old rival of your queen. That's it. The elf town. The queen's palace. At this time, Sophie, who was sitting on the throne, had opened her eyes and walked down from her throne. In front of her, Leia and Nia also arrived. But they were tense and looked very nervous. Sophie came in front of Leia and Nia, and looked at the opposite side, as if she was taking these 2 close ministers. There, the furry mysterious little beast appeared and landed in front of these 3 legendary elf magicians. Long time no see. Sophie. Lid looked at the 3 familiar faces in front of her and grinned. And looking at this little beast, which was many times smaller than it was 1,000 years ago, but still had a glimpse of a terrifying and murderous aura. Sophie took a deep breath. Leia and Nia had already bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness. Leia and Nia bowed respectfully, their tone full of awe. Sophie did the same. It's been a long time since we last met. Sophie's voice spread respectfully. Beast Demon. Your Highness Lidoma. Chapter 511 An Unsolvable Question. In a trance, Sophie felt as if she had returned to that suffocating battlefield again. On the battlefield, high-powered magic was interlaced like artillery fire, gradually bombarding groups of enemies. The human warriors were roaring and charging. The killers of the demons were slaughtering crazily. The goddess of the gods appeared in every corner, like a commander who dominated the situation. The sky, the earth, the ocean, everything seemed to have ushered in the end of the world, bathing in blood and fear, as if it could be destroyed at any time. As the Queen of the Elves, I was at the center of this battlefield at that time. Beside me, in addition to the 2 confidants of the elves, who could be absolutely trusted, there were also the partners of the brave, as well as heroes of other races of the human race. There were 13 of them in total, and they were regarded as the stars on this battlefield. They were already close to the limit of life and entered the realm of legend. They even have the ability to change the situation on the battlefield and the existing war situation, and are highly expected by all people of the human race and even the gods. However, reality slapped them hard in the face. So far, Sophie still remembers how desperate she was when she saw that thing appear. That was a roar that shook the world. That was the horn that announced death. The roar spread from the air. The trembling came from under the feet. It just appeared suddenly like a natural disaster that destroyed the world. The huge body that covered the sky and the sun. The loud roar that awakened fear. The ferocious appearance. The terrifying murderous aura. The largest beast in the world appeared on the battlefield, moving its limbs like mountains and its body like a continent, bringing the entire battlefield under its feet. People saw it kick over the mountains. People saw it break the clouds. Fear, despair, insignificance, powerlessness. These were the emotions in the hearts of everyone on the battlefield at that time. Sophie could even clearly see that her confidants and the other 10 human heroes were trembling. The trembling from instinct emerged from the bottom of everyone's heart. Even those who were called heroes could not avoid it. Because, after all, they were still mortals. Because, after all, they were still mortals. It was no longer a question of whether there was a chance of winning, but a question of whether they were on the same level. Sophie was sure that if there were not so many wailings around them at that time, and so many companions had fallen, the 13 of them would never have been able to muster up the courage to challenge the world-destroying beast. And when they challenged without knowing their own strength, in the end, more than half of the 13 people still died on the spot. Sophie was lucky. No, not only Sophie, but also Leia and Nia. Just because they were not warriors who needed to charge into battle, but magicians who supported them from the rear. The world-destroying beast never cast its sights on them, but only attacked the flies that harassed them and rushed in front of them. So, all 3 of them survived. However, everything that happened in that battle was still firmly engraved in their hearts, so that they could never forget it. People call this a psychological shadow. Sophie would not deny it. If those who experienced all that in person can still not leave any psychological shadow, then it can only be said that those people are all fools who have forgotten the pain after the scar healed. In that battle, the 13 heroes who were praised as the heroes only hindered the pace of the world-destroying beast, at the cost of sacrificing more than half of their people. Sophie couldn't imagine what would have happened to her and others in the end if the brave Mitra had not succeeded in defeating the Demon King with the help of the Supreme God Omnis, causing the demons to give up fighting. Would they be burned to ashes under the rage of the beast that covered the sky and the sun? Or would they become meat paste under the opponent's mountain-like limbs? Anyway, Sophie couldn't imagine any other result. Now, the world-destroying beast that brought despair and fear to everyone on the battlefield, the beast demon among the 6 great demons, appeared in the land of elves and in front of Sophie. It didn't have a body that covered the sky and the sun, nor did it roar with death, but it turned into a furry little beast like a small pet and stood here. You haven't changed at all. Lid looked at Sophie and said casually, still so beautiful, so high and mighty, just like in the past. It really makes me miss her. His Highness was joking. Sophie smiled bitterly and said, His Highness Lidoma is the one. As powerful as in the past. Really? Lid raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, It seems that you still speak so nicely. I came to see you in this form, but you actually said that I am powerful. It is not good to flatter too much. Right? This is not a compliment. Sophie shook her head and said, Sophie will never forget the true posture of His Highness that she saw at the beginning. That scene has been deeply engraved in Sophie's heart. Even if His Highness changed his body shape for convenience, Sophie can still glimpse the unparalleled power of the past from His Highness's breath and magic. This is the truth. Even though Lid's current body shape and breath are very different from those of the past, Sophie will never be naive enough to think that this furry little beast is easy to bully. Sophie knew very well that as long as the other party was willing, the attitude of the past could be restored at any time. By then, who in this omnipotent forest, except for the strongest man of the God clan, can really threaten her? You are good at everything, but you are too restrained. Lid shook her head with a smile, and said leisurely, Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Relax. I haven't restored that appearance for 1,000 years. And I guess there will be no chance to restore that appearance in the future. Right? Really? Sophie was slightly stunned. At least, that's what I hope. Lid looked at Sophie, restrained her smile, and said seriously, As long as the war doesn't happen again, I don't have to restore that posture. Just like this 1,000 years. Right? This sentence made Sophie silent for a long time. And then she smiled as if she relaxed. Your Highness said that. Sophie immediately said sincerely, Now we all understand that no matter whether it is the human race, the God clan, or the demon clan, no one wants the war to happen. This is also the reason why Lid and Sophie and others can put aside their past grudges and live in peace like this. The pursuit of peace is the most fundamental desire in everyone's heart. Therefore, the 3 tribes were able to exchange for 1,000 years of peace. And the elves were also inspired by this, setting up a peace sacrifice and welcoming today. Unfortunately, there are always some people who can't stand the emergence of peace, don't want to live in peace, and for some unfounded reasons, try to destroy the prosperity we have spent 1,000 years to create. At this point, Lid's voice turned cold. Leia and Nia's hearts were guarded, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Sophie's face also sank. Did the magic ritual really appear in Tagore Forest again? Sophie asked in a deep voice. That's what happened. Lid nodded and said, Although the ritual has been destroyed by Milu and me, And most of the magic born in the ritual have been killed by the interesting little guys we just recruited. But the person behind the ceremony may not have left. And it is very likely that he is still haunting Tagore Forest. The person behind the scenes. Sophie frowned and asked hurriedly, could it be someone from the original demon? Who knows? Lid said unhappily, maybe. Like the previous times. They are all third parties used by the original demon. That's not certain. Is that so? Sophie pondered for a while and said, I understand. Your Highness wants me to search the Tagore Forest. Right? Yes. Sophie said straightforwardly, in the previous times. We sent the subordinates of the demon tribe to search in the Tagore Forest, but found nothing. So this time I want to ask you. The elves. After all, the elves are locals. Although they are not in control of the entire Tagore Forest. Their understanding and familiarity with the Tagore Forest must be better than that of the demons. In addition, the elves are the darlings of nature, and are very sensitive to abnormal magic. If they are the ones to search, they may have different gains. Lid wanted to drag Xian and capture such a strong man. Not only because she wanted to see the ability of this guy who kidnapped her sister, but also because the demons had never gained anything by themselves in the past. Therefore, this time, Lid wanted to borrow some power from the outside to see if it could cause any chemical reaction. This should have been our own business. These bad apples appeared in our demons, and we should solve them by ourselves. Lid said in a deep voice, but the activities of original demon have become more and more unscrupulous and frequent recently. The demon refining rituals that only appeared in the demon world and Tagore Forest in the past have even appeared in other places in the human world this year, and appeared in the Atlas Canyon of the Mitra Kingdom. Even the Empire has some strange movements recently. All of this makes people feel a little uneasy. This is also a problem that the top leaders of the three tribes have been worried about recently. Judging from the movements of original demon, it is certain that the seventh demon creation plan that has lasted for a whole 1,000 years seems to have reached its end and is about to succeed. If a demon-level existence appeared in the old demon faction, it would definitely be a misfortune for the three tribes. Lid said to Sophie, so, I can only be thick-skinned and use all the power I can. Hearing this, Sophie's face became serious. Your Highness, don't worry, Sophie promised. When it comes to world peace, our elves will naturally take the lead. Otherwise, we will not have the face to see our goddess of nature again in the future. Najula? Lid curled her lips and said, it would be great if that goddess was here. With her power, she should be able to find something. Right? Lid still recognized the power of the goddess of nature. Perhaps, the goddess's strength is not as good as that of a demon like herself. But she has also transcended the limit of life and can pose a threat to the demon, so that she is not completely powerless. Moreover, the real tricky thing about the goddess of nature is that she can manipulate nature and even become nature. Once this power is used, no one except the demon king and the supreme god can detect her existence, let alone harm her. However, she can spy on the entire world, except for a few special circumstances. Nothing can be hidden from her eyes that are integrated with nature, which makes Sarah, the supreme of the demon clan, feel extremely difficult. At the beginning, it was this goddess of nature who discovered the existence of the old demon clan, the original demon, and the demon refining ritual. This goddess of nature sometimes descends to the world and spy on the entire world in the form of nature. It is not a strange thing that she can discover the conspiracy of the original demon. If the people of the original demon were not too cunning and hidden very deeply, not only active in the human world, but also active in the demon world, frequently changing positions, and researching some means to avoid the spying of the goddess of nature, they would have been caught by the goddess and uprooted. Lid believes that in this era, the person who can pose the greatest threat to the original demon is this goddess of nature. Thinking of this, Lid couldn't help but speak. If the hero was still in this world, it would be much easier to deal with the old demon clan. Right? Lid was so moved. Hero? Sophie also murmured, leaving Leia and Nia beside her silent. No matter which race, the hero is a special existence. The gods regard the hero as their trump card. The human race regards the hero as their faith. Even the demons regard the hero as an object of fear. If there are still heroes in this era, would these so-called old demon clans dare to be so rampant again? Will the seventh demon and the new demon king, who are regarded as everything by the original demon, still be so threatening in the face of the legendary hero? Such thoughts made Sophie feel a little melancholy. Maybe the hero will really appear again. Sophie said, Mitra's holy sword has been inherited by the kingdom's treasure. In time, she will surely become a hero of this era. Maybe? Lid seemed a little unconvinced. And then she didn't know what she thought of. And raised her mouth. Saying, or, in this era, in addition to the heroes, there is also an interesting little guy who deserves our attention. Sophie didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Lid didn't explain. Anyway, I'll leave this matter to you. Lid said to Sophie again, during this period of time. We should stay here temporarily. If there is any situation, you can notify me. Yes. Sophie nodded solemnly and said, once there is a situation, I will notify His Highness as soon as possible. Okay. Lid's face flashed a fierce look. And said, this time, not only Milu and I are here, but also AI and the evil god Lilith are here. I don't believe that in the face of this power. The mere original demon can still cause any trouble. Leaving these words behind, Lid disappeared in a flash. Only Sophie was left, looking at the direction where Lid disappeared. After a long time, she finally heard a faint voice. Can we really still hope that a hero will appear? This is an unsolvable question. Chapter 512. No room for a third person. The Elf Town. Treehouse. When Xian brought Milu back here, Jialua, who had been a little anxious all the way, left without saying a word before entering the door. Undoubtedly, the deputy division commander, who guessed Lid's identity, must be very worried about the situation of the Elf Queen. So he couldn't help but go to investigate. Xian ignored her, but took Milu into the treehouse, and saw everyone waiting for him in the living room of the treehouse. Are you finally back? Luo, she sat there, looking at Xian, who came in. And for some reason, she sighed. Welcome back, Mr. Xian. Laxia looked very indifferent, which reminded Xian of the previous night when he didn't return home, and his expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. Bang! Lilith didn't say anything and immediately threw herself into Xian's arms, hugging him tightly, with a look of relief and grievance on her face. Sorry. I made you worry. Xian felt distressed and quickly patted his head to comfort him. Everyone was waiting for Xian to return, and only at this moment did they feel relieved. Only Yi had no spare energy to care about Xian. Because, Yi. At this moment, Milu's eyes lit up when she saw Yi, and she cheered the biggest cheer in history. And then, like Lilith, she rushed in Yi's direction. It's you guys. Yi seemed to have guessed Milu's arrival, sighing and trying to hide, but she couldn't avoid Milu's pounce at all. Mila hugged Yi tightly, rubbing Yi's face and shouting happily. Yi. The whole tree house was suddenly filled with Milu's joyful laughter. That laughter made people want to smile knowingly. However, seeing such a strange little girl suddenly hugging Yi, making Yi show a face of resistance, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Could this be? Luo, she opened her eyes wide and was shocked. Laxia was also looking at Milu, silent, with her eyes drooping. Lilith tilted her head, looking confused, especially seeing Yi's unwilling face, but completely unable to resist being hugged and rubbed by Milu. The surprise in everyone's hearts can be imagined. If there were other people here, they would definitely be shocked when they saw this scene. Right? The dragon demon, one of the 6 great demons, and known as the most brutal being, was actually hugged by a little girl. He was obviously resisting, but he couldn't resist. This scene would definitely make people stunned for a long time. However, when Xian saw the scene, his face was full of as expected. Sure enough, this girl is a demon. Yes, Milu is a demon. In other words, this innocent little girl is the biological sister of AI, Sarah and Lid. Luo, she muttered in astonishment. Devil. Her Highness Milupesh. This is Milu's real name. Milu is just a nickname. Lid is the same. She has always called herself by a nickname, and her real name has not been revealed. AI. Mila hugged AI tightly, as if she was holding her most beloved toy, and kept calling her, her voice full of happiness and joy. AI, on the other hand, was only reluctant and unhappy about Milu's behavior. Okay, stop calling, AI said in annoyance. You are so excited every time you see your sister. How lonely are you? Yes. Mila nodded repeatedly, and said pitifully, Milu, I'm lonely. Yi, I'm not here all the time. The little girl looked aggrieved. Unfortunately, Yi, a heartless person, didn't buy it at all. Stop it. Yi exposed Milu and said, you are with Lid every day. How could you feel lonely? Others don't know, but Yi knows it very well. Milu has always been accompanied by Lid, and she has never acted alone. The reason is that this demon is immature. Like a child who only knows how to throw tantrums. And rarely has his own judgment and principles. If someone holds a lollipop in front of her, then this demon will definitely follow it happily, be easily deceived, and commit a terrible crime. Therefore, no one is confident that Mila can act alone. It just so happens that Lid is the type who acts alone. Once she enters the battle state, she will become very extraordinary. Therefore, this pair of sisters, one human and one beast, have been together for more than 10,000 years, always going in and out together. One usually restrains her strength and is protected by Milu in a relatively weak posture to facilitate her actions, while the other acts according to Lid's instructions, so as not to deviate from the norm and do extraordinary things. In this case, Milu always has Lid by her side, and she can't feel lonely at all. Of course. Different. Milu said seriously. Lid is the elder sister. Yi is the younger sister. What's the difference? Yi retorted, anyway. They are both with you. Aren't elder sisters the same? Mila puffed up her cheeks and protested, different. Different. Yi suddenly had a headache and said, you just know how to quarrel. Who is the elder sister, and who is the younger sister? The two sisters reunited after a long time and made a mess. It must be said that the scene was quite interesting, and Sheen watched it with great interest. Hiss. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his waist, and Sheen couldn't help but take a breath. You guy. I saw that Luoshi came to Sheen's side without knowing when, and pinched the soft flesh on Sheen's waist with one hand, looking angry. What are you doing? Sheen condemned loudly. But this action was met with Luoshi's angry glare. I just want to ask. What did you do? Luoshi lowered her voice, but said aggressively, what did you do? Why are you with the ghost demon? Why did the ghost demon appear here? What happened? Luoshi asked questions one after another. Obviously, the appearance of Mila made the princess a little flustered. Well, it's a long story. Sheen didn't know how to explain. Could it be that he happened to meet her while taking a bath? Bullshit. Then you should cut to the chase. Luoshi had no intention of letting Sheen go. The couple immediately got entangled, and also attracted Lilith's attention. This time, none of the three noticed that Milu, who was entangled with Aie, suddenly caught a glimpse of Laxia standing expressionlessly on the side. The innocent smile on her face froze, and her whole body trembled violently, making her dazed. Milu? Aie found this. Her face sank, and she secretly said in her heart that it was bad. Milu just stared at Laxia blankly, and didn't react for a long time. Looking at Milu like this, Laxia rarely saluted, just stared at her, and finally stretched out her hand and touched Milu's head. That action not only made Aie stunned, but also made Milu's emotions burst out suddenly. Woo! Milu suddenly shed tears and cried. Alas? What? Sheen and Luoshi, who were whispering, finally noticed this scene. Seeing Milu crying, they were stunned. This, Aie was also a little at a loss. On the contrary, La Xiao was not moved at all. She just stroked Milu's head quietly, as if silently comforting her. With such a development, the whole tree house lost its sound. Everyone could only look at each other, not knowing what to do. This scene lasted for an unknown period of time, until a faint voice came. Okay, Milu, don't cry. With such a voice, a furry mysterious little beast appeared in the treehouse. Lily Siva blinked. You are? Luoshi was shocked and her face changed suddenly. Sister Lid. Aie turned her eyes and looked at Lid. As for Laxia, she stopped what she was doing at this moment, looked at Lid, and finally knelt down. Laxia, meet Her Highness Lid Doma. Laxia respectfully performed the homage to Lid as she did when she first met Sarah and Aie. Get up. Don't kneel to me. Lid looked at Laxia with a complicated face, and then spoke expressionlessly, with a hint of imperceptible tremor in her voice. Yes. Laxia did as she was told. Like a humble maid. Only the expression on her face was always so indifferent. Lid. Milu then turned her crying face to Lid, as if she had seen a life-saving straw. Seeing this, Lid sighed and turned her eyes to Sheen. Milu and I will stay here for a while. Lid said to Sheen, is it okay? Hearing this, Sheen frowned, and his eyes swept over Aie. Milu, Lid and Laxia one after another, and finally relaxed his brows and shrugged. This is not my territory. Why are you asking me? The implication is that you can do whatever you want, and you don't have to tell me. Okay. Lid was not polite and said to Aie, we are in the same room. Tell me what is going on. What do you mean? AI's tone seemed very awkward. This naturally earned Lid's glare. Of course. It's about when you woke up. When you came to the human world. And when you have been hanging around here for so long. Lid snorted coldly and said, You'd better explain everything to me after you came to the human world. Why? AI still protested, I'm not Milu. I won't let people trace everything I do. Right? Do you really think so? Lid narrowed her eyes and said, How about holding a family meeting? Ayi immediately shut up. Are you kidding? That would definitely be a bad thing for her. Because this so-called family meeting is to gather the 6 demon sisters to discuss things. If that happens, no matter what the result of the meeting is, in the process, the youngest sister will be the one who is controlled. Anyway, in so many family meetings in the past, Ayi has never suffered a loss. These plastic sisters always play this trick, which is really hateful, especially Lid, who likes to use this trick to suppress her sisters. Speaking of this, we have to mention the order of seniority among the 6 demon sisters. First of all, Sarah is undoubtedly the eldest sister and the eldest daughter, and there is no need to say more about this. The second daughter is a succubus, second only to Sarah among the 6 demon sisters, and is considered the second in command of the demon clan. Next is Lid, who is ranked 3rd, with 3 younger sisters. Poison Demon is ranked 4th. The demon Milu is 5th. Finally, there is Ayi, the real youngest, the youngest sister among the 6 demon sisters. As we all know, the youngest sister has no human rights, and Ayi has always felt that she is being persecuted by her 5 sisters. Which sister would take turns to use her sister as a pillow and never give up unless she sleeps with her sister in her arms? Which sister would force her sister to take a bath with her and do it inappropriately every time? Which sister would treat her sister as a doll and dream of playing dress-up games every day? Which sister would ask others about their going out and tie them up at home like a pet all day long? Ayi has such a sister. Moreover, there are 5 of them, including Milu, who is also persecuting her. In view of this, Ayi became a little rebellious and didn't want to listen to her sisters at all. However, if Xian knew about this, he would definitely say something without hesitation. Is this persecution? This is clearly the doting of a group of sister-con lovers. Right? This is the truth of the matter. However, Ayi would never think so. So, Ayi could only make some resistance. I don't want to share a room with you. Humble little sister. Rebelling online. Oh! Lid seemed to be accustomed to this and said disapprovingly, Give me a reason. Ayi wanted to say that there was no reason. She just didn't want to. But she also knew that if she said that, the final result would definitely be that she would be regarded as a naughty little devil and then be ruthlessly suppressed. Lid knew very well that Ayi hated others treating her as a child the most. In this case, as long as Ayi did not come up with a reasonable reason, the final result would be that she would be provoked by Lid and had no choice but to accept the fact of sharing a room. Knowing the routine, Ayi immediately started to think and racked her brains. It was not until a while later that Ayi thought of something and turned her eyes to look at Xian. Sensing Ayi's gaze, Xian's mouth twitched. The reason was nothing else. Just because he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, and even had a precursor to a bloody disaster. And the next second, Ayi's words confirmed Xian's premonition. I live with that man. Ayi pointed at Xian and her voice sounded loudly. We have always been in the same room. And there is no room for a third person. The air froze instantly. Xian felt that his eyes went dark. And a word was printed on his forehead. That word was called danger. Chapter 513, A Disaster Caused by Domestic Violence. At this moment, the entire Silent Tree house was filled with a bone-chilling chill. That was murderous intent. Real murderous intent. Whether it was Lid or Luoshi. At this moment, they both exuded a strong murderous intent. Which made me Lu, who was originally sobbing and crying. Stop. Is what she said true? Lid looked at Xian. Her pair of beast eyes were motionless. And the feeling of looking at Xian was like looking at a piece of meat that was about to be eaten. I want to know too. Luoshi also nodded. Her movements were very light, and her voice was very pleasant. But the murderous intent on her body was stronger than that of Lid. The fierce beast demon. Uh-huh. Xian laughed. What else can he do if he doesn't laugh? Cry? He did want to. But it seemed that the people here didn't intend to give him this opportunity. Especially Ayi, who seemed to have noticed nothing and spoke directly. Of course it was true. Ayi said lightly, he even saw my chest. What do you think? Puff. Xian vomited blood. Who? The murderous aura on Lid and Luo she was even stronger. That had already become a substance. Like a knife. Capable of cutting people into pieces. Under this murderous aura, Lilith and Milo looked at each other, seemingly unaware of what had happened. Or rather, they didn't feel anything was wrong. On the contrary, Laxa, for some reason, was also like Lid and Luoshi, emitting a cold chill all over her body. And her eyes looking at Xian became unprecedentedly indifferent. This made Xian couldn't help but speak loudly. You didn't really believe it, Xian wanted to say. Could such a clumsy lie still fool people? You are both at the top of your own race. So you are not that stupid. Are you? However, when Sean wanted to say this, Roxy spoke first. I believe it, Roxy said to Sean with disdain, because this is definitely something that a shameless guy like you can do. Sean's past words and deeds finally got retribution here. I believe it too, Lid said coldly. After all, as far as I know, you almost go in and out together, never separate. And I know this girl. She will never fool people with things that have not happened. Because she disdains. This time, Sean really vomited. However, I have to say that Lid's words still make some sense. Haven't you slept with me? AI stared at Sean tightly. Sean was speechless. In his memory, he did use this girl as a pillow a few times, and slept comfortably in the same bed. Haven't you seen my chest? AI pointed out calmly again. Xian's mouth twitched. It seems that he has seen it? Huh. Lid and Luo she sneered at the same time, like a judge who had made a verdict. And the murderous aura on their bodies suddenly swelled up. Wait! Xian must clear his name. Although I have slept with this girl a few times, we didn't sleep together every day. She is spreading rumors. Xian accused AI of this. Although this girl would not fool people with things that didn't happen, she definitely has the ability to make things serious. Unfortunately, Lid and Luo she didn't listen. Even if it was just a few times. You did sleep together, didn't you? Lid was completely unmoved. Moreover, you have seen her chest, right? Roxy also stared at Xian, and anger began to burn in her eyes. It's just the chest. Xian was still trying to defend himself. He was sure that both Lid and Roxy had already thought wrongly. He just saw the scenery under Ai's pillow. Not even her clothes. Apart from being shocked, she didn't enjoy any eye candy. But, after hearing what Xian said, Lid and Roxy obviously thought wrong again. Just? Lid muttered. Still just? Roxy looked at Xian as if she was looking at a beast. Even Laxia on the side spoke up. I know Mr. Xian is very hungry. Laxia dropped the last bomb expressionlessly and said, next time, I will strive to improve so that Mr. Xian can solve it here, instead of even touching a child. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience burst into murderous aura. You even touched her? Ai's face changed. And then he stared at Xian, his expression cold. Even Mila stared at him, as if someone important to her was bullied. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Xian laughed again. The laughter was extremely empty. He knew that no matter how much he said, it would be useless. Countless cliched plots told him that in this situation, it was impossible to make a group of women, especially those who were angry, listen to him, understand him, and resolve the misunderstanding. At this time, they had transformed into the most unreasonable existence in the world. No matter what he said, they would not listen. Well, Xian immediately entered a state of risking his life. Isn't it just a sure field? Come on. I want to see what you can do. Xian gave up his excuses and drew out the holy sword from his waist. Seeing this, the faces of the girls changed again. Interesting. You want to fight us with swords? Lid licked her fangs. You actually want to fight back? Luo she was even more furious. Ai didn't say anything. But seeing Xian's neat and tidy, self-abandoned, sword drawing, she slowly got down from her seat. Bad guy. Mila may not understand everything, but she seems to be planning to target Xian. And her face is directly swollen like a meat bun. In front of Xian, a group of girls entered the battle state one after another. This is undoubtedly a group of terrifying opponents. 3 of the 6 great demons. The dragon demon, the beast demon, and the ghost demon. The treasure of the kingdom. The successor of the Mitra Holy Sword. The human princess, who is known as a modern hero. In addition, Laxia quietly stepped aside, but had no intention of pleading for Xian, and chose to watch coldly. Undoubtedly, this is the most luxurious lineup Xian has ever seen. Xian is under a lot of pressure. Really a lot. He has no confidence in winning any of the people in front of him. And now they are joining hands. How can the pressure not be great? Including Rosie. Sheen does not dare to underestimate them at all. This princess originally holds the Holy Sword of Mishra. Once the Holy Sword is unsealed, it will at least be at the level of Arida. Not to mention, this princess also has a unique skill that has never been shown. Therefore, even when facing Rosie, Sheen feels that he will be forced to use all his tricks. Not to mention that there are 3 of the 6 demons who are eyeing him covetously. Fortunately, Sheen is not completely without help. Swish! Lilith flashed and came to Sheen, with evil spirits surging on her body, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. That aura made Ayi, Lid and Milu's eyes freeze. Lilith, you retreat. Ayi spoke to Lilith in a deep voice. Lilith would naturally not retreat. She didn't know what happened. She only knew that these people in front of her were going to bully Sheen. Since they were going to bully Sheen, no matter who they were her enemies. Therefore, Lilith shook her head decisively. Lilith. Sheen was moved. Sure enough, the little cotton jacket that sticks to you the most is the best. And it's not in vain. Good boy. Today we will fight against these unreasonable women together, and tell them that truth is justice. Sheen said these words to the strongest goddess, who controls evil with emotion. Yeah. Lilith nodded obediently, exerting her power as an evil god to the limit for the so-called justice. Ayi, Lid, Milu and Luoshi were all angry. It seems that you two need to learn a lesson. I don't know how many years it has been since someone dared to provoke me like this. They are all bad guys. Bad guys. I don't care about anything anymore. I have been angry so much all the time. Let me get enough of it all at once today. The amazing auras rose from the 3 girls and a little beast. In an instant, the night sky of the entire elf country began to surge, with bursts of dark clouds, and lightning and thunder gradually appeared. In the elf country, all the elves were frightened by this situation and fell into panic. What happened? What a terrible magic! In the queen's palace, Leia and Nia, who were discussing things, suddenly changed their faces and cried out in fear. What are they doing? Sophie was dumbfounded. With the power of the queen's palace, the elf queen clearly realized where the source of everything came from, and fell into astonishment and surprise. Roar! As a result, Yulin was startled and flew out of the huge tree canopy and rushed to the direction of the tree house. Even Melika, who was whispering with her elf childhood friend and sleeping in the same bed with her, got up in a panic, looking at a loss. What happened? Jia Luor had already appeared with the elf division, looking at the turbulent world with a look of shock. Finally, even Najula was anxious. I just diverted my attention a little and planned to find the initiator of the ceremony hidden in the Tagore forest. How could such a big commotion be caused? The great goddess of nature felt that her eyes were about to go black, seeing that a terrible disaster was about to befall the entire Elfland, and even the entire Tagore forest. Nadura was helpless. There was no other way. In the Elfland, a strong natural magic suddenly gathered. Sheen and his group, who were about to fight, noticed the abnormality, raised their heads, and made surprised sounds. What is this? In the elves, all the elves opened their eyes wide and fell into excitement at the moment they noticed this strange phenomenon, including Jailur, including Leia and Nia. At the same time, it also included Sophie. Ai and Lid looked at each other. Sheen and Luoshi were both a little surprised. The sudden strange phenomenon attracted everyone's attention, until a clear and agile voice reached everyone's ears. Please, for my sake, show some mercy. When this voice sounded, all the elves in the elven land knelt on the ground. Even the elf queen Sophie and Melika, who was gathering with her childhood friend, were like this. They were all excited. Their eyes were full of enthusiasm and admiration. Without any hesitation, all the elves shouted in unison, "Welcome the goddess of nature to come! Welcome the goddess of nature to come! Welcome the goddess of nature to come!" The loud and respectful voice turned into an echo, constantly reverberating between the world. As for Sheen and his group, they naturally raised their heads and looked up into the air. Goddess of nature? Sheen was still confused. What's going on now? A domestic violence attracted the top goddess of the Protoss to come? Lady Najula? Luoshi seemed to calm down. The same was true for Ai, Lid, and Milu. Nadura? Lid said calmly. So you came to the human world? This guy. Ai even muttered. You came to the human world to peep again? Obviously, both of them were accustomed to the sudden appearance of the goddess of nature. Nadura would certainly not admit this. No, I haven't come to the human world yet. It's just because something abnormal happened in the elf land that I just sent my voice, and will hear through the connection between the elves and me. Nadura said this without blushing or panting. Anyway, no one can find her. And no one knows what her current situation is. So she can say whatever she wants. Otherwise, if she is really regarded as a peeping goddess, wouldn't it damage the perfect image of this little fairy? It can't be. Najula changed the subject swiftly. Although I don't know what happened. They all have amazing power. Once they fight here, the harm to the elves' hometown will be devastating. Please calm down. Okay? Najula's pleasant voice really has an incredible power, which calms the various irritable emotions rising in everyone's hearts. Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. Who made the situation unfavorable to him? You know, these are not ordinary women. Even if Roxy is not counted. The other 3 are demons. Half of the 6 demons are here. And they are going to teach me a lesson. Isn't this terrifying? Even if Xian doesn't intend to be bullied by this group of unreasonable women, he is still a little weak against these people. Even with Lilith's help. So Xian spoke first. This is none of my business. It's all because of these unreasonable women. They are strong women. But they want to bully a weak man like me. Xian activated his unique skill throwing the blame. AI. Lid and Luo she almost lost their balance again. This bastard is really thick-skinned. Who is the strong woman? Also, are you a weak man? How dare you say that? Damn. Chapter 514. It's not right after all. This person. Xian's skillful skill of shifting the blame not only made the girls angry, but also made Najula speechless. Fortunately, she was not new, but had been observing the shameless hero for some time. Otherwise, she might have been bewitched by his righteous words. But Najula couldn't tell the truth. Therefore, Najula could only speak helplessly. In short, please calm down for my sake. Otherwise, the children in the elf town will be too innocent. After hearing Najula's words, everyone was silent. Only Laxa, who had been watching coldly, didn't know whether she was indifferent to the situation at hand on purpose or really, and spoke very calmly. So, how should the room be arranged? One sentence made everyone speechless. Xian quickly expressed his opinion. Tonight, I will only sleep with Lilith. Xian picked up Lilith and said so without hesitation. Yes. Lilith's eyes suddenly lit up and she smiled. I object. Luo she protested. Unfortunately, Xian is a very vengeful person. The objection is invalid. Xian hugged Lilith tightly and said firmly, anyway, I will only sleep with Lilith today. What is a daughter-in-law? Can you eat it? Not only did she not fight with her husband at the critical moment, but she also took advantage of the situation and joined forces with a group of cruel witches to overthrow the ruling position of the family. It's better not to have a daughter-in-law. Xian has realized that only Lilith is his most solid backing. The performance of this girl just now is really satisfying. So, today, Xian only spoiled this little girl. And he had to spoil her. You? Luo Shi's hands were shaking as she pointed at Xian. This bastard. Not only was he so bold as to flirt with the dragon demon, but now, he was actually planning to mess around with an evil god in front of him. Oh my god. Is this marriage still going to happen? What about me? Ai also realized at this time that it didn't seem to be a good thing for her to go against Xian. Now that he doesn't cover for her, won't she become a poor child who is persecuted again? This won't do. However, it's too late to save everything now. He was severely tricked by this dragon demon. If he doesn't take revenge now, then he won't be called Shijian. It's rare that your sisters are here, so of course you have to reunite with them. Right? Xian gave Ai a brilliant smile and said, it's great. You should talk to your family about what happened between us. This is a big event in life, and it will be awkward without the blessings and permission of your relatives and sisters. Don't wait until the baby is born. That would be bad. Don't wait until the baby is born. That would be bad. If the baby is born, that would be bad. That would be bad. Bad. At this moment, only this sentence was left in everyone's ears. For a long time. No response. Cough. Najula coughed in shock. What? What? What happened? How much excitement did I miss in the short time when I was distracted? Ah. Is it something that people and gods are angry about? Not to mention Najula. Even Ai was shocked. You? This time, it was the girl who pointed at Xian, and her hands were shaking. Xian was calm and said that he was under no pressure. Perhaps, people like Ai really don't bother to fool people with some fictitious things. and will only exaggerate the facts a little. But who is he? Brave. A true brave. As a brave, you should have the courage to walk the thorny road. In other words, he is the guy who dares to fool people with nonsense. Child? Child? Lilith and Milu were completely confused and could not keep up with the current situation. Lid and Luo she had completely solidified there and could no longer move. Even Laxia couldn't help but look at Xian at this time. That look was like looking at a wolf. The whole tree house fell into another dead silence. Let's go. Lilith. Xian still said calmly, let's go to bed. Yeah. Lilith didn't understand, but still nodded repeatedly to show her agreement. I am still a child. I really don't understand the world of adults. But I just need to know that I can sleep and have the best people to accompany me. That's enough. Just like that. Xian held Lilith and returned to his room calmly. I'll go clean up the room for everyone. Laxia also left decisively and turned around and left. Wait a minute. Luo she reacted at this time and hurriedly followed Xian into his room. This princess was completely unable to remain calm and even more panicked. Even her head turned into a paste and she couldn't figure out anything. In any case, Xian's words just now contained too much information. If she didn't figure it out, Luo she felt that she could go back to her country and use her own private money to buy a grassland as a territory to govern. I believe that with her current experience, she will definitely be able to manage this grassland to be full of vitality. After all, only in this way can grass grow on it. On the other hand, Aie was still in shock. Child. 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 Well, the brain of this dragon demon has also crashed. When she reacted, she found that in front of her, Milu was standing there, staring at her with a pair of big, blinking eyes. Above her head, Lid did not lie down, but stood up, like a king, with a face that made Aie's heart twitch. Let's go. Let's go back to the room. At this moment, Lid's voice was scary and painful. The night is still long, and we can talk about many things. Right? These unquestionable words made Aie understand that she could not escape. Tonight, she must be interrogated by Lid all night. Remember this. Aie's heart was itching with hatred. However, in the head of this dragon demon, two sentences inevitably lingered. Tell your family about what happened between us. This major event in life, without the blessing and permission of relatives and sisters, is always not right. These two sentences filled Aie's brain, even clearer than the shocking statement about having a child. Aie was finally taken back to the room by Lid and Milu. Presumably, the three sisters must have a lot to talk about that night. The living room of the entire tree house suddenly lost everyone's trace, and was no longer lively. Only the goddess, who was not discovered, was left. Messy in the wind. Did they forget me? Najula almost doubted her life. She was still talking. Wasn't she? Wouldn't she have no right to speak and sense of existence if she didn't show up? Najula asked the sky speechlessly. Well, this was the most embarrassing time in her life. At the same time, the turbulent elfland returned to calm. The clouds dispersed, and the bright moon and stars once again hung high in the sky, illuminating the dark earth. The elf people then noticed that the strong natural magic power dissipated along with it. This meant that their goddess of nature had left. However, this did not affect the enthusiasm of the elf people at all. Goddess Nadura actually appeared, although she did not show up. It was worth celebrating that she could bring down magic power. This is the first time I have felt the magic power of Goddess Nadura. Feel honored. This is a long-awaited honor for 1,000 years. The last time Goddess Nadura appeared was when the brave Mitra. All the elf people fell into excitement, making the entire elfland extremely lively. Goddess Nadura. Melika also looked up at the sky in admiration, remembering what Xian had said before, that the goddess of nature had given her a revelation in order to save her. And she couldn't help but look a little dazed. In the queen's palace, the three pillars of the elves, led by Sophie, stood up slowly. I didn't expect that the goddess we were waiting for would suddenly appear. That's right. Like the tribesmen outside, Leia and Nia transformed into ordinary elves, discussing everything enthusiastically and excitedly. Sophie calmed down. Goddess Nadura appeared in the world. Probably because of the situation with Lord Bastutu? Sophie knew it in her heart. That's right. Except for the goddess we were waiting for. Who else could stop such a situation? Sophie could only be thankful that her goddess arrived in time. But this also made Sophie understand a lot of things. For example, Goddess Nadura was indeed paying attention to the movements of Lord Bastutu and his group. Sophie understood this. Before, When she was thinking about how to deal with the visit of the alien male Xian, the goddess Nadura gave an oracle and asked her to take him to the temple. Now, as soon as something happened there, the goddess Nadura responded immediately. And it couldn't be more timely. Doesn't this mean that the goddess Nadura has been paying attention to the movements of Xian and his group? What's more, this goddess may be watching nearby, in the depths of nature closest to everyone. Thinking of this, Sophie was faintly excited again. Moreover, Sophie once again realized that Xian was indeed very special. Talent potential that can rival the kingdom's treasure. Can attract the close breath of elves and fairies. Can have a relationship with the dragon demon AI and the evil god Lilith. Now, even the beast demon and the ghost demon have come to his side. All of this is telling others how special Xian is. So much so that even the goddess of nature, Nadura, began to pay attention to him. The demons, humans, and gods, the important beings in the three tribes gathered around him or paid attention to him. This treatment may not even be experienced by the heroes of previous generations. Sophie fell into thought. It seems that I have to think carefully about how to treat him. While Sophie was mumbling, Yulin also flew back and landed on the treetops above the queen's palace. Sighing impatiently, "You can't even let me sleep well. You are worthy of being the master." After complaining or worshipping, Yulin closed his eyes and lay down. Tonight, it passed quietly in various waves. However, in the tree house, in the two rooms, the chattering voices were still rising and falling. Obviously, Lid was still questioning AI. Xian was also being annoyed by Luoxi. "Explain it to me quickly. What happened to the child? What happened between you and His Highness Dragon Demon? Explain it clearly." Luoxi shook Xian, who was lying on the bed and holding Lilith. With a look of collapse, Xian was completely unmoved, and ignored Luoxi's words and fell asleep comfortably. At the same time, in another direction of Tagore Forest, a black shadow appeared in a hidden cave, staring at the location of the Elfland. The magic power and breath just now. The black shadow muttered to himself, seemingly aware of what was happening in the distant Elfland. Even with that damn barrier separating them, there was such a strong magic power and breath coming out. It seems that the beast demon and the ghost demon have indeed gone to the Elfland. After figuring this out, the black shadow sneered. "Well, let's take this opportunity to destroy the annoying elves." Just as the shadow was talking to himself, suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "I don't object to you doing this, but I must tell you that there are more than just beasts and demons in the elf village now." "Okay?" The leisurely voice reached the shadow's ears, making the shadow tense up instantly. "Who?" The shadow turned around suddenly and looked behind him. The next second, the shadow trembled all over and knelt down without hesitation. "His Highness Donnas." The shadow spoke respectfully. The owner of the voice was Donnas, the leader of the mirage that she met in Cosmos. Donnas slowly emerged from the darkness of the cave and came to the shadow. "Get up." Donnas glanced at the black shadow and said lightly, "I just came here to tell you that the plan may change." "Plan changed?" The black shadow frowned and said in a deep voice, "Did something unexpected happen?" "No. It was not an accident." Donnas turned his eyes and looked in the direction of the elf town, his eyes flickering, and said, "That is a variable." "Variable?" The black shadow was stunned. "That's right," Donnas said leisurely. "A variable that will become our biggest enemy appeared there." The black shadow didn't understand, but he knew that Donnas must have given some instructions. "What should I do?" the black shadow asked very straightforwardly. "It's very simple." Donnas didn't waste any time and said, "There is an elf named Melika in the elf town." With just this sentence, the black shadow understood. "Your Highness wants me to start with that elf?" The black shadow looked at Donnas. In response, Donnas only showed an ambiguous smile. "You are a smart man. You know what to do." Donnas said faintly, "I will look forward to your results." After that, Donnas turned and left. The shadow watched Donnas leave. "Melika." A slight murmur sounded in the darkness. Chapter 515. Something is wrong with you, little guy. A night full of ups and downs in every sense just passed like this. When the next day came, Xian opened his eyes with a suffocating feeling. When he opened his eyes, two pretty faces, one big and one small, came into Xian's sight, which made him amazed. "Woo!" Lilith lay in Xian's arms, resting her head on one of Xian's arms, holding one of her fingers, and sleeping peacefully while talking in her sleep. Obviously, falling asleep with Xian last night was a happy thing for Lilith, even in her dreams. On the other hand, another girl, who was resting her head on Xian's other arm and also leaning on him, was not very honest when she slept. Explain it to me quickly. The treasure of the kingdom muttered such a dream talk, as if he still couldn't let go of some things, while stretching out his slender white hands, hugging Xian's neck, and constantly exerting force and hatred. The suffocating feeling Xian felt was the work of this princess. Good guy. Is this the rhythm of strangling me to death even in my dreams? Xian rolled his eyes. This princess seemed to have been nagging at him last night, trying to find out the reason for her remarks yesterday that were specifically used to trick AIE. I haven't even gotten pregnant yet. Before falling asleep completely, Xian seemed to hear such a tearful speech. If others heard this, they would probably complain. If she got pregnant, it would be a big deal. Right? The most beautiful woman in the human world, the treasure of the kingdom, and the princess who is known as a modern hero, actually got pregnant before marriage? This is definitely going to shock the whole omnipotentinson. As a result, this lazy princess seemed to be a little tired of making a fuss, and she squeezed onto the bed directly, as if deliberately causing trouble, not letting Sean hold Lilith and fall asleep comfortably. And fell asleep here. Fortunately, it was not in the capital. Otherwise, the princess did not return all night. Yes, it is another big news that can be on the shocking department. Sean, who was thinking about this idly, gradually lost the sleepiness in his head, and Sean did not plan to continue sleeping, and immediately prepared to get up. Woo! Lilith let out a soft moan, and under Sean's gentle movement, she left Sean's arms, and was covered with a quilt by Sean. As for Roxy, hey, let me go! Stop strangling. Damn. I told you to stop strangling. Why are you strangling harder and harder? Strangle you. You scumbag. Are you awake? Woohoo. Okay. You are awesome. I lose. After a lot of entanglement, Xian finally managed to tear the hands of the princess, who almost strangled her fiancé in her sleep, put her down, and covered her with a quilt. Then, Xian got out of bed. But when he got down, Xian found Huadian. How did he change his clothes? This situation made Xian's eyebrows jump. As if he had sensed something, he slowly turned his head and looked to the side. The next second. Good morning, Mr. Xian. Laxia was like a sculpture, quietly staying in the corner of the room. When she saw Xian looking over, she spoke lightly. It's been a long time since we last met, Miss Laxia. Xian was silent for a while, and then he spoke calmly. Well, I'm used to it. So, there's nothing to be surprised about. Right? It's a pity that my elder sister didn't let him go so easily. I said yesterday that I would strive to improve so that Mr. Xian can solve it here. Laxia said the most unignorable words, with the most calm attitude. What did you do to me again? Xian couldn't help asking after all. Laxia didn't answer, just looked at Xian straight. Xian immediately became timid. Okay. Just pretend I didn't ask. I always feel that it's better not to know some things. In that case, I might be happier. In that case, I won't report. Laxia still had a blank expression on her face, and said, I have also helped Mr. Xian wash up. And breakfast is also ready. In the living room. Okay. Xian forced himself to suppress all his curiosity and inquiry, as if he didn't want to give himself a chance to regret, and nodded readily. Then I'll go out first. Okay. Laxia responded while continuing to stand there, motionless. Obviously, the work of this bunker maid has not yet ended. Next, this maid would probably have to take care of Lilith, Roxy, and even the 3 demon sisters in the next room. So, Xian turned around and prepared to leave the room. At this time, Laxia suddenly spoke and said something. There are many little guests outside. Mr. Xian, try not to disturb them. Such a sentence made Xian stunned. Guests? Or little guests? What's going on? With such questions, Xian walked out of the room and came to the living room. At this time, Xian knew what the so-called little guests in Laxia's mouth were. Jung. Under the faint light. In the living room, small light and shadows were dancing like butterflies. Fairies? Xian was surprised. In the living room, there were actually many fairies, flying around here. Swish. Just as Xian was surprised and couldn't help but blurt out a word. The goblins in the living room seemed to be frightened and suddenly scattered. Some of them flew into the water cup and hid. Some flew behind the furniture. Some hid on the beams. And some hid in the compartments. Relying on their small bodies, they hid completely in an instant and disappeared without a trace. So timid? Xian finally reacted and couldn't help but feel funny. While Xian was laughing, the little goblins carefully poked their heads out from every corner and looked at Xian, looking scared and wanting to get closer. That made Xian's heart move slightly. After pondering for a while, he suddenly released the magic power in his body. Buzz, accompanied by a tremor in the air. The magic power in Xian's body slowly came out like a faint glow. Xian did not release the huge magic power in his body in one breath, but firmly controlled the output, allowing the magic power to be released slightly gently. With the absolute control of magic power by Satomi Tenmei, it was easy for Xian to do such a thing. Xian even specially adjusted the nature of magic power to make it as close to nature as possible. Gentle and soft, and faintly full of vitality. Wow! In the living room, all the hidden fairies suddenly became agitated and became quite impatient. They seemed to want to fly out, but they didn't dare to, causing the light on their bodies to flicker and be very erratic. Seeing this, Xian smiled and waved to the fairies. Come! Come! Xian tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible to avoid scaring people. The fairies looked at each other, and then seemed to whisper to each other, becoming more agitated. Xian was not in a hurry and waited patiently. This wait, I don't know how long it took. Until a certain moment, a fairy seemed to have mustered up the courage and flew out from the corner first. Xian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but stretch out his hand in the direction of the fairy. Xian concentrated the gentle and natural magic power on that hand, letting a strong breath of life emanate from his hand. So, the fairy seemed to be attracted, and finally flew slowly towards Xian, as if he couldn't withstand the temptation. Soon, the fairy came in front of Xian, and after hesitating for a while, he stretched out his small hand very carefully. The next moment, the two hands, one big and one small, completely disproportionate, touched each other. Xian only felt a very slight touch coming from his hand. It was like a feather fell on his hand, and the touch was a little itchy and a little soft. Xian did not hesitate, and immediately mobilized the magic power, allowing this natural magic power to slowly flow out, and inject it into the fairy's body through the palms that touched each other. Zheng! The fairy's whole body burst into a rich light. At this moment, the fairy seemed to be startled, and seemed to feel comfortable because of something, and suddenly flew happily. Moreover, it continued to fly around Xian, making a fluorescent dot fall back and forth around Xian, which looked quite beautiful. Haha. Xian's mood also improved. While laughing unconsciously, he began to interact with the little fairy. The fairy was no longer afraid of Xian, and played happily with Xian. That scene made the fairies, who were still hiding in the corners, ready to move. In the end, all the fairies couldn't help but fly out of the corner, and came to Xian's side. Xian accepted everyone who came, and released gentle magic from his whole body. The fairies immediately became excited, and all approached Xian. Some sat on his head, some stood on his shoulders, and some even got into his pockets, as if they were fighting for territory. They were very active. In the process, the magic power on Xian was absorbed little by these fairies, making their radiance brighter. Then, these fairies became more and more excited and happy, flying around Xian, or simply landing on Xian, rubbing Xian's various parts with their small hands or even their small bodies. Especially the fairy who came to Xian at the beginning, directly occupied one of Xian's cheeks, and even touched his face a little, kissed him mischievously, which made Xian feel a little pity for this little fairy. You are not right, little guy. Xian teased and played with the fairy who was closest to him. Xian had no idea that Carol had come here at some point. When she saw this scene, she was shocked. Chapter 516. Why do you feel like hitting someone? What are you doing? Seeing that Xian and a group of fairies were having so much fun, Jialua finally spoke up. Xian then discovered Jialua's arrival. What? It's you. Xian responded with a pout, but did not stop playing with the fairies. Hearing Xian's words that seemed to be reluctant to see her, Jialua subconsciously wanted to get angry. But then, Jialua gave up, took a few deep breaths, suppressed the irritability in her heart, and walked towards Xian with a sullen face. Children, go play by yourselves first. Jialua spoke gently to the many fairies around Xian. The fairies were slightly agitated, and seemed a little reluctant. This situation made Jialua look at Xian with a complicated look. Don't look at me like that. Xian clarified without saying anything. They came here to play by themselves. But I didn't kidnap them. I know. Jialua said speechlessly. I didn't say you kidnapped them. Is that so? Xian didn't feel relieved, but asked, with the style of your elves, shouldn't you first suspect that I... A male of a different race. Did something? You really think that this man is too irritating. Obviously. I have deliberately controlled myself. But I was almost provoked by him. At the moment, Jialuer could only utter a stiff voice. I have said long ago that the magic and breath emanating from you are very attractive to our elves and these fairies. So the arrival of the fairies is not only guessed by me, but also guessed by Her Majesty the Queen. In other words, they are not surprised by this. Of course, Jialuer didn't say that although she had guessed that the fairies would be attracted by the magic and aura of Xian, she didn't expect that these fairies, who were timid by nature, would surround Xian so recklessly and play with Xian. I believe that the Elf Queen didn't guess this either. This is why Jialuer was immediately shocked when she came here and saw this scene. At the same time, what I want to know is, have you done anything to them? Jialuer couldn't help but ask aloud. Now, it was Xian's turn to be speechless. Just now you said you didn't doubt me. And now you're asking me what I did to them? Does the deputy commander of the Elf Division have any misunderstandings about the word doubt? No. I'm not questioning you. I'm just surprised. Jialuer shook her head, looked directly at Xian, and said, I can feel that the reincarnation period of these children seems to have shortened. Reincarnation period? Xian didn't understand. It is the time it takes for fairies to transform into elves. Carol explained, all fairies born from nature have a time to grow into elves. And we elves call this the reincarnation period. When I came to the land of elves, Melika also said that fairies born from nature would play in the human world while absorbing the magic of nature. After decades, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, they would be able to generate wisdom and intellect, and rely on the magic they have absorbed to transform into human form and become elves. This period of time from a fairy to an elf is the so-called reincarnation period. And depending on the individual, the reincarnation period of fairies is also completely different. Some are only decades. Some are hundreds of years. And some need thousands of years. The shorter this time, the stronger the talent of this individual, the closer to nature, the more amazing magic and pure elf blood. Do you know why the elf royal family is different from the general elf family? Jialuer said, it is because the reincarnation period of the elf royal family is very short. So short that they not only have the same humanity as the human race, but also absorb a trace of divinity from the nature that gave birth to them, so that they have a very huge magic and pure blood. Because the world was created by the supreme god Omnis, and nature was created by the goddess of nature Nadura, from the nature that gave birth to themselves. Some gifted fairies can absorb a trace of divine power and divinity from the heaven and earth in the process of reincarnation into elves, becoming close to the gods, similar to demigods. Such an existence is the elven royal family. In view of this, the status of the elven royal family in the elves is so high and so special. In a way, they are the children of the goddess of nature Nadura, or the clones. The magic power and blood in their bodies are very pure, very close to the goddess of the gods. Unfortunately, the conditions for the birth of the elven royal family are very harsh. Jialuer sighed and said, according to records, since the birth of the elves, there have been only 3 elven royal families. This number, it must be said, is very small. It is so small that it is frightening. But perhaps, this is normal? Queen Sophie has lived for thousands of years, and the 2 elven royal families before her have lived longer than her. Xian shrugged and said, how many years has the history of the elves been? Isn't it normal that only 3 elven royal families were born? That's the case. Long-lived species are long-lived species, and their concept of time and cognition of time length are incomparable to humans. Even if one of the 3 elven royal families only lived for 5,000 years, they have lived for 15,000 years in total. 15,000 years of history can probably cover the entire life course of Omnipotensen. Right? After all, Yi herself once said that it has been almost 10,000 years since she was born. And it has also been almost 10,000 years since Lilith was born. One of these 2 is a demon second only to the demon king, and the other is a superior god second only to the supreme god and the 3 goddesses. They can be regarded as the first batch of life that appeared in this world. Even if the elves were born earlier than these 2, I'm afraid it wasn't much earlier. At most tens of thousands of years. Right? In tens of thousands of years, 3 royal families, who have occupied at least 15,000 years of elf history were born. Judging from the lifespan of the elves, even if it is not much, it is not less. Maybe? Jialuer did not deny it, but looked directly at Xian and said, but what I want to say is not this, but what you did that shortened the reincarnation period of the fairies. What does this mean? It means that Xian has a way to make the fairies reincarnate into elves quickly. This is by no means a trivial matter for the elves. If there is a way to shorten the reincarnation period of the fairies, the birth rate of the elves will also be improved, so that the sparse population of the elves can be improved, making the elves stronger and more prosperous. Moreover, the shortening of the reincarnation period will also greatly enhance the talents and magic power of the elves born from it. What's more, if the birth of the elven royal family can be promoted in this way, it is self-evident how much help it will be to the elves. Jiao Luo stared at Xian, which made Xian feel uneasy. But Xian also understood why this old-fashioned deputy division commander became so good-tempered out of character. It's not that she doesn't care about Xian's provocation, but her mind is completely occupied by this amazing thing, and she doesn't care about anything else. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have jumped up with excitement, and only elves with a kind, pure and indifferent nature could restrain themselves. Xian was a little confused. What's going on? I just fed some magic power to these fairies, but it caused such a big impact? Is he really the chosen one? Bullshit. Right? Xian could only turn his eyes and look at the fairies around him. The fairies noticed Xian's sight and thought that he wanted to feed them magic and play with them again. They immediately flew over one by one and surrounded Xian again, looking excited and happy. Xian subconsciously wanted to release his magic, but in front of him, Jiao Luo was still watching him covetously, which made Xian a little worried. If this guy knew that my magic was the reason for shortening the reincarnation period of fairies, would I be used as a fresh squeezer, squeezed dry every day, and contribute to the reproduction of the elves? Thinking of this, Xian was afraid. Of course, he was not afraid that the elves would do something bad to him. With the strength of the elves, he was not powerless to resist, and there was no need to be weak at all. The fear was that the other party would not use force, but would choose to use softness. At that time, would he be able to resist? Xian was not confident. He is not some destined protagonist who can remain calm even if a woman makes him feel tempted. If a race like the elves, which is full of pretty and cute girls, were to use a beauty trap on him, Xian was sure that he would fall for it instantly. Really, he was a very normal man and could not resist the temptation of a beautiful woman. If the other party did not take the initiative to flirt with him, he could still stay as far away as possible for fear of trouble. Just like when he met Vivian's team and Rosie and others. But, what if the other party took the initiative to flirt with him? Then we must mention a certain Tyr, who is extremely proactive, and now Xian is obsessed with her. So, please forgive him. He is really a very normal man, and very pathetic. If the elves used this trick, Xian felt that the probability of him falling into the land of tenderness, and living a life of drunkenness, and dreaming from then on was about 99.99%. Just say I am not the protagonist. Xian's point in his heart was clear. To let him see through the temptations of the world, gain enlightenment, and achieve the supreme realm like the protagonist in the novel of the previous life. That can only be nonsense. So, I don't know what you were talking about. Xian looked at Jiao Luo seriously. Don't know? Jiao Luo was stunned. That's right. Xian said righteously, look at me. Do I look like someone with that kind of ability? Hearing this, Jiao Luo stared at Xian. After a while, Jiao Luo sighed. It's true. Jiao Luo muttered in great disappointment. Xian was silent. Although, this is the result I want. But why do I feel like hitting someone? Chapter 517, what's the point of explaining? Actually, Jiao Luo knew that the reason must be due to Xian. Otherwise, why would the fairies be so close to him? And why would he have such a magical power and aura that was close to nature? As far as Jiao Luo knew, there was only one situation that fit this phenomenon. That was the blessing of the goddess of nature. That's right. Once you get the blessing of the goddess of nature, you will be protected by nature and close to nature. Therefore, the magic and aura of people who have this blessing are very close to nature, making elves and fairies love them. However, it is impossible for humans to get the blessing of the goddess of nature. The goddess of fate, the goddess of life, and the goddess of nature each have their own jurisdiction, and are responsible for the guidance of different races. Their blessings are generally only bestowed on the races under their jurisdiction. Therefore, the blessing of the goddess of nature can only be obtained by the elves and dwarves. And humans and orcs cannot get the blessing of the goddess of nature, unless he is a hero. Only heroes from another world will not abide by this rule, because heroes from another world have always been human, and they will definitely be able to obtain the blessings of the three goddesses. So only heroes do not need to abide by the rules, and may be blessed by any goddess. In the past, There were heroes who received the blessing of the goddess of nature. However, now that the demon king has been defeated and the war has ended, the great ceremony of the hero's summoning has been sealed by the supreme god Omnis in a remote place in the divine world and will never be activated again. In view of this, the hero will no longer appear in this world, and the blessing of the goddess of nature can only be obtained by elves or dwarves. In this way, Xian cannot be the one who has obtained the blessing of the goddess of nature. The magic and breath of closeness to nature on his body must have other reasons. In addition, Jiaoyuer has never heard that people who have obtained the blessing of the goddess of nature can shorten the reincarnation period of fairies. Otherwise, there have been people who have received the blessing of the goddess of nature in the history of the elves. If they have this ability, they will not do this. In summary, Jiaoyuer immediately denied that Xian was a person who had the blessing of the goddess of nature. But if this is the case, what is going on? Why does this alien male have such a special feature? Could this be the reason why he can attract the dragon demon AI and the evil god Lilith? Jiaoyuer has thought about this more than once. She believes that the queen of the elves must also be thinking about the reason. There is no way. To some extent, for the elves, Xian's special feature is even higher than that of the brave man who visited here 1,000 years ago. Just based on the intimacy that was enough to attract all the elves and fairies. The elves could not ignore his existence. Fortunately, not many people in the elves have seen this alien male yet. And the elves' vigilance against alien males was enough to keep them away from him, and even resist this intimacy. But Jiaoyuer always felt that if this continued, this situation would definitely change. At least, now, the attitude of the fairies has changed. So, is it far away for the elves' attitude to change? Jiaoyuer has always been wary of this, because she always felt that this was not a good thing for the elves. She also reported this to the elf queen yesterday. But the elf queen obviously did not want to make the relationship with this alien male too stiff. The power behind this person is not small. He has the support of the dragon demon and the evil god Lilith accompanying him. Now he seems to have some involvement with the beast demon and the ghost demon. With such a relationship, the elves must not offend too much. Even the goddess of nature, Nadura, had given her will yesterday, proving that the goddess was paying attention to the situation in the land of elves. This made Jiaoyuer realize that the specialness of the man in front of her had attracted the attention of many people. In this case, it would be difficult for people at her level to do anything. Considering this, Jiaoyuer thought about it, and finally decided not to pursue the fact that Xian could shorten the reincarnation period of fairies. This was not something she should consider. In order to avoid a situation where one move would affect the whole body, it would be better for her not to do anything. Jiaoyuer was like this, cautious and methodical in her considerations. All this was for the elves. Of course, Jiaoyuer must report this matter to the elf queen. Only people at the level of the elf queen are qualified enough to take care of this matter. Thinking of this, Jiaoyuer suppressed all the thoughts in her heart and said to Xian, who looked depressed, "Let's not talk about this matter for now." Jiaoyuer changed the subject and said to Xian, "I came here to ask you if you have any plans for today?" "Today's plans?" Xian was diverted and scratched his cheek. Then he said, "Anyway, the Peace Festival will not start for a few days, and there is nothing to do today. We will probably take a good look around the elf town." Right? Xian did not forget that they came to the elf town this time for fun. Since it is for fun, then naturally they have to take a good look around this elf town that everyone in the world wants to enter. In other words, I will go to the street today. Xian looked at Jiaoyuer and said, "You are not here to stop me. Right?" Xian also knew that Jiaoyuer did not want him to wander around in the elf town and scare the people here. But he didn't want to be restrained here at all. He came to participate in the festival and was isolated by a group of sexist guys. If Jiaoyuer's purpose today was to stop him, then Xian felt that if he didn't make a scene, he would be unworthy of his title of wanderer. Fortunately, Jiaoyuer didn't have such an idea. Although it was not my intention. You are guests after all. Since we have decided to entertain you, we elves must not be rude. Jiaoyuer said lightly. I will let people tell everyone in the elves to prepare them mentally. If not, once Xian goes to the street, it will definitely cause a riot. You will go to Melika. Right? Jiaoyuer said, let Melika take you around the elves' land. It was Melika who invited Xian and others. So this task was naturally the responsibility of Melika. I only have one thing to say. Jiaoyuer looked directly at Xian and said word by word, please don't do anything suspicious. Jiaoyuer has said this many times. Xian wanted to ask, what exactly is the so-called suspicious thing? Peeping at the elf girls changing clothes? Or peeping at them taking a bath? Am I that kind of person? Anyway, There are still several days to go. Why rush? I will definitely behave myself today. Xian made a solemn promise. Well, I will definitely behave myself today. As for tomorrow, let's talk about it tomorrow. That's good. Jiaoyuer didn't know that she was being tricked. While nodding, she said, after you have finished visiting the elf country, you can go to the queen's palace. The queen has already given the order. If it is you, you can go to the queen's palace to meet the queen at any time. The queen also seems to have something to find you. What's the matter? Xian raised his eyebrows and asked, What's the matter? I don't know. Jiaoyuer replied very simply, Maybe it's something related to you. After all, Xian and his group are quite special and important. And even the elf queen has to treat them with caution. Moreover, a lot of things happened yesterday, and the elf queen might want to ask about them. For example, the arrival of the beast demon and the ghost demon. For example, what the beast demon talked about when he went to find the elf queen yesterday. Another example is that last night, the elves suddenly became turbulent, and even the goddess of nature was alarmed. The inside story of these things is still a mystery. Jiaoyuer thought that the elf queen wanted to figure out these things. So, she brought all the words to her. I still have the task of patrolling, so I left first. Finally, Jiaoyuer left a sentence. Remember, don't do anything suspicious. After saying that, Jiaoyuer glanced at the fairies still lingering around Xian, and then turned and left. Xian watched Jiaoyuer leave, and waited until her back completely disappeared before curling his lips. What a boring woman. After such a sigh, Xian started to tease the fairies again, and played with them again. Not long after, in the tree house, the girls woke up one after another, left the room, and came to the living room. And without exception, they all saw the scene of Xian playing with the fairies. And they were all stunned. What did you do? Luoshi ran to Xian in surprise, and asked a question. When did you get to play with the fairies? Ai looked sleepy and unhappy. She seemed to be still brooding over what happened yesterday, and was extremely unfriendly to Xian. Hee hee. Fun. Lilith and Mila completely forgot what happened yesterday. Like two innocent children, they seemed to have developed a friendship. They held hands and chased the frightened fairies. Laughing happily, these children seemed to be attracted by Mr. Xian. Laxia spoke calmly, while silently preparing breakfast for everyone. Lid lay directly on the table, and looked at Xian meaningfully. Don't you plan to explain? Lid said leisurely, this time. Don't try to fool us like you did yesterday. It seems that after a night of conversation, this beast demon finally realized that he was too concerned and was fooled by Xian. Xian had no choice but to roll his eyes. Explain? What explanation? This young master is born to be loved by everyone. Flowers bloom when he sees them, and fairies will like him when they see him. Isn't it okay? You think you did something wrong right away. How much do you think of my friendliness and character? Damn. Chapter 518 What should be done? During the breakfast, everyone was eating very lively. Not only were they insulting each other, but they were also playing with the fairies around them. It looked quite noisy, but there was also a faint sense of warmth. Of course, because of what happened yesterday. Xian was finally caught by the girls, and settled accounts. The shock caused by the word giving birth was so great that the revenge of the girls today was so fierce. Anyway, neither Ai nor Lid let Xian go, and they targeted him all morning. However, after yesterday's farce, everyone was no longer impulsive enough to take action directly. Therefore, Ai and Lid could only use verbal attacks to sanction Xian. However, if Xian, who was a strong mouth, was not afraid of these so-called demons, how could he be afraid of these so-called demons without taking action? So, for the whole morning, Xian used all his strength to argue with the crowd. Not only did he confront the two demons, he also dragged Rosie into the water, almost making Rosie angry to death. But after learning that Xian's remarks about having children yesterday were just a trick, Rosie was much calmer than yesterday. Although she was angry, she was not as angry as Ai and Lid. In the end, she wisely chose to surrender, and decisively withdrew from the battlefield, not participating in Xian's feast of verbal battles. Thanks to this, Xian won a complete victory today, killing the dignified dragon demon and beast demon at the same time. Ai and Lid, who couldn't argue with Xian, could only accept the victory and swear in their hearts that they would avenge this if they had the chance in the future. But if he didn't have to do it, Xian wanted to say, I'm not saying one of you, but you are all losers. That's how confident he is. After all, Xian was just a talker. But these girls were no match for him. If they were to become the Zon war god, It would be strange if they didn't ascend on the spot. That being said, Xian also knew that the risk of becoming the Zon War God was very high. If he was not careful, and said something too much, she had always felt that they would not ascend on the spot, but would get angry and attack directly on the spot. If that happened, he would be courting death. Therefore, Xian only verbally took advantage of the two demon sisters, and didn't curse them unscrupulously. Otherwise, even Aie would not show mercy to him. Talking big is fun for a while, but it will be a funeral home afterwards. Xian realized this, and after Aie and Lid surrendered angrily, and said no more, he also wisely chose to stop. You can't be unethical. Right? Then, they are probably going to use their killing skills. Funny. In this way, a lively morning passed. Afterwards, Sean suggested going out for a walk as he had said to Carol, and Roxy immediately agreed. This princess came to play, so she would not miss the opportunity to go out. The two innocent little girls also raised their hands and agreed. Go out and play. Go out and play. Yes. Milu and Lilith raised their hands and shouted, and nodded repeatedly. They looked cute. Only Ai and Lid were not interested at all. I want to go back to sleep. The sleepy dragon demon decided without hesitation. This girl was interrogated by Lid for a whole night last night. She was seriously sleep deprived, and did not want to go out at all. You go. Lid did not seem to be interested in this either. She just said, remember to take good care of Milu and don't let this girl mess around. In normal times, Lid would definitely not dare to let Milu leave her sight. Because Milu is too simple. And her thinking is no different from that of an ordinary child. If she is not properly taken care of, getting lost is a small matter. The most worrying thing is that she will not know the seriousness of the matter and cause a big disaster, or even be used by someone with ulterior motives. In addition, there is a very dangerous part in Milu's heart. So Lid is always by her side, and dare not let her out of her sight. But now, with Xian and Luoshi watching on the side, and Lilith, the strongest evil god, supporting her, there should be no problem as long as there is no big accident. This can be regarded as a certain degree of trust. Then, I will go with them. Laxia took Lilith and Milu's hands expressionlessly, like a beautiful maid taking care of a child. Obviously she is a maid without any power. But this maid is not at all stage frightened or nervous when she leads a demon and a demon-level evil god. Instead, she seems extremely natural and admirable. Moreover, being led by Laxia, both Lilith and Milu were surprisingly obedient. Lilith didn't need to be surprised. This strongest evil god was very close to Laxia. When she separated half of the jade, it was not Xian who first contacted her, but Laxia. It was Laxia who discovered the jade and then informed Xian. After that, whether it was the period when she was the jade or returned to the evil god Lilith, this little goddess was always taken care of by Laxia. She took care of her eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. She even fed her meals. And she also helped her take a bath. She even coaxed her to sleep. In this way, it was impossible for Lilith not to be close to Laxia. It can be said that Lilith is most attached to Xian, followed by Laxia. Compared with Laxia, even Ai had to lean back, not to mention others. When Lilith was led by Laxia, she was naturally very honest and obedient. But Milu was quite well behaved, and even quite happy to be led by Laxia, staying obediently by the side, which was really a bit surprising. This demon looks so innocent, but in fact, he is a dangerous person who will seriously consider whether to attack Xian. Xian has felt uneasy more than once because of some of Milu's behavior, so he doesn't think that this girl will be obedient. If others use some sweet words to deceive her or plot against her, it is understandable. But Laxia said nothing, did nothing, and even held her hand with an indifferent look. As a result, this demon not only did not resist, but was happy and behaved very well. How can this not be surprising? On the contrary, Ai and Lid were not surprised by this, but their eyes were a little complicated. Lid also muttered, with this maid, even Milu will be a lot more honest. Right? This is the reason why Lid feels relieved. After that, Ai and Lid went back to their room to catch up on sleep. Well, it's the same room as last night. Ai no longer had the energy to resist. She went back to the room with Lid, covered with the quilt, and fell asleep in seconds. Lid was the only one left. Before entering the room, she glanced at Xian who was chattering out. How can you be so natural and casual with us demons? Lid said with a sigh, thinking of how she had just scolded the other party and wanted to settle accounts with him. But the other party was not afraid at all, but was very tough and fought back. Leaving her speechless, Lid smiled. If it were someone else, knowing his identity, he would have knelt down long ago after being scolded by me. Right? Only this guy dared to confront me. Although I was very angry at that time, I now find it very interesting. Because, in fact, Lid doesn't hate this kind of noise without hostility and malice. It should be said that the top people of all races, including the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, would not hate him. Right? There are really not many people who can talk and play with him like this. No wonder AIE is willing to stay with him. Lid thought to herself. Shaft and Carmina should also find him novel when they see him. Right? However, it is not so easy to escape unscathed if they are targeted by those 2. Unfortunately, as far as Lid knows, these 2 have already taken some actions. When she came to the human world to deal with the demon refining ritual, Lid seemed to have heard from her subordinates that the 2 seemed to have come to the human world first. The eldest sister did not stop them. Lid sighed and laughed happily. Well, let them deal with this shameless guy and see if he can still be so tough against these 2. If you want to enter the circle of demons, you have to go through this difficulty at least once. Only in this way can you get their recognition. And his fiancée. Lid thought of the princess, who was praised as the treasure of the kingdom. Is that incredibly beautiful princess the successor of Mitra? It's a bit complicated. Lid didn't know if other people noticed it. Anyway, she noticed it. She noticed that the princess seemed to be undergoing some changes. Thinking of the rumors about the princess, Lid understood something. This is really incredible. Lid's expression was solemn. She knew that if the princess completed the change mentioned in the rumor, her power would probably increase to an astonishing level. By then, it would not be surprising to catch up with the brave man 1,000 years ago. In addition to the heroes from another world, the human race in this world can also give birth to such a monster. I never thought that. Lid suddenly pondered. After 1,000 years, the human race gave birth to such a stunning genius. The demons of our demon race also favored human men. My eldest sister has been particularly concerned about the movements of the gods recently. It seems that she is investigating something. The original demon has started to move frequently again. It seems that it is about to complete the disgusting 7th demon. Even 10 years ago, such a thing happened, which led to the appearance of the master and servant. Is all this revealing something? Is the peace and tranquility that has been maintained for 1,000 years about to be broken? In this trend? What should we do? Mother! Lid muttered unconsciously and sighed faintly. Chapter 519 Melika's childhood friend. Outside the tree house in the elf village, when Sean, Roxy, Laxa, Lilith and Milu, a group of 5 people, walked out of the tree house and walked along the bridge made of vines to the ground. There was already someone waiting here. Mr. Sean! Everyone! Melika seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. When she saw everyone appear, her eyes immediately lit up, and she ran over quickly. Melika? Sean blinked and smiled. You are here? Roxy also looked at the elf girl and smiled knowingly. Miss Melika. Laxia greeted Melika. Lilith tilted her head, not knowing whether she was surprised by Melika's sudden appearance, or she only remembered Melika until now. As for Milu, she was confused and looked at the strange elf girl curiously. Melika didn't seem to notice Milu. After jogging in front of everyone, she spoke with an apologetic face. Sorry, everyone. I left you behind. Melika seemed to be very sorry for not acting with everyone yesterday. Everyone didn't take it to heart. You haven't been back for a long time. You must want to reminisce with your acquaintances and say hello. Right? Sheehan looked at Melika and said with a smile, It seems that your complexion has become much better than yesterday. I think you should be in a good mood. Right? Sheehan's words made Melika blush and lower her head. Too shy to speak. In fact, Melika's complexion has indeed become much better than before. And people can clearly see the changes in her. Melika didn't know what was wrong. She felt that after returning to the land of elves, her spirit had improved. As a result, the speed of her magic power, which had been increasing, also increased a lot. Perhaps, after returning to her hometown, Melika's spirit had indeed improved. This was a good thing. Anyway, Melika didn't feel anything was wrong. As a result, her attitude was less restrained and shy than usual. Where is Her Highness Ayi? Melika looked around at everyone. She didn't see Ayi, but saw a strange little girl who was curiously staring at her and was held by Laxa's hand. Ayi stayed in the tree house to sleep. You know, that girl is sleepy. Xian pouted his lips, explained, and patted Milu's shoulder, saying, "This is a newcomer, who is considered to be Yi's relative. There was another one, but she didn't come. I'll introduce her to you later." Hearing this, Melika seemed to understand and said, "A relative of His Highness Yi?" Obviously, Melika did not think of Yi's demon sisters. "Milu. My name." Mila naturally wouldn't mention it. She raised her hand and introduced herself to Melika lively. "All right, Miss Milu." Melika bowed her head and saluted quickly, although she was less restrained and shy, but still as polite as before. At this time, Luoshi also spoke. "Are you alone?" Luoshi asked tentatively, and smiled. "I thought you would bring your friends with you." This made Melika hesitate a little. "I also want to introduce my childhood friend to everyone." Melika glanced at Xian carefully, and then whispered, "But she didn't want to come here when she heard that there were foreign men here." Xian was speechless. "Well, another sexist elf girl. This place is really not friendly to us. I will definitely introduce it to everyone next time." Melika hurriedly said, "Genome is a very good person. Bolder and more powerful than me. Everyone in the tribe said that she would be the next genius to enter the elf division. She has been taking care of me and protecting me since I was a child. Now she just doesn't know everyone well, so she is a little resistant. After I persuade her for a few days, she will definitely agree to come and meet everyone." Melika tried her best to speak well for her childhood friend. That look was very similar to when she spoke for Xian yesterday. It can be seen that Melika should attach great importance to the elf childhood friend named Genome. Xian was a little curious. "According to what you said, your childhood friend should be better than you, right?" Xian said. "Why is it that in the end you left the elf country to go out for training, but your childhood friend didn't?" This is what Xian heard from Jiayuer by chance. It is said that Melika's childhood friend has a very good relationship with Melika. The two of them almost survived the reincarnation period as fairies at the same time, and almost reincarnated into elves at the same time. It can be said that they were taken back to the elf village one after another and joined the elf family. Therefore, the two elf girls have been inseparable since childhood, like a pair of sisters. Jiayuer also mentioned that at the beginning. Melika and her childhood friend received her magic enlightenment together, started learning magic at the same time, and practiced at the same time. The two are of the same age and have been close friends for more than 100 years. Their relationship is far better than that of ordinary elf tribesmen. However, 2 years ago, this pair of childhood friends, who have been together for 100 years, took two different paths. Genome is following the footsteps of the predecessors in the elf division. In order to become a member of the elf division, he works hard to practice in the elf village. Melika suddenly plans to leave the village and go out to gain experience, improve her knowledge, and also improve her experience. But according to Melika, in terms of personality, the elf girl named Genome is obviously much more outgoing than her. In this situation, why is it that Melika, who is more easily nervous and shy, goes out to train, while the elf girl named Genome stays in the village to practice hard? Melika was a little speechless. Seeing this, Roxy couldn't help but nudge Xian's side with her elbow. Xian's mouth twitched, and he gave Roxy a helpless look. He knew that the princess was blaming him for not being able to control his mouth, and not considering whether he had touched on sensitive topics, and made others feel embarrassed. This lazy princess, for some reason, suddenly seemed to care about Melika. Xian could only shrug helplessly. "I just asked casually." "You don't have to answer," Xian expressed to Melika. This made Melika shake her head. "In fact, this is not something that cannot be said," Melika said with some difficulty. "The reason why I want to leave the village and go out to experience is that I feel that if I don't do this, I may never be better than Genome. This is not so difficult to understand. We have been together since we were reincarnated as elves, doing the same things every day, living the same life, and even practicing magic is exactly the same, with almost no difference. In this case, the two did the same thing, but got different results. The first one to learn magic was Genome. The first one to increase the level was Genome. The first one to learn intermediate magic was Genome. Even the first person who successfully defeated the monster outside the village and was valued by the elf division was Genome." Melika grasped the staff in her hand, and there was no reluctance in her tone. But there was still a little frustration. "Although we have been doing the same thing, Genome always walks ahead of me, which makes me wonder if I am not as good as Genome. It can't be said to be jealousy, nor can it be said to be unwillingness. Just a little doubt. But it is this little doubt that finally made Melika decide to take a different path. If I continue to practice like Genome, I will probably never catch up with Genome. And when Genome joins the elf division, she will receive better training and better cultivation. And then I will never catch up with her. I don't want to be left behind by Genome. So, I mustered up the courage and decided to leave the village. Go outside to experience and practice hard. Speaking of this, Melika murmured unconsciously. I don't know if I have caught up with Genome now. Obviously, Melika has no confidence in this matter. The two just met again yesterday, and they were both happy. So naturally they didn't notice this kind of thing. Until now, Melika seemed to have just remembered her original intention of leaving the village. And she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. That look made people feel a little pity. Luoshi stepped forward and hugged Melika gently. It's okay. You must have caught up with her. Luoshi comforted softly. Thank you. Your Highness Sia Luoshi. Melika was a little shy, not knowing whether it was because she said what she couldn't say in her heart, or because of Luoshi's rather intimate behavior. At the same time, Melika secretly glanced at Sheen, and seemed to care about how Sheen would view this matter. Sheen got it. So, he said without hesitation, I also think that you have caught up with her now, and even surpassed her. Sheen gave the highest evaluation. Surpass? Melika didn't seem to have thought of this possibility, and hurriedly said no. Genome is so powerful and so excellent. It's good enough for me to catch up with her. It seems that Melika's evaluation of the childhood friend named Genome is much higher than her own. Is he that talented? Sean began to wonder. He didn't know how powerful the person named Genome was, but he didn't think that Melika was worse than the other party now. Apart from anything else, the other party would never be able to catch up with Melika's crazy growth in magic power in the past few months. That was a growth rate that even AI was surprised by. And the Queen of the Elf was also surprised by it. Of course, if it was just the superior magic power, it didn't mean that Melika was better than the other party. But who made these two people magicians? Since they were both magicians, the one with stronger magic power would definitely have more advantages. Therefore, Sean believed that Melika would definitely not be inferior to his childhood friend now. Chapter 520. Is this a confession? Speaking of which, Sheen had never expected that Melika had such a past. But on second thought, this seems reasonable. If it wasn't for such a reason, why would Melika leave the village and go out to experience? Sheen already had some understanding of the situation of the elves, so he knew very well that, in fact, in the land of elves, very few people chose to go out to experience. There are 3 reasons. 1. The elves are wary and reject the outside world. From the elves' vigilance against foreign men, it can be seen that they have a negative impression of the outside world. In addition, foreign men have always coveted and even persecuted elves. The tribesmen who have been outside either warned foreign men about their greed for elves or fell into emotional pain. Naturally, the elves will not have a good impression of the outside world, which in turn affects their enthusiasm to leave their hometown. Second, the conditions in the elf homeland are not necessarily worse than those in the outside world. Since the elves are a natural magic race, their research and development of magic is bound to far exceed that of the outside world. There are also many strong elders in the tribe. The world's strongest magicians and magician groups are also here. As a result, the elves do not need to go out to study. They only need to practice in their hometown to have better conditions than any other forces in the outside world. Third, the Tagore Forest, where the elf homeland is located, is itself the largest monster forest in the human world. In the Tagore Forest, there are not only many monsters, but also many precious species that are not available in the outside world, including monsters of all levels, so that the elves have no shortage of fighting objects and no shortage of upgrade environments. Even here, it is much better than anywhere else outside. Even if there is danger, there are elders of the same tribe to take care of it, so there is no need to worry about accidents. Under these 3 reasons, the elves do not need to go out to practice, and they can steadily improve their strength. In this way, why would they want to go out to practice? In fact, among the elves, I am afraid that less than 1% of them choose to go out for training. In other words, in the elf village, most of the elves have never left here. They were born here, grew up here, and gradually became stronger here. In the end, anyone with a little talent will join the elf division and become a great magician above level 80. With such good conditions, why do you still need to go out for training? Of course, there are still some elves who choose to go out for training, proving that going out for training also has its benefits. What are the benefits? Very simple. Fast. The improvement of strength will be faster than when in the village. Indeed, In the elf village, every elf can get the best growth conditions and steadily improve themselves. However, since it is stable enough, it is unlikely to be fast. As we all know, if you want to improve your level, although you can do it through training, the most effective way is to fight with opponents of similar or even higher strength. The fierce battle between life and death is undoubtedly very dangerous, but it is also undoubtedly the fastest way for a person to grow. In the elf country, with the protection of the elders and practicing under such stable conditions, what sense of crisis and fighting opportunities can there be? Life in the elf country is so peaceful and stable that the elves can steadily improve themselves in such an environment. But the speed is not fast. Otherwise, with the talent and longevity of the elves, as long as they live for 100 years, they will be at least a legendary top powerhouse. Right? But in the end, there are only 3 legendary beings in the entire elf race. And these 3 have survived for at least 1,000 years. 1,000 years. If it weren't for the restrictions of talent and potential, even a pig could become a legendary powerhouse. Right? From this, we can see how slow the elves grow. This is not a bad thing. Elves are long-lived, and they are protected by the barrier set up by the goddess of nature. They can grow up safely and securely. The reason why the elf division is the strongest magician group in the world is because everyone in it has practiced like this for at least hundreds or even thousands of years. As long as the potential is not exhausted and the limit is not reached, the elves will eventually reach level 80. This racial talent is comparable to the dragon race, which is known as the king of monsters. After all, the dragon race is like this, and it can naturally grow to level 80 and become a powerful monster of level 80 when it grows up. Although not everyone in the elf race can reach this level, there are still some with low potential, and eventually reach the limit and cannot upgrade the level. However, from the fact that there are hundreds of people in the elf division, it can be seen that the elves are still blessed. Only some elves, unable to be satisfied with such a tepid growth, would choose to leave the elfland, seek pressure from the outside world, and constantly break through themselves. After knowing this, Sheen was once surprised. Why would someone like Melika, who didn't seem to be in a hurry to become stronger, leave the elfland and go out to experience? Until this moment, she knew that Melika overcame her own cowardice and made up her mind to leave the village because of the pressure brought by her childhood friend. And this was not a wrong decision. When I first left the village and saw the outside world, I was very scared. Many people kept staring at me because I was an elf. And many people came over to chat with me, which really scared me. Fortunately, my seniors helped me to lead the way to Limidgen. There, not only did I have the help of my fellow tribesmen who settled in Limidgen, which gave me a place to stay, but I also met Sister Vivian, Ter, and Lumia. At this point, Melika's tone became somewhat happier. Everyone is helping me to gain a foothold in the outside world. At the same time, thanks to joining the Vivian team, I was able to go on so many adventures and defeat so many monsters. Although I have experienced several dangers and some annoying things have happened, I have always felt that it must be the right choice for me to make up my mind to leave the village 2 years ago. After saying this, Melika looked at Sheen unconsciously. Otherwise, I would not have met everyone, nor Mr. Sheen. When she said this, Melika's eyes gradually became moist as she looked at Sheen. There was a love so strong that it shocked Sheen. Sean was silent. He was somewhat at a loss. There was no way. Is this a confession? Sean suddenly felt itchy all over his body. Without a doubt, this was the first time he had faced such straightforward and pure kindness. It was not like with Roxy, where they had feelings for each other and established a relationship unconsciously during the fights. Nor was it like with Feely, where they had an ambiguous relationship under the condition of being entrusted, and finally proved it with full passion. What Melika showed was a love affair that was like the most ordinary, but the most unforgettable. So pure and touching. And this was undoubtedly an emotion that Sean had never experienced, and was the least good at dealing with. I'm just a wanderer. The brave man who had never been right roared in his heart. In a word, such a serious love is really a bit unbearable for Sheehan. A frivolous person. At the same time, this also confirmed Sheehan's previous idea. That is, Melika's feelings for him are stronger and purer than he imagined. If Sheehan knew the values of the elves on love, he would understand that this feeling is more sacred than he imagined. Of course, even if he didn't know, Sheehan couldn't remain indifferent when he noticed Melika's feelings. He was just frivolous and just liked to be wild. Not a scumbag who only thought about things with his lower body. Therefore, after receiving Melika's kindness in the most direct way, He didn't need to consider what to do next. At the moment, Xian touched his nose and adjusted his mood. Lilith and Milo looked at this scene from the side and looked at each other. Laxia's eyes flickered, and she said nothing. As for Roxy, she looked straight at Xian and seemed to have forgotten her nervousness and shyness. Her heart was completely occupied by the bursting emotions, as if she was bravely confessing, and her eyes were full of deep love for Melika, and her expression was somewhat complicated. At this moment, Roxy couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in her heart. But, looking at the deep love in Melika's eyes, that could not be concealed at all, Roxy was relieved again. She had said long ago that as a princess of the royal family, she understood and allowed Xian to marry a concubine. And if this person was Melika, Roxy felt that she could completely accept it. Unlike Xian, Roxy knew about the elves' view of love, and also knew what the result would be once the elves fell in love with someone. In addition, Luoshi did not feel repulsive to Melika, but rather liked her. Along the way, she had already regarded Melika as her future sister. Now, under the control of emotions, Melika finally released her good intentions to Xian and expressed her inner feelings. Although this was due to the situation and was completely equivalent to an action on a whim, the result was not necessarily bad. Otherwise, with Melika's usual nervous and shy personality, it would be impossible for her to take the initiative to confess to Xian. On the other hand, Xian was just waiting for others to give it to him for free. He had no intention of actively pursuing others. If you expect him to pursue you romantically, you will have to wait until the oil is exhausted. So, this is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Luoshi thought so. Unfortunately, not everyone wants to see the scene.